Chapter 1080. Flying Bear Transformation. Several days later, Langya blessed land. Two figures were cutting through the air, before they suddenly stopped. "This land is a desolate area, it is suitable for our spar." The figure ahead observed the surroundings, and spoke leisurely. "Brother Fang is right." The figure behind was a hairy man Gu immortal named 12th Hair. He spoke brightly and with a grin on his face. Compared to the other hairy man Gu immortals in Langya Sect, 12th Hair was somewhat special. Because he not only cultivated refinement path, but also cultivated enslavement path. He was a dual cultivator of refinement and enslavement path. It was not an easy thing for Gu immortals to cultivate two paths, because almost all Gu immortals only had one immortal aperture. When they underwent immortal ascension, the Gu worm they used for breaking open their aperture into an immortal aperture would be what decided their main cultivation path. The Tao marks added on from passing tribulations would mostly be of their main path as well. However, in this world, there were many Gu immortals that cultivated two paths as well. They were mostly rank 6 and rank 7. Cultivating one path primarily, while cultivating another path as a secondary path. Such Gu immortals often had fortuitous encounters, obtaining immortal Gu that were suitable for cultivating two paths. For instance, Fan Yuan's Eat Strength immortal Gu could increase his strength path Tao marks. If Gu immortals of other paths obtained it, they could also dual cultivate strength path. 12th Hair was not an exception. In his early years, because of an unexpected surprise when refining Gu, he obtained a completely new Gu embryo from the failed refinement. After his immortal ascension, he raised this Gu to rank 6 and named it Immortal Slave. This Gu could add enslavement path Tao marks to his body. This made him rather special among all the hairy man Gu immortals. The previous Langya land spirit had taken great care of him. Although enslavement path did not have much of a relation to refinement path, Langya land spirit encouraged 12th Hair to continue cultivating both paths, because the enslavement path Tao marks and 12th Hair could provide huge help when refining enslavement path immortal Gu. The current Langya land spirit regarded 12th Hair with even more respect. But what he prioritized was the aspect of battle strength. 12th Hair cultivated enslavement path. This was an excellent foundation. Langya land spirit even gave beast enslavement immortal Gu to him, intending to nurture him as their enslavement path battle strength. Every emperor had his own favorites, but 12th Hair was even more well liked and was the favorite of the current Langya land spirit. Fan Yuan had not been very sure on the details about these hairy men. But in the secret transactions with Ing Wuxie, he obtained much intel about Langya blessed land. The intel could not be said to be very precious, but they were of extremely huge help to Fan Yuan, letting him have a comprehensive understanding of Langya Sect. Fan Yuan and 12th Hair both descended to the ground. Cloud Cover Continent's ground was made from cloud soil. It was white and slightly soft. It was very different from the sensation of an ordinary muddy surface. 12th brother, please. Fan Yuan gestured with his hand. "Haha, brother Fang, I won't stand on ceremony then. Chestnut Yak, come out!" 12th Hair laughed loudly. He somersaulted, and while landing on the ground, he hit the ground with his palms. He looked like he was horsing around, before suddenly performed a kneeling ceremony towards Fan Yuan. Gu immortals paid attention to their bearing. This kind of humiliating action was absolutely avoided by human Gu immortals. But these hairy man Gu immortals were different. They had gone through the previous Langya land spirit's nurturing. Each of them were very straightforward with very shallow battle strength. Over these last days, Fan Yuan was already used to the unusual. 12th Hair knelt towards Fan Yuan. His excited expression suddenly stiffened. "Ah!" He raised his head, looking at Fan Yuan. "How embarrassing, I failed." "No problem." Fan Yuan warmly smiled. "It is an immortal killer move. Failure in activation is an unavoidable matter. Try again." "Yes, yes." 12th Hair repeatedly nodded his head, somersaulting once again towards the back, and with a slam, his knees and hands touched the ground simultaneously. Silence. After being at a standstill for several breaths of time, 12th Hair stuck his tongue out, licking his lips. "Damn, I failed again. Let me try again." Swoosh. A somersault. Slam. Kneeling towards Fan Yuan. Another few seconds of standstill, but there was still silence. "Let me try again." "I don't believe it," 12th Hair shouted in determination. Swoosh. A somersault. Slam. Kneeling towards Fan Yuan. Another few seconds of standstill, but there was still silence. I'm sorry, wait a while," 12th Hair said to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan warmly smiled. It is understandable, understandable. 12th Hair gratefully nodded his head as he made an attempt again. Swoosh! A somersault. Slam! Kneeling towards Fan Yuan. Another few seconds of standstill, but there was still silence. This continued for a dozen or so times without any success. Fan Yuan had not even made any move, but 12th Hair had already spurted out several mouthfuls of blood. Moreover, blood was seeping out of his ears as well, his face getting paler and paler. Failure in activating an immortal killer move would cause backlash to the Gu Immortal. Even Fan Yuan also could not bear to see this continue, and could not resist reminding. From my observation, 12th brother, your somersaulting has almost no use towards the immortal killer move, might as well try discarding it. Somersaulting? 12th Hair scratched his head and said innocently, This is my meticulously designed movement. Don't you feel somersaulting will make me look imposing and cool? Fan Yuan's face almost was distorted to the point of lines appearing, as he thought. Your movement of kneeling towards your enemy is indeed imposing. But 12th Hair was also an obedient person who knew to correct his mistake. Since Brother Fang thinks it is inappropriate, then I will change it. After that, 12th Hair no longer somersaulted. Instead, slam, he directly knelt towards Fan Yuan. It was a standstill. Several breaths later he stood up, puffing out a mouthful of blood. Refusing to give in, he said, Let me try again. Several tries later, an azure blue radiance suddenly blossomed from 12th Hair's hands. The radiance quickly enlarged, and actually formed a blue lake on the ground. The lake water surged and a cattle-shaped desolate beast rode the giant wave, charging towards Fan Yuan. Rumble! The blue lake water washed to the shore, the giant yak stepped on the ground and grunted towards the sky. Whoosh! A formless sound wave squeezed out the air and actually stirred up a vortex. This giant yak was bluish-black with a large head and thick lips. A pair of bull horns spaced quite far apart pierced towards the sky. It had a wide chest and a large stomach, but it gradually became slim towards the rear. The whole body looked huge at the front and small at the back. The lower side of its body and its forelegs were covered with thick hair that were drooping down to the ground. Its tail was thick and large like a brown broom. There was no doubt of the might of this giant yak, and it also had a superb debut, brimming with a tyrannical aura, forming a completely stark comparison with 12th Hair's performance. However, Fan Yuan did not care. Chestnut yak. This giant yak might be a desolate beast, but it was well known for its low battle strength. The impressions of many Gu immortals towards it were of the unique flavor of its meat. It could be eaten raw and tasted like chestnuts. This was the reason for its name. But the chestnut yak's battle strength was naturally not the weakest among desolate beasts. The publicly recognized weakest desolate beast were desolate beast dragonfish, which Fan Yuan was breeding. It finally activated. 12th Hair was jubilant, and shouted as he pointed at Fan Yuan. Chestnut yak, charge! Snort! The chestnut yak grunted towards the sky once again, but did not move. 12th Hair's face flushed with embarrassment, and seeming holding back his anger, he commanded again. Charge, 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 you foolish yak! The chestnut yak only then started to rush forward. It was already at a very short distance away from Fan Yuan, and reached Fan Yuan within a few steps. Strong winds surged forward. The chestnut yak was enormous, and as it rushed, it was like 4 carriages stacked together. It had quite an imposing aura. Fan Yuan chuckled. Inside his immortal aperture, changed form immortal Gu flew up. Following it, all kinds of supplementary mortal Gu flew up and revolved around changed form immortal Gu. Transformation path immortal killer move, flying bear transformation. Bright radiance suddenly erupted. An intense light forced 12th Hair to close his eyes. 12th Hair quickly activated his investigative Gu. A layer of transparent crystal covered his eyes and he was able to open his eyes again. The light had yet to dissipate, but 12th Hair was able to see the scene clearly. Bam! The chestnut yak seemed to have collided into a giant beast. This giant beast was even larger than it. The chestnut yak's collision showed no results. At this time, the light dissipated, and revealed the true appearance of the giant beast. This was a giant white bear. Its physique was burly and bulky, and its body was covered in short and densely packed white fur. It had sharp claws, and its short tail was curled up like a white pom-pom, appearing somewhat cute. This was a transformation of Fan Yuan into a desolate beast flying bear. When the chestnut yak saw this flying bear, its eyes immediately popped open as its imposing aura vanished like a flickering candle. it gave a miserable cry before actually turning around and running away. 12th Hair yelled furiously at this. "You cowardly yak, you are also a desolate beast, damn it, go back!" He activated his enslavement path method and was only able to regain his control over the chestnut yak after it had ran a large distance. The yak once again charged towards the flying bear. The chestnut yak was herbivorous and had a docile nature. This chestnut yak had been raised by the previous Langya land spirit in order to use its meat as refinement immortal material. Because of Shadow Sect's sudden attack, Langya blessed land's other desolate beasts all died. So 12th Hair could only use this chestnut yak to practice his skills. Fan Yuan quietly stood on the spot, and only when the yak had reached in front of him did he exert strength in his limbs and erupt. Whoosh! The flying bear's enormous physique did not implicate its speed in the least, as it easily dodged to the side. The chestnut yak brushed past the flying bear. The flying bear roared and suddenly turned around, leaping towards the sky. As it descended, the flying bear stretched out its right paw and slammed at the back of the chestnut yak. Bam! There was a strong collision, white cloud soil flew all around. The chestnut yak was heavily injured and was actually slammed to the ground by one smack from the flying bear. A huge crater formed on the level ground. The chestnut yak was defeated in the blink of an eye. Lying on the crater without moving, its eyes revealed its terror, and its whole body was trembling. Chapter 1081. Fan Yuan contributes a plan. The chestnut yak was slammed down by Fan Yuan's own paw, and did not dare to climb back up again. No matter what methods 12th Hair used, he was unable to make this chestnut yak climb back up and fight again. The desolate beast is weak, the Gu immortal is also useless. Fan Yuan shook his head internally, and dispelled his immortal killer move. In moments, the giant flying bear turned into a ball of light. From within the ball, Fan Yuan's figure slowly walked out and descended to the ground. I lost once again. Brother Fang is truly amazing. 12th Hair tried for a long time, but seeing no success, he could only cup his fists towards Fan Yuan, admitting defeat. He and Fan Yuan had sparred several times already. At first, after he lost, he did not admit defeat and remained obstinate. But after several times, he was already less affected. Loss became normal and victory instead was the anomaly. 12th brother, you should practice your immortal killer move more frequently. And this chestnut yak is weak and timid, it is better if you change to another desolate beast as soon as possible. Fan Yuan advised. 12th Hair repeatedly nodded his head and sighed. This is all because Treasure Yellow Heaven is closed. When it opens, I will immediately buy a desolate beast for combat. This yak already has none of its wild nature left, I already thought of throwing it away. But I need to bear the cost of buying a desolate beast myself, this is the rule created after the sect was established. Sigh, my beast enslavement immortal goo is also not mine, I still need to pay to use it. Enough talking, I need to hurry back to refine goo and sell them to earn immortal essence stones. See you? Fan Yuan nodded. 12th Hair took back the chestnut yak and hurriedly left. Good, I have obtained 20 sect contribution points again. Fan Yuan gazed at the receding figure of 12th Hair, his mind rippling with some joy. Over these last few days, he had not only been sparring with 12th Hair, he also had similar contact with other hairy man Gu immortals. Although the secret transactions between Fan Yuan and 6th Hair had already finished, 6th Hair repeatedly visiting Fan Yuan's Cloud City during the process was a small flaw. Although Fan Yuan had joined Langya Sect and become an external Supreme Elder, there had always been a barrier between him and the hairy man Gu immortals. After all, the human race was powerful currently, while hairy men were a type of variant human which suffered persecution from humans. Fan Yuan might be on their side, but the hairy man Gu immortals kept away from him. Why would 6th Hair suddenly pay visits to Fan Yuan on his own initiative? This would certainly incite doubts. To fix this flaw, after the transaction, 6th Hair subtly revealed to the other hairy man Gu immortals that he looked for Fan Yuan in order to raise his battle strength. Because the previous sudden invasion by Shadow Sect, along with the tribulations just now, had made him feel his battle strength was truly lacking, so he looked for the human Gu immortal, Fan Yuan, to ask for advice. To increase the trustworthiness of his words, 6th Hair sparred with the other hairy man Gu immortals and defeated them. 6th Hair was a spy, one of the split souls of Spectral Soul. He had deep combat proficiency, and just using a little bit of it was enough for him to easily defeat them all. This event caused a commotion in the small circle of hairy man Gu immortals. Even Langya Land Spirit heard about it, and affirmed 6th Hair's actions in front of everyone. He even encouraged other hairy man-gu immortals to ask for guidance from Fan Yuan. After all, the extremely low battle strength of the hairy man-gu immortals had all along been a worry for Langya Land's spirit. After Sixth Hair, other hairy man-gu immortals went to Fan Yuan for guidance. With just a little thinking, Fan Yuan realized Sixth Hair's intention and enthusiastically welcomed the other hairy man-gu immortals. Because this was a profitable thing with no harm to Fan Yuan. First of all, he would be relying on Langya's sect for a long period of time to cultivate more conveniently and be safer when undergoing tribulations. So having a good relationship with these hairy man-gu immortals was a must. Second, like Sixth Hair's considerations, Fan Yuan had to cooperate as well to make up for the flaw created because of the transactions. Lastly, Fan Yuan needed sect contribution points. From now on, if he wanted Langya Land's spirit's help to borrow the strength of Langya's sect, he could not always negotiate deals with Langya Land's spirit. Previously, he could make deals with Langya Land's spirit because the land's spirit had taken a fancy upon his Luo Pa Valley, Dang Hun Mountain and Wisdom Gu. But from now on, to make Langya's sect help him, the main thing would be to use sect contribution points. This was Langya's sect's rule. Even Langya Land's spirit took the initiative to comply to it. Langya Land's spirit had already issued sect missions. The types of missions were mainly about guiding hairy man-gu immortals to raise their battle strength. Langya Land's spirit himself was not suitable for these missions, and Fan Yuan was the only suitable candidate. In these last few days, Fan Yuan guided many hairy man-gu immortals and the response was extremely enthusiastic. Even when the hairy man-gu immortals who came later did not receive good training, they did not blame Fan Yuan and instead found reasons caused by themselves. On one hand, Sixth Hair set an example, on the other, Fan Yuan knew about the information of these hairy men, and used his exquisite communicative skills to enthusiastically get along with them, making these hairy man-gu immortals have a huge change in their impression of Fan Yuan. As for why Fan Yuan knew about the information of these hairy man-gu immortals, that was because he had obtained a lot of intel about Langya Blessed Land from his transactions with Shadow Sect. Fan Yuan calculated. With this, my sect contribution points amount to over 140. This is quite lucrative. Every time he gave guidance would provide Fan Yuan 20 sect contribution points. Previously, when Fan Yuan had lent Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley and other resources, he had only earned about 300 contribution points. These 140 sect contribution points are enough to exchange for some flowing light fruits. With such thoughts, Fan Yuan moved towards the First Cloud City. In First Cloud City, he saw Langya Land's spirit. Langya Land's spirit sized up Fan Yuan and praised. As worthy of change form immortal Gu. This hairy man-gu immortal you have transformed into has almost no flaws, unless I use investigative immortal Gu. When Fan Yuan was arriving, he suddenly had a brilliant idea, and used change form immortal Gu to transform into a hairy man-gu immortal. His aim was clear, it was to get into Langya Land's spirit's good books. Langya Land's spirit held the ideology of hairy men rulership, and when he saw this appearance of Fan Yuan, he smiled happily and started praising change form immortal Gu. In fact, he found his opinion of Fan Yuan rising. Fan Yuan, however, sighed and spoke with a bitter tone. This transformation is still not complete. Although I have changed form immortal Gu, I lack everlasting immortal Gu. If I had everlasting immortal Gu, I could completely transform into a hairy man and truly become a member of Langya Sect. Lord First Supreme Elder, you might not know, but after these days of being in contact with other hairy man-gu immortals, I am deeply moved. Human gu immortals are crafty and on guard against each other. But hairy men are forthright and sincere, united, warm and cordial. This is a true home. I already can't bear to part with this place. Langya Land's spirit laughed heartily, and repeatedly patted Fan Yuan's shoulder. Fan Yuan, having such an awareness is good, very good. If he knew Fan Yuan had transacted with Shadow Sect just some days ago and did not report the spy, he would flay Fan Yuan, this insidious fellow, alive. But what a pity, Langya Land's spirit did not know any of it. I have seen your actions over these last days. You have guided these children and raised their battle strength by a lot, especially Sixth Hair's. Good, good. These last days I have heard a lot of good things about you from other hairy man-gu immortals. What matter did you come for this time? Langya Land's spirit asked. I wanted to use some sect contribution points to exchange for some flowing light fruits. Fan Yuan replied. That's a small matter. As long as your contributions are enough, exchanging for flowing light fruits is no problem. Langya Land's spirit waved his hand and said frankly, Fan Yuan pretended to hesitate. I have a very slight opinion regarding Langya Sect's development. I don't know if I should say it or not. Tell me about it, I'm listening. Langya Land's spirit squinted his eyes and smiled. Fan Yuan spoke. Over these last days of sparring with many hairy Mangu immortals, I made some findings. Their battle strength needs to be raised urgently, but how to raise them is the problem. Because all of them primarily cultivate refinement path, and although refinement path also has offensive methods, it is inferior to the offensive prowess of other paths. Langya Land's spirit nodded. Fan Yuan's words hit his core problems. He could not help but sigh. This is precisely what I am worried about. Fan Yuan continued. Actually, there is a good way to increase battle strength, that is transformation path. Transformation path? Right. Fan Yuan slowed down, before continuing. Among all the Gu cultivation paths, to speak of the one that can increase battle strength the fastest, that would be blood path. But blood path is extremely dangerous, and is too threatening to others. Its reputation is vile and it is hated by everyone. Moreover, if one's blood path cultivation is even slightly high, their name will be added to Heavenly Court's Demon Judgment Board, and that would expose us. So blood path won't do. You are right. Langya Land's spirit approved. Actually, he was also apprehensive towards blood path. If hairy Mangu immortals cultivated blood path, he was worried if it would lead to internal strife and conflicts in Langya Sect. Fan Yuan spoke with assurance. Besides blood path, the path that can increase battle strength the fastest is transformation path. The threshold for transformation path is very low. Its immortal killer moves also don't require any planning. Any kind of transformation is an immortal killer move. Normal immortal killer moves require at least a few years of trial and error, right? And in Langya Sect, there are large numbers of immortal Gu recipes, which includes many transformation path immortal Gu recipes. We have many immortal Gu recipes but few immortal killer moves. If hairy Mangu immortals cultivate refinement path primarily and transformation path as the secondary path, they can take advantage of the strengths and avoid the weaknesses. The hairy Mangu immortals are not hardened. To raise their battle strength would not be a day's work. If they transformed into desolate beasts, their bodies would become tougher. Even if they make some mistakes in battles, it won't be much of a problem, they can fight back. It won't be like other paths such as fire path and water path. The body is extremely weak and without defensive methods, they would be in extreme danger in the battlefield. Transformation path immortal Gu recipes are easy to deduce and their immortal materials are easy to obtain, thus the immortal Gu are easy to refine as well. Hairy Mangu immortals can transform into desolate beasts to fight, and it can also be a way to disguise their hairy man identities. Although Langya Sect has deep foundations, the 5 regions are still ruled by humans. As long as we can do so, we should give as little chance to expose ourselves as possible. Chapter 1082. Quality over Quantity. Langya Land's spirit could only keep on nodding at Fan Yuan's well-founded words. Reasonable, reasonable. He praised. I am flattered. This is only my shallow opinion. Fan Yuan spoke modestly. Land's spirits were straightforward. Langya Land's spirit did not understand Fan Yuan's modesty, retorting with a shake of his head. No, this is not just a shallow opinion, it is a true insight. Your words have inspired me greatly, they are a huge contribution towards Langya Sect. According to Langya Sect's rules, just this contribution could have raised your status by 1 level. For instance, 6th hair could promote to 5th hair. But you are not a true hairy Mangu immortal right now, so you can only receive 200 Sect contribution points. At the end, Langya Land's spirit looked at Fan Yuan and sighed in regret. Fan Yuan also showed an extremely regrettable expression on his face. He was only an external elder at present, and did not need to complete any missions, and every month, he would get 10 Sect contribution points. However, other hairy Mangu immortals were genuine members, and their monthly earnings were much higher. Moreover, the higher the hairy Mangu immortals' ranking, the more Sect contribution points they would receive each month. How I wish to become a true hairy man! Fan Yuan lamented, showing a genuine and sincere expression on his face, as if he truly wanted that. Langya Land's spirit spoke. It is a pity that Treasure Yellow Heaven is closed at the moment. Once it opens, I will start a large-scale purchase of the desolate beasts. I have a slight opinion about this. Fan Yuan quickly spoke. There are many hairy Mangu immortals, and to nurture them, no matter how great our Sect's assets are, we won't be able to bear such expenses. Moreover, this is not the way to run a business. I suggest we develop our own resources. Oh? How do you propose we do that? Langya Land's spirit asked. Fan Yuan replied. Simple, like other superforces, we occupy the resources in the 5 regions. Langya Land's spirit showed a reluctant expression. He had already thought of this before and also carefully pondered its advantages and disadvantages, before considering it an undesirable choice. The reason was evident: hairy men were variant humans, and could not be out in the open in the current age. Although there were variant human forces in northern plains, one clear example being Inkman City, this Inkman City only had one Inkman Gu immortal publicly. And in history, Inkman City's founder, Immortal Yen, had paid a heavy price to reach an agreement with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. These 2 factors allowed Inkman City to barely be able to survive amidst the countless powerful human forces. If Langya Sect's force appeared in the open, with so many hairy man Gu immortals, it would definitely provoke human Gu immortals, encroaching upon their bottom line. Whether it be righteous path, demonic path, or lone immortal forces, they would not easily allow the existence of such a powerful outside force. Langya Land's spirit might be straightforward, but he was not foolish. He wholeheartedly wanted to make hairy men rule the world, but he was still very aware of the current situation. However, Fan Yuan had already expected this reaction from Langya Land's spirit, as he continued. First Supreme Elder, I am not suggesting for Langya Sect to openly fight with human forces for the outside world's resources. We will instead focus on occupying the resources they have not occupied, and secretly develop. Realization dawned upon Langya Land's spirit. You are referring to those dangerous forbidden areas? Northern Plains was vast and broad, but the large and super forces had already split the cultivation resources found within it. What remained mainly were the 10 great fierce areas. First Supreme Elder is wise. Fan Yuan immediately gave a thumbs up in admiring fashion. The 10 great fierce areas are dangerous, but at the same time, they contain plentiful opportunities. In my opinion, Earth Trench is a good place. We can set up a teleportation Gu formation, letting the hairy man Gu immortals freely go back and forth the blessed land and Earth Trench. There are countless desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts in Earth Trench. They are perfect for the hairy man Gu immortals to train their combat abilities. Moreover, by killing these desolate beasts, we can use their body parts to refine transformation path immortal Gu. If we capture these desolate beasts, we can also use beast enslavement immortal Gu to enslave them and make them aid us, increasing the defense of the blessed land. One of the crucial components for this was a teleportation Gu formation. Accurately speaking, a Gu formation that could transport Gu immortals. Langya Sect undoubtedly possessed such a method. Because when Fan Yuan was previously hurrying back from southern border, he used the teleportation Gu formation at Fengbo Cliff to get rid of those troublesome cloud beasts and return to Langya Blessed Land. That teleportation Gu formation had left a deep impression on Fan Yuan. Langya Land's spirit sank into contemplation. This matter is too significant, I need to consider it properly. I am only suggesting, the significant matters in the sect still need to be decided by you, First Supreme Elder. If my suggestion is flawed, I hope you can be lenient. Fan Yuan was deeply aware that pushing too much could be detrimental. He changed the topic to the flowing light fruits he wanted to obtain. After a while, he left with a large number of flowing light fruits. Parting with the land spirit, he returned to his own cloud city and immediately started arranging these flowing light fruits. Flowing light fruits were not ordinary fruits. They were formed from pure bundles of light. If ordinary people were to try to touch them, they would just pass through their hands. Special methods were needed to collect these fruits. These fruits did not grow on plants or trees like ordinary fruits either. Instead, they were a pure materialization of dense aurora lights. Aurora lights were of many colors, so the same went for flowing light fruits, having all kinds of color like red, brown, yellow, green, black, blue, purple, etc. Flowing light fruits were the food of attitude Gu. The reason Fan Yuan exchanged for flowing light fruits was because of this. Ever since the transactions, the immortal Gu Fan Yuan possessed had suddenly increased to a terrifying number. Counting his current collection. Rank 9 Immortal Gu, Wisdom Gu. Rank 8 Immortal Gu, Attitude Gu, Wisdom Sword Gu. Rank 7 Immortal Gu, Change Soul, Sword Eyebrows, Wave Sword, Sword Escape, Calamity Beckoning. Rank 6 Immortal Gu, Unravel Mystery, Woman's Heart, Blood Asset, Dark Limit, Dog Shit Luck, Change Form, Strength Chi, Self-Strength, Flying Bear Strength, Pulling Mountain, Pulling Water, Landscape as before, Man as before, Star Eyes. Among them, to refine Bo Ching's Sword Path Gu Worms, Fan Yuan had left woman's heart in Hu immortal blessed land before the battle of Etian Mountain. He had used the light of wisdom to construct a Gu formation, in which Unravel Mystery and Woman's Heart were two components. But Unravel Mystery was brought away by Fan Yuan after it had been activated at the start. Woman's Heart, however, needed to remain in the Gu formation until Bo Qing's sword path immortal Gu were successfully refined, before it could be taken out. Because of this, after the Battle of Etian Mountain, when Fan Yuan used Langya's Sect to completely move away the resources in the two blessed lands, Woman's Heart was also taken by Langya blessed land before finally returning to Fan Yuan's hands. Connect Luck Gu and Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu, which originally belonged to Fan Yuan, were placed in Treasure Yellow Heaven by Yingwu Xie, so Fan Yuan was not able to obtain them during the transactions. After finishing the transactions, it was even more impossible for him to get them back. Among the Star Path Gu worms, only Star Eyes Immortal Gu returned to Fan Yuan's possession, while it was a mystery whether the other Immortal Gu like Star Shoot, Star Mark, Starlight, and Star Thought were in Yingwu Xie's hands. He did not know if they still existed or not. In the Battle of Etian Mountain, when Graceful Chaotic Duel stage broke down, many of its Gu worms were destroyed, but there were still some Gu worms remaining which had been left behind in the Immortal Zombie Body's Immortal Aperture. Fan Yuan was not too familiar with those Gu worms and he did not even remember their appearances, the loss of memories. And also did know how many of them were withheld by Yingwu Xie. It was not that Fan Yuan did not want to take these Gu worms back, but before he could even talk about it, Yingwu Xie had already concluded the transaction. Normally speaking, there was a rule for Immortal Gu, quality over quantity. Forget about Mortal Gu, even for a large number of Mortal Gu, Gu Immortals could raise them. Immortal Gu were the key factor in measuring a Gu Immortal's strength. Very few Gu Immortals raised as many Immortal Gu as Fan Yuan currently possessed. Even many rank 8 Gu Immortals did not have as many as Fan Yuan. This was not in the least bit exaggerated. It was enough for most Gu Immortals to have 2 or 3 Immortal Gu. Naturally, these Immortal Gu were suited for their ranks. One Immortal Gu, when matched with large numbers of different combinations of Mortal Gu, could result in different immortal killer moves and produce different effects which covered offense, defense, movement, healing and other aspects. But just one Immortal Gu was not enough. Because with just one Immortal Gu, the Gu Immortal could only activate one immortal killer move at one time. If they used a defensive killer move, they would not have offensive methods, or they would lose their movement advantage, and could only be in a passive situation. If they used offense, then they would not have defensive method, which could cause the Gu Immortal's situation to be very dangerous. But with 2 Immortal Gu, both could be simultaneously used to cover all aspects. Having more than 3 Immortal Gu would become a burden. Generally, they could not be nurtured properly and used. After all, activating Immortal Gu required Immortal Essence. There were few examples where someone used higher rank Immortal Gu like Fan Yuan using rank 7 Immortal Gu. It was because he was a special case and his experiences were different from the vast majority of Gu Immortals. Gu Immortals were very selective in choosing Immortal Gu. They were selective not in terms of quantity, but they focused on and limited the range of types of Immortal Gu. A Fire Path Gu Immortal would perform best with Fire Path Immortal Gu. Using Water Path or Ice Path would simply be looking for trouble. Even if they had Immortal Gu of other paths, they could at most be used as supplementary Gu worms for immortal killer moves. The quality of Immortal Gu was valued, not their number. This was common sense in the cultivation world. Almost all Gu Immortals knew of it. To Fan Yuan, however, this was not applicable. Because he had the 9-5 Sovereign Immortal Aperture. He had no worries about not having enough space in his Immortal Aperture. The rate of time was also fast, allowing the resources inside to grow extremely quickly. These were all part of his potential. Fan Yuan was already aware he had the potential to bear the burden of supporting large numbers of Immortal Gu. Since he had this potential, he naturally would excavate as much of it as possible. The second reason was that Fan Yuan was earning a lot daily. His current financial condition was extremely good. His Sovereign Immortal Aperture produced 96 beads of Immortal Essence every year. This 1 year was in relation to the time in the Immortal Aperture. In terms of the time in the outside world, his aperture would produce 16 beads of Immortal Essence every day. This number was already a lot, even those of the 10 extreme physiques could not compare to it. When factoring in Fan Yuan's monthly income, this number was simply a drop in the bucket. This meant Fan Yuan had the capital to provide for these Immortal Gu. There was also Langya's Sect, which could be relied upon to a certain degree. These three reasons added up to make Fan Yuan determined in raising large numbers of immortal goo to raise his battle strength. There was no other way, whether it was facing heaven's will or the calamities and tribulations. Fan Yuan needed to ensure his strength was high. A goo immortal's battle strength mostly came from their immortal goo and immortal killer moves. Currently, Fan Yuan had few immortal killer moves, and he could not use wisdom goo either. Deducing more would require too much time, so he could only place his efforts in the aspect of immortal goo. Fan Yuan was naturally aware of Ing Wuxie's scheme. It was to increase Fan Yuan's burden by giving him these immortal goo, and letting him have no time and energy to influence Shadow Sect's movements. However, Fan Yuan needed large numbers of immortal goo to keep up his battle strength. He also had the potential and the capital to raise these immortal goo. This was completely different from when he was an immortal zombie. The 9-5 Sovereign Immortal Aperture was the most crucial reason. Chapter 1083. Feeding Immortal Goo. Most of Fan Yuan's attention was on his immortal aperture. Large numbers of light path mortal goo flew around before carrying flowing light fruits towards the sky. Piercing through layers and layers of heavens, after a long period of flying, these flowing light fruits finally reached the highest layer. Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was divided into 5 regions and 9 heavens. After considering it, Fan Yuan stored all the flowing light fruits in the highest layer. Although there are quite a few space path Dao marks, I cannot imitate land spirits and directly use space path Dao marks to teleport. After all, there is a huge difference between a goo immortal and land spirit. Land spirits are special existences formed from heavenly power merged with the goo immortal's obsession. The sovereign immortal aperture is extremely vast. It seems I will have to arrange a transportation goo formation inside to facilitate the ease of transferring resources, and to adjust the structure and the layout of the various resources. Fan Yuan's thought process was quite scattered. Right now, all the flowing light fruits had entered the highest layer of the aperture. The goo worms Fan Yuan had mobilized brought the flowing light fruits to a specific location. Poof, poof, poof. In the next moment, soft explosions went off endlessly. The flowing light fruits self-detonated one after the other. Each flowing light fruit was not big, but after self-detonation, they rapidly formed into aurora lights that filled the sky, shining with all kinds of colors, forming a beautiful sight. The essence of these flowing light fruits was condensed aurora light. The reason Fan Yuan gathered these flowing light fruits was to feed attitude goo, but why was he detonating these flowing light fruits? It was because although the quantity of these flowing light fruits was not small, it was far from enough to fill attitude goo. Attitude goo was a rank 8 immortal goo, although its duration between feeding times was extremely long. Every feeding session required an enormous amount of flowing light fruits. This was normal when feeding goo worms. Normally, the higher the rank of the goo worms, the more food they required, but the interval between each feeding session would increase greatly as well. Goo worms altogether had 9 ranks. Rank 8 was only below rank 9. The amount of food attitude goo required was naturally an enormous number. So Fan Yuan obtained these flowing light fruits in order to produce more fruits from them. He detonated 80% of these fruits. He let the remaining 20% of the fruits float to the sky, nourishing them in the vast aurora lights. As for the light path mortal goo which carried the fruits, Fan Yuan retrieved and stored them. My sect contribution points were originally not many, but who could have thought that after giving a suggestion, Langya Land Spirit himself increased my sect contribution points. And I was able to exchange for a satisfying number of these flowing light fruits. Next, I need to bring in large numbers of immortal goo, dazzling light goo, to let these aurora lights grow. Dazzling light goo could erupt with red aurora lights. To maintain their survival, Fan Yuan would need to add in their food here, which was scorching swan stones. However, neither of these were available in Langya Sect's treasury. Fan Yuan needed to wait until Treasure Yellow Heaven reopened to put this plan into action. Moreover, dazzling light goo is only the simplest method to produce aurora lights. It is not very effective. There are goo immortals in Treasure Yellow Heaven who sells flowing light fruits. I remember that among them are Visitor Kan Xia, Qing Hui Zi and Fairy Kai Xia. Maybe I can ask for guidance from them, paying an amount to purchase their insights. But whether this succeeds or not, it will depend on their decision. There was still quite a long time before attitude goo starved. Fan Yuan was planning for the future by doing this. After all, attitude goo's appetite was too huge, making prior preparations wouldn't be the least harmful. Right now, Fan Yuan's situation was still rather leisurely. Although he had gained a lot of immortal goo, it was not the time to feed most of them. And the first earthly calamity had been passed not long ago. There was still ample time before the second calamity. Fan Yuan now intended to focus on managing his immortal aperture as his main priority. I have already prepared for Attitude Gu's feeding. But Attitude Gu is not mine, there is He Lu Lan's will inside it. Right now, I know that He Lu Lan has betrayed the agreement and sided with Ying Wuxia, so some of the information path restrictions on me should have been broken as well. That means I can now refine this Attitude Gu to make it my own. Attitude Gu was the greatest harvest Fan Yuan made recently. Even Fan Yuan, when he borrowed Gu from He Lu Lan back then, had not thought there would be a day Attitude Gu would fall into his hands. But refining Attitude Gu was not a simple matter. Because Attitude Gu was not a wild immortal Gu, moreover it was rank 8 while Fan Yuan was merely a rank 6 Gu immortal. For him to forcibly refine a rank 8 immortal Gu of another person was not only incomparably difficult, it could also destroy Attitude Gu if he did not handle it properly. But I have a method which can help me refine immortal Gu of others. That Gu formation which I thought of before, I will just name it Wisdom Refinement Formation for now. Fan Yuan casually chose a name. He was not concerned about these minor details, which was why he only named the Gu formation now. Previously, he had robbed many Sword Path Immortal Gu from Immortal Zombie Bo Qing, and to refine them, he used the Light of Wisdom and Star Thoughts to deduce the Wisdom Refinement Formation. The Wisdom Refinement Formation was constructed by using the Light of Wisdom, with Woman's Heart and Unravel Mystery as the cores and large numbers of supplementary Mortal Gu. Change Soul, Sword Eyebrows, Flying Sword, Sword Escape, Wave Sword and Rank 8 Wisdom Sword were all refined by Fan Yuan with the help of the Wisdom Refinement Formation. But the issue right now was that Wisdom Gu did not acknowledge Fan Yuan, which meant he could not use Light of Wisdom, so how would he arrange the Wisdom Refinement Formation? To bring about the Light of Wisdom, Fan Yuan's soul had to be in his original body. Only then could he obtain Wisdom Gu's acknowledgement. So this issue came down to the previous point, that was Fan Yuan's immortal zombie body. The plan of refining Attitude Gu and making it completely his was set aside for the moment. Fan Yuan's next plan was to feed Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu was like Attitude Gu, it was similarly a rank 8 Immortal Gu. It was classified under Sword Path, and also under Wisdom Path. Wisdom's sword cuts the threads of love. In the past, Sword Immortal Bo Qing used this Immortal Gu to cut the Wisdom Path down marks left by Love Gu on his body, getting rid of the restrictions and regaining his freedom. He even used this to incite Spirit Affinity House's Fairy Mo Yao to rebel, using her for his own purposes. This Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu could be said to be an amazing method which helped Bo Qing to turn the tides of his situation. Right now, Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu was already refined by Fan Yuan. But it was rather difficult for Fan Yuan to use it currently. It was already very hard for Fan Yuan to use rank 7 Immortal Gu. Using Green Grape Immortal Essence to activate Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu, if compared to a situation on Earth, might be like trying to run an aircraft carrier with 2 AA batteries. Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu was a genuine rank 8 Immortal Gu, and needed rank 8 Immortal Essence to activate. One could see how outstanding Attitude Gu was from this point. Although it was also a rank 8 Immortal Gu, Attitude Gu could be activated using mental energy, and be freely used by even rank 6 Gu Immortals. It was worthy of being a legendary Immortal Gu recorded in. Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu feeds on multicolored Overlord flowers. This flower is extremely huge, each mature multicolored Overlord flower can cover an enormous surrounding range. For the flower to mature, it requires large amounts of illumination, intense sweet scents as well as pearl soil. This difficulty was very high, many times higher than flowing light fruits. Flowing light fruits were only a rank 6 immortal material, while multicolored Overlord flowers were rank 7. If Fan Yuan wanted to plant multicolored Overlord flowers on a large scale, he needed to fulfill 3 conditions: illumination, sweet scents, and pearl soil. First, illumination was quite difficult. Fan Yuan's immortal aperture had about 100 or so light path down marks, so it was filled with some light, and was not dim like his immortal zombie body's dead aperture. But this light was certainly not enough to fulfill the demands of multicolored Overlord flowers. Unless he used the aurora lights of flowing light fruits. But if he did that, his plans for flowing light fruits would be completely ruined. Light would be used up, it was consumable, especially since those aurora lights did not have any source right now. The most basic solution was to increase the number of light path down marks in the immortal aperture. Light path goo immortals with deep foundation and accumulation often had limitless illumination in their immortal aperture. But for Fan Yuan to achieve this in a short period, apart from having the earthly calamity be a light path calamity, he would have to kill light path goo immortal and absorb their down marks. The former was up to heaven's will, it could not be relied upon, while the latter was dangerous and also not reliable. Battles were hazardous and terrifying. Back then, Fan Yuan was able to kill Qi Zai because the latter had underestimated him, chasing him all the way. Fan Yuan had also used the special terrain of the 5 regional mountain range and used familiar face before he killed Qi Zai, obtaining the corpse and the soul. The first condition, illumination, was the most difficult to resolve. There were many ways to obtain the other two, sweet scents and pearl soil. Pearl soil, especially, was sold on a large scale in Treasure Yellow Heaven and was also not expensive. Of course, Langya Blessed Land did not have them. The aforementioned plans were only those for feeding Attitude Goo and Wisdom Sword Goo, and they already took up much of Fan Yuan's time and energy. Fortunately, Rank 9 Wisdom Goo's feeding was already taken care of by Langya Land's spirit. Wisdom Goo's food was Lifespan Goo. Fan Yuan did not even dare to think about it. Even he would want to take its food. The feeding plans for Attitude Goo and Wisdom Sword Goo have already been arranged. Next would be the Rank 7s, Change Soul, Sword Eyebrows, Wave Sword, Sword Escape and Calamity Beckoning. Fan Yuan had already fed Calamity Beckoning Goo with the black blood of the 6-headed snake. The 6-headed snake was a desolate beast with 6 heads. Fan Yuan had once bought the snake's corpse in Treasure Yellow Heaven, but now, for his long-term plan, he intended to move over several 6-headed snakes into his immortal aperture to breed them. As for the other Rank 7 Immortal Goo, their feeding plans required Fan Yuan to carefully arrange them. Naturally, Fan Yuan did not forget Chu Du still had his Rank 7 Flying Sword Immortal Goo. Its feeding issue was handed over to Chu Du in any case. Chu Du coveted Fan Yuan's tribulation technique. How could he let Flying Sword Immortal Goo starve? In this aspect, Chu Du could be considered to be helping out Fan Yuan and decreasing his burden. Chapter 1084. Manipulating Mortals, Plotting Against the Land Spirit. In Langya Blessed Land, the capital of Black Hair Kingdom, there was hubbub of voices. A nationwide competition was reaching its end. On the arena, the final 2 Goo masters were in an intense battle, chasing for the final throne of victory. Almost all the observing hairy men were supporting one side, because the other side was Gu Yufangjing. He was a human Goo master, so he naturally would not receive the support of the hairy men. Even the Black Hair King observing from the raised platform was frowning. He did not want to see the final winner of the first national martial contest to be a human Goo master. Would this not make his kingdom the laughing stock of the other 2 kingdoms? It would even seem like the Black Hair Kingdom's talents were declining to let a human Goo master easily obtain victory. If Fangjing won, it would no doubt seriously infringe on Black Hair Kingdom's political interests. So the Black Hair King had already planned beforehand and tampered with this battle. It has finally activated. Black Hair King suddenly felt joyous as his eyes flashed with bright lights. On the arena, Fangjing suddenly felt dizzy and almost fell down to the ground. What's happening? Fangjing paled in fright and subconsciously pushed his hands. Rumble. Surging waves rose up out of thin air and charged towards his opponent. Fangjing's opponent was a Rank 5 Fire Path Hairy Man Goo Master. Fangjing's sudden powerful attack gave this hairy man a scare. He immediately jumped to the air to avoid the wave. Under his hairy feet were 2 lantern-like flames, which could let him float for some time. But because of this, he lost the best opportunity to attack Fangjing. Fangjing was slowly recovering but still felt extreme dizziness. His condition was quite bad, but he had experienced many setbacks and tempering, so right now, he had already restrained his expression, not showing anything wrong on the outside. The wave appeared quickly and dissipated just as quickly. The hairy man Goo master also hurriedly descended. He was not a flying master, standing in the air would make him a good target. Just now, he was forced to dodge the water wave with no alternative option. Right now, he was immediately making up for it. The 2 sides confronted again. Fangjing, you have been schemed against by someone. I do not know when, but someone secretly planted a Goo worm in your soul. Fan Yuan's will revealed the truth to Fangjing. How could it be? Fangjing was shocked and furious. Fan Yuan's will sighed. This soul path Goo worm has a faint connection with that Black Hair King sitting on the platform. It seems he is the one who schemed against you. Damn it! Damn it! Fang Jing clenched his fists, finally showing a furious and hatred-filled expression. What happened? Fang Zheng's opponent was observing his expression, and suddenly seeing his expression change, he thought Fang Jing was preparing a powerful move and was immediately on complete guard. Fan Yuan's will sneered. Now do you believe me? I already told you Black Hair Kingdom's higher-ups won't let you win so easily. This martial contest has all along been a tool for those in power, although they advocate fairness on the surface. Those that truly expect it to be fair are fools. You are right. Fang Jing gritted his teeth, his eyes opened wide as if fire would burst out. But I want victory even more now. Had this enthusiasm. You are still so young, my foolish brother. Fan Yuan's will was very aware of Fang Zheng's unwillingness to give in, thinking of this secretly. Actually, the best response would be to intentionally lose to the opponent and end at second. With that, Fang Jing would not have to overwork himself, and Black Hair Kingdom's higher-ups would also be happy to accept the result. Such an outcome would not only show Black Hair Kingdom's talents to be outstanding, it would also show the king's generosity of promoting talents no matter their origins, even accepting a human Gu master. However, Fang Jing wanted to get the first position. Not only was it making it hard for himself, he was also turning other hairy men hostile to him. First or second, what's the difference? Just momentary victory or defeat, it would not be a turning point of one's life. Was it really so important? But Fan Yuan's will was happy to see this. Fang Jing was deeply prejudiced against him. Only by using constant pressure from external force could Fang Jing work together with him and be subtly influenced. And the current choice made by Fang Jing would result in an enormous obstruction, which was greatly beneficial for Fang Yuan's training plan. So, Fang Yuan's will decided to do all he could to bring about Fang Geng's wish. He spoke. I am only a will. You can only think about how to get rid of this soul path Gu worm after the battle. Right now your soul is injured and so you cannot use River Swallowing Toad anymore. After all, commanding River Swallowing Toad to battle uses up an enormous amount of your mental energy. Although you have lost this trump card, you still have hope to win. Just listen to my instructions now. Fang Jing let out a muffled snort, although he did not feel good about it. With the current situation as it was, he could only give tacit consent to the words of Fan Yuan's will. Fang Jing himself might not be aware of it. But after these days of interaction, he had indeed begun to change. Just as Fan Yuan went out of Luopa Valley, his will returned to him. After careful inspection, finding no issues with it, Fan Yuan let this will enter his mind. In his mind, countless thoughts surged like tidal waves and surrounded this will, closely interacting with each other. In just an instant, Fan Yuan learned of Fang Zheng's recent developments. Oh? Under my will's instructions, he defeated his opponent and obtained first? Doing pretty well, I see. But with this, he has caused the entire Black Hair Kingdom to lose face. Haha, interesting. Winning the competition, but losing even more, your coming days will not be so comfortable, my little brother. But this is very helpful to my re-education plan, isn't it? Moreover, I still have an arrangement left in Steel Thread City which is currently being prepared. Fan Yuan condensed another will of his. Its size was several times larger than the returned will. Re-educating Fang Jing would need the will to think, which would cause it to be consumed continuously and require replenishment from Fan Yuan frequently. Right away, Fan Yuan pointed forward with a finger. Several rank 5 Gu worms flew out and guarded this enormous will as they flew down to Black Hair Continent. When they arrived just above Black Hair Continent, this will further divided into two parts. One part flew towards Black Hair Kingdom's capital, while the other portion flew to Steel Thread City. Steel Thread City's city lord was that female hairy man who favored Fang Jing. Fan Yuan's will quietly seeped into her mind. It was easy for a Gu immortal to plot against the Gu master. The female city lord was currently processing some documents, strictly managing the affairs of the city. She did not have even the slightest awareness of Fan Yuan's will, and also did not sense her lower abdomen had slightly swollen. My hidden card has been placed. In the sky, in Cloud Cover Continent, Fan Yuan chuckled as he withdrew his gaze. This feeling of controlling the fate of mortals was indeed quite the symbol of being an immortal. The fundamental cause of it was that the strength of Gu immortals far surpassed mortals. Changing Fang Zheng's perspective has already shown slight success, moreover it is progressing smoothly. But I have yet to deduce Blood Deity Immortal Gu's recipe. The problem is still Wisdom Gu. Right now, some days had already gone by since Fan Yuan stored flowing light fruits in his immortal aperture. Fan Yuan was increasingly feeling the disadvantage of not being able to use the light of wisdom. However, the issue in his immortal zombie body was still in the process of being resolved. Fan Yuan pondered. His soul path attainment was far inferior to Shadow Sect's, but he still thought of a way he could increase his soul foundation. This was coping with the changes by sticking to the fundamental principle. If he cultivated his soul to the terrifying level of spectral soul, any soul path traps in his body would be of no use. Naturally, for Fan Yuan to cultivate to spectral soul's level was extremely far off into the future. But Fan Yuan's immortal zombie body had only gone through Ying Wuxia's hands, who was only a split soul that was far inferior to the main body. Thus, for the last few days, Fan Yuan was not only managing his immortal aperture and guiding Harry Mangu immortals, earning large numbers of Sect contribution points, he also made time to enter Luopa Valley every day to temper his soul. Afterwards, he would use Guts Gu to heal and strengthen the soul. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were indeed the two sacred lands of soul cultivation proclaimed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Not even 10 days had passed and Fan Yuan's soul foundation had already become quite deep. However, Fan Yuan was still not confident at the moment to test out the trap that might be in his immortal zombie body. Another day went by. Fan Yuan came out of Luopa Valley and saw an information path Gu worm flying towards him. Fan Yuan read it briefly. Langya Land's spirit had called for him to discuss important matters. Fan Yuan was immediately joyous, thinking to himself that it was finally here. Actually, he had also been secretly waiting for Langya Land's spirit's response. He immediately set out and not long later, he arrived at the first cloud city with the appearance of a hairy man. Langya Land's spirit greeted. "You've arrived, come sit over here." Fan Yuan had just sat down when Langya Land's spirit spoke again. "I considered your suggestion for some days, and I feel it is quite reasonable. But choosing Earth Trench is not very appropriate. You might not be aware, but currently Earth Trench is in a mess, much more activity there than in the past. Many Northern Plains Gu immortals of Righteous Path, Demonic Path, or even lone cultivators are hanging out there." Fan Yuan revealed a slightly surprised expression, and deliberately asked while knowing the reason clearly. "What is the reason?" "Because of the battle on Itian Mountain, each region's zombie alliance has now become an empty shell. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance also disappeared without a trace, inciting many doubts and probes. Zombie Alliance's members seemed to have almost all died. The probing Gu immortals became more audacious, seeing no response. Not only have they already encroached upon Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's cultivation resources, they have also invaded Earth Trench. That is where the final territory of Zombie Alliance is. According to the rumors, a Righteous Path Wisdom Path Gu immortal deduced that Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's headquarters, Dark Flow Giant City, had sunken into Earth Trench and disappeared. Langya Land's spirit replied. "So it was like that." Fan Yuan showed a look of realization. "Since that is the case, Earth Trench is now a dangerous territory. It seems my previous suggestion cannot be implemented." While saying this, Fan Yuan inwardly thought, "It seems that although Shadow Sect intentionally sacrificed Zombie Alliance, they had also left behind some defensive measures. Like Dark Flow Giant City sinking into Earth Trench. With Shadow Sect's methods, since they could make Dark Flow Giant City sink into Earth Trench, it is probably hidden very well. It will be very difficult for the Northern Plains Gu immortals to find it. Their efforts might even be in vain." Langya Land's spirit continued. "Earth Trench's situation is too complicated. We cannot meddle in it. But your suggestion is still good. I have decided to adopt it. At present, the location I have decided upon is also one of the 10 Great Fierce areas, this one." Saying this, Langya Land's spirit pointed at a part on the map. Fan Yuan's sight followed Langya Land's spirit's hairy finger to the bottom right part of Northern Plains. To the southeast of a superforce, Guan tribe, and northwest of another, Lu tribe. Fan Yuan's expression had no change, as he inwardly rejoiced. This is it. Chapter 1085. Trip to Taichio. The location pointed out by Langya Land's spirit was Taichio. Fan Yuan's true target was also Taichio. But it was not good for him to say it immediately. He could only beat about the bush, leading Langya Land's spirit to comprehend the answer himself. Taichio was one of the 10 Great Fierce areas of Northern Plains. A type of giant grass grew here. This grass was extremely large and sturdy. One stalk of grass could compare to a normal tree of 100 years in age. This giant grass grew everywhere in Taichio. The huge swathes of grass formed into a large primitive jungle. Inside the jungle lived large numbers of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, and one could even see vague indications of immemorial desolate beasts. So even Gu immortals did not dare to intrude. Even those rank 8 Gu immortals had to be careful. A slight slip-up and the disturbance could create a beast tide here. Dong Fang Chang Fan had set up his inheritance here for his possession revival plan. Later, Fang Yuan and the rest had also fought an intense battle at Taichio. This place. You should be familiar, right? Langya Land's spirit smiled at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan said, "It is indeed somewhat familiar because of Dong Fang Chang Fan's matter." Saying this, he glanced at Langya Land's spirit. The latter clearly knew of this history. "I intend to set up a teleportation Gu formation here at Taichio. What do you think?" Langya Land's spirit asked. Fang Yuan spoke with hesitation. "To speak the truth, I don't suggest setting up a Gu formation in Taichio. It is because I am slightly familiar with it that I feel we cannot do it. This is a hornet's nest, just a slight commotion can lead to a beast tide. And this beast tide won't be a simple mortal beast tide, it will comprise desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts. There is even a possibility of attracting immemorial desolate beasts. I had fought here before. But that was because Dong Fang Chang Fan had set a battle stage using an immemorial ruined bat's corpse. The immemorial desolate beast's aura deterred other desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. It was because of this that there was no beast tide. But when the tribulation struck and the immemorial desolate beast's aura was eliminated, that immemorial ruined bat's corpse was immediately split up and devoured by countless desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. We can see how terrifying Taichio is from this. If we were to set up a teleportation Gu formation in Taichio, and set it around the periphery, we might be able to travel back and forth, but our Sect's Gu immortals will also be easily sensed by other forces. While if we set the teleportation Gu formation inside the inner regions of Taichio, once a battle goes awry, the Gu immortals would not be able to escape. Even if we choose an optimal location that considers these, once the battle's scale enlarges slightly, it will lead to a beast tide which could then be sensed by humans. It is because of these reasons that superforces don't want to touch Taichio. Our Sect needs to worry about much more than them. This area is not a good choice. Fang Yuan analyzed the pros and cons of the plan, speaking with a loyal expression as if he wanted to convince Langya Land's spirit. Langya Land's spirit laughed heartily. While laughing, he patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. He laughed for a good while before speaking. "Fang Yuan, you are right. But you can be assured, tell me, what is this?" Langya Land's spirit looked like he was offering a treasure, as he handed an information path Gu worm to Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan inspected it, he pretended to have a shocked and joyous expression, stammering, This is actually such a detailed map of Taichio. This is truly a godsend at the most crucial moment. No, our Sect's foundation is actually that deep. If I had not seen this personally, I might not have believed it." Good kid, has your vision expanded?" Langya Land's spirit laughed brightly, as he jumped and waved his hands. "Amazing, amazing!" Fang Yuan gave a thumbs up, expressing in a sincere way. Langya Land's spirit excitedly explained. "In the past, to acquire immortal materials from Taichio, my main body made repeated trips there, and after combining his experiences with others' deductions, he got this Taichio map. So it was like that." Fang Yuan looked like he was enlightened. In truth, he was already aware of it. This intel was a small part of what he obtained from the transactions with Shadow Sect. This Taichio map allowed Fang Yuan to plan and intentionally mention Earth Trench, while he was in fact luring Langya Land's spirit's attention to this place. Langya Land's spirit pointed at the information path Gu worm in Fang Yuan's hand. "This map not only records all the topography of Taichio, it also records the distribution of the various beast groups. But there is a huge flaw. This map was created a long time ago. There will definitely be many changes in Taichio after all these years." "First Supreme Elder is right. I also have this worry," Fang Yuan quickly confirmed. Langya Land's spirit continued. "Aren't you familiar with this place? You are also a human Gu immortal with changed form immortal Gu to boot. I intend to send you there with this map." Langya Land's spirit had yet to finish speaking when Fang Yuan stood up straight and spoke without hesitation. "First Supreme Elder only needs to give me the command, being able to work for the Sect, and in such an important matter at that. This is my honor." Langya Land's spirit laughed heartily, patting Fang Yuan's shoulder, indicating him to be seated. "Fang Yuan, you are good, I didn't misjudge you. Rest assured, the Sect absolutely won't treat you unfairly. On your trip, act according to the circumstances. The main matter is to inspect Taichio's terrain and improve this Taichio map. If you get the opportunity, you should set up the basic form of the teleportation goo formation at a suitable location. There are 3 locations on the map. These 3 locations mark the areas of the corpses of immemorial desolate beasts. Prioritize in inspecting these 3 locations. If you can set up a teleportation goo formation in one of them, that would be great. Naturally, you need to take care of yourself and move about secretly. Even if you are discovered by humans, never disclose the existence of our sect. Langya Land's spirit repeatedly reminded. Fan Yuan quickly nodded, even patting his chest in assurance. First Supreme Elder, you can rest at ease. I will make some preparations and set off immediately. Good, good. Langya Land's spirit laughed loudly, extremely pleased with Fan Yuan. Actually, there was not much to prepare. Langya Blessed Land's foundation was deep. Fan Yuan was rather at ease placing Luopa Valley, Danghun Mountain and Wisdom Gu here. Even if there was the spy from Shadow Sect, it would not hamper this situation. The disturbance Sixth Heir could create was small, adding on that Shadow Sect was already barely able to take care of itself, it would not dare to invade Langya Blessed Land. As for Heavenly Court, even if they discovered Langya Blessed Land, what would they do? During the 5 Regions Chaotic War, Heavenly Court attacked Langya Blessed Land and a few times at that. In the end, Feng Jiugu was killed off before they were able to conquer Langya Blessed Land. Even more importantly, at present, the regional wall still existed in the 5 regions. Inspecting his immortal goo once again, Fan Yuan decided to carry almost all of these immortal goo with him. As for his immortal zombie body, he also brought it with him. His sovereign immortal aperture had enough space to carry them all. Speaking of which, his immortal zombie body was quite a problem, and the spring-autumn cicada inside was even more of a problem. Spring-autumn cicada was currently sealed by some unknown methods. It was unable to absorb the water of the river of time, and could only bear its hunger passively, gradually falling towards the abyss of destruction. Not only this, spring-autumn cicada still had Heaven's will in it. Fan Yuan already knew about this from the transaction. He also knew of much precious information regarding Heaven's will. These were huge gains. I have the sovereign immortal aperture, which is a small world independent of the outside world. But right now, I am carrying spring-autumn cicada and large numbers of snow monsters filled with Heaven's will. There will definitely be obstructions when I go to Taichio. Just like when I was hurrying back from southern border, I met the cloud beasts, was pursued by Qi Zai and so on. Fan Yuan understood this clearly. He was no longer ignorant regarding Heaven's will, instead, he knew a lot. Heaven's will was not omnipotent, Heaven's will had its own restrictions. After understanding Heaven's will, the threat of Heaven's will decreased immensely. After all, an unknown enemy was the most troublesome. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The first earthly calamities might had sharply increased. Fan Yuan knew that was Heaven's will trying to eradicate him. But he underwent tribulation in the northern icy plain which unknowingly had helped him a lot. The reason was, a large portion of the earthly calamity had been influenced by reckless savages' true meaning, taking over the role of Heaven's will, forming into iron crown eagles, ruined bats and so on. Only the snow monsters were formed from Heaven's will. Their bodies held purely Heaven's will, they would not rest until they eradicated Fan Yuan. The influence of reckless savages' true meaning had weakened the dangers of the snow monsters by a large degree. Currently, these snow monsters were still in Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. Each of them held Heaven's will, like spring-autumn cicada. When Fan Yuan went outside, he would be as clear as a torch in the darkness to Heaven's will's perception. Heaven's will cannot make a move by itself, unless it is during calamities or tribulations. When I go out now, Heaven's will would definitely influence others to kill me. I will deal with whatever it sends when the time comes. Bright light flashed. In the central region of Dragon Elephant Plain, a young-looking Gu immortal appeared out of thin air. He wore snow-white clothes, his face looked mild like jade, his dark hair reached down to his waist, and he had a pair of dark eyes which seemed to have unfathomable depths. He was Gu Fan Yuan. I am out. Fan Yuan took a deep breath, and immediately activated defensive Gu worms and investigative Gu worms. Many types of investigative methods were activated together. His gaze scanned all directions, and his perception covered everything within 10,000 steps. It was temporarily safe. Ever since Langya Blessed Land migrated from Crescent Lake, its exact location was only known by Langya Land's spirit. This was among the greatest secrets of Langya Blessed Land, the land spirit would not tell anyone. But he had also arranged several teleportation goo formations outside, facilitating transportation between the inside and the outside world. This response was much wiser than the previous Langya Land spirit. One of Langya Blessed Land's teleportation goo formations was set up at Fengbo Cliff. Now, Fan Yuan learned of the location of a second teleportation goo formation. It was this place, Northern Plains Dragon Elephant Plain. I need to get a move on. It is not safe to stay for long at this place. At Fan Yuan's will, goo worms started to fly inside his immortal aperture. His figure shot upwards like an arrow. His field of vision immediately expanded, and as he looked below him, Dragon Elephant Plain's terrain entered his vision. Dragon Elephant Plain had a flat terrain and an extraordinary majesty to it. There was plenty of water and lush vegetation. Dragon elephant groups were scattered everywhere. This was a famous habitat of dragon elephants in Northern Plains, and was under the control of a nearby superforce. Grand rivers and hills, such a beautiful sight. Fan Yuan praised before hiding his figure and flying away. Chapter 1086. Speed! A few minutes later, Fan Yuan had already left Dragon Elephant Plain. He saw a huge field of clouds in front of him. Fan Yuan subconsciously slowed down. He was very cautious of white clouds now, ever since he encountered those pesky cloud beasts in southern border. Learning from experience, Fan Yuan became very wary of large areas of clouds. After inspecting them, Fan Yuan relaxed. The clouds had no problems. He flew into them. His vision was covered by the thick white clouds. But it was all right. Fan Yuan had investigative methods to use. Be it hearing or sound waves, or even using his consciousness, he could fly freely inside the clouds without feeling like a lost insect. Goo immortals had access to most mortal methods. They could deal with many situations. Fan Yuan's speed fell. He stopped all movement. Next, thoughts flickered in his mind as he activated countless goo worms in his immortal aperture. Large numbers of mortal goo moved like a storm, creating a huge, bloody tornado in the sovereign immortal aperture. The core immortal goo flew up next. Rank 6 blood asset immortal goo. It descended like a ruler with imposing aura. The rest of the mortal goo were assistants, creating the immortal killer move that Fan Yuan was activating, Blood Torrent. Blood-red light rushed out of Fan Yuan's body, before turning into liquid, forming a river of bloody water. The blood carried Fan Yuan and tore through the clouds, moving forward rapidly. The speed was so fast, completely at a different level to before. Earlier, when Fan Yuan left Dragon Elephant Plain, that place was within a Righteous Path Superforce's territory. He did not use an immortal killer move. Because most immortal killer moves would leak strong aura from them, attention would be drawn to him. Thus, Fan Yuan only used mortal killer moves when leaving Dragon Elephant Plain. But now, after leaving it, he could finally use an immortal killer move. His speed rose sharply. He moved ahead rapidly. A long bloody trail was drawn out, but it was concealed by the thick clouds. It could not be seen from the outside. This was the advantage of flying in the clouds. If not for the cloud cover, Fan Yuan could only conceal his tracks. Openly flying like this was too attention-grabbing. In a short moment, this huge area of clouds was pierced through by Fan Yuan. He had already traveled past an enormous distance. Outside of the cloud layer, Fan Yuan stopped using Blood Torrent. During this time period, Blood Path demonic immortals could not display themselves. They had to be concealed. Blood Path was a target of attack from all over. Fan Yuan did not want to attract trouble due to Blood Path, especially when Heaven's Will was locked onto him. Unless I can modify Blood Torrent and prevent others from sensing its Blood Path nature. Fan Yuan had a thought. Actually, he had already modified Blood Torrent again. While cultivating in Langya Blessed Land, Fan Yuan had been practicing his Blood Path killer moves and Strength Path killer moves. One day, Fan Yuan had an inspiration when practicing. He modified Blood Torrent. Originally, when using Blood Torrent, hundreds of mortal goo would appear around Fan Yuan, flying around in a big circle. After modification, these mortal goo flew in a spiral in his immortal aperture. This was a small change, but it fixed one of its major flaws. Flying around the goo immortal meant it could be easily attacked and destroyed, but being in the immortal aperture was safe. Just this alone showed great improvement. But Blood Torrent was still very eye-catching. When flying in the sky, it created a long river of blood. Anyone would notice it. It would even emit a strong and foul bloody smell that would make one puke. If these flaws were not fixed, Blood Torrent could not be widely used. If the light of wisdom could be used, these modifications could be done overnight. But Fang Yuan was unsure of the safety of the immortal zombie body at this time. It was fine with clouds covering it, but without clouds, Fang Yuan would not use Blood Torrent. He activated Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Rank 7 Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan flew forward like a sword. Compared to Blood Torrent, he was even faster now. Just Sword Escape Immortal Goo alone surpassed the rank 6 Blood Path killer move. Even though with his cultivation level, using Sword Escape Immortal Goo with Green Grape Immortal Essence was not worth it, Fang Yuan was very firm on doing this. The biggest factor of this trip was speed. Speed! Speed! He had to move quickly. It was because of Heaven's will. Heaven's will follows the way of heaven, taking away surpluses while replenishing deficits. It treats me as an eyesore. But the way of heaven has its own rules and regulations. Heaven's will has to follow certain rules and is limited to an extent. Heaven's will cannot act casually, it can only attack me directly during calamities and tribulations. Normally, Heaven's will can only engineer situations and circumstances to kill me. How can Heaven's will create such situations? By affecting the living beings of this world. Like in the past, when Fang Yuan was in Imperial Court Blessed Land, he was affected by Mo Yao's fake will. Heaven's will was vast and omnipresent, it could affect other life forms. This influence was on the subconscious level, it was very situational. In most situations, decisions were made in an instant. Heaven's will could influence countless life forms, and countless decisions that they make, through many subtle influences, these life forms could gather together into a force that would be fatal. But this way, to influence others and set up fatal traps, time was needed. Therefore, Fang Yuan emphasized on speed. The faster he was, the less time Heaven's will had to influence other life forms and create situations to deal with him. During the journey from southern border to northern plains, Fang Yuan did not know this. He also lacked movement methods, especially at the start. It gave Heaven's will a lot of time to set things up. Now that Fang Yuan knew Heaven's will's weaknesses, he naturally made use of them. This was an effective method that Shadow Sect used against Heaven's will. Shadow Sect followed a key principle, accumulating in secret, striking at once like a volcano, moving as fast as lightning, achieving one's goal. Fang Yuan learned fully from this. To deal with Heaven's will, Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul are the best role model. They are my enemies, but these enemies have aspects in which they are superior to me. I naturally must abandon bias and learn from them. And I have a huge advantage compared to Shadow Sect. I am a complete otherworldly demon. Shadow Sect members have to think about themselves when acting and use self-will to cleanse themselves from Heaven's will's hidden influence. But I do not need to. As a complete otherworldly demon, Heaven's will cannot influence me. To guard against Heaven's will, Fang Yuan used Sword Escape, disregarding the intense immortal essence consumption. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had preserved most of his accumulated cultivation resources. He was raking in money daily, it could be said he was very affluent. Even though he needed to build and manage his own immortal aperture, most of his plans had not started yet. Treasure Yellow Heaven was closed now, the things he could get from Langya Sect's inventory were limited. Fang Yuan tore through the sky, bursting with a sharp sound along the way. He seemed to have turned into a flying sword, roaming the desolate plains with peerless sharpness. Suddenly there was a growl filled with pain and fear. An ancient desolate beast was escaping for its life. A wild rank 7 immortal goo was chasing it. The two entered Fang Yuan's vision. In front was a horned 6-winged Pegasus, while the wild immortal goo behind was a dragon centipede. A 4-winged Pegasus was a beast emperor, while a 6-winged Pegasus was a desolate beast. One with a horn on its forehead and 6 wings on its back was an ancient desolate beast. And this dragon centipede was 7 li long. It has a centipede body and a dragon head. There were countless legs split across the two sides of its body, moving continuously. It had a hard bronze shell. Under the light of the sun, shining and dazzling golden color could be seen. It was very bold and grand looking. Some wild immortal goo lived in desolate beasts and desolate plants, absorbing their nutrients, living in coexistence while treating them as food. But this was only the majority of cases. The dragon centipede was a fierce and savage wild immortal goo. It directly captured desolate beasts and desolate plants, treating them as prey, surviving through hunting. This was the only dragon centipede immortal goo in the world. It was rank 7. It was capturing ancient desolate beasts and desolate plants to fill its stomach. Fang Yuan was flying straight ahead. This pair appeared right in front of him, blocking his path. Something happened after all. Fang Yuan snickered internally. Last time was a cloud beast group, this time, it was a horned six-winged Pegasus and the wild dragon's centipede Immortal Goo. Wild Immortal Goo had low intelligence. Even though they had their own will, they were easily influenced by Heaven's will. The horned six-winged Pegasus was an ancient desolate beast. Beasts like horses mostly had higher intelligence. It was harder for Heaven's will to influence them. But now, it was escaping and moving without thinking. Heaven's will only needed to influence it slightly to change the direction that the horned six-winged Pegasus was escaping. These two were here to block Fan Yuan's path. The Pegasus was escaping for its life. It would try its best to crush all obstacles ahead. And the dragon centipede's gaze was also on Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's Goo Immortal aura was apparent. He was a rank 6 Goo Immortal. His aura was much weaker than the horned six-winged Pegasus. But his sword path aura was also strong, coming from the rank 7 sword escape Immortal Goo. This attracted the dragon centipede more. Because the dragon centipede was full of sword path down marks as well. Its countless limbs contained sword path down marks, allowing it to carry tens of thousands of swords with it. Once it coiled around its prey, these sharp swords would attack from all directions, creating bloody holes in the ancient desolate beast. It was very fierce. Fan Yuan's reaction was at lightning speed. He instantly stored sword escape Immortal Goo. The aura vanished instantly. The dragon centipede was confused, but its focus was still on him. After all, in its long life of hunting, it had encountered many prey which could conceal its aura. Fan Yuan's body shook, as countless figures appeared. Convergence of enslavement and strength path, immortal killer move, myriad self. In the earlier transactions, Fan Yuan had obtained many strength path Immortal Goo. His strongest method from back then had returned. Even though he did not have cleansed soul Immortal Goo, Fan Yuan used other mortal goo to replace it. Myriad self's power fell, but at this moment, it was very useful in confusing his enemies. Countless Fa Yuans flew around the place, like a school of fish swimming in the sea, scattering around after encountering a huge whale. The dragon centipede was even more confused now. Its speed fell for a moment. Next, its 7 li long body attacked like a whip. Boom boom boom. Countless strength path phantoms of Fan Yuan were destroyed. The horned six-winged Pegasus also crushed many of Fan Yuan's phantoms, as it rapidly escaped. The dragon centipede saw that the Pegasus was escaping. Its attention was focused on it once more. The two escaped and chased, quickly getting out of Fan Yuan's vision. Fan Yuan lightly let out a breath of air. His true body descended. With a thought, countless Fan Yuan phantoms dissipated at once. Move! Fan Yuan activated sword escape again, flying into the sky, leaving. Chapter 1087. A goat explores Taichio. Fan Yuan traveled day and night without rest. When seeing thick cloud cover, he used Blood Torrent. Most of the time, he used sword escape Immortal Goo. He passed several dangerous areas along the way. There were also lone Goo immortals or super forces around. Fan Yuan did not dare to use Immortal Goo openly. He used mortal killer moves. His strategy was correct. After the horned six-winged Pegasus and wild dragon centipede, no other unexpected surprises occurred. Heaven's will needed time to lay out traps. On the other hand, there was a limit for Heaven's will's influence on other life forms. Like the influence on the horned six-winged Pegasus and wild dragon centipede, Heaven's will could not order either of them to attack Fan Yuan. Heaven's will's influence was based off situational decisions. Fan Yuan's speed was very fast. Heaven's will could not create obstacles in time. Heaven's will could think and plot. This was because of star constellation Immortal Venerable. According to the intel provided by Shadow Sect, before star constellation Immortal Venerable, Heaven's will was much easier to deal with. But after her, Heaven's will became much more crafty. Thus, Fan Yuan was not purely flying straight ahead. He curved and took detours, moving forward in arcs. If he moved straight, his route would be easily deduced by Heaven's will. It would lay out dangers along the way and wait for Fan Yuan to fall in. In fact, Heaven's will might even deduce that Fan Yuan's true destination was Taichio and set up arrangements there. That would be dangerous. Not only would Fan Yuan be unable to complete the Sect mission, his life would be in danger. However, with Fan Yuan's fast advancement, Heaven's will could not stop him. Of course, Fan Yuan would not purposely backtrack. If Heaven's will formed an arrangement that was behind him, he would be going into a trap that he had already evaded. That would be stupid. This way, his route was very far. The total length of his journey was extended multiple times. However, in the end, Fan Yuan's speed was still very fast. Thus, 3 days after encountering the wild dragon centipede immortal Gu, along the horizon, Taichio entered Fan Yuan's vision. Taichio was in sight. A vast amount of ordinary grass formed a huge yellow plain. Taichio's appearance was like a jade-green tower standing tall in a thick forest. In this yellow plain, it was very eye-catching. As Fan Yuan got closer, the green Taichio expanded in the horizon, becoming bigger in Fan Yuan's field of vision. It was like dye that was spreading rapidly on paper. Eventually, Taichio filled Fan Yuan's vision completely. A vast amount of giant grass covered this area, figures of beasts were roaming inside, tigers were roaring as wolves howled, there was a stream of continuous noise. Far and wide, it was a grand scene of the wilderness. At this moment, there was no point for Fan Yuan to hide it from heaven's will. His speed became slower, he stopped using immortal Gu, directly entering Taichio. Compared to the giant grass, he was tiny. Compared to the entirety of Taichio, he was like a fly that had entered a palace. The lush giant grass blocked out the sky. The entirety of Taichio was concealing an unknown number of fierce beasts and mutated plants. There was a commotion ahead, it seemed like a beast tide was about to form. Fan Yuan smiled coldly, activating Dark Limit Immortal Gu. Immortal Gu Dark Limit. It could conceal aura and hide from others to prevent deductions, it could also hide one from heaven's will to a degree. Change form Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan turned into a coiling mountain goat, entering Taichio. The commotion ahead slowly faded. If heaven's will could feel emotions, it must be shocked and furious now. Fan Yuan smiled, before shaking his head and sighing. Unfortunately, heaven's will has no emotions. Dark Limit Immortal Gu helped Fan Yuan greatly. Back then, when He Lu Lan was still immortal, she relied on this immortal Gu to conceal her great strength true martial physique aura, thus surviving. Why did the calamities and tribulations of the 10 extreme physiques surpass ordinary people? Because heaven's will takes away surpluses while replenishing deficits, it did not want an existence like one of the 10 extreme physique to upset the balance of the world. Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture surpassed the 10 extreme physiques. The power of his calamities and tribulations were much greater than the 10 extreme physiques. Even Dark Limit Immortal Gu had limited effect. Fan Yuan suddenly thought. Fairy Jiangyu was a member of Shadow Sect, to resist heaven's will. Shadow Sect definitely had many tools such as Dark Limit Immortal Gu. If Yingwu Xie can escape from this predicament, and make use of Shadow Sect's remnant forces, his future might be unhindered, he would have an easier time ahead. He had turned into a coiling mountain goat. This was a common desolate beast in Taichio, even though he was in disguise he blended in perfectly. Unlike his Gu immortal body, which was completely different and eye-catching in Taichio. Soon, he encountered a desolate beast. A golden sand dark stallion. This was a huge horse. Its body was larger than the coiling mountain goat that Fan Yuan became. It has bulging muscles and strong bones, its skin was dark gold, it had 6 hooves that were dark and deep. The golden sand dark stallion was eating grass. Sensing the coiling mountain goat that Fan Yuan had turned into, the golden sand dark stallion raised its head, observing this uninvited guest. Desolate beasts had their respective territories. The coiling mountain goat had invaded the golden sand dark stallion's territory. But the golden sand dark stallion did not eat meat, it also had a calm temperament. The coiling mountain goat was also a herbivore. The golden sand dark stallion subconsciously felt that the coiling mountain goat had no threat. But it was still very alert. It stared at Fan Yuan until he went far away from it, before lowering its head to eat grass again. Fan Yuan chose to become a coiling mountain goat. He had considered it deeply. Actually, in northern plains, there were lots of wolf desolate beasts. But if he became a desolate beast wolf, he would face an intense reaction from the golden sand dark stallion. Getting past the golden sand dark stallion, Fan Yuan continued to move forward. He had already memorized the map of Taichio. Even in the case that he could not remember something, he had it copied in many information path Gu worms in his immortal aperture. The first location is in the southeast direction. Fan Yuan looked around. But the giant grass became taller and taller. The giant grass in the periphery were tall as trees, but as he went in, the giant grass became as tall as towers. The giant grass in the center of Taichio were as tall as hills or mountains. The coiling mountain goat's body was not small, but as Fan Yuan went deeper, the surrounding giant grass became taller and thicker. The coiling mountain goat looked smaller and petite. Along the way, Fan Yuan encountered many desolate beasts. These desolate beasts were either in groups or alone. Most of them were herbivores, but there were some carnivores as well. Fan Yuan made use of his mind. His intelligence far surpassed desolate beasts. Thus, after some hurdles, he managed to get through them. Ba ba ba. The cries of goats entered Fan Yuan's ears. In the grass ahead, there was a huge group of coiling mountain goats. Fan Yuan sighed in his mind. It seems that I am deep into Taichio already. This is the first large group of desolate beasts I've seen. This goat group had about 100 of them together. Some were eating grass, some were lying on the ground sunbathing, while some young ones were playing around. Fan Yuan entered their field of vision. The wild coiling mountain goats looked at him. This was the first time they were seeing this unknown goat. Fan Yuan moved carefully. Even though he had changed form immortal goo, there was a hidden threat. If one of the goats in this group had a wild investigative immortal goo, and could see through Fan Yuan's concealment, it would be a disaster. To play safe, Fan Yuan secretly activated attitude goo. Immediately, the goat group felt Fan Yuan's attitude and looked at him with warmer gazes. Fan Yuan took a few steps forward. There were several young desolate beast coiling mountain goats that ran to him, observing him with huge curious eyes. 2 of them were running around Fan Yuan, jumping around. Fan Yuan walked away from them safely, leaving the goat group. The young coiling mountain goats moved with him for a while. As he got away from the goats, they were called back by their parents and returned. Fan Yuan sighed as he felt some pity. If he could bring 2 or 3 of these younglings with him, and raise them inside the sovereign immortal aperture, that would be great. Regretfully, he did not have a chance to do so. Leaving the territory of the coiling mountain goats, Fan Yuan was very close to the first location indicated on the map already. He was not careless, he inspected himself. Dark Limit Immortal Goo's power of concealment is weakening, but it can still last for some time. Fan Yuan had an accurate assessment. After activating Dark Limit Immortal Goo once, it needed to rest for some time before Fan Yuan could use it again. Its power was left behind in Fan Yuan, concealing his aura. But as time passed, or due to other forces, the concealment would weaken. And depending on the target, the protection effect varied. For example, it had been more effective on He Lu Lan when she was immortal. If used on Dark Path Goo Immortals, the effect would be lower. If used on Goo Immortals of other paths, the effect would be even worse. Thankfully, Fan Yuan's Dao marks did not conflict, otherwise, the effect would be horrible. In conclusion, Fan Yuan had to complete his mission while Dark Limit Immortal Goo's power was still concealing him. Otherwise, after the concealment fades, Heavens would focus on him, and the countless desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts would attack Fan Yuan together. The situation would be dire. After a moment, Fan Yuan got close to the first location. Before reaching, Fan Yuan already knew that the location had completely changed. Because the map indicated that there was the corpse of an immemorial desolate beast, a Qi Grand Lion, here. What guarded the corpse was a group of Qi Grand Lions. They were a mix of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. But the hill-like corpse was gone. There were no Qi Grand Lions either. Fan Yuan used his investigative killer moves and heard some faint wolf howls. Fan Yuan's heart sank. Desolate beasts, black blood wolves! And this scale? At least 30 of them. A group of desolate beast wolves. Even though the size was not large, they are fierce carnivores. The territory of wolves was larger. Fan Yuan did not need to observe them from close by, he just needed to use mortal investigative methods and hearing to get a lot of information. This was the intelligence of humans. Within this group of desolate beast wolves, there might be wild immortal goo, but they could not be activated at will. Compared to goo immortals who controlled immortal goo, it was a different story. Fan Yuan thought to himself. The first location has changed. Be it the immemorial desolate beast level Qi Grand Lion's corpse, those desolate beasts, or the ancient desolate beast Qi Grand Lions, they have all vanished for some reason. 300,000 years later, a small group of black blood wolves are occupying this place. Fan Yuan did not hesitate, he gave up on this place. He took a detour past the wolf group's territory, heading to the second destination. Chapter 1088. A monkey achieves success. One day later, Taichio. This place. Fan Yuan's hands were holding onto a giant strand of grass that was hundreds of meters tall. He climbed upon it and looked afar. There was a trunk of a huge tree ahead, resembling a giant ship that was washed ashore. But the tree only had part of its trunk left. It was dark and in ruins. It seemed to have been hit by lightning. Fan Yuan's appearance had also changed greatly. He had turned into a monkey. A fire-swallowing monkey. An ancient desolate beast. Even though he was not big, he was not to be trifled with. Fan Yuan had stopped using the coiling mountain goat's appearance. The coiling mountain goat could not enter deep into Taichio. This was a place where ancient desolate beasts roamed. Fire-swallowing monkey was a special case. It was strong, but only ate fire, thus it roamed around the place. It did not compete with other desolate beasts for food. It was a suitable disguise for Fan Yuan. Without becoming a fire-swallowing monkey, Fan Yuan could not move in here. Thousand Snakes Haze Tree. Fan Yuan looked into the distance as he muttered. This was the third destination on the Taichio map. The first location was occupied by a group of desolate beasts, black blood wolves. The second area was empty. It was a region between two carnivorous groups. Fan Yuan's current location was the final one marked on the map. There was once a Thousand Snakes Haze Tree here. This tree was like a mountain, occupying a huge area. It was immemorial level, with 70,770 branches. The branches were like long snakes. At the tips of the branches there were snake heads. The roots of this tree was deeply buried in the earth. They were thousands of meters long. It ate passing desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts as food. When hunting, the tens of thousands of branches would dance around, moving like slithering snakes, coiling around the prey and strangling them to death, before sucking up their blood to survive. For the longest time, the countless life forms that died under the tree rotted and piled into a mountain. Their grudge was overwhelming. The place was filled with a dark aura. Positive and negative energy are drawn to each other. Whenever there was a storm, grand heavenly lightning would strike on the Thousand Snakes Haze Tree. It was fine if it were ordinary storms, but if it was unlucky and met with an extraordinary heavenly lightning bolt, the result would be disastrous. The Thousand Snakes Haze Tree had no natural enemies. It was at immemorial desolate beast level. It dominated its territory. It might have attracted the attention of heaven's will, resulting in lightning strikes. In any case, 300,000 years ago, there was a huge fire in Taichio. This Thousand Snakes Haze Tree was burned and resembled an erupting volcano. It lit the sky of the surroundings, for months without ceasing. But this Thousand Snakes Haze Tree isn't dead yet. There was a dark and wary gaze in Fan Yuan's eyes. When Long-Hair Ancestor was alive, he left this Taichio map behind. It was 300,000 years old. This Thousand Snakes Haze Tree had lived for 300,000 years. It was not dead yet. There was still signs of life in it. Man is the spirit of all living beings, but our vitality, lifespan, body, and soul are far inferior to other beings. This Thousand Snakes Haze Tree has the strongest vitality. It is still alive even after the lightning and fires. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart. Right now, the Thousand Snakes Haze Tree was completely lying on the ground. More than half of its tree trunk was rotten. A few li remained. The complete Thousand Snakes Haze Tree was taller than a mountain if it was upright. The attacking range of its branches and vines covered an enormous surrounding area. Fan Yuan could acutely sense that on this segment of the Thousand Snakes Haze Tree, dozens of branches were still alive. They were like pythons, coiling and moving around slowly. If any prey entered their range, they would strike swiftly, killing the prey. Even though the Thousand Snakes Haze Tree was in a sad state, it was still an immemorial desolate plant. It was easy to kill ancient desolate beasts and desolate beast groups. Fan Yuan observed for a while and discovered something new. Fortune and disaster really comes together. The complete Thousand Snakes Haze Tree killed many life forms and created a mountain of corpses, causing the lightning to strike it. But this Thousand Snakes Haze Tree only has this tiny segment left. It can only hunt a limited number of prey. Chi and grudge are not accumulated here, thus no lightning struck it again. That was the reason why this Thousand Snakes Haze Tree was still around in the world. But Fan Yuan frowned gradually. He took a huge risk in coming to Taichio. It was to find a suitable location to set up the transportation goo formation. There were 3 locations indicated in Taichio for Fan Yuan to visit. The first 2 were gone, and the third was unsuitable. Because the Thousand Snakes Haze Tree was still alive. This was an immemorial desolate plant. It had incredible battle strength, rivaling rank 8 goo immortals. Even if it were the weakest of all rank 8 beings, Fan Yuan could not defeat it. This was a huge problem for Langya Sect's plan. If they fought here, a beast tide might happen. That means I completed part of my mission and failed a part. Even though I made Taichio's map more accurate and eliminated 3 locations, I did not find a location that suited Langya Sect in setting up the transportation goo formation. It can't be helped. Dark Limit Immortal Goo's power is weakening. I should leave first. I will return to explore Taichio again another time. Fan Yuan sighed internally. If he could succeed this time, that would be best. After all, Fan Yuan's recent situation was not bad, he had no immediate internal or external threats. If he did not succeed by the next time, Fan Yuan would not have much time or energy to spare. He was very busy. Managing an immortal aperture was a huge job. He also had his own cultivation to worry about. He had to settle his immortal zombie body's problem, as well as turn Fang Zheng's mindset. It could not be helped. Most things in life did not go according to one's wishes. Fan Yuan slowly left. He chose the direction closest to the exit and took his leave. But the problem was, after Fan Yuan moved for a while, he discovered some peculiarities. First, 2 ancient desolate beasts were fighting, causing a huge commotion. Next, 3 desolate beast groups were also facing each other. They were about to erupt into battle. And unfortunately, these 3 desolate beast groups were blocking Fan Yuan's path. These all point to the occurrence of a beast tide. So that's it. The protection of dark limit immortal goo on my body has weakened to this degree? Even though Heaven's will cannot detect my location, it already known the general location. Thus, it is creating a beast tide to wreak havoc Taichio. It wants to use this chance to expose me. That's right, I have spring-autumn cicada and large numbers of snow monsters with me, they all have Heaven's will. Even though they are restricted inside my immortal aperture, the Heaven's will inside can resonate with the parts in the outside world. Fan Yuan frowned even deeper. He had somewhat underestimated Heaven's will's power. Logically speaking, any immortal aperture world, be it a blessed land or grotto heaven, was independent. They had nothing to do with the world of the 5 regions. Heaven's will could not interfere in these small worlds. But now Fan Yuan knew, if Heaven's will existed in these small worlds, then it could cause a resonance with the Heaven's will in the outside world, collaborating with one another. Using Heaven's will's connection, and with dark limit immortal goo's weakening, even though Heaven's will could not find Fan Yuan's location, it could create a huge beast tide that could seek out Fan Yuan, before eliminating him mercilessly. Experiments lead to the truth. Or maybe, the intel provided by Shadow Sect regarding Heaven's will was not complete. I cannot stay here. Fan Yuan thought as he moved. He stretched out his monkey arms, jumping on giant grass strands, moving away from the beast groups, evading Heaven's will's trap. But he was bound to fail. It was too late. The 2 ancient desolate beasts fought, and went towards the beast groups that were in conflict. A huge chaotic battle started as a result. The impact of the chaotic battle affected the surroundings, triggering even more chaos. As the havoc grew, a beast tide formed, rampaging towards Fan Yuan. The beast tide was terrifying. Be it desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts, they were in a frenzied state. They were in a berserk state, only listening to their survival instincts, as they growled frenziedly, roaring. Prey began to attack the predator. Many beast groups that had lived together were now broken apart. There was no order left. Large numbers of desolate beasts scattered in fear. A strong force was forming. This force brought along other fierce beasts. Even if they were unwilling to, they could not help themselves. A moment later, this force became stronger and stronger. It was like an unstoppable flood, sweeping everything. Anything that stood before this force, be it desolate beast or ancient desolate beast, was decimated. Fan Yuan felt like he was a small plank floating on top of raging waters. He could not help himself, he could only move forward along with the beast tide. He had to continue his disguise. If he was exposed, Heaven's will would overwhelm him using the beast tide. By then, even if he had unlimited immortal essence, and a large number of immortal goo with him, he would die without an intact corpse. He was only a rank 6 goo immortal who had passed one earthly calamity. Even though Fan Yuan had changed form and attitude goo, and even familiar face, simply disguising himself was not enough. Dark limit immortal goo's power was fading. By some point, Fan Yuan would be exposed to Heaven's will. He could not expose himself, that was courting death. But he could not stay hidden forever, that was waiting for death. Fan Yuan was in deep danger. He could not find any solutions for the moment. Maybe I can take a risk for a chance of survival. He suddenly had a thought. If there was no other choice, he could only do this. Entrusting his hope in blood torrent and sword escape immortal goo. But this was deep inside Taichio. Desolate beasts were everywhere, and ancient desolate beasts were also high in number. Heaven's will had too many options. It could choose and influence them. It could block Fan Yuan easily. At this time, the beast tide suddenly changed directions. It was moving forward before, but now, it turned at an angle. This is? Fan Yuan looked ahead, joy was showing in his round monkey eyes. He looked at the mountain-like red corpse in front. There were still buds of blue flames burning on the bones, the heat was concealed and there was no warmth at all, but Fan Yuan felt a deep sense of danger. This was an immemorial desolate beast's corpse. It seemed to have just died, the immemorial aura was overwhelming, even the beast tide avoided it subconsciously. Truly a surprise when I least expected it. Hope is just around the corner. At this moment, Fan Yuan really wanted to laugh loudly. Chapter 1089. Formation Path Great Grandmaster. Fly. The fire-swallowing monkey's body moved agilely in the air. It jumped up and flew away from the beast tied under the concealment of smoke and dust, getting close to the immemorial desolate beast's corpse. From the appearance, it resembled an elephant corpse. Tattered gray-blue elephant skin hung over flesh and blood that had dried and rotted. Its white skeleton formed a rack, and with the skin, a giant tent was made. This was a half-collapsed tent. There was an intense aura from within it. When this immemorial desolate beast was still alive, it must have undergone a fierce battle. Fan Yuan had a question in his mind. What could have killed this immemorial desolate beast? He was currently very close to the center of Taichio. This was one of the 10 great fierce areas in northern plains. It was very dangerous, and its contents were unknown. The immemorial desolate beast hidden in it made even super forces feel headache. After all, immemorial desolate beasts had battle strength equal to rank 8 Gu immortals. And among super forces, only a few had rank 8 Gu immortals. In the huge northern plains, there were only 5 rank 8 Gu immortals in the open. Even if he was at the periphery of Taichio, if he was careless, he would trigger a beast tide. Immemorial desolate beast and beast tides, these 2 reasons were why northern plains Gu immortal forces refused to meddle in here. Fan Yuan got closer to the immemorial desolate elephant's corpse. Compared to this huge corpse, Fan Yuan was like a fly. He flew towards the tattered gray-blue tent. There was no wind. But Fan Yuan felt his pressure increasing. A formless force was repelling Fan Yuan in waves. He felt like he was moving against the tide, as he entered deep into the sea. After getting close, Fan Yuan started to hear things. Swish, swish, swish. All he could hear was the ebb and flow of waves. Water path down marks! Fan Yuan was slightly shaken. Undoubtedly, this immemorial desolate elephant had an abundant number of water path down marks. Even though the immemorial desolate elephant was dead, the water path down marks in its bones and skin were left. They were affecting this area at all times. Fan Yuan had seen the corpse of an immemorial desolate beast before. It was during Dong Fang Chang Fan's tribulation. Back then, the immemorial ruin bat's corpse was modified by Dong Fang Chang Fan, thus, Fan Yuan did not have the same feeling as now. Inside the Super Gu formation of Earth Trench, Fan Yuan had obtained a number of immemorial immortal materials. These immortal materials had lots of down marks in them. Lights of down marks could even be seen with the naked eye. But these immortal materials were just a small portion. In terms of the number of down marks, they could not compare to this immemorial desolate elephant's corpse, which was nearly complete. The number of accumulated down marks in an immemorial desolate beast was quite terrifying. And most importantly, this immemorial desolate beast had died just recently. Thus, Fan Yuan felt a repulsive feeling. It was hard to get close to it. When immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants stay in a place for long, their down marks would affect the environment, and change it gradually. Fan Yuan's thoughts flashed quickly. His legs did not stop moving. He maneuvered and tried to get as close as possible. Because of these water path down marks, there was no wind. Around the entire corpse, there was silence, with no signs of life. After this area is completely transformed, it will have thick fog, a lake might even form, and countless plants and wild beasts would start living here. Fan Yuan concluded that this area was still not stable. The immemorial desolate elephant's down marks were subtly changing the environment of the surroundings. This process could take decades, centuries, or even millennia. During this process, the immemorial desolate elephant's water path down marks would dissipate. The surrounding area would also reject down marks of all other paths, with water path remaining primarily. Eventually, the water path down marks in the surroundings and the water path down marks left in the immemorial desolate elephant's body would reach an equilibrium. The desolate elephant's corpse would stop breaking down, the remaining water path down marks would stop decreasing, it would, instead, be nurtured by the environment. Other than Fan Yuan, there were no traces of plants or animals. Fan Yuan was very out of place now. The beast tides suddenly became chaotic. They were moving forward initially, but now they were starting to get messy. Fan Yuan's heart jumped, he watched as he focused. But the beast tide was only messy for a moment before it returned to normal. It was like a tidal wave, going around this corpse and crashing elsewhere. Everywhere it went, grass and trees fell, smoke and dust rose, it was a pitiful sight. Fan Yuan let out a breath of air, he thought. It seems that Shadow Sect's intel is correct. Even though desolate beasts are easily influenced by heaven's will, the effect is small in the short run. The beast tide has already formed, even if heaven's will discovers me, it cannot control the beast tide to charge at the immemorial desolate beast corpse. Over here, I am safe. A moment later, Fan Yuan stopped moving. He looked around, raising his head. At this distance, it was perfect, he was neither too far nor too close to the immemorial desolate corpse. Most importantly, there was a reaction in Fan Yuan's goo worms. Before leaving, Langya Land's spirit had given him a set of goo worm to set up the area. The goo worms which were reacting now were specialized investigative goo worms. If they sensed a suitable location for the formation, they would send out sound and vibrations that only the goo immortal could hear. Set up the formation. Fan Yuan stopped moving forward, he stood still and injected immortal essence into his goo worms. One after another, immortal goo were activated. Some flew out of Fan Yuan's immortal aperture, circling around him. Some were dancing in the air within Fan Yuan's immortal aperture, staying inside. Lights of immortal origin were shining, it was a beautiful scene. A great amount of concentration was needed, Fan Yuan had to stop his transformation and show his true form. Heavens were raged, it had uncovered Fan Yuan, thunder was rumbling in the sky. But it was futile. Heaven's will could only act in itself when a goo immortal was undergoing tribulation. Fan Yuan was not undergoing tribulation now, he was also not using the hairy man nature goo refinement technique to refine immortal goo. Traces of smoke were dancing, mysterious sounds were resounding. With Fan Yuan as the center, a huge seven-colored spiral was formed, it looked like fog, while also looking like a tide, it was a grand scene with unparalleled beauty. The spiral became larger and larger, expanding in an orderly fashion. Goo worms were arranged in the rainbow light, some were buried in the soil, some were left on the ground, some turned phantom and were floating in the air, some were even sealed in the air, they could not be seen with the naked eye. A vast number of goo worms were arranged at lightning speed. Fan Yuan was mainly the immortal essence provider, and immortal goo was setting the formation. Rank 6 formation plate goo. It was like a round plate, a porcelain plate used to hold rice and vegetables. It was floating above Fan Yuan's head, mobilizing all sorts of goo worms. Setting up the formation took 6 hours. By sundown, when the sun emitted the final trace of light, Fan Yuan collected his goo worms. A vast number of mortal goo had been placed here, the immortal goo were all retrieved. All of the goo worms formed a complex and hidden goo formation, hidden in this area. Unless it was used, even Fan Yuan could not find it. Such astonishing attainment! Fan Yuan sighed. By placing down this formation, he had benefited greatly. Even though his formation path attainment level was ordinary, he had much insight. If a formation path goo immortal has great grandmaster attainment level, they would be able to use the down marks of heaven and earth to arrange the formation. This goo formation is similar. This makes me think of a historical figure. This person was called Immortal Lady Jiuhua. She was a famous formation path great grandmaster in history. Her style of setting up formation was to create myriad lights, beautiful and extraordinary. Most importantly, she was from the same era as Long Hair Ancestor. Or more accurately, it was because Long Hair Ancestor had lived for too long. Maybe this transportation goo formation was the result of a transaction between Long Hair Ancestor and Immortal Lady Jiuhua. Fan Yuan guessed. The goo formation was already completed. Fan Yuan hesitated for a moment before activating the goo formation. With his vigilant nature, he would surely inspect the goo formation. But he had no research in formation path, and this goo formation was made by a great grandmaster, it was too complex. Fan Yuan did not have the ability to inspect if there were flaws in it. The goo formation activated slowly, after a few minutes the first step was completed. Lights shone, an illusory formation manifested in the surrounding leaf. Fan Yuan was in the center, he could hear the sound of water becoming more quickly, but the formless force around him vanished. This goo formation uses the immemorial corpse's water path Dao marks, no wonder Langya Land's spirit wanted to choose a place like this to set up the goo formation. Goo formations that can transport goo immortals are very rare. Even though this goo formation can do it, it takes a long time, it cannot be used for a speedy escape. Fan Yuan assessed as he activated the crucial immortal goo in his immortal aperture. This immortal goo's power spread out from his body, causing a rapid change. The surrounding lights gathered at Fan Yuan, they turned from phantom to solid, surrounding Fan Yuan and condensing into a ball. Fan Yuan felt an intense pressure. But a moment later, the huge pressure vanished. Bam! With a loud sound, the ball of light exploded, turning into specks of light in the sky. But Fan Yuan had disappeared. A moment later, the area became tranquil. As if nothing had ever happened. I am back in Langya Blessed Land? Fan Yuan's body shook, his vision was covered in bright lights, the world was spinning rapidly. Suddenly, he felt that he was stepping on solid ground, he focused and looked ahead, his vision became clear, and he was already inside Langya Blessed Land. He was at the center of a huge goo formation. He had already come into contact with this goo formation. When he teleported from Fengbo Cliff previously, he had landed here. Fan Yuan had some understanding now. It seems that this is the main formation, the ones at Taichio, Fengbo Cliff and others, are the sub-formations. To use the super goo formation, the key is that immortal goo. Langya Land's spirit's figure appeared. He laughed loudly. Fan Yuan, you did not disappoint me. Chapter 1090. Ancient Battle Formation Omnidirectional Travel. The matter in Taichio ended in success with Fan Yuan setting up the goo formation. Langya Land's spirit did not shortchange him, he gave him the promised reward, a total of 600 Sect contribution points. Using these points, Fan Yuan could exchange for many things. What attracted him the most were the transformation path immortal goo recipes inside Langya Sect's treasury. Langya Sect has 3 true inheritances. They came from 3 legendary people, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Long Hair Ancestor. There were no transformation path true inheritances, but Langya Sect had a huge array of immortal goo recipes. Among them were many transformation path immortal goo recipes. But Fan Yuan was not in a rush to exchange for them using Sect contribution points. He saved these Sect contribution points for now. Now was not the time to exchange them for transformation path immortal goo recipes, or the time to refine transformation path immortal goo. It was not a good moment. After transacting with Shadow Sect, and after the trip to Taichio, Fan Yuan became deeply aware of his situation. Even though he succeeded in setting up the transportation goo formation, and could travel between Langya Blessed Land and Taichio quickly, Fan Yuan did not want to enter Taichio again. If he went again, it would be too dangerous. Dark Limit Immortal Goo's power has faded, it can only be used after some time, it is not safe anymore. Heavens will can think, I caught it off guard last time, but because setting up the goo formation could not be done secretly, Heavens will already knows about it, it will definitely try to influence the surrounding desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and even immemorial desolate beasts. Since Heavens will was trying its best to get rid of Fan Yuan, it was a no-brainer that Heavens will was going to create all sorts of traps and arrangements in the surroundings of the immemorial desolate elephant corpse. It was best for Fan Yuan to not go. However, even though he was not going, Langya Sect was going to take action there. Since Langya Land's spirit has already accepted my suggestion, he will mobilize many hairy man goo immortals to cultivate transformation path. Cultivating transformation path will require him to refine transformation path immortal goo. And to refine immortal goo, he would need immortal materials. Langya Sect has a huge treasury with many immortal materials, but the previous Langya Land spirit has controlled the blessed land for so long, and he had been constantly refining goo. Thus, even though the treasury has many immortal materials, they are mostly rank 8 or quasi-rank 9 materials. Rank 6 and 7 materials are scarce. Thus, Langya Land spirit will definitely set up Sect missions soon to encourage hairy man goo immortals to go to Taichio and kill desolate beasts. They can collect immortal materials to refine goo, while also training the hairy man goo immortals to improve their battle strength. The second point is Langya Land spirit's greatest concern. Let these hairy man goo immortals be my pawns. Since Heavens will can think, even if they are targeted, it is better than me being targeted. A cold light shone across Fan Yuan's eyes. Langya Sect was stronger than him by countless times, but at this moment, he became the chess player. The whole of Langya Sect were his chess piece. And the best thing was, even though Fan Yuan was plotting against Langya Sect, he was also thinking about the future of Langya Sect and its progress. Thus, he was not going against his alliance agreement. This is the tactical advantage of having more intel than the other side. Fan Yuan sighed. He learned about the value of information once again. Gu masters of all paths had their own specialties. Information path was not an exception among them. But if its ability could be displayed fully, information path could give the Gu master as much advantage as compared to any other path, if not more. Of course, Fan Yuan's advantage in information was because of his transactions with Shadow Sect. And Shadow Sect definitely paid a high price to obtain information on Heaven's Will and Langya Sect. I have been lacking information path methods. From now on, I need to try and fix that. Fan Yuan was determined. Information path Gu masters were skilled in collecting intelligence and setting up alliance agreements. They were carriers of information. This might not seem important for cultivation, but one could gain immense advantage from it. Central continent Earth Abyss. Loud sounds were reverberating here. A discovery! We had searched that direction more than 10 times. They are really well hidden. Ancient Soul Sect's Gu immortals reacted. They were enthusiastically charging towards the area with the sound. Ingwu Xia spat out a mouthful of blood. He was half kneeling on the ground. Not only was his expression downcast, he was also gravely injured. Half his body was missing. A mere immortal zombie. The Ancient Soul Sect Gu immortals fighting with Ingwu Xia floated in the air. Looking down at Ingwu Xia, they scoffed in disdain. Keep them alive! Even as an immortal zombie, his concealment method is very incredible. We have to interrogate him for it. The other 2 Gu immortals shouted, rushing here with rapid speed. Ingwu Xia laughed with a mocking tone. You want my concealment method? Sure, I can tell you now. Oh no! The 3 Ancient Soul Sect Gu immortals' expressions changed. They realized that this was the enemy's plan. Ingwu Xia had purposely showed weakness to lure these 3 immortals over. He was bait. Since there was bait, there were surely plans to deal with the enemies. Ancient Soul Sect's 3 Gu immortals did not react slowly. But Ingwu Xia had prepared amply. How could they manage to escape? In an instant, the Super Gu formation, which had already charged up, activated. Ancient Soul Sect's 3 immortals fell into despair. They only felt that an endless force was restricting them from all directions. At once, they could not move at all. They were helpless. Next, under the 3 immortals' expressions of disbelief, their bodies and souls were smashed into bits by the power of the Super Gu formation. Even though they resisted, they only lasted for less than 3 breaths of time. Humph, I will collect some interest from you people first. Ingwu Xia snickered. His gaze was cold. He had just spoke, when Earth Abyss trembled. Sharp light shone dazzlingly, covering a vast surrounding range. So fast! It has only been so long, but Heavenly Court has already found my location and are moving here. Ingwu Xia was shocked. But soon he calmed down. He flew into the Super Gu formation. The Super Gu formation was overworked these last days from resisting Heavenly Court's deductions, and after killing the 3 Ancient Soul Sect elite Gu immortals earlier, it was greatly damaged and was on the brink of destruction. But Ingwu Xia did not care. He was abandoning this base already. It could not be saved. Master. Shirnu appeared beside Ingwu Xia. Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan followed behind. The latter 2 were lacking immortal Gu. Their battle strength had fallen to the bottom. Shirnu was the strongest, particularly as Ingwu Xia had already returned him all of his immortal Gu. Tai Bai Yunxing was worried. Fan Yuan, your injuries. Ingwu Xia smiled, waving his hand, stopping Tai Bai Yunxing. No need to worry. After transacting with Fan Yuan, he had lost Fan Yuan's body. His appearance changed, but he still had absolute control over these 3 people. It was easy to deceive Tai Bai Yunxing. His body was destroyed when refining Gu. It was a good excuse that did not attract suspicion. The enemy is in front of us. Let's stop talking and leave. At Ingwu Xia's will, the Super Gu formation broke apart, and the immortal Gu that made up the Gu formation returned to him. The other 3 immortals coordinated together. They gathered and stood at the north, south, east, and west directions with Ingwu Xia. Before leaving, Ingwu Xia looked at the mysterious light in the sky as he laughed. He cried out loudly. Central Continent! We will return with vengeance! He had transacted with Fan Yuan, obtaining a way out in this desperate situation. He had undergone a transformation, like jade that had been polished. Even though he was escaping, when he spoke, morale was raised. It gave people hope from out of nowhere. Move! A bright light shone from Ingwu Xia and the other immortals' bodies. They had practiced it extensively. They activated the immortal Gu that they had refined recently. They burst out with power, fusing together into one mystical effect. Bam! With a loud sound, Ing Wu Xie and the others vanished. Multiple rank 8 Gu immortals from Heavenly Court arrived from beyond the mystical lights. They left so quickly! A female immortal was leading Heavenly Court's Gu immortals. She had a graceful figure and was adorned in a beautiful purple robe. Her eyes were like deep pools, with a sense of sorrow shrouding her face. It was Fairy Ziwei. A troublesome figure with wisdom path attainment not inferior to Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. The few times she took action, she caused Ing Wu Xie and the others to end up in despair. If not for Fang Yuan, Ing Wu Xie would have been dead for sure. She looked at the rubble on the ground as she deduced, frowning. A total of 4 Gu immortals. Strange, I deduced that Fang Yuan was here initially, but now it's different. No matter what, they are from Shadow Sect, they have to be killed. She spoke casually, but there was deep killing intent hidden in her icy words. A Heavenly Court Gu immortal behind her spoke. I am sure they cannot escape this time. I will go to capture them. Fairy Ziwei smiled lightly, but there was bitterness in her smile. We cannot go. These 4 are at the regional wall already. By now, they should already be inside the regional wall. The Heavenly Court Gu immortals were surprised. Someone asked, so quickly? This is an ancient battle formation, called omnidirectional travel. Earlier, when Bo Qing awakened, he, along with the hairy man Gu immortal Yu Mu Chun, immortal zombie 7-star child, and blood dragon Song Zixing teleported from Falling Heavenly River to Heavenly Lotus Sect, they used this method. Even though we have fixed immortal travel, this ancient battle formation uses people as the formation cores. It has lower restrictions regarding the Gu immortals. We cannot stop them. Fairy Ziwei deduced again as she said slowly. In just a moment, she had completely understood what method Ing Wu Xie used to escape for his life. Chapter 1091. Retreating after fighting, Fang Yuan inspected his immortal aperture. His divine sense was roaming the huge space inside his immortal aperture. All around, he saw barren land. I have too few earth path Dao marks. This barren terrain has few resources. Most plants cannot be grown. To improve it, I will need to add earth path Dao marks. Other than that, all other methods do not solve the fundamental problem. Fang Yuan thought. The sovereign immortal aperture was too big, it surpassed common sense. Even if Fang Yuan's divine sense spread out completely, he would have to spend a lot of time. But when Fang Yuan inspected his immortal aperture with a focus and a target, his efficiency was greatly raised. Different divine senses were spreading towards different areas. Gradually, the resource points that Fang Yuan was managing were displayed in his mind. Western Desert had sandy terrain. There was a huge pit with charred sand surrounding it. The temperature was high. Inside the pit, there were a huge number of eerie fire dragon pythons coiling around, procreating. This was the first pit. Normally, eerie fire dragon pythons lived in clusters of 2 to 3. But here, Fang Yuan used the Northern Plains Dongfang tribe's special method to raise them. He placed many eerie fire dragon pythons together, promoting the creation of more infant snakes. These eerie fire dragon pythons came from Dongfang tribe's blessed land previously. He had obtained this rearing method from Dongfang Changfan's soul. It was the original copy and had many fine details clearly stated in it. Because of this, the eerie fire dragon pythons were growing in numbers at a rapid rate. Several li away from this pit, there were 3 other pits. The number of dragon pythons in each pit was not fewer than the first pit. It has been less than a month outside, but the time inside here passes at 60 times the rate. I have quadrupled the number of eerie fire dragon pythons already. Fang Yuan nodded. 60 times the rate of time, it was terrifying. The eerie fire dragon pythons had been living in Hu Immortal Blessed Land for a long time, but there was little growth in them. The result was far inferior to what Fang Yuan was seeing now. This was because Hu Immortal Blessed Land was placed in the main world. The rate of time was much slower, the resources grew more slowly. The eerie fire dragon pythons were like this, so too were the dragfish, regretful spiders, arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass fields and others. They increased in scale to varying degrees. But in terms of quality, the arrow bamboo forest and star fragment grass were growing less well than in star-formed blessed land in terms of vitality. This was because the sovereign immortal aperture had fewer star path Dao marks than star-formed blessed land. When Gu immortals managed their immortal apertures, they had to inspect all aspects of the immortal aperture to prevent missing something. Especially when immortal apertures were small and all sorts of resources were placed closely together, they might negatively influence each other's growth. But Fang Yuan's situation was fine. The sovereign immortal aperture had huge space. All sorts of resources had their respective environments. There was little chance of a problem occurring. When Treasure Yellow Heaven opens, I will sell these resources. The rewards will surely be promising. Fan Yuan concluded, feeling pleased. Treasure Yellow Heaven closing had a huge influence on him. He was trying to manage and construct resources points in the immortal aperture, but without Treasure Yellow Heaven, he could not buy much. Even though Langya's Sect's inventory was huge, they were mostly Gu refinement immortal materials. They were not useful to Fan Yuan. Stopping the use of his divine sense, only one last part went towards Mini Northern Plains. This time, Mini Northern Plains was Fan Yuan's focus. Roar, roar, roar. In Mini Northern Plains, large numbers of snow monsters were roaming around. The further north he went, the colder the weather, there was even snow in the air. On the ground, there was a thin layer of frost. Fan Yuan observed carefully. The size of the snow had expanded since his last investigation. This was all due to the previous earthly calamity. Fan Yuan had undergone the first earthly calamity in the icy plain. It was powerful, but Fan Yuan also gained much from it. He obtained a huge number of ice and snow path down marks. Because of these down marks, many northern plains had snow falling from the sky. This environment suited the snow monsters more. Currently in many northern plains, there were countless ordinary snow monsters, large numbers of desolate beast snow monsters, and a small number of ancient snow monsters ruling them. Before transacting with Shadow Sect, Fan Yuan had planned to keep these snow monsters as a form of resource inside his immortal aperture. But after the transactions, Fan Yuan understood what Heaven's will was. He was determined to eliminate these snow monsters. Because these snow monsters were filled to the brim with Heaven's will. Fan Yuan came with killing intent. He mobilized his divine sense. A strength path immortal zombie brought along a large number of immortal essence, as goo worms flew around the body. Sword path killer move, triple layered sword wave. The goo worms were used one by one, immortal essence was expended. A moment later, a grand wave burst out. Rumble. The silvery sword wave charged out with countless ripples, giving off killing intent that was colder than ice. Ordinary snow monsters could not resist. They were engulfed by the sword wave and cut into pieces. The pieces were cut further into specks. Before being completely eliminated, nothing remained eventually. But those desolate beast snow monsters could resist. But they only lasted a few breaths of time before being destroyed by the sword wave. Sword path had extremely strong offense. It was one of the 5 strongest paths for fighting in the current Gu immortal world. Triple layered sword wave was an outstanding killer move. The wave of attacks became stronger each consecutive time. When Fan Yuan was undergoing tribulation, he used this move to kill the ruined bats made from snow, barely surviving. After 3 sword waves, he killed thousands of ordinary snow monsters and 6 desolate beast snow monsters. It was quite a good result. The thousands of snow monsters did not expend much of the sword waves. But the 6 desolate beast snow monsters, each one used up a lot of energy, causing the 3 waves to expend. Roar! Following a loud roar, a 70-feet snow monster rushed towards him with unbounded rage. Along with it, there were several desolate beast snow monsters and 10,000 ordinary snow monsters. A huge snow monster group charged forth like an army, towards Fan Yuan with killing intent. Fan Yuan moved the immortal zombie body, retreating. He was currently controlling this strength path immortal zombie to fight using his immortal essence and goo worms. This strength path immortal zombie was obtained from Blazing Heaven Demonis. Its immortal aperture had been destroyed long ago. Immortal essence and goo worms could only be brought alongside the immortal zombie. It was very unsafe for fighting. Thus, to eliminate these snow monsters, Fan Yuan chose to stay at range to attack them. This was a shameless tactic. Every fight was basically at a new location. After another fight, he would retreat again. The snow monsters charged imposingly, but when they arrived, Fan Yuan had already escaped, nowhere to be seen. The snow monsters' rage could not be vented. They growled loudly, causing vibrations in the air. The ancient snow monsters growled, throwing snowballs around, as they flew like meteors, scattering. Man is the spirit of all living beings. With a difference in intelligence, Fan Yuan held the initiative. These snow monsters could only take a beating passively. After getting to a safe distance, the strength path immortal zombie that Fan Yuan was controlling stopped moving, stopping to rest. Even though his body was uninjured, Fan Yuan paid a price. It was his green grape immortal essence. Activating triple layered sword wave used a lot of immortal essence. and his Langya Sect contribution points. Because the immortal goo that formed triple-layered sword wave included not just the core immortal goo, wave sword, but also other, water path immortal goo. Fan Yuan had to borrow these water path immortal goo from Langya Land Spirit. He had to spend a lot of Sect contribution points. All in all, the cost of using triple-layered sword wave once was high. But now, Fan Yuan had a lot of resources to trade. He had enough profits to sustain the immortal essence cost. In terms of Sect contribution points, because of the trip to Taichio, he had obtained a huge number of them. In the short term, they were not an issue. After resting, the snow monster group had settled down, before Fan Yuan started his slaughter again. I have to kill all of these snow monsters before the second earthly calamity comes. Otherwise, the calamities would make use of this and work together. I would die in the second earthly calamity. Fan Yuan was aware of this. The calamities and tribulations of a Gu immortal become stronger and stronger each time. Fan Yuan's second earthly calamity was bound to be stronger than the first. If the snow monsters from the first earthly calamity remained, and coordinated with the second earthly calamity, Fan Yuan's chances of surviving would be slim. He would almost certainly get into a desperate situation. This was not the first time Fan Yuan had acted. More than 10 days had passed since he returned to Langya Blessed Land. Every day, Fan Yuan went to kill snow monsters. Snow monsters were dying on a large scale, their sizes were shrinking, but many were still left. Fan Yuan had to work harder. But if he killed many of them in one day, he would cause a huge commotion. Even though snow monsters had low intelligence, they had survival instincts. Other than growling to vent their anger, they could also communicate with one another and alert each other. After Fan Yuan attacked them multiple times, these snow monsters were alert already. They went under the protection of the ancient snow monsters, forming a tight defense. Fan Yuan could not attack easily. He withdrew the Strength Path Immortal Zombie and stopped killing snow monsters for the day. Placing his focus away from the immortal aperture, Fan Yuan stood up. He flew out of Cloud City. Soon, he came to Luopa Valley. Every day, he had to cultivate his soul. Lord Fan Yuan? Elder Fan Yuan is here again? You are really hardworking when it comes to cultivating. This is very admirable. In Luopa Valley, there were other Gu immortals. These hairy man Gu immortals were familiar with Fan Yuan, because he had guided them in combat tactics. Fan Yuan entered the valley. They took the initiative to greet him. Fan Yuan also replied to them politely. Thanks to the spy, Sixth Hair, Fan Yuan could get along well with these hairy man Gu immortals. Selecting a spot, after inspecting the area, Fan Yuan had his soul fly out, starting his cultivation. Pain was ingrained into his soul, causing it to tremble intensely. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth. He was unwavering. After a long while, a few hairy man Gu immortals who were watching him talked among themselves after retracting their gazes. A cultivation maniac! It is hard to think that he can stay in Luopa Valley for 2 hours a day. This pain. I cannot even endure some minutes of it. Chapter 1092. Self-will Gu. Fan Yuan's soul was roaming in Luopa Valley. He did not move far, only around the vicinity of his body. Once in a while, there would be bewilderment fog drifting towards him. Fan Yuan's soul was bathed in the bewilderment fog. He was like a book soaked in water, slowly opening up. The more condensed my soul is, the harder it is to loosen. After cultivating here for so many days, my soul is more than 10 times as condensed as before. This is an incredible improvement. However, compared to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, this is truly insignificant. Fan Yuan assessed himself, thinking about the Battle of Yitian Mountain once again. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the founder of Soul Path. Even though he died, his soul remained. He still had the highest Soul Path foundation in the world. Spectral Soul's soul was condensed to a terrifying level. Ordinary souls were like illusory silhouettes. They could interfere with the mind at most. They could not affect the material world. But Spectral Soul was so condensed that he could resist the grand tribulation with his soul. The imposing appearance was stuck deeply in Fan Yuan's mind. Even though he lost his memories due to the pure dream reality seeker physique, this portion of his memories was not lost. Perhaps even if Spectral Soul came to Luopa Valley, the bewilderment fog would have no effect on him. Fan Yuan thought as he sighed to himself. When can I have this level of cultivation myself? If Fan Yuan's soul had the foundation of Spectral Soul, then even if the immortal zombie body had a strong trap, it would be useless. Bewilderment fog gathered and scattered. Soon, Luopa wind started to blow. Fan Yuan's soul was bathed in the wind. traces of wind cut his soul apart like steel threads. Pain that was greater than dying by 1,000 cuts made Fan Yuan's soul tremble. But Fan Yuan gritted his teeth, enduring this wind. This wind was not very strong, it did not last very long either. Fan Yuan could endure it. But if he encountered strong winds, Fan Yuan would retreat wisely, and keep his soul inside his body. With the protection of his body, Luo Pe Win's might was greatly reduced. After this wind passed, Fan Yuan's soul shrunk by 30%. To play safe, he returned to his body. Guts Gu were shattered in Fan Yuan's immortal aperture, as they turned into a mysterious power that affected his soul. Soon, his soul became strong again. The injuries from his earlier cultivation vanished completely. Luo Pe Valley and Danghun Mountain were both sacred lands for soul cultivation. With these two in his hands, Fan Yuan's soul path cultivation level rose rapidly. He was improving immensely. Like this, after the bewilderment fog and Luo Pe wind, Fan Yuan's soul was tempered like steel, it became more refined and condensed. But he did not know when he could enter the immortal zombie body. 2 hours later, Fan Yuan's soul started to feel agitated. He wisely stopped his cultivation, his soul returned to his body, and he left Luo Pe Valley. 2 hours was Fan Yuan's personal limit, he had learned it after cultivation multiple times. There were 3 aspects in soul cultivation. Everyone knew about strengthening the soul and refining the soul, but these were just 2 of them. There was a 3rd aspect, that was soul pacification. Strengthening the soul could make the soul grow. Refining the soul could make it more condensed and pure. And pacifying the soul was to allow rest and recovery. The 3 complemented one another. If one only focused on one aspect, they would lose out on a lot, it was not worth it. Among which, Guts Gu from Danghun Mountain were the best to strengthen the soul. Luo Pe wind and bewilderment fog were the best for soul refinement. And finally, the most effective way to pacify the soul was the pacifying soul soup in Bewitching Lake. Bewitching Lake was inside the door of life and death. In the legends, after Verdant Great Sun died, he had remained drunk by the riverside. The door of life and death is inside Shadow Sect's blessed land, and Shadow Sect's blessed land is at southern borders Etian Mountain. It is currently engulfed by the giant dream realm. Otherwise, if I could obtain the door of life and death, I would be able to gather all 3 and cultivate my soul with the highest efficiency. Fan Yuan was only thinking about it. That giant dream realm was the greatest obstacle. Currently, he could not pass that obstacle no matter what. And most importantly, there was Heaven's will. Fan Yuan's every action drew the attention of Heaven's will. Even if he was going to act in the future, Fan Yuan would still be most wary of Heaven's will. As he flew, Fan Yuan did not return to his cloud city first. He rushed to the 12th cloud city. Soon, he saw the hairy man Gu immortal 12th hair. Elder Fan Yuan, you are here. This is the self-will Gu that you wanted me to refine. Inspect them, 12th hair said in a warm tone. Fan Yuan waved his hand, keeping all of the self-will Gu, saying, No need for inspection. 12th elder, I trust you. 12th hair laughed, he was deeply moved. Before Fan Yuan left, he held his hand as he said with much gratitude, I have to thank you for giving me this chance to refine self-will Gu. Otherwise, when Treasure Yellow Heaven opens, I would not have the capital to buy desolate beasts. We are kindred spirits, this is a win-win situation, I hope we can continue to work together. Fan Yuan smiled as he replied. Of course. 12th hair replied candidly. After the transaction, Fan Yuan returned to his cloud city. Self-will Gu. In the room, Fan Yuan mumbled as he held a rank 5 mortal Gu. This Gu worm looked like a scorpion, it was tiny. It had a unique appearance, it looked like folded paper. In Fan Yuan's hand, it was very light. When it moved its limbs, there was a light sound, it moved very slowly around Fan Yuan's palm. Self-will Gu's recipe came from Shadow Sect. Fan Yuan was a complete otherworldly demon now, he was unaffected by Heaven's will. But other Gu immortals or Gu masters were not like him, how could they resist Heaven's will and prevent it from subconsciously affecting them? Shadow Sect gave him a solution, that was self-will Gu. This was a wisdom path Gu worm, it could produce a special type of will, self-will. Using self-will Gu to cleanse oneself, it could block and prevent the influence of Heaven's will. This was an important part of Shadow Sect's research after a long period of experimentation to resist Heaven's will. Fan Yuan obtained self-will Gu's recipe in the transactions with 6th hair, he started refining it himself. But the result was not good. He was not a refinement path expert, he could not achieve much on his own. In particular, His time and effort were very precious, he could not waste time on refining goo. Earlier, he refined change form immortal goo because it was too significant to him. But although self-will goo was only immortal goo, Fan Yuan had a great need for it. Thus, after brief hesitation, he gradually felt that he should expose the recipe of self-will goo and give it to the hairy man goo immortals from Langya Sect, to get them to help Fan Yuan refine it. The price of asking Langya Land's spirit to help was too high and unnecessary. Among the hairy man goo immortals in Langya Sect, other than Sixth Hair, the rest were all willing to work for Fan Yuan. Because Fan Yuan was already close to them, or even had a good relationship. Also, Langya Sect focused a lot on Sect contribution points. After the trip to Taichio, Fan Yuan had accumulated a lot of Sect contribution points. The other hairy man goo immortals needed them. 12th Hair was not the only one of them. Fan Yuan also asked for help from other hairy man goo immortals. He had set the goo refinement fees to a very low price. It was not hard for Fan Yuan to do this. The hairy man goo immortals were quite guileless, and most importantly, they were skilled in goo refinement. While having some unwillingness to fight, they were willing to accept Fan Yuan's missions. This was not the first batch of self-will goo that Fan Yuan obtained. After placing the self-will goo into his immortal aperture, Fan Yuan inspected the other goo worms. He had shown a trusting and casual attitude with 12th Hair, but he was a vigilant person. After receiving the goods, he inspected them carefully. After all, Langya Sect had spies like 6th Hair. Fan Yuan did not know that 6th Hair was the final spy remaining. But he was cautious, he was wary of 6th Hair as well as other potential spies. The inspection took some time, but compared to refining these mortal goo himself, it was insignificant. After inspecting that there were no issues, Fan Yuan nodded, showing a look of admiration. These are refined by hairy man goo immortals after all, the quality is really superb. Fan Yuan kept the self-will goo in his immortal aperture. Or rather, he sent them into many northern plains. He activated them one by one, until these mortal self-will goo were expended. A large amount of self-will swept through several battlefields, cleansing all of the heaven's will inside. Other than those inside the snow monsters, the battlefield had none of heaven's will left. These self-will goo are the best weapon against heaven's will, but they are very flawed. They are only rank 5 and are one-time consumable goo, they are gone after I use them. Fan Yuan sighed. He held deep suspicion towards this. This self-will goo recipe has to be an incomplete version. Even though Shadow Sect gave it to me, they surely have a better recipe. But in those transactions I requested for too many things, this is the limit, I could not obtain a better recipe. Like this, Fan Yuan got rid of the snow monsters in his immortal aperture, and used self-will to get rid of the heaven's will. At the same time, he used Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley to cultivate Soul Path. His Soul Path foundation was accumulating rapidly. Other than this, he even squeezed out some time to coach the hairy man goo immortals in fighting. Secretly, he got familiar with his immortal goo and practiced his killer moves. Treasure Yellow Heaven's closure was also a huge impact on Fan Yuan. The construction of his immortal aperture was forced to stop, even though Fan Yuan had the capital and plans. Days passed by. While Fan Yuan anticipated the opening of Treasure Yellow Heaven, the second earthly calamity gradually got closer. Langya Sect's plan towards Taichio had never stopped. From time to time, hairy man goo immortals received Sect missions and used the transportation formation to head to Taichio. These hairy man goo immortals' first mission over there was to change the environment and stabilize the transportation goo formation. What made Fan Yuan feel strange was, these hairy man goo immortals did not face any difficulties, it was smooth sailing, Heaven's will did not seem to be targeting them. Chapter 1093. Rejection. Langya Blessed Land, Cloud Cover Continent. In the first cloud city, Langya Land's spirit was attending to Fan Yuan. Here, Fan Yuan, have some tea. This is the famous fire rainbow tea. Langya Land's spirit said with a warm expression. Fan Yuan received the cup. He saw that this cup of tea was glowing with a red light. Looking closely, there seemed to be a rainbow inside, swimming around like a fish, moving up and down in a jolly manner. Fan Yuan had 500 years of experience, he had a trove of knowledge. Ordinary tea needed to be drunken slowly and appreciated. But this tea was different, one had to gulp it in one mouthful. Most importantly, it was the rainbow inside the tea. After drinking it, one could taste the true fire rainbow tea. Fan Yuan held the cup as he looked at the tea, he did not drink it. His current body was very outstanding, at once, countless thoughts churned in his mind, he was pondering deeply into an idea. The current Langya Land spirit liked drinking fire rainbow tea. The previous Langya Land spirit drank cloud smoke tea instead. The two types of tea showed the difference in the personalities of both Langya Land spirits. The main ingredient of the cloud smoke tea was float ball tea grass. This was planted in Tai by Yunxing's blessed land, as his main resource. This float ball tea grass floated in the sky. It was not ordinary. Float ball tea grass was quite high-end, because it grew in the sky, mortals could not pick it. But in northern plains there was a type of tea flower that grew from the ground and was deeply liked. It was the milk tea flower. This type of flower grew in the plains of northern plains. There were a huge number of them. In some places with lots of aquatic plants, they could be seen everywhere in large numbers. The flower of the milk tea flower was in the shape of a cup. Every few days, nectar would fill to the brim of the cup. The nectar was sweet and delicious. It attracted countless bees and butterflies. It used them to spread the pollen of the milk tea flower. Of course, people could drink it too. Almost all Gu masters living in northern plains, or even mortals, had tasted this natural beverage. Actually, tea and alcohol were very popular drinks in northern plains, as well as the other 4 regions. In southern border, there were blue sea cloud tea bricks for sale. This tea brick was not produced in southern border, but eastern sea instead. E-Clan, one of the super forces of southern border, had a close relationship with eastern sea. Every year, they imported a huge number of blue sea cloud tea bricks and sold them for great profits. In central continent, there were even more types of tea. Like Spirit Affinity House's Qingpu tea, Myriad Dragon Doc's Dragon Shadow tea, they were very famous. Some tea were specialties of Gu immortals, only that specific Gu immortal could make it. For example, Fairy Li Shan's Snow Oil tea, or Feng Jiuji's Jade Sea Tai tea. Langya Land's spirit saw that Fan Yuan was not drinking it. He coughed and urged, "Elder Fan Yuan, quickly drink it. You might not know, but this is the best way to drink this fire rainbow tea." Fan Yuan waved his hand. "I have heard about fire rainbow tea long ago, but when I held this cup of tea, I suddenly thought of many things and was lost in my thoughts." Langya Land spirit. Then what was Elder Fan Yuan thinking of? Is there an issue with Langya Sect developing in Taichio? No, not this. Fan Yuan smiled. He freely picked out something in his mind and used it as an excuse. Langya Land's spirit showed a look of disappointment. He replied, "You are the owner of Spring Autumn Cicada. You came from the future and are very knowledgeable. You have experienced many things, and know a lot about tea. But do you know? Be it tea or wine, they have both been spread far and wide due to food path." "Oh? Is that so?" Fan Yuan was deeply interested. Or more accurately speaking, he was interested in food path. He was managing his immortal aperture now. The main goal was to have multiple resources that could satisfy the feeding requirements of his immortal Gu. But if he had methods of food path, it would be easier for him to feed his immortal Gu. Unfortunately, food path was very mysterious. There was only a short period in history when it flourished. Afterwards it spread much less. It was rarer than wisdom path inheritances. It was on the brink of extinction. Regarding food path, Fan Yuan had learned some secrets during the Battle of Etian Mountain through spectral soul demon Venerable's memories. The creator of food path was not a human Gu immortal, but a beast man Gu immortal. This was likely the reason why food path was in its current state. But to Fan Yuan, it did not matter who made this path, as long as it has used to him. Most human Gu immortals had a sense of racial pride and superiority, but Fan Yuan did not. If being a hairy man could help him reach the goal of eternal life, he would discard his human identity immediately without hesitation and become a hairy man. After realizing that Langya Land's spirit had some understanding towards food path, Fan Yuan continued to ask. Langya Land's spirit revealed, "The creation of any type of tea or wine is actually an incomplete Gu recipe. If it is completed, a unique tea Gu or wine Gu would be refined. There are already many types of wine Gu or tea Gu, like the famous liquor worm and big smoke tea Gu. Liquor worm was a familiar one. Fan Yuan had used it after rebirth to grow rapidly. Big smoke tea Gu was a type of Gu worm that could make a Gu master addicted and become decadent. It was heavily suppressed by the people in power. It was a type of drug in this world. It is a pity that food path is facing extinction before it even became widespread. Right now, when many Gu immortals want to test their refinement path attainment, they do not need to join the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. They can compete by making a cup of tea each, tasting and determining who is superior. Langya land spirits answered disappointed Fan Yuan slightly. The land spirit did not know much, the contents were mostly about refinement path. Spectral Soul's main body definitely knows a lot of food path methods. After all, he had inherited a food path true inheritance in his life. Unfortunately, he is trapped in the giant dream realm now, and is being weakened continuously. It is too hard for me to get anything from him. This thought flashed across Fan Yuan's mind. Langya land spirit and Fan Yuan spoke for a while. He saw that Fan Yuan could not stop talking about tea. He got anxious and said openly, Fan Yuan, I will speak frankly. I invited you for tea because I have a mission for you. Here it comes. Fan Yuan thought. He looked at the land spirit. Please speak. The land spirit was straightforward. Fan Yuan had guessed his intentions long ago. As expected, Langya land spirit said at the next moment, You know about my plan to develop in Taichio. You suggested it yourself, after all. There is also the transportation goo formation, you placed it yourself. Because of your actions recently, our goo immortals could enter Taichio smoothly and modify the environment to expand our base. But now, we have a problem. Fan Yuan nodded. First Supreme Elder is talking about the falling star hound? That's right. This damned ancient desolate beast injured several goo immortals of our sect. I have already placed a mission to exterminate it, but everyone who took the mission returned in failure. I know that the only person who can beat this falling star hound is you, Fan Yuan. But why did you not take that mission? Langya land spirit asked directly. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly. I am very busy recently. He had his difficulties to deal with. More than a month had passed since the last earthly calamity. The next earthly calamity was coming. Fan Yuan was preparing for this earthly calamity now. But Fan Yuan was not going to tell Langya land spirit about the earthly calamity. In fact, he was keeping the sovereign immortal aperture as a secret from Langya land spirit. As long as he did not cause harm to Langya blessed land, it was not going against the alliance agreement of Langya sect. This secret was Fan Yuan's trump card. He was going to keep it hidden. Of course, Shadow Sect knew all about it. But Fan Yuan knew that Shadow Sect's plan was to take back sovereign immortal fetus goo. In this case, they were not going to expose the existence of the sovereign immortal aperture, because that was just causing more problems for themselves in the future, right? From Langya land spirit's perspective, it was very fortunate that Fan Yuan could revive and become a living person. As for the revival method, Fan Yuan had lots of excuses and explanations. He knew many ways for immortal zombies to revive after all. Fan Yuan's difficulties could not be said. Langya land spirit nodded. You are very busy indeed. He was a land spirit. He knew everything happening inside Langya blessed land. Langya land spirit said, You cultivate really hard, but completing the mission also helps you in your cultivation. Don't forget about dog shit luck immortal goo. To feed it, you need to find 6 types of desolate hounds, and use their feces to feed this luck path goo worm. In the past, when my previous self fed dog shit luck, he made use of Treasure Yellow Heaven, purchasing from there. But now, Treasure Yellow Heaven is closed. Even after it reopens, I would suggest you rear some desolate hounds in your immortal aperture. You also know the benefit of doing this. Lord's words are truly enlightening. Fan Yuan immediately nodded. Dog shit luck was very important to him. Against heaven's will, luck path could be used. Fate and luck. Fate was predetermined, it could not be changed. But luck was ever-changing, it could be made of use. This precious information was obtained from the transactions between Fan Yuan and Shadow Sect. Fan Yuan's exploration was known by heaven's will, it caused the beast tide and tried to eliminate him. But at the crucial moment, Fan Yuan found an immemorial desolate corpse, and used it to set up the formation. Thinking about it, Fan Yuan felt that this was not a coincidence, it was likely thanks to dog shit luck. This immortal goo had no use towards offense or defense, but its passive help was huge. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Self luck, all living beings luck, heaven and earth luck. Dog shit luck is among the key parts of the self luck true inheritance, I am in possession of it. All living beings luck was hidden in Imperial Court blessed land, connect luck, calamity beckoning, and fortune rivaling heaven were from there. What a pity! Fan Yuan had a scary guess recently. Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed because of him. Back then, he was influenced by Mo Yao's fake will, but was he unaffected by heaven's will? Did heaven's will use him as a tool to destroy Giant Sun Immortal Venerables all living beings luck true inheritance? From heaven's will's perspective, it had to take away surpluses while replenishing deficits. Fate was the best method that Heaven's Will had. After Fate Goo was broken by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, the power of Luck Path burst out, creating Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Langya Land's spirit sat up, muttering, "Elder Fan Yuan, if you can take this mission and complete it, regardless of whether you capture or kill the Falling Star Hound, you will receive 800 Sect contribution points." 800. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed. But next, he thought about it and answered, "I'll have to say no." Chapter 1094. In this world, what is most important is myself. Fan Yuan flew in the sky. Before leaving, he looked back at the cloud city behind him. He showed a bitter expression. He sighed deeply before flying away. Last time, he accepted Langya Land Spirit's mission to explore Taichio. The land spirit was happy and the meeting ended well. But now, Fan Yuan rejected him. He did not accept the mission to take down the Falling Star Hound. The meeting ended poorly. In Cloud City, Langya Land's spirit sat gritting his teeth. He held in his anger. He was holding the cup, but before he drank the tea, he smashed it towards the ground. "Fan Yuan, this fellow!" Langya Land's spirit clenched his fists, grinding his teeth, feeling very unhappy. However, he could see Fan Yuan's expression before leaving. The anger in him subsided a little. "Fan Yuan, oh Fan Yuan, you might be really busy, cultivating so intensely and having your own plans. But this matter affects the development of Langya Sect. You are a member of the Sect. At the crucial moment, how can you not sacrifice yourself and defend the interest of the Sect? You are an outsider after all. You are not a hairy man Gu immortal." Langya Land's spirit thought of this and squinted. There was a cold glint in his eyes. In his position, Langya Land's spirit could not force Fan Yuan to accept the mission if he did not want to. He created Langya Sect. All of the members were under an alliance agreement. But there were no rules that would allow him to force members to do missions that they were unwilling to do. Of course, when Langya Sect was in a life and death crisis, there were rules that would be enforced. But currently, Langya Sect was developing Taichio. It had nothing to do with fatal danger. If Fan Yuan was unwilling, there was nothing Langya Land's spirit could do. Langya Land's spirit could not sit. He stood up and paced around the room. His arms were behind his back. He lowered his head and pondered. He felt troubled and frustrated. His frown was growing deeper. "Fan Yuan is unwilling to do it. What can I do about the Falling Star Hound?" Thinking about it hard, there were no good solutions. Langya Land's spirit himself could not leave Langya Blessed Land. There was another way. That was the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar. But Langya Land's spirit was in control of the most crucial immortal goo that constituted the formation. Now that refinement cauldron, an immortal goo house, was incomplete, this was one of the strongest remaining methods to protect Langya Blessed Land. Langya Land's spirit did not want to lend Heavenly Giant Solar over this situation. What if an unexpected mishap happened? Langya Land's spirit had a clear view of the circumstances. Sigh. Do I really need to do what Fan Yuan suggested? I might as well use this Falling Star Hound as a grindstone, and develop the fighting abilities of these hairy man Gu immortals. Langya Land's spirit sighed. Fan Yuan flew in the air, his clothing fluttered in the wind. Raging winds brushed past his face, the sound of the wind was clear and loud. He was cold and impassive on the inside. His bitter smile and sigh earlier were just an act. Fan Yuan knew, inside Langya Blessed Land, Langya Land's spirit knew almost everything. He had a huge investigative range. Otherwise, he would not be able to collect so many lifespan Gu. Because Langya Blessed Land had existed since long ago, it had a deep foundation and an uncountable number of Dao marks. This allowed Langya Land's spirit's abilities to be very developed in this blessed land. Other land spirits could not compare to him. My current plan is to rely on Langya Sect to cultivate. I am the chess player, and Langya Sect are my chess pieces. If I accept that mission, wouldn't I become the pawn myself, risking my life for Langya Sect? Humph. Heaven's Will has its attention on Taichio. It is very dangerous there. I suspect that Heaven's Will has already set a trap, but because it has not found me, and because of the immemorial corpse, it is biding its time. Fan Yuan was vigilant. In this situation, he was not going to go to Taichio. He wanted to cultivate Transformation Path. He had to refine Transformation Path Immortal Gu, and kill desolate beasts to get immortal materials. But he did not need to do these himself. Langya Sect was trying to develop in Taichio. It would do all these. Fan Yuan only needed to use his Sect contribution points and stayed behind to cultivate. Not mentioning the danger and the possibility of a trap from Heaven's Will. Even if there were no such thing, Fan Yuan was not going to delay his own cultivation speed. In this world, what is most important is myself. Fan Yuan had a firm attitude. He was mentally prepared for this unpleasant meeting already. I will definitely not waste my time for Langya Sect, but I need to handle my relationship with Langya Land's spirit well. If such arguments happen often, my relationship with Langya Land's spirit will worsen. At some point, Langya Land's spirit might be unable to control himself. He might chase me out of the sect or even kill me. For the current period of time, I still need Langya Sect's power. At least, during this second earthly calamity, I need to borrow those water path immortal goo. Fan Yuan calmly analyzed his situation. He had once been in conflict with the previous Langya Land spirit, and their relationship became icy cold. That was a mistake. Fan Yuan alerted himself not to make the same mistake again. Sometimes, if the situation permits, I can and have to try and help out. I am purely making use of Langya Sect to bring convenience for my cultivation. Only my own strength and cultivation level are dependable. Heaven's will could affect many things, but the extent of its influence was limited. Heaven's will was not a fake will, capable of directly colliding with the thoughts in one's mind to distort the results of their thinking. Heaven's will could not compare to fake will in that regard. After hearing about Heaven's will from Shadow Sect, Fan Yuan learned that Heaven's will was, in essence, simply a type of will. Heaven's will could, at most, make very subtle influences. Thus, Heaven's will used Fan Yuan as the tool to deal with Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul. It had not exposed itself. It created a huge scheme and progressed slowly. Only towards the end did it bare its fangs. But at the Battle of Etian Mountain, Fan Yuan, based on his nature as half an otherworldly demon, broke free of Heaven's will's planning and resulted in the current outcome. Thus, to deal with Heaven's will, the best method was to raise one's cultivation level and strength themselves. For example, when Chizai chased after Fan Yuan, it was because Fan Yuan was a rank 6 Gu immortal. He was weaker. If Fan Yuan was rank 8, Chizai would not foolishly pursue him. Similarly, against the Cloud Beasts, if Fan Yuan had the strength, he could kill them easily. It was because he was weak that he had to escape and run away. Thus, even if earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations are the best timing for Heaven's will to get rid of me, I must face them without any fear. Every time I pass the calamities and tribulations, I would be one step closer to breaking free from Heaven's will's restrictions. I will grow stronger and stronger, until I can face it head on. When I become a demon venerable, when I am invincible in this world, what can Heaven's will do to me? Fan Yuan was aware of this. He was prepared for it. Returning to his cloud city, he was informed that a hairy man envoy had visited him. Fan Yuan met with this hairy man envoy. He was a rank 5 peak stage Gu master. Lord, this is something my city lord had ordered me to bring to you. The hairy man Gu master said respectfully. Saying this, he held up a wooden box with both hands. Fan Yuan received it but did not open the box. He took a look at this hairy man envoy. With just one glance, the hairy man Gu master felt his heart turning cold. It was as if his entire body was naked, all of his hair was shaved away, all of his secrets were exposed. From today onwards, you will stay here. I will guide you in the cultivation of enslavement path. Fan Yuan said slowly. Thank you, Lord Immortal, for your guidance. The hairy man Gu master quickly knelt on the floor. His body was trembling. You can go now. Fan Yuan had no interest in this rank 5 peak stage Gu master. After sending him away, Fan Yuan went to his room and cultivated. He opened the wooden box. There was an immortal Gu inside. It was the rank 6 beast enslavement immortal Gu. As it turned out, a few days ago, Fan Yuan felt that the relationship was close enough and the time was ripe. He made a suggestion to 12th Hair. Wanting to borrow his beast enslavement immortal Gu, he was willing to pay for it using sect contribution points. Even though 12th Hair agreed, he did not accept the sect contribution points. He had another request. Not long ago, he had taken in a bloodline descendant from the continents below. 12th Hair had an intimate relationship with the grandmother of this descendant, and because he had good aptitude, 12th Hair wanted to nurture him. Because this descendant cultivated enslavement path, 12th Hair wanted Fan Yuan to guide him. Fan Yuan had no reason to reject it. In fact, this was better for him. After all, he had been using a lot of sect contribution points recently. Cutting costs was good for him. Inside the immortal aperture, the snow and ice had stopped increasing in area. This meant, the earthly calamities ice and snow path Dao marks had fully displayed their influence. They had finished modifying the immortal aperture. Fan Yuan controlled the immortal zombie and carefully got close to a desolate beast snow monster. Inside the immortal aperture, because time flowed differently, since his last slaughter, a long time had passed already. The snow monsters had relaxed, thus, Fan Yuan could find a lone snow monster roaming outside. Beast enslavement immortal goo. At Fan Yuan's will, he injected green grape immortal essence into this immortal goo. The desolate beast snow monster's body shook. It was as if it had been hit by an invisible force. But soon it growled, it discovered the hidden strength path immortal zombie and attacked it. Failure, huh? Retreat! Fan Yuan immediately left. Normally speaking, with his current soul foundation, it was nearly certain that he could suppress this desolate beast snow monster. But the reality was different. As Shadow Sect had said, these lifeforms filled with heaven's will cannot be controlled or enslaved by me. Keeping them is a major threat. Fan Yuan sighed. Even though he knew this from Shadow Sect's information, he was not going to be certain until he tested it for himself. If I could enslave them, I could control the desolate beast snow monsters to resist other tribulations, or sell them in treasure yellow heaven, those are good options. But now, I can only kill them. Wait. Maybe I can use self-will goo to get rid of the heaven's will before using beast enslavement immortal goo. Fan Yuan had an idea. Chapter 1095. Ample preparation. An hour later. The desolate beast snow monster only had its head left after Fan Yuan's attacks. Roar! Even with just its head left, the snow monster's fierceness did not drop. It growled at Fan Yuan, spitting out icy wind. Snow monsters were different from ordinary desolate beasts. They were formed from snow and ice. They were like cloud beasts, blood beasts, or mud monsters. Fan Yuan controlled the strength path immortal zombie. He snorted as he stood in front of the snow monster's head. His hand was placed on top of the snow monster's head. At once, a thin layer of ice covered the strength path immortal zombie's hand. Fan Yuan ignored it. He activated a huge amount of self-will goo. Self-will surged like a tidal wave, flowing into the snow monster's head. The snow monster's head was full of heaven's will. Fan Yuan's self-will entered and fought with heaven's will. It was like the clash of fire and water. They were irreconcilably opposed to one another. There was little heaven's will, but the self-will was unceasing. In a while, the heaven's will lost and was completely wiped out by the self-will. Bam! At the crucial moment, the snow monster's head exploded. A large amount of snow and ice scattered everywhere. The strength path immortal zombie Fan Yuan was controlling immediately was buried in snow. However, the explosion before dying had no destructive power. Soon, Fan Yuan manipulated the strength path immortal zombie to come out of the snow unscathed. But his expression was quite dark. Even if I use self-will and get rid of heaven's will, the result would be that the snow monster self-detonates. It cannot be subdued. But even if I could subdue it, I spent hundreds of self-will goo to cleanse just one snow monster's head. The cost is too high. Self-will goo was only immortal goo, but it was rank 5. Furthermore, the self-will goo was not refined by Fan Yuan. He had asked the hairy man goo immortals to refine by paying contribution points. Because of this, the cost was higher to Fan Yuan. And most crucially, it costed his time. Fan Yuan had to injure a desolate beast snow monster, forcing it to be unable to move or resist him, before he could flood it with self-will and get rid of the heaven's will. One desolate beast snow monster might not take long, but Fan Yuan had so many snow monsters in many northern plains. With a greater number, the time needed would increase. His second earthly calamity was coming. Fan Yuan could not do this. Actually, even if I enslave the desolate beast snow monsters and sell them, it is dangerous. Back then, one of the first split souls of Shadow Sect, the goo immortal named Green, had researched the life and death immortal aperture in Earth Trench's supergoo formation. A huge explosion occurred during his research. Countless immortal materials were infested with heaven's will. Green avoided them like the plague. Because of that, he threw these immortal materials away. This firm attitude of his shows a huge problem. If I truly sell these snow monsters filled with heaven's will, there might be horrible series of consequences. After his attempt failed, Fan Yuan could only continue his previous plan to kill these snow monsters. He had to kill these snow monsters completely before the second earthly calamity. He even had to cleanse all of the heaven's will here. Not a trace could be left. Ordinary snow monsters were cannon fodder. Fan Yuan could easily kill them, it was not a problem. But desolate beast snow monsters were harder to deal with. He had to spend some time. As for ancient snow monsters, they were even more troublesome. Fan Yuan started to miss Flying Sword Immortal Goo. With Flying Sword Immortal Goo as the core, the Immortal Killer move Sword Marks targeting death was extremely effectively in dealing with ancient snow monsters. Triple Layered Sword Wave was an attack with wide range. It was too wasteful to use against a single ancient snow monster. And using Triple Layered Sword Wave had a huge cost. Thankfully, Fan Yuan regained his Strength Path Immortal Goo. He could use the killer move Myriad Self once again. Strength Path had few requirements for Primeval Essence and Immortal Essence. Myriad Self First Style, Giant Hand required much less Immortal Essence to activate than Triple Layered Sword Wave. In the following period of time, Fan Yuan used his Strength Path Giant Hands to eliminate these ancient snow monsters and Desolate Beast snow monsters. He first used Beast Enslavement Immortal Goo to try and enslave a snow monster. After failing, the snow monster would be angered and fall into a frenzied state, cursing Fan Yuan endlessly. Fan Yuan immediately retreated, luring this snow monster away, before using Strength Path Giant Hands to kill them. This way, the other snow monsters would not be alerted. Earlier, when Fan Yuan attacked, the snow monsters would gather into groups, but now was different, the efficiency was higher. After enslavement path methods failed, the target would feel great hatred towards the Goo Master. Fan Yuan made full use of this. Earlier, Fan Yuan had tried other methods, but mortal enslavement path methods were too weak, and some wisdom path methods were useless due to Heaven's will. Thus, the Beast Enslavement Immortal Goo that Fan Yuan borrowed was not useless after all. Days passed, less than 30% of the snow monsters were left. But there was less than 10 days until the second earthly calamity. Fan Yuan manipulated the Strength Path Immortal Zombie, coming to Mini Southern Border in the Immortal Aperture. At a particular location, Fan Yuan's original Immortal Zombie body was placed. Even though I have my original Immortal Zombie body, I can only look at it, I cannot use it. Fan Yuan sighed, mobilizing Self-Will Goo as he placed his formation. After some time, a Goo formation using hundreds of Self-Will Goo as the core was created. This Goo formation was mainly for sealing. Fan Yuan obtained the method of setting up this formation from Shadow Sect. Using a large number of Self-Will Goo to seal Heaven's will. The Super Goo formations that Shadow Sect had in all 5 regions used this method. After inspecting it, and confirming there were no problems, Fan Yuan let out a sigh. Fan Yuan's Immortal Zombie body was at the center of the Goo formation. The Goo formation had completely sealed the Spring-Autumn Cicada inside. Spring-Autumn Cicada had originally been sealed by one of Heavenly Court's Goo Immortals, Wei Ling Yang. Ingwu Xia was unable to activate Spring-Autumn Cicada and start again. Thus, he was trapped in Central Continent, and could only trade with Fan Yuan. During the transactions, Ingwu Xia returned Fan Yuan's Immortal Zombie body as well as Spring-Autumn Cicada. After obtaining it, Fan Yuan realized that Spring-Autumn Cicada was still sealed. It could not even consume the water of the River of Time. It was weakening, on the verge of dying. Fan Yuan had tried many methods, but this seal was very powerful. He could not even obtain any information about it. Without other options, he could only give up on this. Not long ago, the method of the Rank 8 Restriction Path Goo Immortal, Wei Ling Yang, seemed to have worn out. Spring-Autumn Cicada's seal was lifted. Fan Yuan knew that Heaven's will was hidden inside it. Only refinement path methods could remove it. Fan Yuan did not dare to place this Immortal Zombie body outside. Storing it inside his own Immortal Aperture was safest. But Fan Yuan was afraid that during the second earthly calamity, the Heaven's will inside Spring-Autumn Cicada would coordinate with the calamity. Thus, he set up this Goo formation, sealing Heaven's will and preventing this threat from occurring. 3 more days passed, the snow monsters were completely eliminated from Fan Yuan's Immortal Aperture. Next, he used Self-Will to cleanse all of the Heaven's will. For this, Fan Yuan paid a huge price. Even though Giant Hand had a low cost, using it so many times meant his consumption was still very high. Right now, Fan Yuan did not have much Immortal Essence or Immortal Essence stones. Because Treasure Yellow Heaven closed, even though Fan Yuan had a lot of resources, he could not sell them. His Langya Sect contribution points were also dwindling. Even though Fan Yuan could earn more from teaching the Hairy Man Goo Immortals combat techniques, Langya Land Spirit was making his own plans. He reduced the rewards of these missions while raising the reward of the Falling Starhound mission. Treasure Yellow Heaven! Treasure Yellow Heaven! When are you going to open? Fan Yuan waited for the opening of Treasure Yellow Heaven as he prepared for his second tribulation. There were 5 days until his second earthly calamity. Fan Yuan cleansed all of the Heaven's will inside, before going to Dang Hun Mountain. Using myriad self and other methods, he completely altered the appearance of Dang Hun Mountain. Next, using pulling mountain immortal goo, he moved Dang Hun Mountain into his sovereign immortal aperture. Earlier, Fan Yuan did not have landscape as before, he did not dare to do this, but now his worry was lessened greatly. Such a commotion caused Langya Land's spirit to show up. He asked nervously, "Elder Fan Yuan, what are you doing?" He was worried, because Dang Hun Mountain belonged to Fan Yuan, it was not like Luopa Valley. If Fan Yuan wanted to bring it away, he could not stop him. Fan Yuan had a glib tongue, he gave an excuse of his that was prepared long ago, saying he was going to leave Langya Blessed Land for some time. Langya Land's spirit believed what he said, he wanted Fan Yuan to exterminate the falling starhound, but instead, he was going to leave with Dang Hun Mountain. Langya Land's spirit was very worried. Fan Yuan used this chance to exchange all of his sect contribution points, he even used wisdom goo as collateral to borrow a lot of immortal goo from Langya Land's spirit, and large amounts of immortal essence stones. He finally replenished his green grape immortal essence. Regretfully, up until Fan Yuan left Langya Blessed Land, Treasure Yellow Heaven did not open. Fan Yuan sighed, choosing to move a portion of the resources in his immortal aperture to Langya Blessed Land for safekeeping. So much resources? It seems that you are very skilled in managing an immortal aperture. Langya Land's spirit was a bit surprised at the amount of resources Fan Yuan had. But in fact, this was only a small portion, it was not even 30%. Fan Yuan was not going to move out all of his resources. Langya Land's spirit was not a fool, he would be suspicious of Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. With half a day until the earthly calamity descended, Fan Yuan used the transportation goo formation to go to the northern icy plain. Even though the northern icy plain was created by reckless savage demon Venerable, and had lots of reckless savage's true meaning, heavens will still existed here. Thus, Fan Yuan did not come here far in advance. The icy plain was huge, Fan Yuan casually chose a direction and picked a spot to place his immortal aperture. What would the second earthly calamity be? No matter what it was, the second earthly calamities would surely be greater than the first. Fan Yuan waited for it vigilantly. Chapter 1096. Wind, Flowers, Snow, Moon. Fan Yuan wore a white robe, his black hair was flowing with the wind, he slowly descended into many northern plains within the sovereign immortal aperture. He was planning to undergo tribulation in this place again. The other areas had resources placed in them. Many northern plains only had this icy area, and most importantly, the snow monsters filled with heavens were all eliminated already. The sovereign immortal aperture had a huge space, but the calamities and tribulations only targeted Fan Yuan. Therefore, the tribulation would occur where he was located. The immortal aperture had already been placed, it was in northern plains. The tributary of the river of time in the immortal aperture linked to the river of time outside, and the rate of time inside greatly slowed down. First, he inspected his arrangements. There were large numbers of goo worms placed in the sovereign immortal aperture. Most of them were goo worms related to the killer move immortal tribulation tempering aperture. Other than that, there was Dang Hun Mountain right beside Fan Yuan. Right now, Dang Hun Mountain looked completely different from before. Fan Yuan did this to prevent others from using fixed immortal travel to enter while he was undergoing tribulation. He got rid of this possibility before it could be used. During the first tribulation, Fan Yuan did not have pulling mountain immortal goo or landscape as before, he could not bring Dang Hun Mountain him. But now, it was different. With pulling mountain, Fan Yuan could single-handedly drag Dang Hun Mountain into his immortal aperture. If he had to request for help from other Hairy Man Goo immortals, not only would he need to waste his sect contribution points, he would also need to let the Hairy Man Goo immortals into his sovereign immortal aperture, exposing his huge secret. With landscape as before, he was not afraid that Dang Hun Mountain would be destroyed in the calamity. After all, the more severely Dang Hun Mountain was damaged, the fewer the guts Goo produced. After some inspections, Fan Yuan confirmed that his arrangements had no problems. Immediately, at his will, the entrance of the sovereign immortal aperture opened. Huff, huff, huff. A huge amount of heaven and earth chi entered the sovereign immortal aperture through the entrance. At once, there was a huge commotion, as if tidal waves were crashing in. This time, I brought in Dang Hun Mountain, increasing the burden on the sovereign immortal aperture, thus, there's more heaven and earth chi than last time. Heaven and earth chi rushed in fiercely. Fan Yuan also activated the goo worms outside of his immortal aperture at the same time. He had already done this setup once before. Fan Yuan was quite familiar with it. While undergoing tribulation, Fan Yuan naturally used immortal tribulation tempering aperture. First, the killer move immortal tribulation tempering aperture could, indirectly, weaken the earthly calamity's power. Second, it could draw out reckless savage's true meaning, helping Fan Yuan with his transformation path cultivation. Unlike the first tribulation, this time, many of the mortal goo used for forming immortal tribulation tempering aperture belonged to Fan Yuan. He even modified immortal tribulation tempering aperture himself, making some slight tweaks. The modified immortal tribulation tempering aperture was one of the preparations Fan Yuan made for this tribulation. Even though his refinement path attainment level was not high, he had Grand Master Wisdom path attainment level. His modifications were just icing on the cake, they were not crucial aspects. But as long as he continued his research, Fan Yuan was sure that he would make this killer move as suitable for himself as possible. After all, Fan Yuan could not always rely on Langya Sect. Each time he underwent tribulation, he needed to borrow so many goo worms from Langya Land Spirit, there was a huge cost in it. Fan Yuan modified immortal tribulation tempering aperture so as to break free from Langya Land Spirit's control in this aspect. A moment later, Fan Yuan completed his arrangements and began to use his immortal essence, activating his goo worms. Green light shone, filling the entire immortal aperture, while connecting to the outside world. Gradually, a green hue appeared outside the immortal aperture, covering a huge surrounding area. Tens of thousands of green grape immortal essence beads were used, allowing Fan Yuan to activate the killer move immortal tribulation tempering aperture. The second earthly calamity descended. The world rumbled, winds blew as clouds shifted. At first, there was only a mild wind, but soon, the intensity of the wind rose greatly. In the blink of an eye, a huge wind blew, it had the force to sweep the world and blow away all life. What tribulation is this? Fan Yuan stood on the peak of Danghun Mountain, awaiting vigilantly. Even though he had not recognized the earthly calamity yet, he could see that this earthly calamity was like last time, it was far beyond reason in terms of power. Intense winds blew, blowing the snow and ice on the ground up, causing the area to become obscured. The sovereign immortal aperture had few light path down marks to begin with, it was dim. With the raging winds and snow, Fan Yuan's vision became very limited. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. What sound is that? Fan Yuan had already activated his methods to investigative, but he suddenly heard the sound of chimes from within the snow and wind. This strange scene made Fan Yuan frown slightly. Don't tell me this is... A thought flashed in his mind. At this moment, the sound of chimes became louder, a huge green flower flew out of the wind, crashing into Danghun Mountain. This green flower was extremely fast. It was simply faster than lightning. After crashing into Danghun Mountain, a huge mark was left on Danghun Mountain. The mountain rocks along the way were all smashed into bits, before being blown away by the wind. Ding ding ding! Ding ding ding! Wind chimes rang again. At the next moment, 18 green flowers flew out and crashed into Danghun Mountain. They turned into dust, but 18 blemishes were made on Danghun Mountain. These are wind flowers! Fan Yuan's eyes were shining brightly, he confirmed this in his mind. Wind flowers were a type of wind essence. They were only produced in extremely intense winds. They had no roots and floated in the wind. They were large like horse carriages, they were light green in color, and were extremely sharp. Ding ding ding! Fan Yuan had just recognized these flowers, when the next wave of wind flowers came again. The flowers were in greater numbers now, there were 40 to 50 of them. They were attacking from all directions, crashing into Danghun Mountain consecutively. Danghun Mountain's surface was impacted, dust and smoke rose, fragments of rocks were scattered by the wind and vanished. Fan Yuan quickly retreated, moving away from the mountain peak. He gritted his teeth, feeling slightly troubled. Last time, Heavens will created a large number of snow monsters, but I could fly and had the initiative. This time, Heavens will learn its lesson, it changed its tactics and used the wind flower tribulation on me. This was Fan Yuan's weakness. Fan Yuan's speed was lower than the wind flowers, and his defensive methods were only at mortal level. Thankfully, I moved Danghun Mountain here this time, otherwise I'd have no place to guard myself, it would be terrible. Fan Yuan felt extremely glad. Landscape as before. He used his time path immortal goo, the blemishes on Danghun Mountain vanished, it returned to normal. But soon, at the next second, a barrage of wind flowers attacked again, smashing layers of the mountain's surface into pieces. This cannot go on. Activating immortal tribulation tempering aperture already used more than half of my immortal essence. Even though I am safe currently, I am expending a lot of green grape immortal essence. Restoring Danghun Mountain is merely prolonging the inevitable. Fan Yuan squinted, thoughts were churning rapidly in his mind. He had rich battle experience, he quickly thought of a countermeasure. Strength path killer move, myriad self. Transformation path killer move, familiar face. Immortal goo dark limit. His body shook, he utilized his methods, as countless Fan Yuan occupied the whole of Danghun Mountain. One of them roared at the sky as all of the Fan Yuan phantoms rushed towards the winds outside of the mountain. At the same time, Fan Yuan's actual body used familiar face and myriad self to conceal himself. He turned into a rock on Danghun Mountain. With change form immortal goo, familiar face was closer to the original version. It was easy to use, having instantaneous transformations. It was unlike before, when Fan Yuan used a large number of mortal goo to replace the effect of change form immortal goo, causing familiar face to need a very long time to activate. After turning into a common rock, Fan Yuan did not rest. He used dark limit immortal goo, concealing his aura. Ding ding ding. A large number of wind flowers attacked the tens of thousands of Fan Yuan phantoms. The calamity's firepower became less concentrated. Danghun Mountain sustained less pressure than before. In a moment, Fan Yuan's myriad self phantoms were all exterminated by the wind flowers. Fan Yuan used myriad self again, summoning countless phantoms that charged out carrying his aura. The wind. Flowers scattered and danced in the wind, many phantoms were instantly destroyed. After some repetitions, Heavens will sense Fan Yuan's tactic. As the wind flowers stopped paying attention to the Fan Yuan phantoms, they targeted their attacks at Danghun Mountain. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth, feeling the ill intent of Heaven's will. Danghun Mountain is my greatest sources of revenue. Heavens will wants to destroy it and ruin my future prospects. Thankfully, Fan Yuan had landscape as before. He had landscape as before to restore Danghun Mountain, but it could only let Fan Yuan maintain this situation. He would still be in a passive state. Green grape immortal essence was rapidly expended. Triple layered sword wave. Strength path giant hand. Fan Yuan tried to counterattack, but the wind flowers were too fast, the two killer moves were ineffective. Especially strength path giant hand, even though it was powerful, it was too slow, it could not catch any wind flowers at all, unless the wind flowers came at it. Poison breath. Fan Yuan breathed out dark purple poisonous gas that scattered with the wind. Large numbers of wind flowers wilted upon coming into contact with the poison. Fan Yuan showed great joy on his face. Poison breath was modified from the wisdom path killer move, harboring malicious heart. It used woman's heart as the core, it had many flaws and was of comparatively low value. Fan Yuan rarely used it. To think that it was so effective now! Under the effect of poison breath, the wind flowers' offensive power lowered immensely. The winds were starting to slow down. A cold light shone on the entirety of Danghun Mountain. Fan Yuan raised his head and saw that in the sky, there was a crescent moon that appeared out of nowhere. Fan Yuan squinted, he muttered under his breath. Snow moon! This crescent moon was pure white as snow, it shone down with a pale light, causing Danghun Mountain's temperature to fall. Soon, layers of frost began to cover the surface of Danghun Mountain. Fan Yuan felt like there was a weight on his heart, he thought. So this is not a wind flower tribulation, but a wind flower snow moon tribulation. The former is an earthly calamity, but the latter is a heavenly tribulation. This second earthly calamity is simply too absurdly strong. Chapter 1097. Undergoing tribulation with difficulty. Wind flower tribulation, snow moon tribulation, when alone, they were two different earthly calamities. When the wind flowers and snow moon were together, they formed a heavenly tribulation. The power was much higher, and the difficulty of passing the tribulation increases. The wind flowers were fast and hard to avoid, they were sharp and not easy to defend against. The snow moon gave off cold light that froze goo immortals, making them slower, the two were a perfect pair. Fan Yuan was feeling heavy pressure. Actually, with his current strength, especially after the transaction with Shadow Sect, Strength Path and Sword Path became his main source of offense. Be it Strength Path Giant Hand or Triple Layered Sword Wave, they could allow him to unleash Rank 7 Goo Immortal Battle Strength. It was possible to pass a heavenly tribulation. What created Fan Yuan's heavy mood was not the heavenly tribulation now, but his future progression. When Gu immortals undergo tribulations, they get stronger and stronger. Fan Yuan's second earthly calamity was in theory stronger than the first. But the second earthly calamity was already at heavenly tribulation level. Such an increase was simply too much. Theoretically, if this went on, how strong would his third and fourth earthly calamities be? A rank 6 Gu immortal faces an earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years, after 3 heavenly tribulations, they would become rank 7. That means they would have 27 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations. And for Fan Yuan, after this second earthly calamity, he still had 25 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations. If his second earthly calamity was already at the level of a heavenly tribulation, what future would he have? If he projected this into the future, his earthly calamities would reach the level of grand tribulations. The light of the snow moon made Fan Yuan's face look pale. Even the thoughts in his mind were moving at a slower rate as a result. The snow moon gave off a cold light that not only slowed the Gu immortals' movement, but also their thoughts. Fan Yuan quickly used wisdom path methods to protect his mind. He was a wisdom path grandmaster, he could achieve this easily. This should not be. During Shadow Sect's transaction, Sixth Hair told me, even though earthly calamities get stronger each time, there is a limit to their power. As long as this is an earthly calamity, it will be within the range of an earthly calamity. Was he lying to me? He gave me false information? Fan Yuan frowned deeply. It was not impossible that they lied to him. But to Fan Yuan, thinking from the other side's perspective, they had nothing to gain from doing so. Because this was something that could be easily found out. And Shadow Sect wanted to capture Fan Yuan to reverse refined sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Wouldn't it be a problem if they lied to him and caused him to die in this calamity? Or can I say, there is another possibility? Brightness flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes before turning dim. The winds were howling outside. Fan Yuan raised his head, looking at the sky. His pupils were dark like the night sky. Standing on a mountain rock, his white robe and black hair fluttered in the wind, he was like a lone wolf. Triple-layered sword wave. Strength path giant hand. Suddenly, he burst out with a strong attack. Sword waves appeared out of nowhere, rushing up towards the sky, defying gravity. Strength path giant hands tore through space, pushing apart the wind with immense force. The two charged towards the snow moon in the sky. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Countless green wind flowers gathered towards the sword waves and giant hands like bees that were attracted to nectar. The sharp wind flowers clashed with the sword waves and giant hands. Soon these two forces were eliminated. But there was a strange sight. Earlier, the wind flowers only targeted Danghun Mountain. They wanted to destroy this famous secluded domain of heaven and earth. They ignored Fan Yuan's sword waves and giant hands, even avoiding them on purpose. But now, these wind flowers went to attack them. It was because Fan Yuan's attack was aimed at the snow moon in the sky. It seemed like these wind flowers were trying to protect the snow moon. The snow moon's existence was indeed placing much pressure on Fan Yuan. It was not wrong that the wind flowers were protecting it. But excitement flashed across Fan Yuan's eyes. Myriad self! Myriad self! Myriad self! A group of phantoms roared. Large number of Fan Yuan phantoms rushed up like a tidal wave. Fan Yuan used it 3 times. In an instant, Danghun Mountain, which was originally empty, became extremely crowded. Countless Fan Yuan flew into the wind by jumping down the mountain. But unlike last time, Fan Yuan's true body also turned into a strength path phantom, rushing out of Danghun Mountain. Large numbers of wind flowers came at him. But there were too many strength path phantoms, and too few wind flowers. Fan Yuan's strength path phantoms could not resist the wind flowers. They were rapidly sacrificed. But using them to conceal himself, with familiar face and dark limit helping him, Fan Yuan successfully got into the sky. It is time. Sword escape. Fan Yuan found the perfect time to use sword escape immortal Gu. He was like a dragon out of the water. He rushed into the sky and soared above the clouds. It was an astonishing sight. He was close. Fan Yuan used triple-layered sword wave and strength path giant hand again. Heaven's will was caught off guard. The wind flowers were still eliminating the Fan Yuan phantoms. Fan Yuan successfully destroyed the snow moon in the sky. At the next moment, large amounts of reckless savage's true meaning filled him. Fan Yuan was like a withering plant receiving water. He absorbed all of the true meaning. All of a sudden, he felt like he had transformed into a moon. he was hanging in the sky, quietly emitting moonlight as he looked down on the living beings of the world. His transformation path attainment level rose rapidly. Transformation path, it did not just include animals and plants, it also encompassed mountains, water, wind, moons, all of these natural phenomena. This true meaning of reckless savage gave Fan Yuan great gains. He laughed loudly. One could feel his joy from his laughter alone. As it turned out, the wind flower snow moon tribulation was just pieced together. It was not a true heavenly tribulation. The second earthly calamity was within the scope of an earthly calamity. No matter how angry Heaven's will was and how much it wanted to eliminate Fan Yuan, there was no use. It was Heaven's will, it had to obey the law of balance of the way of heaven. Winds roared, Heaven's will raged, as if it was embarrassed from having its plan exposed openly. Countless wind flowers assaulted Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan used myriad self again. Large numbers of Fan Yuan phantoms diverted Heaven's will's offense. The wind flowers killed Fan Yuan phantoms. It was a true slaughter. But there was little effect. Fan Yuan's true body was hidden among the phantoms, eventually landing on Dang Hun Mountain again. With Dang Hun Mountain, he had a place to defend himself. Fan Yuan could catch a breather. Deactivating familiar face, Fan Yuan's body shook. There was a huge wound on his back, blood was dripping, his bones could be seen. But because of changed form immortal goo, his wound was concealed, he managed to deceive Heaven's will. My defense is too weak. Fan Yuan sighed, starting to heal himself. He did not use man as before. Man as before was an immortal goo that used immortal essence. And it could only return him to his state a moment ago. Fan Yuan was hurt by a wind flower in the sky when he was flying. At that time, he could not use man as before. If the immortal goo aura was leaked, he would be exposing himself. Thankfully, my down marks do not conflict, even mortal methods work well on me. Fan Yuan felt his immense advantage in this aspect. Normally speaking, goo immortals were hard to heal. Because they had down marks, they would interfere and reduce the effectiveness of mortal healing methods. When using healing immortal killer moves, one also had to consider if the down marks conflicted. Fan Yuan had no such problems, he could use mortal methods. This allowed him to conserve immortal essence. Fan Yuan did not prepare as much immortal essence as last time. The main reason was the closing of Treasure Yellow Heaven. Cold light assaulted him, frost formed on Fan Yuan's forehead. It spread and he was soon covered in a layer of frost. Not just him, the entirety of Dang Hun Mountain was the same. Fan Yuan looked up and his pupils shrunk, he mentally cried out in dismay. There were 3 more snow moons that appeared in the sky. With 3 times the cold light accumulated, the effect was multiplied. Fan Yuan's wisdom path method defending his mind stopped working, he could only use other ways to counter it. He also had to defend his body, multiple defensive mortal killer moves were used, his body flickered with light, his body temperature was maintained at a normal level. The number of snow moons and their rate of production exceeded Fan Yuan's expectations. This ruined his plan of sitting back on Dang Hun Mountain. Fan Yuan's heart beat quickly. When he saw the 3 snow moons, he realized this was a crucial moment of life and death. The longer he dragged on, the more snow moons would appear, and the less hope he had of passing the tribulation. He had to counterattack, he could not slack on it, otherwise, when the opportunity fades, a slight delay would cause him to get into deep despair, there would be no way for him to survive. A different goo immortal might hesitate, but Fan Yuan had rich battle experience. After realizing his situation, he used myriad self once again without hesitation. Doing the same thing again, large numbers of Fan Yuan phantoms lured the wind flowers away. Fan Yuan's body was mixed in with them, charging into the sky relentlessly. After flying towards the sky, the cold light's power rose, it was no longer restricted by Dang Hun Mountain's soul path down marks. This was an intense battle. Fan Yuan needed to destroy the 3 snow moons, but the cold light from them gave him much greater pressure than the wind flowers. And worst of all, a 4th snow moon was already forming in the sky. Heaven's will was going through all kinds of ways to stop Fan Yuan. While he had the best opportunity to attack, large numbers of wind flowers attempted to kill Fan Yuan. 1 moon, 2 moons, 3 crescent moons, Fan Yuan destroyed them after a difficult process. And more snow moons were still forming. The cold light made Fan Yuan feel a deep chill in his mind, the cruel reality was making his limbs go numb. His chances of surviving dwindling, but Fan Yuan's expression became more firm, he charged up against the difficulty without any dejection. His immortal essence was rapidly decreasing, Every time he used an immortal killer move, he had to be careful about the expenditure and calculate it accurately. Chapter 1098. Success and Danger. Ding ding ding! A wind flower hit Fan Yuan's back. Fan Yuan's defenses were like paper, torn to shreds immediately. His robe on his back was cut apart, blood spewed as his flesh was dug out. I'm getting unlucky! Fan Yuan's heart sank. There were dozens of strength path phantoms around him, but there was only one wind flower attacking them. To think that he was the one who got hit. As time passed, dog shit luck's protection would get weaker, the chances of him being found out by heavens will increase. And worse, there was also Dark Limit Immortal Goo to take into account. Dark Limit Immortal Goo was activated, protecting Fan Yuan and concealing his aura, but it was weakening too. Once this protection vanishes, it would be more severe than losing dog shit luck's protection. Time passed, seconds passed like years to Fan Yuan. He was holding on desperately. He had already endured countless attacks from the snow moons and wind flowers. Dog shit luck and Dark Limit's protection weakened progressively, but Familiar Face, formed using Attitude Goo and Change Form Goo, was a reliable method that Fan Yuan was holding on to. There was also Myriad Self. At this moment, its attack power was useless, he could only use it as a distraction. Heaven's Will was not stupid, it could think. After understanding Fan Yuan's tactic, after he used Myriad Self each time, it could find him in a shorter time than the previous attempt. Fan Yuan's injuries were getting more severe, he had no choice but to use man as before. But this way, his immortal essence expenditure rapidly increased. He did not have much to begin with, now, it was depleting. Heaven's Will had the high ground controlling the earthly calamity. It was not going to lose out in this situation. While Fan Yuan was like an ant, desperately struggling to survive in this dangerous situation. The number of snow moons continued to increase. Fan Yuan was slowly unable to keep up. The situation was dire. Fan Yuan saw almost no hope. But he did not give up, he continued to grit his teeth and persevere. The winds were wild, seemingly mocking him for overestimating himself. The snow moons hung in the sky, the cold light seemed to be looking down at Fan Yuan, seeing this ant struggle desperately in futility. Fan Yuan was bathed in blood, his white robe had turned into a blood-red color, his blood and sweat had frozen because of the cold light. He was in a pathetic state, some of his black hair that fluttered with the wind had snapped, the length was now uneven, he looked like a combination of a beggar and a lunatic. His face was icy cold, he did not laugh nor shout. He was like a firm piece of ice, even if heaven and earth were burying him, he did not say a word, he endured silently in this desperate situation. The winds slowly became weaker. The power of the wind flower tribulation was fading. This was its limit. An earthly calamity's power had limits. Even if Heaven's Will amplified it to the greatest extent and personally manipulated it. Fan Yuan was not killed by the wind flowers. Soon, the number of wind flowers decreased, there was no longer any wind. Fan Yuan smiled, he activated his immortal essence, targeting the snow moons. Even though the wind flowers were gone, and the snow moons had stopped forming, there were still some wind flowers left behind, and many snow moons in the sky. A tough battle. Fan Yuan had no strength to grit his teeth, he felt extremely weak. Myriad Self. Strength Path Giant Hand. Triple Layered Sword Wave. Familiar Face. He was not in a good condition, some of his immortal killer moves failed upon activation. Each time he failed, he faced a backlash and spat out blood from his mouth. The earthly calamity was at its limits, so was Fan Yuan. There was no reason to run now. Not only could the wind flowers stop him, the snow moons could fly slowly, the range of the cold light was too large. The earthly calamity was not over yet, heaven and earth chi was not balanced yet, it was impossible to retrieve his immortal aperture. Undeniably, Heaven's Will had planned this for some time, creating the most suitable tribulation to kill Fan Yuan. In the last earthly calamity, reckless savage true meaning was a part of the earthly calamity's strength. But this time, even though Heaven's Will could not stop it, it influenced reckless savage true meaning and turned it into the snow moon tribulation, increasing the difficulty of the entire earthly calamity. In this current situation, it depended on who could outlast the other. An hour later, Fan Yuan collapsed on Dang Hun Mountain. His immortal essence was depleted. He could no longer sustain Familiar Face, his mental energy was drained. Fan Yuan exerted his effort and strength, destroying a large number of snow moons, but there was still one final moon in the sky. Using Dang Hun Mountain's protection, Fan Yuan resisted the force of the cold light. He was covered in injuries, frost had formed on the surface of many of his injuries. Fan Yuan had no strength left, snow and frost accumulated on his body, turning him into a piece of ice. The final trace of wind was blowing on top of the ice, carrying heaven's will, wanting to take Fan Yuan's life away. He had no immortal essence left to use even one immortal killer move, but Fan Yuan showed the faint smile of a victor on his face. I finally survived this calamity. At the next moment, a desolate beast spine-fin star dragonfish appeared. It swung its tail and destroyed the final snow moon. Beast enslavement immortal goo. A few minutes later, heaven and earth chi settled down. Fan Yuan quickly used his methods to leave northern plains. After he left, a while later, 2 figures emerged from below the ice. It's here. One of the figures inspected the place, saying this after it confirmed the surroundings. The other figure sniffed around with its nose, confirming as well. We did not sense wrongly. Someone was undergoing tribulation here earlier. There is still some heaven and earth chi remaining. It has not completely dissipated yet. The 2 figures were indistinct. They were purposely concealing their figures. However, to be able to know about tribulations and to inspect them so clearly, they were surely goo immortals. Sigh. The northern icy plain was created by reckless savage demon Venerable in the past single-handedly. This is an icy plain without any land. The heaven and earth chi here is less abundant than in other places. If many goo immortals undergo tribulation here, more heaven and earth chi would be consumed. At some point, the glaciers will shatter, the entire place would become unstable. One of the 2 mysterious goo immortals sighed as they spoke with much worry. The northern icy plain is the final paradise left for us snowmen. We live under the icy plain and do not conflict with the rest of the world. To think that the humans are not satisfied, they even want to take away this final sanctuary of ours. The other mysterious figure was younger, and said with much anger. It turned out that these 2 goo immortals were not simple, they were snowman goo immortals of the variant humans. The young snowman goo immortal continued. First Supreme Elder is too behind the times. In my opinion, we should have gotten rid of that Chudu look. Not only is Chudu coming to undergo tribulations, others are coming too. Soon, more and more goo immortals will come and destroy our sanctuary. The older snowman goo immortal sighed. Sigh. I understand why First Supreme Elder agreed. They are worried that a battle with Chudu would expose our location to the world. Right now, humans are the overlords of the world, their status is firm as a mountain, unshakable. If we are exposed, all the goo immortals in northern plains would come after us. Do we let this continue? Let more and more goo immortals undergo tribulations on top of us. With our strength, if we fight in this icy plain, as long as we plan well, it is not hard to kill some human goo immortals. Of course, I admit that Chudu is very strong. We can play it safe and avoid him, but other goo immortals are not hard to kill. If they all die, who will know we are the culprits? Heh! Humans are a chaotic bunch internally. The righteous path and demonic path have never stopped their conflicts. The young goo immortal said. Sigh, you make sense too. Let's report this matter to the tribe and see what the other supreme elders have to say. The 2 snowman goo immortals discussed as their vague figures vanished. Even though Fan Yuan was covered in wounds, he moved unceasingly, rushing back to Langya blessed land. Heavens will wants to exterminate me, the best chance is during my tribulations. Not only can it increase the might of the calamities and tribulations to their limits, it can manipulate them personally. And worse, it can influence other people and create a human tribulation to kill me. Fan Yuan remembered this detail clearly. This was precious information that he had obtained from transactions with Sixth Hair. In the Battle of Etian Mountain months ago, he was also part of the crucial human tribulation that heavens will use to deal with Spectral Soul. Because he had experienced it personally, Fan Yuan was very much on alert regarding these human tribulations. Look at who Spectral Soul was, and he had Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance to assist him for 100,000 years, he still lost to Heaven's will in the end. Compared to them, what was Fan Yuan? Thus, Fan Yuan disregarded his severe injuries, he immediately left. He was fast, not giving Heaven's will any time to plan. There were no unexpected mishaps along the way. Fan Yuan successfully returned to Langya blessed land. After he got to Langya blessed land, he let out a sigh, knowing that he was safe for now. Next, Fan Yuan hid inside his cloud city and healed his injuries, while returning all the immortal goo he borrowed. A few days later, Fan Yuan's injuries healed, he was in prime condition again, he started restoring Dang Hun Mountain, which was in his immortal aperture. Speaking of which, this mountain was a huge help when he was undergoing tribulation. Dang Hun Mountain was in a terrible condition. It was a huge mountain earlier, but after getting attacked by countless wind flowers, there was only a tiny mound left. Landscape as before. Using this immortal goo, Dang Hun Mountain regained its former size. Only when Dang Hun Mountain was in this state could it produce guts goo at the highest efficiency. Fan Yuan did not dare to be careless. He quickly took out Dang Hun Mountain and handed it over to Langya Blessed Land. However, even though he could mass-produce guts goo, the place to sell them, Treasure Yellow Heaven, was still closed. Right now, Langya's Sect's inventory had a huge amount of guts goo that could not be sold. Fan Yuan was anxious. 2 months later, the third earthly calamity will arrive. It will be stronger than now. If I do not obtain a breakthrough in any aspect during this period of time and gain more strength, I will likely die. But gaining strength does not come out of nowhere. I need all sorts of cultivation resources. Treasure Yellow Heaven. When is it going to open? Chapter 1099. Transformation Path Grand Master. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Eastern Sea. This was a place with an aquatic terrain. But it was not as vast as the Eastern Sea in the outside world. The deepest sea level was only 60 feet. Most of the places were like mud pits to desolate beasts. This was because the Sovereign Immortal Aperture did not have enough water path down marks yet. Right now, in a particular location of Mini Eastern Sea, 2 desolate beasts were fighting. Howl! The desolate beast shark fin wolf howled as it pounced. It opened its mouth, showing its fangs. If its attack landed, even mountains could be damaged. But its opponent was a desolate beast flying bear. A crafty light shone in its eyes as it retreated. The shark fin wolf exerted excessive strength. Its attack was easily dodged by the flying bear. Next, the flying bear raised its paws and slammed down at the shark fin wolf's head. Bam! A huge force threw the shark fin wolf onto the ground. It went into a daze from the impact. It could not get up. However, Fan Yuan was not satisfied with this result. When I used Flying Bear's Strength Immortal Goo earlier, my strength increased. But the Flying Bear transformation had an issue. I am temporarily using this Strength Path Immortal Zombie Body. It has a lot of Strength Path down marks on it. Even though I have changed form Immortal Goo, I can only change my appearance with difficulty. The Strength Path down marks are resisting the effects of change form Immortal Goo. Transformation Path Goo Immortals mainly had Transformation Path down marks in their bodies. These down marks could transform into down marks of other paths under the influence of goo worms. Change form Immortal Goo was the essence of Transformation Path. With it, the Goo Immortal could transform into anything. Flowers, birds, fish, insects, grass, trees, mountains, rivers, suns, stars, moons, they could become anything. But this goo only changes the form. Other goo worms had to be used to change the strength, speed, defense, and other aspects. Right now, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture is inside my body. I can only use the Strength Path Immortal Zombies and train my Transformation Path methods. But Strength Path Immortal Zombies have Strength Path down marks. It is hard for them to use change form Immortal Goo. But Flying Bear's Strength Goo gains an amplification from Strength Path down marks. It has a greater effect. Fan Yuan assessed this, realizing the usefulness of his current body. Non-interference and conflict between his Dao marks. This was an immense advantage. Between all paths, they had clear boundaries that separated them. Even if one cultivated more than one path, there was a difference between the primary and secondary path. But for Fan Yuan, the boundaries were indistinct. He could cultivate all paths. It seems that using Strength Path Immortal Zombies can only train my Transformation Path methods to some extent. It cannot let me understand the true extent of my abilities. Fan Yuan sighed, controlling the flying bear, dodging agilely. As it turned out, the desolate beast shark fin wolf had gotten up. It attacked in a frenzied state. But Fan Yuan had the intelligence of a human. He utilized battle tactics and manipulated the flying bear fluidly. The shark fin wolf could not even injure the flying bear. Even though Fan Yuan had beast enslavement Immortal Goo and controlled this desolate beast before, after the earthly calamity, Fan Yuan had to return beast enslavement Immortal Goo. Thus, before this, he had released his control over the shark fin wolf and spine fin star dragonfish. This had a benefit. Without beast enslavement Immortal Goo, the desolate beast shark fin wolf could unleash its true fierce nature. It was a good sparring partner. Bam! With another loud sound, the shark fin wolf was slammed into the mud pit by the flying bear's paws once again, as mud splashed all over. This time, the shark fin wolf whimpered. It got up quickly, seeing that the flying bear was unharmed. It quickly escaped timidly. Fan Yuan, who was anticipating the shark fin wolf's attack, was dazed, he thought. Was it because I was too harsh when flicking it to subdue it in the past? Its ferocity is greatly reduced as a result? The shark fin wolf escaped. Fan Yuan lost all interest in continuing. But my practice these last days was not in vain. It proved that my transformation path attainment level has indeed reached Grandmaster level. Transformation path Grandmaster. Right now, Fan Yuan was a Grandmaster in Blood Path, Strength Path, Wisdom Path, and Star Path. A fifth path, Transformation Path, had also become Grandmaster level. The 500 years of his previous life were not of much help to Fan Yuan here. His transformation path attainment could reach this level because of Reckless Savage's true meaning. Heavens will wanted to exterminate Fan Yuan. It planned and raised the power of his calamities and tribulations to the limits permitted by the way of heaven. Fan Yuan had passed 2 earthly calamities, but these earthly calamities were extraordinarily powerful. They were on par with heavenly tribulations. Thus, even Reckless Savage's true meaning was drawn out in a greater amount. Good fortune and misfortune came in turns. Calamities and tribulations had a rule, that was the balance of fortune and misfortune. The stronger the calamities and tribulations, the greater the danger Fan Yuan faced, but after passing the tribulation, he would receive much greater benefits. Fan Yuan's transformation path Grandmaster attainment was obtained after 3 infusions of Reckless Savage's true meaning. The first was when He Lu Lan ascended to a 10 extreme immortal. The latter 2 times were inside his own earthly calamities, drawn out using immortal tribulation tempering aperture. He could become a Grandmaster because his foundation had been accumulated sufficiently. Becoming a transformation path Grandmaster is good news, but my current situation is quite bad. Fan Yuan was worried. Calamities and tribulations grew stronger each time. After the second earthly calamity, Fan Yuan could guess how much stronger his following calamities and tribulations would become. The second earthly calamity was passed after an extremely dangerous process. Along the way, the snow moons started appearing. If Fan Yuan was not resolute and attacked them immediately, the outcome would be disastrous. Towards the end, Dang Hun Mountain was reduced to a small mound. He had so little immortal essence he could not even use one immortal killer move. He only passed because of the desolate beast he prepared. It could be said, Fan Yuan expended almost all of his trump cards. During the first earthly calamity, Reckless Savage's true meaning took over half of the calamities and tribulations' power. The snow monsters created by Heaven's Will did not hold the initiative. But during the second earthly calamity, Heaven's Will planned and plotted while involving Reckless Savage's true meaning, making use of it, influencing it to become the snow moons that amplified the power of the wind flower tribulation. Heaven's Will can think, in the third earthly calamity, it will definitely consider Dang Hun Mountain, my current immortal killer moves, and my desolate beasts, as well as even subordinates like Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fan Yuan had gone through some tribulations. He gained a deeper understanding towards Heaven's Will. Conversely, the same applied to Heaven's Will. It gained more and more information regarding Fan Yuan. Currently, Fan Yuan had 7 main methods against the tribulations. The first was to undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain, using immortal tribulation tempering aperture to lure out Reckless Savage true meaning, weakening Heaven's Will's control over the tribulations. The second was dog shit luck, using luck path to weaken the tribulations. The third was using attitude Gu, dark limit Gu, change form Gu, and familiar face to transform into various things that could confuse Heaven's Will. The fourth was his strength path, sword path, and blood path immortal Gu, as well as immortal killer moves that could resist it head-on. The fifth was Dang Hun Mountain. It gave him an advantage in terrain. The sixth was his status as a complete otherworldly demon. Heaven's Will could not influence Fan Yuan's cognition. The seventh were external forces. Like the Spinefin Star Dragonfish, Sharkfin Wolf, Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong, Langya Sex Hairy Man Gu Immortals, and others. Heaven's Will knows clearly about these methods and trump cards. At most, the seventh point has greater room for variance. But these external forces are unreliable. My enslavement path attainment level is not high. I am not skilled in enslavement path methods either. Even though I can enslave the Sharkfin Wolf and Spinefin Star Dragonfish, Heaven's Will can also use the tribulations to grant them freedom. Thus, during the tribulation, I can only set them up as a trump card, to prevent Heaven's will from making use of them. And the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong, he is a variant human Gu Immortal, he has abundant intelligence. If he regains freedom, he would be a bigger threat than desolate beasts. Unless I have no choice, I will not expose the secret of my sovereign immortal aperture to him. And most importantly, he had once used heavenly wish to descend into Tai by blessed land as an earthly calamity. If he was manipulated by Heaven's will like those snow monsters and betrayed me, that would be problematic. At this rate, my third earthly calamity will be a near-death experience, and the fourth earthly calamity would be a certain death situation. Fan Yuan was deeply aware of his circumstances. Even though he passed the second earthly calamity, Treasure Yellow Heaven was not open, he could not use any cultivation resources to increase his strength. This was the problem with Gu Immortals undergoing tribulation. The calamities and tribulations get stronger each time, they had to work hard and cultivate, to ensure that the growth of their strength could match the increase in strength of the calamities and tribulations. Gu Immortals with lower potential would face weaker calamities and tribulations. There was a long time between each one, it was not hard for them to cultivate. But Fan Yuan's potential was unprecedented and possibly never surpassed, he had the sovereign immortal aperture that could cultivate all paths. Thus, his calamities and tribulations were so terrifying, the growth in their strength was unheard of, and there was only 2 months between each tribulation. Other Gu Immortals would have died already. Because Fan Yuan had a deep foundation and a huge amount of resources saved up, he could last until now. Look at the number of Immortal Gu and Immortal Killer moves Fan Yuan had, his Grandmaster attainment level in multiple paths, and even Danghun Mountain and Langya Sect, these external forces that he could use. But even so, his future was bleak. Treasure Yellow Heaven is closed, it completely breaks my plans and momentum. At this rate, I cannot survive. The problem was Treasure Yellow Heaven. If Treasure Yellow Heaven opened, he would have a smooth journey ahead. But when was Treasure Yellow Heaven opening? Nobody knew. It could open in the next moment, or several months later. In Fan Yuan's case, if it took a few months to reopen, he would be dead already. Unless he had a fortuitous encounter and gained a huge boost in strength. Days passed, but there were no signs of Treasure Yellow Heaven opening. Fan Yuan's injuries had recovered, but his immortal aperture could not develop. Langya Sect's development was also halted. Langya Land Spirit had asked Fan Yuan many times to settle the matter of the falling starhound. But Fan Yuan did not agree, their relationship was getting worse. Langya Land Spirit reduced the rewards of Fan Yuan teaching the hairy man Gu Immortal's combat skills to the lowest, he was making almost no gains. Under Sixth Hair's instigation, the other hairy man Gu Immortals were also turning cold to Fan Yuan, they even started hating him. Even though the second earthly calamity was over, Fan Yuan's situation was getting worse. Should he wait until Treasure Yellow Heaven opened, or attempt to take the initiative and find a breakthrough? Fan Yuan was faced with a difficult problem. Chapter 1100. Hey Tribe takes the blame. Fan Yuan thought about it for a long time, he chose to wait. After the second earthly calamity, he gained a deeper understanding of Heaven's will. Over at Taichio, it seems peaceful, but Heaven's will has likely already made its plot, waiting for me to jump in. Earlier, Langya's Sect was developing smoothly in Taichio, it was likely Heaven's will's bait. Next, the falling starhound appeared, it was Heaven's will's probing and pressure. It is attempting to use Langya's Sect to force me out. This means, I definitely cannot go. Or maybe Fan Yuan was just overthinking it? Maybe Heaven's will was not so omnipotent. Or maybe Heaven's will has not started plotting in Taichio yet? Fan Yuan thought about these, but he eliminated all these wishful thoughts. He could survive until now because of his vigilance, and the fact that he did not leave things to chance. He always planned for the worst outcome. Placing no expectations on the love of others, not longing for anyone to be kind to him, not expecting himself to be favored by fate. Relying entirely on himself. Waiting. Fan Yuan settled down, awaiting the opening of Treasure Yellow Heaven. After considering all aspects, this was the most advantageous and stable choice for him. Time continued to pass, half a month soon passed, but Treasure Yellow Heaven still had no change. Sixth Hair was sowing discord everywhere, the hairy man Gu Immortal's attitude towards Fan Yuan was getting worse. Some were pointing at Fan Yuan in the face, scolding him for being a traitor, even though he joined Langya's Sect, he was not contributing it. I have a reason for everything I do, Fan Yuan explained plainly. After that, he stayed in his cloud city and rarely moved around. He also accepted very few requests to guide the hairy man Gu immortals in fighting, because the rewards were simply too little after Langya Lan's spirit's adjustment. He could not develop his immortal aperture, and it was difficult to become proficient in transformation path methods. Fan Yuan did not waste his time, he used wisdom path methods to make many deductions. But without the light of wisdom, Fan Yuan felt a strong contrast. His deductions took a long time. It was very different from using the light of wisdom. The difference was like that of heaven and earth. Why would I care about the attitude of others? As long as I am in Langya sect, and do not break any sect rules, would Langya Lan's spirit break his own rules and remove my external supreme elder status? Unlikely. Fan Yuan continued to wait. Even though the environment exerted great pressure on him, he was unmoved. Northern Plains, Myriad Bean Garden, more than 10 days later. This place had fertile soil and good sunny weather. There were fields for farming with lots of irrigation channels that were orderly arranged. Chu Du came here and looked around. He felt his emotions calming down. He said loudly, Tian Xia Xian, you are indeed the number one wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains. The outside world is already in a mess, but you are still here farming and living peacefully. You are truly an unfettered expert. There were thousands of square kilometers of farmland, with many figures that had their backs lowered and farming. Most of them were ink men. They had dark skin and white hair. They were a type of variant human. One of them was a human. He looked like an old farmer with a hunched back, 50 to 60 years old with wrinkles on his face. His rough hands were grabbing onto two special beanstalks. His pants were rolled up as he stood on mud. He had no demeanor of an immortal. He really looked like an ordinary old man. But after hearing Chu Du's words, he raised his head, straightening his back. Facing the famous domination immortal, he had no fear or unease. He smiled lightly. Chu Du, you are flattering me. How can I be the number one wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains? There is a mountain taller than another mountain, an expert above another expert. There are so many hidden experts in Northern Plains. Even though I inherited old immortal Tian Yuan's true inheritance, I could not learn much and had a weak foundation. Back in the day, I competed with Dong Fang Changfan and lost to him by miles. There is no way I am number one. This wisdom path Gu immortal Tian Xia Xian was originally immortal. He was not even a Gu master. But under a coincidence, he obtained an immense opportunity from an immortal. Eventually, he inherited the true inheritance of a famous person in history, the wisdom path great expert old immortal Tian Yuan, becoming a wisdom path Gu immortal secretly. Back then, when Dong Fang Changfan tried to develop his clan and lead Dong Fang tribe on a strong rise, he had to infringe on other people's benefits. Even though Tian Xia Xian obtained a true inheritance and became a Gu immortal, he had ordinary aptitude. His immortal aperture was ordinary and his calamities and tribulations were not powerful. Because of his personality, he had no grand ambitions. He was originally cultivating peacefully at home, but when Dong Fang tribe expanded, they interrupted his peaceful lifestyle. Even though Tian Xia Xian was unwilling to, Dong Fang Changfan was very overbearing. After losing to Dong Fang Changfan, he could only leave Myriad Bean Garden and roam outside. During this period, he interacted with other Gu immortals and slowly, the Northern Plains Gu immortal world learned of his existence. After Dong Fang Changfan died, Dong Fang tribe's base was taken down, countless resources were snatched away. As a superforce, Dong Fang tribe was like the setting sun, fading out of existence rapidly. Without Dong Fang Changfan, Dong Fang tribe collapsed. Tian Xia Xian used this chance to return to his former home, becoming the owner of Myriad Bean Garden. Even though he had ordinary aptitude, his true inheritance was very impressive. Many Northern Plains Gu immortal promoted him, considering him to be the number one person under Dong Fang Changfan. After Dong Fang Changfan died, he naturally went up in status, and was now publicly recognized as the number one wisdom path Gu immortal in the Northern Plains Gu immortal world. But he had no ambitions or desires. He wanted to be ordinary. Even as a Gu immortal, he did not want to give up on his original life. He went to the fields to farm daily. Of course, Myriad Bean Garden was huge. Most of the labor was done by inkmen. Tian Xia Xian raised inkmen's slaves. He was quite famous in the Northern Plains Gu immortal world for this. Chu Du smiled, walking towards Tian Xia Xian. Brother Tian is too humble. If I had Brother Tian's wisdom path attainment, I would call myself number one already. In the whole of Northern Plains, I would like to see who can compete against me. Tian Xia Xian squinted his eyes. He laughed heartily. Brother Chu, you carry yourself like a dragon or tiger. You are a domineering person among immortals, you have grand ambitions, I cannot compare to you. Well? Do you also want to reap some benefits from Hate Tribe? You came here today to ask me to make deductions for you? Chudu nodded, but shook his head a moment later. Hate Tribe is about to be destroyed, like the former Dongfang tribe. Right now, almost all forces in Northern Plains Gu Immortal World are attacking and plotting against Hate Tribe. However, I do not want to interfere in this. I came here with an even more important matter to ask Brother Tian to deduce. Tian Xia Xian showed a look of admiration on his face. Impressive. As expected of domination Immortal Chudu, you are unfazed by the trends of the world and stick to your own goals. What do you want me to deduce? I want you to make deductions about a person. This is the clue. Chudu said, handing an immortal Gu to Tian Xia Xian. This immortal Gu looked like a silver-winged dragonfly. Its wings were flickering with silver light. Tian Xia Xian felt a cold chill looking at it. A rank 7 sword path immortal Gu. He was slightly taken aback. Suddenly, his body shook with a mystical aura. He answered himself. Flying sword immortal Gu, Bo Qing once used it. As expected of Tian Xia Xian, that is the case. Chudu praised, stating his intent. He wanted to obtain the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method from Fan Yuan, to lure out infusions of reckless savage's true meaning, assisting him in cultivation. Compared to the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method, his method of nurturing strength path Gu masters to become Gu immortals was too slow and inefficient. Even though he had Fan Yuan's flying sword immortal Gu, he could not match him in speed, he could only negotiate with him. But after that, Fan Yuan left. Even though he gave Chudu a contact method, Chudu received few replies from him. Even when Fan Yuan replied, he was just giving half-hearted replies. Chudu was getting more anxious. Especially in the last few months, when Treasure Yellow Heaven closed, Chudu lost all ways to contact Fan Yuan. Chudu was also anticipating the opening of Treasure Yellow Heaven, but when he thought about it, even if Treasure Yellow Heaven opened, Fan Yuan might still ignore him. It was quite unbelievable. What sort of person was Chudu? He actually had to wait for a Gu immortal to reply to him. But the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method was very important. It was a way for Chudu to cultivate. Chudu ignored even the events in Hei Tribe. He went to Tian Xia Xian to use his methods to deduce Fan Yuan's location. Since you are ignoring me, I will find you myself. Chudu was thinking like this. This was the demeanor of the domination immortal. Tian Xia Xian continued deducing. A moment later he said, Good. This immortal Gu still belongs to the target, you did not forcefully refine it. This way, I have a 50% chance of deducing the other party. Chudu frowned. Only 50%? If he is hiding inside an immortal aperture, I definitely cannot deduce anything. 50% is very high already. Tian Xia Xian said. Chudu nodded helplessly. Then I will trouble Brother Tian. Let's go to another location. I need 3 days. Langya blessed land. Fan Yuan returned to his cloud city. Earlier, he was summoned by Langya land spirit. He was not asking him to deal with the falling star hound. Instead, something huge was happening in Northern Plains. Hei Tribe. Fan Yuan muttered, his gaze flickering. Hei Tribe was facing a destructive crisis. They were in dire straits. Speaking of which, Fan Yuan was among the main culprits for it. Looking at the situation, Fan Yuan caused the collapse of 88 Truyang building. He destroyed Imperial Court blessed land and caused Northern Plains righteous path to be furious. They were trying to find him. But at that time, was Shadow Sect helping him? Along with Fan Yuan's own efforts, they could not find him. Next, Hei Qing joined Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect and Feng Jiuji's group fought in the 100 Days battle in Luopa Valley. Hei Qing left behind the immortal Gu House dark prison and escaped, being captured by Fan Yuan. Next, Blazing Heaven Demonists dealt with old ancestor Shui Hu. They came to an agreement. Blazing Heaven Demonists forced Hei Tribe's top 4 supreme elders, who were using Green City Rampage, to retreat, and old ancestor Shui Hu used the chance to steal immortal materials from Hei Tribe's headquarters, earning a huge fortune. Finally, in the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Shadow Sect was destroyed. Nobody could protect Fan Yuan from deductions anymore. His secret was exposed by Heavenly Court to the entire world. The truth of Imperial Court blessed land was revealed. Northern Plains Gu Immortals wanted to get rid of Fan Yuan, but they could not find his location. Firstly, Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were very rare, and secondly, Fan Yuan had been hiding inside Langya blessed land the entire time. Finally, this fellow also had quite a high attainment in wisdom path himself. Northern Plains Gu. Immortals could not find He Lu Lan or Tai Bai Yunxing. Fan Yuan was the main culprit, they were the accomplices. Right now, they were with Wu Xie. Central Continent's heavenly court struck but could not capture them. Northern Plains Gu immortals were furious. Especially the righteous path Gu immortals, and those super forces who dominated territories, the Huangjin tribes. Their lives was originally great, using the arrangement of their ancestor giant son Immortal Venerable. They could bully those demonic path or lone immortals, playing the game of the imperial court contest every 10 years. It was quite exciting. In all, the righteous path flourished, and the Huangjin tribes dominated northern plains. The situation could not be shaken. But imperial court blessed land was destroyed, 88 True Yang building collapsed, this beautiful setup broke apart utterly. They could not find the culprit or the accomplices, so they went to He tribe. He Lu Lan was a member of He tribe after all. Who else but He tribe could take the blame now? Chapter 1101. 2 True Inheritances. With He tribe's current situation, should I interfere? Fan Yuan thought about it, there was much he could do here. Even though He tribe was a superforce, part of the Huangjin family, they were weak among the superforces of northern plains. Moreover, they were besieged on all fronts now, they were facing the entire northern plains Gu immortal world. The outcome was obvious, He tribe was going down in flames. Even if they were unwilling to give in, how could one tribe resist the entire Gu immortal world? Unless they had a rank 8 Gu immortal to defend them, but He tribe did not have such a person. He tribe's top 4 supreme elders could form the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage and had battle strength that could contest with that of a rank 8 to an extent. But this was the only trump card that He tribe had. Fan Yuan became more enticed as he thought about it. To him, the situation was a mess now. Everyone wanted to gain profits from He tribe. In this situation, he could definitely gain something. Don't forget, Fan Yuan had a huge advantage. He had a Gu immortal captive, He Qing. Gu immortal He Qing was not like ordinary He tribe Gu immortals. He had authority. He was trusted by the top 4 supreme elders. He tribe's top 4 supreme elders encountered a problem when using the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage, causing them to be unable to distance themselves from one another. They could only give up some authority. He Qing was their spokesperson. He managed the affairs of He tribe, and knew clearly about the situation in the whole of He tribe. He Qing was in Fan Yuan's hands. He naturally had methods to search souls and wills. Fan Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster. He Qing could not defend against him. Right now, Fan Yuan had more clear knowledge about He tribe than those Huangjin tribes who were targeting it. He knew deeper and more specific information. With the support of his intel, Fan Yuan had a huge advantage compared to them. Within He tribe, there was a key thing which attracted Fan Yuan. That was, the He Fan true inheritance. He Fan was once a Gu immortal of He tribe. He was a famous person in history, but he had died long ago. In the past, He Fan cultivated time path. He reached rank 8. He controlled He tribe and made it an overlord back then. It was quite powerful even among superforces, those were glorious times. But his lifespan was limited. After He Fan died, He tribe slowly became weaker, while some of the other superforces rose up. Before He Fan died, he left behind his true inheritance, but none of He tribe's descendants could inherit it. The true inheritance of a rank 8 Gu immortal, if one inherited it, they might become a rank 8 Gu immortal in the future. If He tribe had a rank 8 Gu immortal, they would not be in this situation. In the world of Gu immortals, rank 6 Gu immortals were at the bottom, rank 7 Gu immortals were in the middle, while rank 8s were the top brass. If He tribe had a rank 8 Gu immortal, even if He Lu Lan was the main culprit behind the destruction of 88 True Yang building, they could still withstand it. The existence of a rank 8 Gu immortal was crucial to the deterrence of a superforce against others. Even if this rank 8 Gu immortal were to be faced with pressure by many other rank 8 Gu immortals, they would at most only need to pay a huge price in resources and compensation to protect the tribe. The current situation was not like that. He tribe had many Gu immortals, but they could not defend the tribe. He Fan true inheritance. Fan Yuan muttered. His eyes were shining deeply. In my current situation, the biggest obstacle is Heaven's will. And Heaven's will's strongest methods are calamities and tribulations. Each calamity and tribulation is a gamble. I am targeted by Heaven's will, it is too dangerous. And the interval between each calamity is 2 months, this is simply too short. If he had more time, Fan Yuan could deal with the calamities and tribulations after more preparation. But Fan Yuan's body, coming from the sovereign immortal fetus, was simply too absurd. Its existence defied heaven, it could not be allowed to remain. However, man is the spirit of all living beings, Gu immortals were incredibly intelligent beings. Predecessors had thought of countless ways to deal with the short durations between calamities and tribulations. Among them, the most popular were time path methods. Langya Blessed Land did this. Long-hair ancestor had once asked a time path great expert to slow the rate of time in Langya Blessed Land. This way, the interval between calamities and tribulations was longer. After Long-hair ancestor died, this was left behind. This gave Langya Land's spirit lots of time to prepare and get ready for all the calamities and tribulations. I do not know any time path Gu immortal. Even if I once was in contact with Tai Bai Yunxing, he could not slow the time in the immortal aperture. Fan Yuan knew about Tai Bai Yunxing's inheritance, because he had once soul-searched Tai Bai Yunxing in Imperial Court Blessed Land. But in fact, not all time path Gu immortals had methods to slow time in the immortal aperture. Tai Bai Yunxing was a good example. Even if I know any such time path Gu immortal, or approach them now, my sovereign immortal aperture is an extremely important secret, it is too huge of a deal, how can I let any time path Gu immortal know about it? It is hard to trust anyone. I might as well rely on myself. If I can obtain the Hei Fan true inheritance, and slow the time in my immortal aperture, that would be great. Ordinary time path true inheritances might not have a method to slow the time passing in the immortal aperture. But the Hei Fan true inheritance was extraordinary. It was left behind by the rank 8 Hei Fan. In the history of Hei tribe, it was recorded, when Hei Fan was alive, he had slowed the time in many immortal apertures of Hei tribe Gu immortals. This way, the Hei tribe Gu immortals could deal with their calamities and tribulations with more ease, there was a greater chance of success. As time passed, the number of Hei tribe Gu immortals exceeded other super forces. With the rank 8 Gu immortal Hei Fan as deterrents in northern plains, and with countless rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals in Hei tribe, this created a glorious time of prosperity in Hei tribe's history. Fan Yuan knew clearly about the history of Hei tribe through the captive Hei Qing. Blazing Heaven Demoness knew about this too. She had a time path injury. It made the rate at which time passed for her very fast. She had to become an immortal zombie. To cure her injury, Blazing Heaven Demoness formed a scheme, sending her sister Su Xian heir to Hei tribe, attempting to obtain the Hei Fan true inheritance and heal her. Instead, her sister fell in love with Hei Qing and gave birth to Hei Lulan. It became a story of love and hatred. All in all, as long as Fan Yuan could obtain the Hei Fan true inheritance, he could slow the rate of time in his immortal aperture. Once the rate of time in his immortal aperture slowed down, Fan Yuan's circumstances would change drastically. Even though slower time meant that production of resources would also be slower, and his cultivation level would also rise more slowly, it stabilized the situation. Fan Yuan's pressure and difficulty in cultivating would be lower by a huge margin. The advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Hei Fan true inheritance. Fan Yuan became more enticed as he thought about it. To him, this was a crucial way to get out of his situation. If I want to leave and go to Hei tribe, participating in this chaotic battle, there are many ways to do so. This precious information is my first advantage. Secondly, I have dark limit immortal Gu to conceal my aura, heavens cannot find me. And thirdly, I have familiar face and change form immortal Gu to disguise myself, I can mix in with the chaotic bunch moving in. Should I go? Fan Yuan thought over it, he decided to observe from the sidelines, he did not go immediately. The situation over at Hei tribe was too chaotic now. Righteous path, demonic path, even lone immortals were participating in the raid. The scene was a mess, countless experts were moving about, appearing continuously. Among rank 6 Gu immortals, there were bottom-tier Gu immortals like Old Lu, and also ordinary Gu immortals like Qing Xianzi, there were even Zhuozhan, Divine Lord Tian Du, Shi and other experts. Among rank 7 Gu immortal experts, there were Unfettered Scholar, and Pai Shui Han. According to some vague rumors, it seemed like Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Old Ancestors Shui who were also active in this. Fan Yuan looked at the situation, the time was not ripe yet. This was only the start, many forces and Gu immortals were taking over Hei tribe's resource points. These Gu immortals were far from reaching the headquarters yet. All sorts of forces were restricting one another, it was very chaotic. Countless people rose up and fought, they competed to decide who would get to keep the resources. If Fan Yuan went now, he would be implicated, no matter who he disguised himself as. And Dark Limit Immortal Gu's protection only lasted for a while, it could not be used for long. And most importantly, there was Heaven's Will. Heaven's Will could make arrangements against Fan Yuan. What did Heaven's Will know? Heaven's Will was inside Spring-Autumn Cicada. With Spring-Autumn Cicada around Fan Yuan, Heaven's Will might know of his plan beforehand. During the transactions with Sixth Heir, Shadow Sect had told Fan Yuan, Heaven's Will was vast, it was everywhere. Heaven's Will covered the area of the 5 regions and 2 heavens. This was a huge advantage, it knew much information and secrets. Because of many reasons, Fan Yuan could not act casually. He decided to wait until He Tribe's situation became clearer. Once he could see the situation clearly, he would be able to take action. The key of this was still one word: speed. Accumulating strength, and striking immediately, before leaving rapidly. There was no better tactic. Fan Yuan waited patiently. Using Langya's sect, he could gain information about the outside world. Days passed by. The battles involving He Tribe continued to aggravate. Countless Gu immortals got involved, some won while others lost, countless schemes were used. It was like a huge spiral, and this spiral was expanding, sucking in even more people. At this rate, the spiral was becoming chaotic and uncontrollable. Many secluded cultivators could not resist the temptation, they appeared. There were people like Fan Yuan as well, biding their time. Days later, in Myriad Bean Garden. I tried my best, but the other party is hiding inside an immortal aperture, there are no results. Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Tian Xia Xian sighed, showing some embarrassment on his face. Is that so? Disappointment could not be concealed on Chu Du's face. But I have made some other gain, Tian Xia Xian suddenly said. Oh? What do you mean, Brother Tian? Chu Du was perplexed. Immediately, he saw that Tian Xia Xian returned Flying Sword Immortal Gu to him. He pointed at the Immortal Gu and said, This Flying Sword Immortal Gu is not simple, there is an insignia left on this Gu. I have already deciphered this insignia, it is the key to an immortal's true inheritance. What? There is such a thing. Chu Du was surprised, he was greatly interested. Is this the Sword Path True Inheritance of Sword Immortal Bo Qing? Chapter 1102. Planning. No. Hearing Chu Du's guess, Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Tian Xia Xian shook his head. This insignia is made from an information path method. According to my deduction, it is an information path true inheritance. But the location of the true inheritance is not in Northern Plains, but Eastern Sea instead. Eastern Sea, information path true inheritance? Chu Du frowned, his expectations fell drastically. If it were a sword path true inheritance, there was little hope of him cultivating it anyway. The reason was simple, he cultivated strength path, his foundation in strength path Dao marks was deep, it was difficult for him to cultivate other paths. But sword path had strong attacking power, and because of the historical records of the legendary pseudo-immortal Venerable Bo Qing, Chu Du gained a lot of curiosity. The moment he heard information path, the curiosity faded. Chu Du was a highly accomplished character who naturally knew the advantages of information path towards his cultivation, but he was straightforward and had grand ambitions. He had a preference for strong offensive methods instead. He was known as the Domination Immortal. There was a saying, there are only wrong names, not wrong titles. Chu Du could not cultivate sword path or information path, of course. In this world, throughout the past, present, and future, Fan Yuan was the only one who could cultivate all paths. If other Gu immortals wanted to cultivate a second path, they would need to spend a lot of time and effort. Unless there was a special situation, or if they had an exemplary immortal Gu, most would not do something like this with great disadvantages. It was not wise. Seeing Chu Du's expression, Tian Xia Xian knew what he was thinking. He quickly explained. Brother Chu, don't look down on this insignia. According to my deduction, this was carved onto Flying Sword Immortal Gu at a later time. Such an information path method is unheard of. It was an eye-opener. This is definitely not ordinary. Chu Du's expression became serious. After the reminder, he felt that Tian Xia Xian's words made much sense. If the carving was done on ordinary rocks or walls, that was normal. But it was done on a Gu worm, that was very rare. And this was Flying Sword Immortal Gu, a rank 7 sword path Gu. Man is the spirit of all beings, Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. When Gu immortals cultivate and undergo tribulations, they would gain more Dao marks in their bodies. Meanwhile, immortal Gu were fragments made of Dao marks. The Dao marks of different paths would resist and conflict with each other. This information path insignia had a trace of information path Dao marks within it, but it could be carved on a container of sword path Dao marks, and be kept for such a long time. This was like a ship floating in the sea, unmoved by all the currents around it. In this case, the information path method was simply extraordinary. Brother Chu, can I negotiate with you? Tianxia Xin suddenly asked. Chu Du smiled lightly. He was not a wisdom path Gu immortal, but he understood what Tianxia Xin was going to say. Chu Du waved his hand, interrupting Tianxia Xin, saying, Brother Tian, please don't blame me. This flying sword immortal Gu is not mine to begin with, it belongs to my friend. My friend had gone missing, so I got worried and wanted to deduce his location. The opportunity on this immortal Gu also belongs to him. The deductions of wisdom path Gu immortals did not come from thin air, they needed clues. The more clues there were, the easier the deduction could be done. Thus, wisdom path Gu immortals often had a great desire towards information path methods. Tianxia Xin was originally not interested in most information path methods, because he had inherited old immortal Tian Yuan's extraordinary wisdom path inheritance. He had very high standards. But because this information path true inheritance was too high quality, even a Gu immortal as reserved as him was interested. I see, I was too abrupt. Hearing Chu Du's rejection, Tianxia Xin felt dejected, but he still returned flying sword immortal Gu to Chu Du. This rank 7 sword path immortal Gu was used to deduce for clues. It was not the payment for his services. Of course, Chu Du asked Tianxia Xin to make a deduction for him. He paid a hefty price. The deduction did not succeed, according to the rules. I will take only half of the payment. Tianxia Xin looked at the flying sword immortal Gu in Chu Du's hands longingly. He sighed and said this. Chu Du shook his head, laughing. No need, even though my goal was not achieved, it was not for nothing. Brother Tian is indeed the #1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains. It was worth the price. I will take my leave. Chu Du was the domination immortal, but he was not a rash person lacking interpersonal skills. Tianxia Xin was one of the few wisdom path experts in Northern Plains. He would likely need his help again in the future. How could Chu Du worsen their relationship? This. Tianxia Xin hesitated. But Chu Du had already left. He did things quickly and resolutely. He left without hesitation. When he left, he was quite happy. The rank 7 immortal Gu flying sword was already very precious. Now that it also had an information path true inheritance clue, Chu Du felt that Fan Yuan would never give up on it. This way, he had a way to pressure Fan Yuan. I must obtain the method to draw out reckless savage's true meaning no matter what. Chu Du felt a flame burning inside him. Tianxia Xin saw Chu Du leaving. He sighed helplessly. If it were others, he might have gone ahead to snatch it. But that was the domination immortal. Chu Du only cultivated strength path, while Tianxia Xin cultivated wisdom path. But Tianxia Xin did not have the courage to scheme against Chu Du's strength path was declining like the setting sun, while wisdom path was precious and rare. But throughout history, there was no strongest path, only a strongest Gu immortal. No path or Gu worm could be known as the strongest. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. To humans, Gu worms were just tools. Time passed, the commotion in Northern Plains intensified. The web around He tribe was starting to tighten. Like what Fan Yuan had predicted, He tribe was resisting the entire Northern Plains Gu immortal world. How could they win? Even though He tribe's Gu immortals resisted strongly, they still lost bit by bit, with no hopes of winning. The intense aura of blood attracted more and more hungry sharks that came after He tribe's immense assets. He tribe headquarters, Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Right now, He tribe's Gu immortals were gathered. There was a gloomy atmosphere. He Qing's 4 top supreme elders were seated at the highest position. He Qing was captured by Fan Yuan. His good friend He Bai was injured. The other 6 He tribe Gu immortals were all rank 6. The atmosphere was heavy. The tribe is facing a calamity. We are all pillars that hold up He tribe. Let's talk about it. How can we survive this crisis? First Supreme Elder initiated, breaking the silence. But He tribe's Gu immortals simply looked at one another in turn. Nobody said a thing. This was not the first meeting. In the earlier meeting, they were participating actively. Some suggested that they should fight back strongly. They should punish and take down all those who tried to infringe on He tribe's property. Of course, their goal was to achieve peace. Peace could only be obtained after fighting. He tribe's Gu immortals were not stupid, they knew this. Unfortunately, even though they understood this, He tribe's Gu immortals could not rival so many enemies. Even though they fought back, they were forced back. Almost all of He tribe's Gu immortals were injured now. One rank 6 Gu immortal even died. Second Supreme Elder sighed. If not for the fact that an accident happened when we used Green City Rampage, causing us to be unable to separate, the situation would be much better now. He tribe occupied a lot of resources, but He tribe Gu immortals were few, and most of them were rank 6. Against the attacking forces, He tribe was too weak, and had little battle strength. They could not control the situation. It is all because of He Chem. This person is the sinner of our tribe. That daughter of his caused this mess. He even lost our immortal Gu house dark prison. He truly deserves death without sympathy. A He tribe Gu immortal scolded angrily. Indeed, indeed. He Ching is a heinous sinner. At once, He tribe's Gu immortals spoke agitatedly. He Ching lost the immortal Gu house dark prison. It was truly a huge mistake. Otherwise, with dark prison and the 4 elders' Green City Rampage, the situation would not be this terrible. First Supreme Elder was silent. Dark prison was originally his, he had lent it to He Ching. He Ching was the one who lost dark prison. First Supreme Elder was also to blame for trusting the wrong person. During usual times, the 4 top Supreme Elders trusted He Ching deeply, allowing him to manage matters in the tribe. The criticism and scolding of the He tribe Gu immortals was also vaguely expressing their unhappiness towards the 4 Supreme Elders, but they could not say it directly. After a while, Third Supreme Elder could not stand it anymore. He said, "Enough, at this point, the matter has already happened. What can cursing do? We are in a crisis now. If cursing could save us, I would have done it long ago. We are all members of He tribe with the same bloodline. If the tribe is wiped out, none of us will be spared. You should all know this." Once he said that, the berating stopped. Fourth Supreme Elder coughed. "Regarding our current situation, if anyone has any input, you can mention it." The immortals were silent. The difference in strength was too huge, there were no effective strategies. "I have something to say." At this point, a rank 6 Gu immortal spoke. Everyone looked over, it was He Bai. This immortal cultivated woodpath, he had rank 6 cultivation level. When he was young, he was known as the He tribe stoneman, he was a man of few words. Normally, he was close to He Ching, they had a deep friendship. "Speak, we are listening. I want to see what great idea you have, He Bai." The Gu immortals spoke in cold tones, they hated He Ching, that hatred extended to He Bai as well. He Bai's expression did not change, he was like a rock, saying solemnly, "In this situation, I do not need to speak much, you are all aware of it. Not only the righteous path and demonic path Gu immortals, even lone immortals are coming to get a share. The only reason for this is due to benefits. Everyone kicks a man who is down, the survival of our tribe is most important. As long as we survive, be it resources, benefits, or reputation, they are all things we can give up. You want us to surrender? Our tribe had traitors like He Lu Lan and He Ching. Imperial Court blessed land was also destroyed. Do you think the Huang Jin families would let us off?" Some Gu immortals immediately mocked and sneered. He Bai shook his head. "The Huang Jin tribes will not let us off, but there is one person in Northern Plains now who can help our He tribe escape this crisis." "Who?" He Bai said a name. The immortals heard this and were all shocked. Author's note: guess who? Chapter 1103. Chaos in Northern Plains. The sun was setting, there was beautiful light in the horizon, it was blazing like fire, showing a scenic view. A light wind was blowing, the golden wheat fields were swaying along. This is the wheat field that He tribe cultivates with great care, it is truly huge and majestic. Gu immortal Lu Qingming floated in the air as he looked down, saying plainly, He tribe had planted a huge amount of wheat here. This wheat was known as the golden wheat, it matured once every 2 years, but it was not meant to be consumed by humans, it was a type of metal, called metal essence. This place was originally a barren desolate land. Because it had too high of a mineral content, even causing the formation of mines, no plants would grow here. He tribe planted this golden wheat, making use of it to excavate the resources here. They had put in a lot of time and effort for the project. Thus, this wheat field forming an immense area was created. Even though Lu Qingming was in the air now, he could not see the borders of this field. There was another person beside Lu Qingming. His name was Su Guang, a light path Gu immortal. He looked at the wheat field below him passionately. He tribe's wheat field is famous in northern plains. Every time it is harvested, at least 500,000 kilograms of metal essence is obtained. The metal essence is a huge source of revenue in He tribe. Even though the metal essence is a rank 5 mortal material, we have little use for it, but it can be sold in bulk for a good price. Lu Qingming smiled before nodding. It is worth taking. I would urge you both to not be foolish. My Guan tribe is taking this. A figure appeared along with the voice, standing in front of Lu Qingming and Su Guang. He had a stern expression, he was emitting strong battle intent, the third eye on his forehead was very eye-catching. Lu Qingming and Su Guang looked at each other, reaching a consensus. They had sensed that there were other Gu Immortals' auras here. They spoke earlier without taking physical action in order to lure out the Gu Immortals. So it is Guan Xinjiao of Guan tribe, Lu Qingming said politely. The traveling 3 elites, I have heard of you. But after Dong Fang Chang Fan's incident, Gu Immortal Han Dong is already dead. If you try to act forcefully, I am afraid the traveling 3 elites would be completely wiped out today. Guan Xinjiao was not polite at all. He was a Guan tribe Gu Immortal. Guan tribe was a superforce, part of the Huangjin family. He had enough confidence. Su Guang laughed. You are in the righteous path, while us brothers are in the demonic path. Righteous and demonic are opposing sides. Will we retreat now? We have to fight and determine the winner. Guan Xinjiao snorted coldly, attacking directly. At once, immortal aura rampaged, light burst out, the 2 sides engaged in fierce combat in the sky. 2 figures, one big and one small, were flying parallel to the ground. Grandfather, where are we going? The smaller one was only a teenager in appearance. He asked with an expression of curiosity. My dear grandson, we are going to Gushing Spring Forest. Do you know about it? The larger one was an old-looking Gu Immortal. He wore a yellow robe. His huge sleeves were fluttering in the wind. The youngster's eyes moved about. Gushing Spring Forest is a forest of water pillars formed from underground geysers. It is said that there are countless water path and earth path Gu worms there. It is a precious territory of He tribe. Good, I did not teach you in vain. Dear grandson, don't you cultivate water path? We are going to Gushing Spring Forest now. Let's see if there are any water path mortal Gu that you want. If we are lucky, we might even obtain some of the springs. We can place them in my immortal aperture. When you becoming an immortal, I will transfer these resources to you. The old Gu Immortal said. The youngster showed a look of gratitude. He asked worriedly. Grandfather, you are only a bottom-tier rank 6 Gu Immortal. What if you die after entering He tribe's territory? The youngster spoke without restraint. The old Gu Immortal was not angry. He laughed as he explained to his grandson. More than 10 days ago, He tribe's Gu Immortals had already gone back to their headquarters. Right now, He tribe's other territories are unoccupied. He tribe's Gu Immortals are not around. But what about other Gu Immortals? Didn't we hear that those old demons like Pai Shuihan are also getting involved? The youngster was still worried. You don't understand. The old Gu Immortal was confident. Even though Gushing Spring Forest is an important territory, compared to the others, it is still inferior. Experts like Pai Shuihan would not want to come here. The closest super forces near He tribe are Lu tribe, Guan tribe, and Yao tribe. We cannot snatch the resources of territories near these tribes. Those close to He tribe's headquarters are also untouchable. Those important treasures are for these experts to fight over. Even if we watch from afar, we will be in danger. Considering this, Gushing Spring Forest is the safest and wisest choice for us. So that's it. The youngster realized. The sound of wind was loud. The 2 got closer to Gushing Spring Forest. Suddenly, the old Gu Immortal's expression changed. He heard the sound of intense battle. Oh no. The old Gu Immortal's expression sank. He quickly flew into the air. At this moment, the sun was high in the sky, sending down blazing rays of light. Gushing Spring Forest could be seen by the grandfather and grandson, but the place was a chaotic mess. The tranquil Gushing Spring Forest had been ravaged. It was in disarray. Spring water was spraying everywhere. Explosions were occurring constantly. Looking over it, there were nearly 10 Gu Immortals in battle. At once, the 2 looked at each other bitterly. They could tell others had the same plan as them. There were many wise bottom-tier Gu Immortals. In the sky, dark clouds were looming. Rain was drizzling. 2 groups were facing each other in the sky of this ordinary plain. Guan tribe and Lu tribe. Guan tribe had 3 Gu Immortals, while Lu tribe had 2. The atmosphere was not heavy, the leaders of the two sides were talking warmly. If not for the weather, they might even look like they were having a tea party. Lord Third Supreme Elder, we have the advantage. Why don't we strike and occupy this place? Over at Guan tribe, Gu Immortal Guan Xinjiao could not stand the frustration. He transmitted this. Guan tribe's Third Supreme Elder was talking with the other party, but he also transmitted to Guan Xinjiao. You are foolish! Have you forgotten the lesson a few days ago? By attacking rashly, you caused a bigger chaos. We could not defend the golden wheat field, other demonic path Gu Immortal snatched it. A fragment of immemorial red heaven is hidden in this place. It is very important. Who knows how many people are aiming at this location? But my Guan tribe and even Lu tribe each can be considered to have half the local territorial advantage, thus, we are on the surface the two competing for it. At this moment, we cannot act rashly and attack without reason. Once we do, we would lose control of the situation. Outsiders would come in to steal the fruits of our labor. Guan Xinjiao was scolded severely. He showed shame on his face as he transmitted. Lord, you are right, I was too rash. Eastern Sea, on a common island. Ingwu Xie Shinu He Lu Lan, Tai Bai Yun Xing, all four of them appeared. This is the island. Ingwu Xie looked around, letting out a breath of air. Fan Yuan, this is the turbulent flow sea area? Tai Bai Yun Xing guessed he had once roamed in Eastern Sea. He could differentiate the locations of Eastern Sea. Ingwu Xie smiled. That's right, Master had given me information about this secret base. We can rest and recover here. Currently, he was still using Fang Yuan's identity to deceive Tai Bai Yun Xing. Among these four Gu immortals, Tai Bai Yun Xing was the only one who was unaware of the truth. Ingwu Xie willed. After a while, he waved his hand, saying, Follow me. Immediately, a certain arrangement was activated in this place. He Lu Lan and the others' field of vision changed. When they regained their senses, they were already under the island. This place was a hollow that was previously dug out. A beautiful 5-floored palace was right in front of them. This is an immortal Gu house? He Lu Lan was shocked. Shadow Sect was a huge force. There were arrangements in all 5 regions. Even though Etian Mountain was a failure, the remaining forces were not to be underestimated. But what happened next was more shocking to her. The 3 immortals followed Ingwu Xie, going inside the palace. The palace doors opened on its own. It recognized Ingwu Xie's identity and welcomed the owner. This is? So many immortal Gu. Once they entered the palace, Shinu and Tai Bai Yunxing could not help but cry out. Ingwu Xie explained while smiling. The turbulent flow sea area is a hugely advantageous location. It has a collection of the world's currents running through here. Among them is a tributary of the River of Time. Thus, even though this is not a blessed land or grotto heaven, it is a rare place to store treasure in the 5 regions. My Shadow Sect had already found out this tributary of the River of Time long ago. We made this arrangement on the island. We dug out the island's interior and put an immortal Gu house here, drawing strength from the River of Time to refine Gu. Thus, once in a while, immortal Gu refine themselves. Tai Bai Yunxing had a guess already. He could not help but ask. Don't tell me, this immortal Gu house is the legendary Regret Pool? Ingwu Xie nodded before shaking his head. This is only most of Regret Pool, even though we have Regret Pool's greatest ability, the Gu refinement aspect. Its attack and defense are horrible. Once it is placed, it cannot be moved. Tai Bai Yunxing heard this and was shaking from excitement. There are 3 great pools in this world, Heavenly Pool, Regret Pool, and Wine Pool. They are famous in the history of the 5 regions. To think that I can get to see Regret Pool today. He Lu Lan was less well informed. She had less information regarding time path compared to Tai Bai Yunxing. She asked. Refining immortal Gu is extremely difficult. This Regret Pool is only an immortal Gu house. It can refine so many immortal Gu by itself? Ingwu Xie smiled and explained. Regret Pool is the time path immortal Gu house. Its Gu refinement ability is both amazing and weak. When Shadow Sect's Gu immortals refine immortal Gu successfully here, we will leave an insignia behind. When the immortal Gu is destroyed, Regret Pool can be activated, using the power of the tributary of the River of Time and the preserved insignia to refine the immortal Gu again. The success rate is about 50 to 60%. 50 to 60%? He Lu Lan was shocked by the extremely high chance of success. There are flaws too. After succeeding in the Gu refinement, the insignia would vanish. Gu immortals have to replenish it themselves. And if not for this hidden tributary of the River of Time, it would be too hard to activate this effect. It cannot be used much. Ingwu Xie added. Hei Lu Lan still had shock on her face. She looked at the immortal goo in front of her as she sighed, deeply moved. Even so, it is very strong. Ing Wuxia laughed as he raised his head. We are in a dangerous situation. You have all lost your immortal goo. The immortal goo here are compensation. Pick what you want. Chapter 1104. Treasure Yellow Heaven opens. Shadow Sect's remnant forces were truly not simple. Right before Hei Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yunsheng, there were over a dozen immortal goo. But looking at these immortal goo, the joy on their faces faded gradually. I have the great strength true martial physique, but there are no strength path immortal goo among these immortal goo. Hei Lu Lan shook her head, she said with a regretful tone. Sigh. Fan Yuan, you know that I cultivate time path, if I use these immortal goo. Tai Bai Yunxing was in the same state. There were no time path immortal goo among these immortal goo. Most of the immortal goo were soul path. Shirnu was silent. He was an earth path goo immortal. There were 2 immortal goo here which were earth path, but his original immortal goo were still around anyway. Ing Wuxia nodded. The smile on his face did not fade. He knew that these were immortal goo that were destroyed during the Battle of Yitian Mountain. These last days, the immortal goo house regret pool had activated, using the insignias left behind and the tributary of the River of Time to refine these immortal goo again. Thus, most of them were soul path. There were time path ones, but the refinement had failed. As for strength path immortal goo, there were none. That great strength true martial physique immortal zombie, Dali, was a rare cultivator of both wisdom and strength path. But when he refined strength path immortal goo, Shadow Sect had not yet built regret pool. He did not leave behind any insignia to refine goo. No problem. You are all worried about conflicting Dao marks. I have a special method to allow you to cultivate another path, without having it clash with your original main path. There is such a thing? Tai Bai Yunxing stared with wide eyes that were almost popping out. Shirnu's emotionless face had also changed. This method was simply unheard of. Hei Lu Lan squinted her eyes. She was suspicious that Ing Wuxia was trying to increase his control over them. She felt that this was a scheme. She spoke. How can there be something as good as this? There has to be a downside. With such a special method, the drawback has to be severe? Ing Wuxia smiled. I can assure you, there are no side effects. He looked at Hei Lu Lan deeply, his gaze becoming darker. He had thought of Fan Yuan, feeling some gloominess. Compared to Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, what was so surprising about having 2 non-conflicting paths? Shadow Sect had researched and created Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. It could allow Dao marks of all paths to coexist without any conflict between them. Inside the door of life and death, Spectral Soul had devoured the souls of countless Gu immortals, obtaining an immense amount of cultivation experiences. Using 100,000 years to prepare, he had raised a multitude of paths to Great Grandmaster. Shadow Sect had the method to cultivate 2 paths since long ago. It was their initial version. At its final state, it was Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. To refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, Shadow Sect spent 100,000 years, using up the whole of the foundation of Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance. They even had to involve Spectral Soul's main body to succeed. But even the best laid plans could go awry. Even though Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was refined, at the final moment, Fan Yuan took the fruits of their labor. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was a one-time consumable Gu. Fan Yuan had already used it. There was no Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu left in this world. It could theoretically be refined again. However, the cost and risk to refine a second one was too high. Even Ing Wuxia did not have any confidence in it. Thus, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was essentially never going to appear again. Unless I can capture Fan Yuan and use him as the main immortal material to reverse refine it. However, now is not the time to deal with him. I need to increase my strength. I need to gather the remnant forces in Eastern Sea and save my main body first. Ing Wuxia sighed internally. Shadow Sect and Fan Yuan had a score to settle, but he had his priorities. Now was not the time to fight against Fan Yuan. Time passed quickly. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Since Fan Yuan's second earthly calamity, more than a month had passed. Treasure Yellow Heaven had still not opened. There were no changes. Fan Yuan's plan of managing his immortal aperture was greatly affected. Left with no choice, he could only try to cultivate while deducing. Placing his focus on the chaotic scene in Northern Plains, he obtained information about the situation regarding the Hei Fen true inheritance. The earthly calamity occurred every 2 months. More than a month had passed already. In less than a month, Fan Yuan would face the third earthly calamity. Time in this world passed unceasingly. Fan Yuan could sense the third calamity already. What made Fan Yuan worried was, the third earthly calamity would be more dangerous than the second. And at the moment, his strength was not much higher than during the second earthly calamity. If I can obtain the He Fan true inheritance, I can likely make use of the immortal goo to slow the rate of time in the immortal aperture. This way, not just the third earthly calamity, even against future calamities and tribulations, I would have a great advantage. Fan Yuan obtained a lot of intel from He Qing. The He Fan true inheritance was very impressive. It came from the rank 8 time path great expert, He Fan. If he could obtain this true inheritance, he would be able to enter He Fan Grotto Heaven. Not only could he become the Grotto Heaven's owner, he could even obtain the time path immortal goo inside. Many goo immortal true inheritances only had immortal goo recipes and immortal killer moves, they lacked immortal goo. This was because the feeding of immortal goo was very difficult, it was hard for them to live for long, and to be inherited by successors. But He Fan true inheritance was different. Because the immortal goo that He Fan left behind were still in his immortal aperture. For ideal management of a goo immortal's immortal aperture, the first requirement would be that the immortal aperture satisfies the feeding requirements of their immortal goo. Goo immortals like He Fan were like the rank 8 goo immortal Yao Huang in the current northern plains. The management of his immortal aperture was definitely ideal. If Fan Yuan could obtain the He Fan true inheritance, his capabilities would rise drastically. Once he slows down the rate of time in the immortal aperture, the dangerous situation would be lifted temporarily, or even settled completely. He would not be in this current situation, like he was walking on a tightrope. If he was careless, he would end up dead. These last days, due to Langya's sect, Fan Yuan gained a lot of intelligence regarding the chaos in northern plains. That was not to say that Langya's sect was skilled at gathering intelligence. It was the opposite. Because of the hairy man goo immortals' identities, they could not obtain information easily, far inferior to the former fairy Li Shan. The crucial reason was, Northern Plains chaos was too big, the entire Northern Plains goo immortal world was involved. Their conflict could be kept from mortals, but to goo immortals, nothing could be concealed at all. A lot of intelligence did not need to be looked into to be found, they were available openly. Even though Fan Yuan was in Langya Blessed Land, he was very closely watching this situation. He tribe was bearing too big of a blame. They were in a moment of crisis, at the risk of facing extermination. Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and Lone Immortals, all three factions were like hungry wolves coming at them. Looking at Northern Plains map, He tribe was at the southeast area of Northern Plains. They had a huge territory and controlled many resources. These resources attracted the greed of countless jackals. Initially, these wolves could still be restrained, but with immense benefits attracting them, Demonic Path goo immortals started to fight. The conflict between righteous and demonic continued to intensify. A notable event was the battle between Guan Xinjiao and the traveling two elites. Guan Xinjiao was outnumbered. The two Demonic Path goo immortals managed to snatch the golden wheat field. Thereafter, large numbers of goo immortals joined in. With Demonic Path goo immortals like the traveling three elites, Old Lu, Half Moon Broodmaster, and Zhuozhan, they competed over the resources of He tribe. The scene was chaotic. The Righteous Path were caught off guard by them. Gushing Spring Forest was faced with a destructive plunder under such a situation. He tribe's hundreds of years of management had gone to waste. The Righteous Path goo immortals became increasingly alert, they started to coordinate. Even with competing for the fragment world of immemorial Red Heaven, it was such an important resource, yet they still restrained themselves and did not go all out. The goo immortal world had always been led by the Righteous Path. Particularly Northern Plains Righteous Path, they were all part of the Huangjin family, they had the same origin. The Demonic Path goo immortals lost their momentum, but soon, as more than half of the resources were split among them, Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han, these rank 7 goo immortals started appearing, causing another wave of chaos. For the first time, the Demonic Path was pushing back the Righteous Path. At the start, He tribe's goo immortals were still defending their territories, but after experiencing some hardship, they gathered their remaining goo immortal battle strength and hid inside their headquarters, refusing to come out. This undoubtedly gave rise to the arrogance of the Demonic Path goo immortals. Besides that, there were other reasons. Like earlier, old ancestor Shui, who had defeated Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, as a member of the Demonic Path, he became the top expert in Northern Plains. And most importantly, the collapse of 88 True Yang building caused immortal goo to fly around randomly, large numbers of demonic path and lone cultivator Gu immortals benefited. Afterwards, Jin Baixing held an auction. Many Gu immortals obtained immortal Gu that were compatible to them. Their battle strength rose drastically. This caused the powers of the whole of the demonic path and lone cultivator forces to rise. They were able to contend with the righteous path now. I destroyed 88 True Yang building an imperial court blessed land. In just a few years, this influence spread throughout Northern Plains. The current Northern Plains is already drastically different from the 500 years of my previous life. Fan Yuan sighed internally. The situation in Northern Plains had completely changed because of him. The other regions were still fine. But in Northern Plains, Fan Yuan had lost most of his rebirth advantage. Of course, ever since he knew about Heaven's will, he had become quite suspicious regarding his so-called rebirth advantage. Fan Yuan waited patiently. Many resources in He tribe enticed him. But he did not take action. The most important resource in He tribe was the He Fan True inheritance. Fan Yuan could see this clearly. Some days later. Eventually, Fan Yuan obtained information that Northern Plains Gu immortals were attacking He tribe's headquarters. The He Fan True inheritance is hidden in He tribe's headquarters. It is time to act. Fan Yuan immediately left. He was very resolute, using the transportation formation to leave Langya Blessed Land. Langya Land's spirits supported his actions. Because this was a good chance to observe Northern Plains Gu immortal world, and become aware of all the respective forces' strengths. If they were lucky, they could obtain a lot of benefits. Langya Land's spirit did not dare to send Langya Sect's hairy man Gu immortals over, but Fan Yuan was a human and he was very crafty, a very suitable person to go. Fan Yuan did the same thing again. The moment he appeared in Northern Plains, he used Dark Limit, Familiar Face, and other methods to conceal his identity. At the same time, he used Sword Escape Immortal Gu and Blood Torrent to travel rapidly. He moved very quickly, he encountered no trouble. Northern Plains Gu immortals were mostly gathered in He tribe's headquarters. This allowed Fan Yuan to travel unhindered. Not long later, He tribe's headquarters was right in front of him. He Fan True inheritance, I'm coming. Fan Yuan thought to himself, but he did not expect that Treasure Yellow Heaven had opened at this very moment. It was getting heated. Treasure Yellow Heaven's reopening caused all of the Gu immortals who were waiting patiently to burst out with enthusiasm. Fan Yuan stopped moving. He fell into great hesitation on whether he should continue or go back. He received a piece of information coming from Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fan Yuan opened it and looked. It came from Chu Du. Chapter 1105. He tribe's huge battle. 2 days later. Blue skies and white clouds, the sun brightly shone in the sky. The surroundings were vast expanses of plains. One had unhindered vision. 2 Gu immortals from Yao tribe floated in the air. They did not conceal themselves. They showed themselves confidently to everyone. A female Gu immortal, Yao Ju, had a round face. She smiled. Today's weather is great. My mood has gotten better because of it. Beside her, another female Gu immortal from Yao tribe, Yao Zihan, also sighed. The weather is great. We are in a good mood, but it is the opposite for He tribe. Her eyes shined with purple light, looking down at the empty grassland below her with much interest. On the other side of the cloud, there were 2 male Gu immortals sitting. Both of them were middle-aged. They had thick beards, they wore armor and had exposed arms, bulging with muscles. Both of them were not wearing shoes, and their pants were very short, almost showing their knees. The only difference was, one of them had charcoal black skin, while the other had dark yellow skin. These were distinctive of 2 members of another Huangjin clan. It was Meng tribe. Meng Ji had dark yellow skin. He stared at the 2 female immortals from Yao tribe as he said, "That is Yao Zihan. Her eyes radiate purple light. That is because of Yao tribe's signature killer move, purple jade eyes. This pair of eyes can see through blessed lands and grotto heavens. Yao tribe has a clear awareness of the situation inside Iron Eagle blessed land." Meng Si, on the other hand, looked up and called out, "No big deal. If we really compete, our fists will do the talking." Saying so, he suddenly raised his head, looking towards the east. Only to see that aurora burst out in the east. Golden light radiated as a beautiful palace flew over. Gong tribe is here. Impressive, they even brought their tribe's immortal Gu house, Golden Dawn Hall. Gong tribe is very determined. Gong tribe has always been acting like this. They emphasize on extravagance. Don't bother about them. The righteous path Gu immortals conversed. Most of their attention was on Iron Eagle blessed land. Iron Eagle blessed land was the headquarters of He tribe. It was a public blessed land, placed in just one tiny spot. If the entrance was not open, the outside world could not observe it. Unless they had immortal killer moves similar to Yao Zihan's purple jade eyes. The righteous path Gu immortals were patiently waiting. According to what they knew, the demonic path Gu immortals had already joined up and attacked. As it turned out, during this chaos in Northern Plain, a rank 7 demonic path expert called Huang Di had interfered. He had high cultivation level, and had obtained the true inheritance of a legendary person in Northern Plains, the Earth Path Great Expert Di Lao. He had methods to attack the Blessed Land. Because Iron Eagle Blessed Land was a public blessed land, it was assembled together, and did not have the defense of a normal blessed land. Demonic Path Gu Immortal Huang Di went out first, bringing a bunch of demonic cultivators and lone immortals to attack. At some point, Iron Eagle Blessed Land was bound to collapse. That way, it would be full of loopholes. Even if the entrance was not open, Righteous Path Gu immortals could enter freely. Everyone Gong Air would like to invite everyone to attack He Tribe together. Outside Gong Tribe's Immortal Gu house, Golden Dawn Hall, an old rank 7 Gu immortal dressed in a golden robe spoke. It's that old fellow Gong Air, our information was right, he indeed came. Gong Tribe wants to lead over everyone. If we enter their hall, he would definitely be the alliance leader. This is Gong Tribe's habit. But Gong Tribe brought their Immortal Gu house here, they have the strongest power among us Righteous Path members. Who would be so foolish to let Gong Tribe lead them? The Righteous Path Gu immortals sneered internally, nobody moved. Gong Tribe was a Huangjin tribe, a super force. Their supreme elders had grand ambitions, wanting Gong Tribe to be the leader of the Righteous Path. But among Huangjin tribes, none would submit to each other. Earlier, Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu had worked together but lost to old ancestor Shui Hu. The last remaining Righteous Path rank 8 Gu immortal was Prince Feng Xian. He was a member of Gong Tribe. Gong Tribe had been spreading news that only Prince Feng Xian could rival old ancestor Shui Hu, thus, they grew in boldness. Gong Air stood in front of the Immortal Gu house. He thought that he would be well received by the Righteous Path. But after a long time, nobody moved, there was not even any response or acknowledgement. Even though he was old and experienced, his expression could not help but turn ugly. Bai Zhu Tribe's Gu Immortals greet Senior Gong Air. At this time, 3 Gu Immortal flew over, getting close to Gong Air. Among these 3, the leader was a rank 7 Gu Immortal, while the other 2 were rank 6 Gu Immortals. The 3 Immortals were humble, they smiled and emanated warmth. Gong Air's expression soothed, he felt that the 3 Gu Immortals from Bai Zhu Tribe were amicable, and now, he could save his face, quickly inviting these 3 Immortals into Golden Dawn Hall. The Righteous Path Gu Immortals who saw this had complex expressions. Because Bai Zhu Tribe was not of the Huangjin bloodline, they had just become a Righteous Path superforce. This was due to the famous rank 8 Gu Immortal Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was a lone cultivator, but after the collapse of Imperial Court Blessed Land, he saw hope of creating his own superforce. In the current Northern Plains, Righteous Path superforces were mostly Huangjin tribes. To become a superforce, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu got closer in his relationship with Yao Huang, working with him to deal with old ancestor Shui Hu. Even though they lost against him in a 2-against-1. But Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's goal was achieved. He gained Yao Huang's friendship, and Yao Tribe's recognition. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu could create his Bai Zhu Tribe with his bloodline descendants. Bai Zhu Tribe's Gu Immortals were all nurtured inside Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's grotto heaven. Even though there were few of them, right now, during these chaotic battles in Northern Plains, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu sent 3 to participate. Bai Zhu Tribe. These Bai Zhu Tribe Gu Immortals are as crafty as Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. We have differing viewpoints than Gong Tribe. This caused Bai Zhu Tribe to gain benefits instead. The Righteous Path Gu Immortals were mostly part of the Huangjin bloodline. They had dominated Northern Plains. Even though there was internal conflict among them, they were more resistant towards outsiders like Bai Zhu Tribe. It is a pity that Bai Zhu Tribe is protected by Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. We cannot touch them. Even so, we have many ways to deal with them. They want to establish a superforce in Northern Plains. It is not so easy. At once, the Righteous Path Gu Immortals gathered and discussed on how to deal with Bai Zhu Tribe. Boom! The Immortals had just started talking. Before they had gone any further, they heard a loud explosion. Countless gazes looked down. They saw that on the grassland, space shattered like a broken mirror. The broken shards showed a gigantic expanse of scenery. The scene inside Iron Eagle Blessed Land was shown in front of everyone. Right now, killer moves like purple jade eyes were no longer needed. The immortals could see what was going on. All of the Righteous Path immortals' attentions were drawn. Inside Iron Eagle Blessed Land, there was chaos. Large numbers of demonic path Gu immortals were competing for He tribe's resources and treasures. Some were looting, some were fighting aggressively. Crackle! Lightning shot everywhere, causing rocks to shatter and fly. Many deep pits were formed, they were charred black. Divine Lord Tiandu was covered in sparks as he shouted, "The lantern grass here is mine, who dares to compete with me?" Old Lu and the others looked at each other, they could see that their gazes were filled with much wariness. Divine Lord Tiandu had gained 2 lightning path immortal Gu, his battle strength rose drastically. "We should retreat." "That's right, this place is filled with treasures, why must we compete with him?" These Gu immortals were, without exception, all rank 6 bottom tier Gu immortals. They quickly discussed this matter and left. At the other end, a desolate beast Iron Crown Eagle cried out weakly, trampled by a boar. There was a demonic path Gu immortal on the boar's back. He was burly and wearing armor. He held a pair of bronze hammers as he said smugly, "You are just a lowly beast, you dare to sneak attack me?" Saying this, his expression suddenly froze. He looked towards the east. A peacock was flying over, immortal aura emanated as it spoke clear human language. "Zhuozhan." "Oh, it is Fairy Heruo." Zhuozhan's expression changed, he smiled and tried to leave a good impression on her. "Peacock flying immortal Heruo, rank 6 transformation path Gu immortal. Trade the desolate beast under your feet with mine?" "I have just captured a desolate beast shadowless horse," Heruo suggested. Zhuozhan's eyes flashed with brilliance, he quickly nodded. "Sure, let's trade. I am very willing to accede to Fairy's request, he. At another end, wind was intertwining like willows, it could be seen with the naked eye. Gusts of wind was moving about continuously. A figure descended from the sky, he said with agitation. "To think that a rank 7 immortal material, green jade wind, is here." It was the rank 7 Gu immortal expert Pai Shui Han. "Brother Pai, this immortal material is mine, go elsewhere." A figure appeared as well, it was a scholar with graceful and elegant bearing. Pai Shui Han's pupils shrunk, he said coldly. "So it is you, unfettered scholar." Unfettered scholar smiled calmly, he was also a rank 7 expert, his reputation and abilities were not inferior to Pai Shui Han. "Last time in Taichio, we did not decide a victor, let's fight now." Pai Shui Han took the initiative to request for a battle. Unfettered scholar's smile faded. "I heard that Brother Pai has created a new immortal killer move, let me take a good look at it." All sorts of situations were occurring, the Righteous Path Gu immortals were watching them unfold. Because of the demonic path Gu immortal Huang Di, these demonic scoundrels had the initiative. No need to worry, Iron Eagle Blessed Land has a special structure, it is famous for nurturing desolate beast Iron Crown Eagles. There is little ground in there, but the sky is huge and vast. The truly valuable thing are those round ball wooden eagle nests. Humph, simply a rabble. He tribe's Gu immortals have not shown themselves yet, the core resources have not even been uncovered, but they are already fighting among themselves. The Righteous Path Gu immortals were ready to strike. But at this moment, a figure shot down at lightning speed, he was so fast, in an instant, he entered Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Who is he? He has sword path cultivation. It is a junior from Nian Air tribe. I think his name is Nian Air Pingji. The Righteous Path Gu immortals were shocked, this person had been concealed, he did not interact with any of the other immortals. Who is it? In the Blessed Land, Xing Xianzi sensed something, he raised his head and called out. Sword light flashed across at an incredible speed. Xing Xianzi was beheaded. The person who killed you, Nian Air Pingji. Sword light flashed by as a voice could be heard. Chapter 1106. He tribe's huge battle. Xing Xianzi might only have rank 6 cultivation level, but he had undergone a heavenly tribulation already. Yet he could not put up any resistance, and was killed by Nian Air Pingji instantly. At once, the expressions of the Righteous Path Gu immortals who were not fighting changed. Xing Xianzi's head fell to the floor, separated from his body. The headless corpse was spewing out blood as it twitched continuously. Xing Xianzi had died with his eyes wide open. Nian Air Pingji's sword light continued to shoot forward, moving with imposing aura. The next one dead is you, Nian Air Pingji said lightly, his clear voice resonated in the sky. The second unlucky person was also a demonic path Gu immortal. But Nian Er Pingji had already revealed himself, such disturbance could not be hidden. Thus, the demonic path Gu immortal did better than Qing Xianzi. He managed to retreat for a while before Nian Er Pingji caught up to him and killed him in one strike. The righteous path Gu immortal's expressions changed again. A Gu immortal from Lu tribe, Lu Zhuanshan, smiled towards the sky. Nian Er Fu, this person is the newest generation sword child from your Nian Er tribe? Bam! Fog and smoke burst out. There was a voice that came from within. This was a rank 7 Gu immortal, but from his appearance, he was very young, resembling a fat 5 or 6-year-old boy. The fat boy chuckled. He looked around sneakily, answering in a mature tone. Indeed. This lad obtained the sword's Saint True inheritance, and was kept in the tribe by my first supreme elder for 10 years. Therefore, when he came out for the first time now, he is excited to this frenzied degree. Lu Zhuanshan and the others' expressions changed mildly. They transmitted to each other. Sword Saint Nian Er, we were still discussing it earlier. This person was a rank 8 Gu immortal of Nian Er tribe. He was like He Fan in history, leading Nian Er tribe to become among the forefront of the righteous path in northern plains. Sword Saint Nian Er was a prodigy. He had once cultivated light path, but switched to sword path successfully. After he died, he left behind the sword Saint True inheritance. It has an extremely difficult and deadly test. It is rare to have actual inheritors for it. It is said that this sword Saint True inheritance is split into 3 portions. After the first round, and obtaining the first portion of the sword Saint True inheritance, one will be known as the Sword Child. To think that after 300 years, a new Sword Child True inheritor appeared in Nian Er tribe. Wariness rose in the righteous path Gu immortals. If this person is allowed to continue developing in the future, he will definitely be an active person among the Northern Plains righteous path. If he can progress and become rank 7, if he passes the second round and inherits the second portion of the True inheritance, he will become the Sword Master True inheritor. Nobody in the whole of Northern Plains would dare to look down on him. In fact, the Sword Child with just rank 6 cultivation was already a force to be reckoned with. In just a short time, he had once again killed another demonic path Gu immortal. Nian Er Pingji roared with enthusiasm. He was extremely confident. He moved quickly, being one with his sword. Only sword light could be seen darting around. His body was a blur. Sword light changed directions, towards the closest demonic path Gu immortal. Sword light penetrated the demonic path Gu immortal's body, but he showed a cold smile. Junior, just because you killed a few weaklings, you gained the courage to challenge me this brazenly? Old Monster Corpse Poison said this as purple smoke rose up from his terrifying injuries. The purple smoke dissipated, healing his body. But Nian Er Pingji's sword light shattered, revealing his true appearance. Nian Er Pingji's appearance could finally be seen. He had sharp brows and clear eyes. He was a handsome young lad. Bleck. He suddenly covered his mouth with his hand, but he could not stop the purple poisonous blood from flowing out of his mouth and nose. Fight me again! Nian Er Pingji was heavily injured, but his eyes were burning with flames of enthusiasm. Then I will kill you before seeking the treasure here. Old Monster Corpse Poison smiled sinisterly. Youngsters these days, they are truly fearless and ignorant. Nian Er Fu took a glance before retracting his gaze. Next, his figure disappeared in the air, before appearing beside Qin Xianzi's corpse at the next moment. Nian Er Fu stretched out his fat little arm, waving at Qin Xianzi's corpse. Immediately, Qin Xianzi's body and head was held up by a formless force, flying into Nian Er Fu's immortal aperture. Youngsters are so energetic, they don't even want their loot. This is a Gu immortal's corpse. Even though his immortal Gu cannot be obtained, all of his Dao marks are still here. Nian Er Fu shook his head. Even though he was a rank 7 Gu immortal senior, he was a greedy person. Even when Nian Er Pingji and Old Monster Corpse Poison were fighting, engaging in a tough battle, he did not help, but instead, he was taking the Gu immortal corpse that Nian Er Pingji had left behind. Die. Die. This is mine, nobody should try to take it from me. I, Mengji, am here, who dares to fight me? The scene was getting more chaotic, because after Nian Er Pingji attacked, the other righteous path Gu immortals also started taking action, entering Iron Eagle Blessed Land. This way, all sorts of conflicts rose up, battles occurred over all sorts of resources. The cries of eagles could be heard continuously. A desolate beast peacock raised its head, showing a deep human emotion of desire in its eyes. This was naturally the peacock flying immortal hero. So many Iron Crown Eagles! Hey Tribe's Iron Eagle blessed land truly lives up to its name. Hero thought. If I can enslave all of these desolate beasts. Iron Eagle blessed land had less space on the ground and much more in the sky. The resources on the ground were much less valuable than the ones in the sky. Hey Tribe's Gu immortals did not show themselves, but they had mobilized all of their Iron Crown Eagles, sealing the sky. Large numbers of desolate beast Iron Crown Eagles flew in the sky. Anyone who trespassed was assaulted intensely by them. Because of this, most of the demonic path Gu immortals chose to take action on the ground. They wanted to first obtain the resources on the ground. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. To Hirua, the Iron Crown Eagles held immense attraction. Because in her cultivation plan, her next transformation was the Iron Crown Eagle transformation. The desolate beast peacock flew in the sky. It was fast. In a moment, Hirua attracted the attention of several Iron Crown Eagles. Hirua was alert internally. She quickly retreated from the Iron Crown Eagles that she lured. She was alone. She could not fight so many desolate beast Iron Crown Eagles. She planned to lure one away and fight it alone, slowly capturing it. This is affinity wood. Murong Qingxi landed, looking at the rootless tree growing in the pond. Her eyes shone brightly. Fairy Murong, you are very perceptive, that is it. A lone cultivator Gu immortal answered. He was named Yunliang, known as Cloud Gentleman. He had arrived before Murong Qingxi. He was concentrating on collecting the affinity wood here. Murong Qingxi saw that Cloud Gentleman Yunliang was taking action. She did not obstruct him, she only watched quietly. She patiently waited until Yunliang succeeded in keeping all of the affinity wood. I am ashamed for making Fairy wait, Cloud Gentleman Yunliang said with a polite and warm attitude. Murong Qingxi smiled. To tell the truth, this affinity wood is only a rank 6 immortal material, but it is very suitable for me. I wonder if we can spar and... Cloud Gentleman smiled. Before Murong Qingxi finished her words, he said, Affinity wood is very fragile. The collection process cannot have any interference. Fairy, if not for your patience, how could I have obtained it? We can spar. If you win, I will hand all of the affinity wood to you. Murong Qingxi shook her head. No need for everything. I only need half. Fairy, please. Gentlemen, please. The two fought without using their true strength. A victor was not decided. Cloud Gentleman Yunliang gave half of the affinity wood to Murong Qingxi. Both of them left with satisfaction. The vast majority of Righteous Path Gu immortals conducted themselves with a lot of self-restraint and politeness. Nian Er tribes Nian Er Pingji and Nian Er Fu were exceptions among the Righteous Path. Even though Righteous Path was flourishing in Northern Plains Gu immortal world, suppressing the demonic path and lone immortals, the Righteous Path Gu immortals who came just now could not match the numbers of the demonic path and lone immortals. The reason was, the rest of the Huangjin tribes had their own territories and resources to defend. Even though the Righteous Path had many Gu immortals, they had to guard different places. Only these people could be sent out in the end. In contrast, the demonic path and lone cultivators did not have such problems. There was another reason. The super forces had huge assets. They had mortal forces under them. They were quite tolerant towards lone demonic immortals and lone immortals. As long as their benefits were not touched, they would not fight it out. Gu immortals were not easy to kill. If a grudge was established, they would go and attack their territories. It would be a huge headache even for super forces. As the saying goes, he who is down need not fear falling. On the other side, Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han had decided a victor. Pai Shui Han had a brand new immortal killer move, but he could not compete against Unfettered Scholar's trademark killer move, 1,000 disintegrations. Pai Shui Han snorted, directly leaving without hesitation. It was not worth going all out just for some simple resources. Even though demonic path Gu immortals were free, they often worked alone. When calamities and tribulations descended, they had to rely on themselves. They were not like Righteous Path forces with Gu immortals in their tribes to rely on and seek help from. Thus, demonic path Gu immortals and lone immortals were very wary of their calamities and tribulations. They often calculated the cost of fighting. It was okay to fight over resources, but if the immortal essence expenditure was too high, they would not proceed with a losing deal. In the sky of Iron Eagle Blessed Land, the immortal Gu House Golden Dawn Hall was still floating at the original spot, shining with dazzling golden light. Gu immortals of Gong tribe and Baizu tribe had not acted. They were talking inside the hall. Gong Tribe's Gong heir was already anxious, but he showed nothing on his expression, mentioning casually, "Everyone is fighting over Iron Eagle Blessed Land's resources on the ground. There is barely anything left." "Is your tribe not going in yet?" Bai Zhu Tribe's Gu immortals looked at each other, shaking their heads and smiling. The precious resources inside Iron Eagle Blessed Land are in the sky. He Tribe's Gu immortals have not appeared yet. The battle is just in the middle stage now. Gong heir was amazed and surprised. Even though this Bai Zhu tribe was in the righteous path now, protected by Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, its foundation could not compare to the Huangjin tribes. At this moment Bai Zhu tribe's Gu immortals were acting calm and composed, with no anxiousness or hastiness at all. It was truly confusing. Chapter 1107. He Tribe's Huge Battle. Fourth 1. Peacock Flying Immortal Heroa took down another Iron Crown Eagle. She was feeling very happy. Desolate beasts were not common. In the northern plains, 10 great fierce areas, desolate beasts lived in groups. Few Gu immortals dared to venture into them. And wild Iron Crown Eagles and the ones He Tribe nurtured had different battle strength. And because Peacock Flying Immortal had good battle tactics, she made great gains, capturing 4 Iron Crown Eagles. He Tribe is famous for raising Iron Crown Eagles. I really wonder how they did manage to raise so many Iron Crown Eagles here? Heroa sighed as she looked towards the sky. There were still large numbers of Iron Crown Eagles flying in the sky. They were a huge group. Heroa capturing 4 was nothing to the group. Strange. He Tribe's Gu immortals had not appeared since the beginning. Even after I captured 4 Iron Crown Eagles, they are not going to care? Heroa was wary. She was not overwhelmed by happiness over victory. Suddenly, there was a loud sound. A figure clad in wind and lightning rushed towards the eagle group. Heroa's pupils shrunk. She recognized this person. It is New Air Gu! They are in for trouble. New Air Gu came from New Air Tribe, part of the Huangjin bloodline, and a super force. New Air Gu had a small head and big belly. His body was disproportional. His eyeballs were popping out. While his limbs were dry as twigs, he had pale skin resembling a sick person, without any hint of pinkness on his face. But looks were deceiving. He was a famous expert among rank 7 Gu immortals. He was on the same level as Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han in the demonic path. New Air Gu's charge angered the Iron Crown Eagle group. At once, more than 50 Iron Crown Eagles charged towards him. New Air Gu was shocked. He did not expect that he would draw so much attention. The eagle group attacked, casting huge shadows and shrouded New Air Gu's vision. In the moment of crisis, New Air Gu used his signature immortal killer move. His body inflated rapidly, expanding to 6 times of the original, making New Air Gu look like a highly pregnant woman. New Air Gu stretched out his hand, patting his belly. Boom! A loud sound with huge sound waves caused the eagle group's movement to halt. Boom, boom, boom. 3 huge sounds were made. Sound waves spread out one after another. The eagle group's momentum was interrupted. Their formation became messy and disorganized. New Air Gu growled, as the surrounding Iron Crown Eagles instantly felt dizzy. Next, he flew rapidly away from the gaps between these eagles, getting out of their encirclement. The eagle group chased for a while, before returning to their original spot. New Air Gu had already landed on the ground. He was sweating as he looked at the sky. His belly had shrunk already, but he still felt some lingering fear. On one side, one voice could be heard. New Air Gu, why are you so pathetic? New Air Gu looked over. He saw that the person was over 8 feet tall. He had bright red pupils and dark blue skin, with purple hair and sharp fangs. New Air Gu snorted coldly. Enough sarcasm, Guan Chou! If you have guts, charge it like me. Guan Chou snickered. 2 fists cannot rival 4 palms. I am not as stupid as you. You! New Air Gu was furious. He stared at Guan Chou, his eyes spewing fire. Guan Chou laughed coldly, staring at him fearlessly. New Air Gu was a famous Righteous Path rank 7 expert, cultivating Sound Path. Guan Chou was not weaker than him. He cultivated Transformation Path. The 2 were Gu immortals from Guan Tribe and New Air Tribe respectively. They had an equally strong background. As expected of a famous expert, even though he looked troubled, he is unharmed. Heroa saw everything. She quickly retracted her gaze. New Air Gu is here, and Guan Chou's attention is also on these Iron Crown Eagles. This means that the resources on the ground are mostly taken already. Heroa quietly retreated. She was only a demonic path Gu immortal with rank 6 cultivation level. she did not dare to get too close to these two righteous path experts. Iron Eagle Blessed Land's battle continued to rage like wildfire. All sorts of battles of different scales were unfolding. Some battles ended with a winner and a loser, while other battles involved deaths. Some made great gains, while some escaped with heavy injuries. On the ground of the Blessed Land, resources were dwindling. Some bottom-tier Gu immortals were eliminated, either dead or injured. Some wisely chose to retreat, while others had methods to preserve their lives. They hid somewhere and observed this situation quietly. More and more Gu immortals placed their focus in the sky. Countless greedy gazes swept through the Iron Crown Eagle group in the sky, as well as the hidden round ball wooden eagle nests that were concealed by the Eagle group. The scale of the Eagle group was huge. This was the accumulation of Hate Tribe after countless years. They had expended so much time, effort, and fortune into it. These were among the most valuable resources in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Even people like New Air Gu could not block the attacks of the Iron Crown Eagles. The number was too great. Of course, it was also because New Air Gu was unwilling to waste immortal essence. His goldfish eyes looked down. Seeing more and more Gu immortals, he shouted, "There are too many Iron Crown Eagles. Hate Tribe's Gu immortals have not shown themselves yet. We should all go ahead and split up this Eagle group among ourselves." "I concur." Unfettered Scholar was the first to respond. The two were in the righteous path and demonic path respectively, but in this situation, they came to a consensus. They should first deal with the Eagle group and get the benefits. The Eagle group was huge. There were many Gu immortals. If they worked together, these Iron Crown Eagles were meat on the chopping block. Someone struck first, causing the start of the battle between immortals and eagles. Huge attacks were unleashed, driving intense fights. Eagles screeched shrilly, while humans were also yelling loudly. Attacks of all elements were shot out. Lightning flashed as golden lights flickered. Outside the Blessed Land, Gong Air sat inside the Golden Dawn Hall, looking down. In his vision, there were rainbow-colored fireworks that covered the whole sky. But there was intense killing intent in the fireworks. At times, Iron Crown Eagles died, their bodies were cut into pieces, while some Iron Crown Eagles were also captured. Gong Air's eyes shined. Scenes of battles between the Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and Lone Immortals were secretly recorded by him using hidden Gu worms. This was precious intelligence. Ever since the collapse of 88 True Young Building, large numbers of immortal Gu were obtained by Northern Plains Gu immortals. After Qin Bai Xing held the auction, Gu immortals obtained the resources they wanted. After some time of adapting, many Gu immortals gained new methods. Their battle strengths had increased drastically. Gu immortals who were doing the same thing as Gong Air were not few in number. Everyone had the same intention. Intelligence was very important. Be it other superforces or lone Gu immortals, in most cases, knowing what immortal Gu your opponent had meant that you could find a way to counter them. Even if you did not have any ways to do so, it was still good to be on guard against them. Gu immortals fought the Iron Crown Eagles as they observed, collecting information. Underneath the intense battles were undercurrents of plots and schemes. Gu immortals were assessing themselves and their enemies, confirming their status in the current Gu immortal world. After this period of cultivation, did they get stronger or weaker relative to others? Who could be bullied, while who could not be trifled with? Iron Crown Eagles were just the material gain at present, while information was a long-term gain. Gong Air watched for a while, feeling more and more impatient. The 3 Baizu tribe Gu immortals beside him had not moved at all since the battle in Hate Tribe's headquarters started. Just now, he brought Gong Tribe's Golden Dawn Hall in order to gain great benefits. That was the only way to make this trip worth it. Gong Air could not stand it anymore. He pointed down, telling the Gu immortals that came with him. Iron Eagle Blessed Land is taking damage. There are over 1,000 flaws created. But now, not a single Hate Tribe Gu immortal has appeared. This is very strange. Go down and assist our comrades, and preempt Hate Tribe's scheme. We of Gong Tribe are the leaders of the righteous path. We have to defend our allies. Yes. The 2 Gong Tribe Gu immortals immediately acted. The 3 Baizu Tribe Gu immortals sat there inwardly laughing to themselves. The outcome of this Hate Tribe battle was decided from the beginning. Even if something strange happened, there was no danger. Gong Tribe's Gu immortals acted like this out of their own interests. They had selfish motives, but they still wanted to pretend to be grand and selfless. At the same time, at the highest area of Iron Eagle Blessed Land, Hate Tribe's Gu immortals were gathered. They looked at the battle. They had heavy feelings and ugly expressions. Why is he not acting yet? At this stage, he has not done anything yet. Don't tell me, our agreement has been cancelled? Some He tribe Gu immortals asked this, feeling uneasy. He had already agreed. With his status, he will not go back on the agreement. Let's watch first. We set up 3 layers of defense. The Iron Crown Eagle group is only the first. He tribe's first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder spoke, calming the immortals. Hiroa transformed into a desolate beast peacock, spreading her wings and fighting with 3 Iron Crown Eagles. This was just a small part of the huge battlefield, and she was just an insignificant Gu immortal among countless others. In the absence of rank 8, rank 7 experts were the strongest. Some rank 6 experts were attempting to gain benefits along the periphery. Suddenly, there was a weird fragrance. Hiroa's heart jumped. She quickly held her breath. I'm poisoned! Sensing this, Hiroa quickly used her healing Gu worms. 3 Iron Crown Eagles cried out. In an instant, they could not exert any strength anymore. They fell to the ground weakly. A figure flew into the sky, capturing these 3 Iron Crown Eagles and stuffing them inside his immortal aperture. It was Old Monster Corpse Poison. He laughed sinisterly, purple gas coiling around him. After collecting the 3 Iron Crown Eagles, he looked at Hiroa with an evil grin. Hiroa's heart shook. She felt her body turning cold. Hee, young lady, come with me. Old Monster Corpse Poison breathed out air towards Hiroa. Hiroa had just suppressed the poison in her body. When she suddenly lost control of her body, she felt weak and fell towards the ground after Old Monster Corpse Poison blew at her from a distance. I was too greedy. I wanted to obtain more Iron Crown Eagles and placed too much of my attention on them, neglecting the surroundings and being sneak attacked by Old Monster Corpse Poison. Seeing that she was about to be captured by Old Monster Corpse Poison, Hiroa felt deep despair. At this moment, a sword light flew over. The sword light was fast as lightning. It boldly pierced through Old Monster Corpse Poison's body, before turning into Nian Er Ping Ji 100 steps away. Old Monster Corpse Poison was bursting with rage. Little rascal, you are still finding trouble with me. Chapter 1108. Tragic. Because of his interruption, Hiroa managed to suppress her poison and quickly escaped, regaining freedom. Nian Er Ping Ji's body was tattered. One of his arms was corroded until only bones were left. His face was turning purple. He was deeply poisoned. But he raised his head and looked at Old Monster Corpse Poison, saying arrogantly, You cannot leave until a victor is decided. Old Monster Corpse Poison was furious, but within his anger, there was also regret. Why did he attract this psycho? Every sword child in each generation is crazy. But this one is crazier than the rest. Far away, Nian Er Fu shook his head, waving his fat little arms. An Iron Crown Eagle screeched in fear. It flapped its arms desperately, trying to escape. But with the power of Space Path, the Iron Crown Eagle vanished, entering Nian Er Fu's immortal aperture without resistance. Old Monster Corpse Poison's method was vicious. He attacked Nian Er Ping Ji, but most of his attention was still kept on Nian Er Fu secretly. Nian Er Ping Ji had rank 6 cultivation level. Even though he inherited a portion of the sword's Saint True inheritance, he was not the match of a rank 7 expert like Old Monster Corpse Poison. Nian Er Ping Ji could survive until now because Nian Er Fu had been assisting him from a distance all along. Nian Er Fu was a Space Path Gu immortal. He had a deep cultivation level, with countless methods at his disposal. He was looting resources all over the place, gaining a huge fortune, while protecting Nian Er Ping Ji, preventing Old Monster Corpse Poison from dealing a fatal blow. Old Monster Corpse Poison felt more and more regret. Right now was a precious opportunity that one would not see in 100 years. But he was fighting with a Gu immortal here, while others were looting resources all over the place. Old Monster Corpse Poison was famous and had a deep background. He had once joined Zombie Alliance as a living person, before betraying them later on. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance tried to capture him, but failed each time. Nian Er Ping Ji and Old Monster Corpse Poison fought, the battle getting more and more heated as time passed. Even though he could not win, he had become famous from the fight. From now on, Northern Plains Gu immortal world would know that Nian Er tribe had produced such an incredible genius. Actually, Gu immortals from other superforces would not offend a demonic path Gu immortal so thoroughly. But Nian Er tribe was different. This Huangjin bloodline tribe was different from the other Huangjin super tribes. Their tribesmen lived in blessed lands or grotto heavens. They did not occupy any territory in the outside world of Northern Plains. This way, they had little reservations. Even if a demonic path Gu immortal wanted to attack them, they could not. After all, there were few methods to enter immortal apertures. Even if one could get in, they would be in the enemy's territory, they would lose a lot of their advantage inside. Youth is really wondrous. Nien Er-Fu sighed. He spoke with an aged tone, but he had the appearance of a chubby boy. It was a really weird sight. Only old monster corpse poison could feel his terrifying power. During this battle, Nien Er-Fu had already attacked dozens of times. Not only did he save Nien Er-Pingji's life, he even successfully injured old monster corpse poison secretly a few times. After capturing several Iron Crown Eagles again, Nien Er-Fu's field of vision was cleared. A huge round ball wooden eagle nest was floating in the air, without any defense. I had heard of He tribe having this special rearing method. They used some sort of metal or immortal materials that could increase the rate of the Iron Crown Eagle's reproduction, and speeding up the rate of their growth. What kinds of precious immortal materials would be in this nest? Nien Er-Fu was about to move, when his expression suddenly froze. A figure moved like the raging winds, flying out of the nest before him, rapidly leaving towards the horizon. Demonic Path Gu Immortal Hui Feng Zi. This was a rank 7 wind path expert, publicly recognized as the fastest person in Northern Plains. Even Yao Huang could not stop him. He had first joined Shadow Sect, before submitting to Heavenly Court. His identity as a traitor had not been exposed yet. In a situation filled with chaos, Hui Fengzi could act freely like the wind. Not only was he fast, he was agile. He displayed the greatest advantage of wind path to its limit. Soon Nien Er-Fu saw that Hui Fengzi easily passed through countless obstacles, entering another eagle nest. Sigh, this lad is simply blocking me from my fortune. Nien Er-Fu gazed at Nien Er-Pingji, sighing loudly at the sky. The battle between humans and eagles came to an end. The number of Iron Crown Eagles decreased. All of the round ball wooden eagle nests were invaded by Gu Immortals. Good. It is the rank 7 immortal material domination copper. Gu Immortal Shirho cheered. He had made great gains. This damned Hui Fengzi, he dares to snatch what is mine. Mengji was furious. He stared fixedly at Hui Fengzi, who was flying away. Hui Fengzi did not speak, but he felt very troubled. He did not touch that eagle nest. It seemed that someone who had already sneaked in made him take the blame for their actions. Within the round ball wooden eagle nests, there were rank 7 immortal materials in each one, either metals or ores, and they were huge in quantity. Gu Immortals made great gains. They expressed joy on their faces. This was simply a feast. They were looting all of He tribe's hard work. The stronger the Gu Immortal, the greater the gains. The law of the jungle in the Gu Immortal world was displayed here in full view. He tribe's Gu Immortals were deadly silent. They looked at the round ball wooden eagle nests that were fuming with smoke. Some had fallen to the ground, some were incredibly damaged, spinning in the air. These nests were the pride of He tribe, the symbol of their strength. But now, they were trampled and snatched away. Anger, indignance, hatred, fear. All sorts of emotions were in these He tribe Gu Immortals. They almost could not breathe. Enough! A He tribe Gu Immortal stood up abruptly. He had a huge body. He looked around with an angry gaze, fixing it on First Supreme Elder. When are we going to wait until? You are counting on him? Can't you see? He had agreed to us on purpose, so that we would not keep the resources according to the agreement. We are trapped inside the blessed land and cannot leave. This is a scheme. He is toying with us. Everyone, where is your courage? Are you not angry? Don't you feel hatred? Will we sit here and wait for death, or go out and fight like courageous heroes? This is our home. But now, these outsiders are plundering and destroying it. Tai Xing. Second Supreme Elder had a complex expression. He called out to this furious He tribe Gu Immortal. First Supreme Elder, say something. He Taichio stared at He tribe's First Supreme Elder with an indomitable gaze. Everyone also looked at First Supreme Elder. He tribe's First Supreme Elder was silent for a while before saying, in this situation, resources are just external things, so what if we give them up? If we do not receive his help, we will have no place in the whole of Northern Plains. We will wait and see. He Taichio heard this and his body shook. He took in a deep breath, stabilizing his body. He did not feel rage now, just intense sorrow. Seniors, in my humble opinion, I think that Lord He Taichio is right. This time, a rank 6 Gu Immortal from He tribe spoke. I have the same opinion. If we do not fight now, when will we wait until? The worst case is death anyway. More and more He tribe Gu immortals stood up. He Taixing saw this and felt a strong surge in confidence. His gaze regained its sharpness. You! Second Supreme Elder was shocked. First Supreme Elder remained silent. He Taixing suddenly laughed loudly. 3 layers of defense? Even if we have 30 layers of defense, what can we do in this situation? Go! Let's face these enemies. How can He tribe's glory be tarnished? He tribe's resources are not so easy to take. They will pay with blood and their lives. He Taixing took huge steps forward. He turned around and left the hall. 7 He tribe Gu immortals said nothing, but they followed him with firm expressions. First Supreme Elder, won't you talk to them? Third Supreme Elder was uneasy. Forget it, let them go. First Supreme Elder sighed. He seemed to have aged by 100 years. He tribe's first layer of defense was broken already. The Iron Crown Eagles were either dead, injured, or captured. None were left. The Gu immortals flew up higher into the sky, seeing dragon eagles. A large number of dragon eagles formed the second line of defense. So many dragon eagles. Someone's eyes flashed. Even though the dragon eagles are not as numerous as the Iron Crown Eagles, they are still a huge fortune. Someone critiqued. Some impatient Gu immortals had already started attacking. The Gu immortals gasped. Some were surprised. They found something strange. These dragon eagles are not normal. That's right, I've interacted with desolate beast dragon eagles before. How can they be so hard to deal with? These dragon eagles have stronger vitality and faster speed. Is that rumor from long ago true after all? The immortals were reminded by this. 50 to 60 years ago, there were rumors in Northern Plains Gu immortal world that He tribe had obtained a huge breakthrough in nurturing the dragon eagles. They created a brand new species of desolate eagles. They looked like dragon eagles, but were different. These are not dragon eagles, they are resonance eagles. These eagles were not created by He tribe, they were the fruits of my Qiao tribe's labor. A Gu immortal said with much anguish. Everyone looked over. It was Qiao Dong. He was a righteous path Gu immortal, the first supreme elder of Qiao tribe. Qiao tribe was a subordinate of He tribe. Long ago, Qiao tribe had wanted to leave He tribe, and were taught a lesson by He Qing, who went to pressure them. No wonder Qiao tribe and He tribe had a conflict. There was lots of hidden background information. The immortals had differing expressions, but they said nothing about this. The law of the jungle was very common after all. This Qiao Dong could become an immortal because of He tribe's support. Now that He tribe was in trouble, he joined in and attacked Iron Eagle blessed land. Most righteous path Gu immortals, the supreme elders of the Huangjin tribes, looked towards Qiao Dong with coldness and animosity. They did not like people who bit the hand that fed them. But behind Qiao Dong, there was Lu tribe's Gu immortal, Lu Zhuanshan. With a single glance, it was obvious that Qiao Dong was now under Lu tribe. Lu tribe and He tribe had a poor relationship. Qiao tribe was a subordinate of He tribe, but now that He tribe was going down, Qiao Dong went over to Lu tribe. It was not strange. This traitor deserves death! At this moment, a thunderous voice came from afar. Chapter 1109. Humph! No sooner said than done. A shadow resembling a mountain crashed towards Qiao Dong. In an instant, Qiao Dong was immobilized. He could only scream. Elder Lu, save me! Lu Zhuanshan swiftly appeared in front of Qiao Dong. His body shone with white light, causing all of the darkness to fade away. Hey Taixing, with me here, you cannot harm Qiao Dong. Lu Zhuanshan looked at the person with intense battle intent. The Gu immortals started stirring. Be it the dragon eagles or resonance eagles, they were not important. The important thing was, He tribe's Gu immortals had finally acted. With the rank 7 Gu immortal He Taixing as the leader, 7 rank 6 Gu immortals followed behind him, standing before the immortals. He Taixing looked around. Before his gaze fixed on Lu Zhuanshan, he snickered, asking, Is that so? Lu Zhuanshan's expression turned to shock. He turned around and looked. Qiao Dong was still standing behind him, floating in the air, but his expression had frozen with shock. He had no vitality left, he was dead. Immortal killer move, life-draining darkness! Lu Zhuanshan shouted before feeling intense anger, but his anger soon faded as only sadness and admiration remained. He and He Taixing were old rivals. They had fought for more than 100 times. He was clear that this life-draining darkness was powerful, but it could not be used easily. Each activation had a huge cost. Lu Zhuanshan had never seen He Taixing use this trump card at the start of the battle. From this, he understood, his rival for many years had prepared himself to die. He had the mentality of killing as many enemies as possible before going down. He Taixing looked Jiao Dong, the morale of the He tribe Gu immortals behind him rose. He Taixing was an experienced person. Using this chance, he used his methods. At once, the resonance eagles formed into groups, moving in formation. Each of the He tribe Gu immortals went to an area and defended territory. With Gu immortals here, the second line of defense stabilized. They were hard to deal with. This made many Gu immortals who invaded He tribe furious. Ruining a person's wealth was like killing their parents. This hatred was huge, and because He tribe was weak, they lost their only immortal Gu house dark prison. The only problem was Green City rampage. But in this situation, He tribe was only struggling at death's door. "I'll fight you!" Pai Shuihan pounced. He waved his hand, as tides began to form, charging towards He Taixing. The tides flew into the air and stopped, turning into glaciers as the temperature fell. "Be careful, this is Pai Shuihan's signature killer move, Flood Glacier!" A rank 6 Gu immortal from He tribe shouted. He Taixing laughed lightly. He and Pai Shuihan had deep enmity too. He was not surprised that Pai Shuihan attacked him. "He is just a loser, so what?" He Taixing's eyes shined with dark light. He did not move, he only looked over. The white glacier was covered with black water. In a few breaths' time, it disintegrated. Pai Shuihan grunted, spitting out a mouthful of blood, falling from the sky. "Against so many enemies, consecutive killer moves are not easy to use." A figure appeared behind He Taixing. It was Huang Di. This was the rank 7 demonic path Gu immortal who communicated with the other demonic path members, entering Iron Eagle blessed land first, and causing the righteous path to lose the initiative. He had earned immensely. Right now, he was using the chance to attack and kill He Taixing. He Taixing did not move, he did not even turn around, he only waved his sleeves. Immediately, dark light burst out like waves, sending Huang Di far away. Huang Di struggled to get out of the black tide, showing shock on his face. His 7 orifices were spewing out black blood. He drilled into the ground without even a bit of hesitation, vanishing. "Simply a rat, what can you do?" He Taixing snorted, looking around, shouting. "Who is next?" Nobody came. He Taixing had incredible battle strength. He was even stronger than Pai Shuihan. The immortals could tell, this person was prepared to die. He was oozing with fighting intent and was fighting without reservation. In this situation, his battle strength was at its peak. Why did everyone come to Iron Eagle blessed land? To gain fortune. If their goal was fortune, why would they fight with this person to the death? The Gu immortals moved away, evading He Taixing. Battle commenced. One side was the collaboration of righteous and demonic. They had great numbers, but He tribe had the territorial advantage and large numbers of desolate beast resonance eagles to help them. Battles raged on. He tribe's Gu immortals were all prepared to die defending their home. Their battle intent was high. The demonic path Gu immortals just wanted a fortune. They did not want to die. They were heavily restricted. The intelligence of Gu immortals could not be matched by Iron Crown eagles. At once, the second line of defense was extremely stable. He Taixing saw that everyone was avoiding him, so he approached them instead. "Mengji, hand over your life!" He Taixing shouted angrily, pouncing towards the Meng tribe rank 7 Gu immortal who was closest to him. "Humph, would I be afraid of you?" Mengji fought back courageously. Boom, boom, boom. The two fought as the sky rumbled, intense shock waves were sent out. After several rounds, the proud and arrogant Mengji turned around and fled. He was courageous, but He Taixing was beyond courageous. He was a lunatic not afraid of death. He fought with Mengji by causing injuries to both of them. He was trying to go down together. After several times, Mengji could not stand it anymore. He immediately retreated. He Taixing was going to chase him, but he heard the He tribe Gu immortals cry for help. He turned around to help them out. "Guan Chou, take this!" He Taixing charged forward. Dark light burst out and engulfed the surroundings. Guan Chou was a transformation path Gu immortal. He had turned into a lion. He roared as he crashed into He Taixing. At the next moment, the lion that Guan Chou had transformed into flew out like a rag doll. He Taixing charged at him again. Guan Chou screeched, turning into a little bird and flying away. "Coward!" He Taixing could not catch up, he snorted. His gaze swept around. he targeted the rank 7 Gu immortal who was closer to him, Lu Zhuanshan. Lu Zhuanshan was very perceptive. Seeing that He Taixing was approaching, he retreated. He Taixing chased after him, so Lu Zhuanshan went over to Divine Lord Tiandu. Divine Lord Tiandu's body shook, he turned around and left. Lu Zhuanshan then lured He Taixing towards Unfettered Scholar. He snorted as a three-way battle started. Boom, boom, boom. A moment later, in an intense clash, Lu Zhuanshan and Unfettered Scholar were forced back. He Taixing continued to fight everyone, he was unstoppable. In the sky, He tribe's first Supreme Elder sighed. Taixing, this child. He knew that He Taixing had a special technique, he could expend his lifespan to increase the power of his killer moves. He was fighting by consuming his life. The righteous and demonic Gu immortals did not want to die, that was true. But with just this reason, there was no way anybody could contest him. He Taixing was a huge setback to the Gu immortals. These were all people with high cultivation level and impressive methods. In the earlier battles, the weaker Gu immortals were already eliminated. But no matter how strong He Taixing was, he could not reach the level of rank 8. He could not turn around the situation single-handedly. Resonance eagles were captured or killed, while He tribe's Gu immortals died one by one. Fight. A fight to the death. Towards the end of the battle, He Taixing was the only one left. He was bathed in blood, he stood proud and straight, looking at the Gu immortals around, he laughed loudly. All right, come and kill me! The immortals looked around, but nobody moved. Lu Zhuanshan's expression was complex, he knew that He Taixing was already out of steam. His immortal essence was expended, he was not a threat. But he was unable to attack. He Taixing moved his lips. Then let me! Saying so, he charged towards the Gu immortals in front. Charge. His final charge. He died while charging. It was tragic. It was courageous. He Taixing died, the immortals had no obstacles left, they went towards He tribe's final line of defense. 12 flying eagles blocked them. Enemy eagles with overflowing killing intent, absolute eyebrow eagles with divine aura, shadow eagles with indistinct figures, whale-swallowing eagles with huge muscular bodies. Without exception, they were all ancient desolate beasts, having rank 7 battle strength. He tribe's first Supreme Elder, and the other 6 elders descended from the sky. At this moment, they no longer placed further hope in being saved, they came out to battle. Ancient battle formation, Green City Rampage. The top 4 Supreme Elders joined forces, their might could rival rank 8 Gu immortals. The righteous and demonic Gu immortals split up at once. Resources were more important. By now, everyone had already earned a lot, but they paid a huge price too. Their mental energy was depleted, their immortal essence was also expended. Who would fight against Green City Rampage in this state? Whoever got caught would simply be unlucky. In the sky of Iron Eagle Blessed Land, there were 12 eagle nests that were in peculiar shapes. These eagle nests were not round ball wooden eagle nests, they held precious rank 8 immortal materials. Immediately, countless Gu immortals fought over them. The battle was a chaotic mess. Green City Rampage went on a killing spree, lots of unlucky people died in the top 4 Supreme Elders' hands. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. This is too dangerous, let's go, let's go! Nian Er Fu grabbed the unconscious Nian Er Pingji as he sneakily retreated. I cannot stay here. Pai Shuihan also retreated, he had obtained some eagle nests, and had gained large amounts of rank 8 immortal materials. Some astute Gu immortals were leaving. The 12 eagle nests were all lost. Suddenly, in the air, there were ripples as a 13th eagle nest appeared, drawing everyone's attention. The immortals shouted, pouncing over. This is mine! Chu Du suddenly appeared, blocking all the immortals. Ah, domination immortal! The immortals were shocked, stopping their movement. Chu Du was powerful, far stronger than He Taixing. Lu tribe's entire strength as a superforce could do nothing to him. In the entire Northern Plains Gu immortal world, only people like Qin Baixing could fight him. At this stage in the battle, everyone was in poor conditions. But this was the first time Chu Du was acting. At once, nobody dared to go forward. Chu Du successfully deterred the immortals, it was to obtain this mysterious 13th eagle nest. Green City Rampage came crashing, a voice was loud as thunder. Chu Du, you dare? Chu Du laughed coldly. Why wouldn't I? Boom! The two sides clashed, the giant that Green City Rampage transformed into was sent flying by Chu Du in one move. The ancient battle formation is powerful, but it is powered by you people. In your condition, none of you can match me. Chudu stood arrogantly in the air, looking at the immortals. The immortals wanted to attack, but they also wanted others to do the work, so that they could reap the benefits. Simply a mob, Chudu commented before going ahead to grab at the eagle nest behind him. Suddenly, a shocking change occurred. An immortal goo house appeared, crashing towards Chudu's head. Modest thatched hut! A goo immortal yelled. He recognized that this was Dong Fang tribe's former immortal goo house. Scram! Chudu slapped, creating a huge sound. Thud! Bam! Modest thatched hut was actually sent flying by his slap. Gasp! Everyone took in a deep breath of shock. Chudu successfully placed the 13th eagle nest into his own immortal aperture. Next, his gaze fell on Green City Rampage. The 4 Supreme Elders felt a wave of despair. Wait! Just as Chudu was about to deal the killing blow, a voice resounded in the entire place. An immeasurable aura, like a formless mountain, enveloped the entire area in an instant. Rank 8 Gu Immortal, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. The immortals were shaken, the identity of the voice appeared in their minds. At this point in the battle, a rank 8 Gu Immortal had finally shown up. It was not certain that he came in person, after all, only his voice was heard. Wasn't it agreed upon that the rank 8 great experts would not personally interfere? Some righteous path Gu immortals who knew some inside information were confused. At the next moment, the immortals heard Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's voice. Hey Tribe's battle ends here, the remaining members of Hey Tribe have submitted to me. From now on, this is Bai Zhu Tribe's territory. We are willing to change our surnames to Bai Zhu. Hey Tribe's elders responded. The immortals were shaken, this matter was huge. The situation in Northern Plains Gu Immortal World would immediately change. Smarter people knew. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu could say this because he had come to an agreement with the other rank 8 great experts. No need to leave. I am holding a banquet for 3 days and 3 nights for everyone. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu said again. The remaining Hey Tribe Gu Immortals' faces twitched. This battlefield, which was still filled with blood from the battle earlier, was going to hold a banquet. The change was too sudden and abrupt. Congratulations to Bai Zhu Tribe, congratulations to Heavenly Lord. The Righteous Path Gu Immortals quickly came to an agreement, giving many responses. The Demonic Path and Lone Immortals were uneasy and agitated. Humph! Chudu snorted coldly, it was loud and shrill. He left with a billowing of his sleeves. Under everyone's gazes, he flew away into the horizon. Chapter 11:10. Rank 8 Gu Immortals cannot be schemed against. Ha ha ha, he is Domination Immortal indeed, I am leaving too. Amidst the silence, Hui Fengzi laughed loudly. Next, winds moved around his body, assisting him in his quick departure. Countless gazes focused on him as well. Hui Fengzi was the fastest person in Northern Plains. Yao Huan had once tried to capture him but failed. That was Hui Fengzi's greatest and proudest achievement. Chudu and Hui Fengzi had huge guts. They did not give Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu face. The other immortals had differing ideas, but nobody dared to leave. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu did not say anything, he watched as they left. Hey Tribe's first Supreme Elder quickly shouted. Reporting to Heavenly Lord, forget about Hui Fengzi, but Chudu has taken the 13th eagle nest, Hey Fan true inheritance is inside it. The immortals heard about this and went into a commotion. They secretly started conversing quietly. Everyone had heard of Hey Fan's reputation and fame. This person was the pride of Hey Tribe's history. He was the one who led Hey Tribe to their current status as a super force. If he was still alive, who would dare to attack Hey Tribe? No need to worry, I know about that. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu spoke again. The tone of his voice was extremely calm and plain. First Supreme Elder's heart jumped, his lips trembled, he wanted to speak, but no words came out of his mouth. Second Supreme Elder suddenly said. Reporting to Heavenly Lord, Iron Eagle blessed land is about to break apart. If we set a banquet here, it might not last for even half a day. Don't worry, we have already been prepared long ago. At this time, 3 Gu Immortals appeared together. The Immortals took a look, showing expressions of realization. These 3 Immortals were none other than the 3 Gu Immortals from Bai Zhu Tribe. During the entire battle in Hey Tribe, they were watching from the side. It turned out that they were following Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's orders. They were in charge of settling the aftermath of the battle. Next, Bai Zhu Tribe's 3 Gu Immortals worked together, unleashing an immortal killer move. The killer move's effect showed immediate result. In a moment, Iron Eagle blessed land which was shaking and breaking apart managed to stabilize. Seeing this, a lot of the righteous and demonic immortals had changes in their expressions. This immortal killer move had incredible effect. This was the first time they were seeing it. It had never been used in past records. They realized that Bai Zhu tribe did not just have Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu alone, the other Gu immortals were also formidable characters. Gong Air greets Heavenly Lord. Next, Gong tribe's Gu immortal Gong Air came forward alone, entering Iron Eagle blessed land and paying respects towards the sky. In the absence of rank 9, rank 8s were the dominating overlords. Gong Air was a proud person, but facing a rank 8 existence, he had to be polite, even though he was feeling moody on the inside. During the final moments of the Battle of He tribe, Gong Air wanted to use the immortal Gu House Golden Dawn Hall to snatch the resources inside. But the Gu immortals of Bai Zhu tribe smiled as they told him not to act rashly for his own sake. Gong Air would naturally not listen to them, but soon, he received a message from Prince Feng Xian. The content was, "Do not act rashly, otherwise, you are making enemies with Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. If Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu is displeased and kills you, you deserve to die. I will definitely not take revenge for you." Gong Air heard this and did not dare to act, even though he was extremely unwilling internally. He had suffered a huge loss of face. He had mobilized Golden Dawn Hall to come here and control the situation, but his effort did not match the gains that he had. Originally, Gong Air wanted to act as the leader of the righteous path, but the other Huangjin bloodline Gu immortals paid no heed to him at all. Bai Zhu tribe's 3 Gu immortals listened to him and went into Golden Dawn Hall as guests. Even though this gave Gong Air some face, the 3 immortals had hidden intentions. Gong Air represented Gong tribe, he had to come out. When he greeted Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, he felt extremely displeased towards Prince Feng Xian. "Damn it, curses! This time, I completely lost to Prince Feng Xian. Humph, he is not one of us after all, he is just a son-in-law of Gong tribe, an external supreme elder in our tribe." Normally speaking, super forces with family-based systems rarely had external supreme elders. This was unlike Central Continent sects, they could easily take in others as their external supreme elders. External elders who joined super clans or tribes usually had a close relationship with one of the tribe's Gu immortals. For example, they could be husband and wife, or blood-sworn brothers. Fairy Jianyu had once joined He tribe, she had been He Cheng's concubine on the surface. Prince Feng Xian's true identity was that of a spy from Spirit Affinity House that had entered Northern Plains Gu immortal world. He was in charge of the great plan of looking over Imperial Court blessed land, and controlling 88 True Young building. In his early days he had become the husband of a female Gong tribe immortal. Under Spirit Affinity House's secret help, he had become a rank 8 Gu immortal. He stayed out most of the time and did not interact much with Gong tribe. Prince Feng Xian stayed inside his own Feng Xian grotto heaven. He did not pay attention or communicate with his Gong tribe wife. He only stayed with his 2 female attendant Gu immortals, Yulan and Li Yao. Gong tribe was very unhappy because of this, but Prince Feng Xian was a rank 8 Gu immortal. Gong tribe's Gu immortals could do nothing but hold in their anger. This time, after old ancestors Shui who defeated the combination of Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, Gong tribe came up with a plan. They went ahead to brag that Prince Feng Xian was the only person who could defeat old ancestors Shui Hu. This way, they could use Prince Feng Xian's reputation to elevate Gong tribe's status in the righteous path. Secondly, they could also force Prince Feng Xian to become enemies with old ancestors Shui Hu. If the 2 of them fought, regardless of victory or defeat, it would benefit Gong tribe. This plan hit 2 birds with 1 stone, but could a rank 8 Gu immortal be schemed against so easily? This time, Gong Air was taught a huge lesson. Prince Feng Xian secretly came to an agreement with Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. One could guess that Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu definitely paid a price for it. Prince Feng Xian concealed this matter, not informing Gong tribe about it. He sacrificed Gong tribe's benefits and kept the gains for himself. But at the crucial moment, he sent a letter. He did not leave behind any evidence that could be used against him. Gong tribe could only endure this silently. After all, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu only gave face to Prince Feng Xian. Gong tribe did not have any other rank 8 expert. Strength was the foundation for talking on equal terms. The 3 Bai Zhu Gu immortals stabilized Iron Eagle blessed land. It was not only safe now, they even started to repair it. For the next 3 days, Iron Eagle blessed land held a huge banquet. In He tribe's former headquarters, Bai Zhu tribe's rise was declared. the intention was quite extraordinary, there was profound meaning behind it. Almost all the Gu immortals joined the celebration, other than exceptions like Domination Immortal and Hui Feng Zi. Other than these two, there could have been others. For example, the mysterious Gu immortal who appeared during the battle in He tribe, the person who controlled Mada's thatched hut. It was unknown whether they were hidden among the immortals now, or whether they had left secretly already. The Righteous Path Gu immortals mostly joined in the celebrations on the first day before taking their leave. Gong tribe with Gong Air as the leading Gu immortal was the first to leave. When they left, Gong Air walked with confident steps, but people could tell that Gong tribe was in a dejected state. The second was Nian Air tribe. Only 2 Gu immortals from this super force came to He tribe. One was the rank 7 Space Path Gu immortal Nian Air Fu, while the other was the current generation sword child, Nian Air Ping Ji. Even though the latter had only rank 6 cultivation level, he had gained much reputation in this battle in He tribe. He became famous overnight. But he paid a hefty price. Old Monster Corpse Poison stared at Nian Air Ping Ji with much hatred. He was gritting his teeth. The grudge of both parties was immense now. Ming tribe, Yuan tribe, New Air tribe, Yilui tribe, and the others took their leave one by one. Lu tribe, Yao tribe, Guan tribe, these 3 tribes Gu immortals attended for the entire banquet, staying until the end. After 3 days and nights, they took their leave. They gave Bai Zhu tribe ample face. It was because these 3 tribes were different from the other Huangjin tribes. They were quite close to the current Bai Zhu tribe's territory. They needed to establish good relationships. As for the demonic path and lone immortals, they left entirely after 3 days and nights. The stronger they were, the earlier they left. There were also certain Gu immortal experts who stayed back, attempting to get close to Bai Zhu tribe. If it were the other Huangjin tribes, when holding a celebration, they would not invite all of these people. But Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu had been a lone immortal in the past. The lone immortals and demonic path Gu immortals could accept his invitation and stayed here. See you. Until we meet again, forgive us for not sending you off. During these 3 days, Iron Eagle Blessed Land had been completely repaired. The Blessed Land's entrance opened. He tribe's Gu immortals and Bai Zhu tribe's Gu immortals stood at the entrance, speaking in polite tones as they sent off all of the leaving Gu immortals. The leaving Gu immortals, regardless of their faction, sighed to themselves. After this battle in He tribe, the entire situation in Northern Plains Gu immortal world changed. He tribe's Gu immortals surrendered. They had to send off these Gu immortals who invaded their homes. They definitely felt uneasy and unhappy. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu made them do this. He was humiliating them. Among them, He tribe's first supreme elder could feel it the most. During the battle in He tribe, he suffered the heaviest injuries. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu personally used his healing methods to heal the rest of the He tribe's Gu immortals, except him. He was pale. He sent off the guests in an injured state. He spat out blood from time to time. He looked so pathetic. All of his face was gone. He tribe's first supreme elder understood. I purpose exposed the fact about the He Fan true inheritance earlier. I wanted Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu to attack Chu Du if he was killed. We could take revenge for Chu Du's invasion. If he failed, and Chu Du escaped, with his personality, he would definitely exact revenge on Bai Zhu tribe. To think that Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu chose to do nothing, he knew that this was my scheme. Thus, he has been suppressing and punishing me secretly these last 3 days. Sadness, pain, hatred, fear, all sorts of emotions tangled together, and filled He tribe's first supreme elder. After sending the final Gu immortal off, Gu immortals of He tribe and Bai Zhu tribe went to meet Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. In the highest level of Iron Eagle Blessed Land, the original discussion hall of He tribe, everyone met with Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. Greetings to Heavenly Lord. The immortals stood on the spot, paying their respects. Everyone has worked hard. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu sat at the highest position. He smiled. From now on, He tribe's Gu immortals will change their surnames to Bai Zhu. He tribe's resources have been taken by Northern Plains immortals. That is an established fact. This is also the result that I had gotten after negotiating with the other rank 8 experts. In the future, you cannot use this as an excuse to take revenge. The immortals quickly responded in acknowledgement. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu paused for a while before saying, but the He Fan true inheritance is not a small matter, it involves a rank 8 expert. Even if I do not cultivate time path, I can use it as reference. Ignore Chu Du for now, I already know the location of He Fan Grotto Heaven. After some time, we can forcefully attack it and obtain everything inside. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu did not anticipate obtaining the He Fan true inheritance. This true inheritance could not even be obtained by He tribe's own members, not to mention him as an outsider. The true benefit was He Fan Grotto Heaven, and the countless resources accumulated inside. This was enough to entice any rank 8. He tribe's first supreme elder heard this and felt incredibly shocked. He Fan Grotto Heaven's location is the biggest secret in our tribe. Including me, only the rest of the top 4 supreme elders know. How can Heavenly Lord Bai Zu learn about it? Don't tell me, someone secretly submitted to him before this? This secret was told to him? Learning about this, He tribe's first supreme elder felt a chill going down his spine, his body shuddered in fear. He knelt on the floor immediately, kowtowing to Heavenly Lord Bai Zu in an extravagant manner. I have failed in my task, I am greatly at fault. Please punish me, Heavenly Lord. Oh? What failure is it? Heavenly Lord Bai Zu looked at He tribe's first supreme elder, showing an expression of a vague smile. He tribe's first supreme elder felt cold sweat on his forehead. He could not tell the Heavenly Lord Bai Zu about his scheme 3 days ago, that would be offending the great expert. Thus, he shifted the topic. In this battle in He tribe, we anticipated that Fan Yuan would appear to reap some benefits. In the entire battle, we had used investigative immortal methods continuously, but we could not find him at all. I have failed in capturing Fan Yuan, it was my mistake. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu smiled. Your investigative method is quite unique, it can actually expose an otherworldly demon. I am afraid that Fan Yuan truly did not come. That is a pity. If he appeared, I would have captured him. With this bargaining chip, I would not have to pay such a huge price. As it turned out, He tribe and Heavenly Lord Bai Zu had already discussed to set a trap against Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was the culprit behind the matter of Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was widely known. The Northern Plains Gu immortal world knew that Fan Yuan had fixed immortal travel and spring-autumn cicada. He tribe's battle was an opportunity not seen in hundreds of years. To think that Fan Yuan did not come, this was out of their expectations. After all, Fan Yuan had fixed immortal travel. It was easy for him to show up. They did not know about the matters after the Battle of Etian Mountain. Right now, fixed immortal travel was in the hands of Heavenly Court. As for the investigative immortal killer move that could expose an otherworldly demon, it also had a peculiar origin. He tribe had once had an otherworldly demon. When he was a mortal Gu master, he displayed incredible talent and attracted the attention of the higher-ups. The Quartet Sparrow battle tactic that he came up with was a game that the top 4 supreme elders of He tribe loved. They could not stop playing it even until now. After soul search, He tribe's Gu immortals found out that this person was an otherworldly demon. Thus, He tribe's Gu immortals did thorough research on his body. Even though his life was lost in the process, they obtained an immortal killer move that could expose an otherworldly demon. This secret was only known by He tribe's top 4 supreme elders. The rest of the He tribe Gu immortals did not know about it. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu continued. Never mind that Fan Yuan did not come here. Your He tribe was smart, and knew to join my Bai Zu tribe in the nick of time. It is a good thing. 3 days later, I will help you get rid of your problem. You will be able to separate and move on your own. Don't worry, as long as you sincerely forget the past and live on as a Gu immortal of Bai Zu tribe, think in the interests of our tribe and contribute to the tribe, I will definitely notice and reward you for your hard work. Yes. We obey the orders of Heavenly Lord. He tribe's Gu immortals quickly responded. He tribe's first supreme elder even knelt on the floor, shouting loudly with an attitude of gratitude and joy. Heavenly Lord, you are magnanimous, you forgave us for our incompetence, we are truly in awe at your grace. You even thought about our problem and are going to help us resolve it, you are truly the savior of our tribe. Saying this, he kowtowed with his head heavily hitting the floor, tears were flowing endlessly down his cheeks. But inside, he felt icy chills. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was highly skilled, he immediately wanted to get rid of their Green City rampage. This formation would no longer belong to He tribe's top 4 supreme elders from now on. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was extremely pleased. He allowed them to leave after saying some words of encouragement. He sat and did not move, he was thinking in his head. He tribe's Gu immortals have just joined us, their status fell drastically, they are definitely not in a tranquil state, they will need a lot of time to adjust to their new life. However, it is good that He tribe's first supreme elder has this attitude now. My effort of suppressing him was not wasted, I can spare his life. It is too bad that Fan Yuan did not show up, otherwise if I could capture him, my gains would be greater. Now I can only pay the price myself. To ensure that the other rank 8 experts did not act, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu paid a hefty price. He felt pain thinking about it. However, there can only be gains after putting in the investment. Right now, Bai Zhu tribe finally has the foundation to firmly stay in northern plains. And there's also Heifan Grotto Heaven. If I can take it down, my losses will be replenished. Of course, I cannot rush this. I need to let the tribe recuperate now, and ensure that there is peace. After this battle, I have gotten on the nerves of the righteous path. If I attack Heifan Grotto Heaven now, the other rank 8s will not watch me quietly from the side. Thankfully, He tribe lost all of their fortune now. The righteous and demonic immortals are satisfied by their gains. These forces would conflict and restrain each other. For the short term, they will not find problems with Bai Zhu tribe. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu thought about all these things. In this short period of time, he clearly assessed the circumstances of Bai Zhu tribe and himself. He was clear about his goals, and was prepared to start his future plans. Chapter 11:11. Fan Yuan's third earthly calamity. Southern border. Mountains were standing tall, greenery was widespread, mountains winds howled endlessly. More than 10 Gu immortals, thousands of li apart, formed a huge circle. In the sky above this circle, an old Gu immortal was using his immortal essence, concentrating as he set up the formation. The framework of a formation was already placed, covering a gigantic surrounding area. A huge illusory light lump was within. This huge light lump was shining in many colors, dazzling and bright. It was the giant dream realm. After the battle of Yitian Mountain, the place was in shambles. Spectral soul was plotted against by heaven's will. Fan Yuan obtained the fruits of his labor, and his main body was trapped in the dream realm, constantly getting weakened by it. Even though the southern border Gu immortals did not know about the details of the Battle of Yitian Mountain, they knew about the immense benefits involving this giant dream realm. The Gu immortals here came from their respective righteous path superforces in southern border. After a difficult negotiation, they came to an agreement. They were going to control this giant dream realm together. This dream realm was too important, none of the superforces could take it down alone. They were afraid of the demonic path and lone immortals coming to gain benefits, thus, the righteous path joined up and occupied this place, setting up a super Gu formation here so that they could slowly devour the benefits of the dream realm later on. Rise! The old Gu immortal in the sky suddenly shouted. Profound light shone from all directions around his body. Following him, the southern border righteous path Gu immortals put in effort. Large amounts of immortal essence was expended, countless mortal Gu were flying. Immortal Gu flew out of the Gu immortals one by one, landing in their respective spots. Many Gu immortals were sweating and nervous, some of them had trembling fingers. They had already spent 9 days and nights here setting up the Gu formation. Now, they were at a crucial moment of arranging the super Gu formation. They are about to succeed. Are we not taking action yet? If we don't do it now, sigh. There is no chance. Around them, there are hidden Gu immortal experts. I suspect they have immortal Gu houses defending them. In that case, conversations were quietly taking place. Demonic Path and lone immortals understood the value of this giant dream realm. Even without this dream realm, this place had undergone a mysterious battle. There might be some Gu immortal corpses or inheritances left behind. They were all treasures. But the righteous path Gu immortals acted with caution. They did not give these demonic path and lone immortals any chance. Without any chance, these Gu immortals wisely chose to retreat. Boom! With a loud sound, a huge pillar of light burst up into the sky. The pillar of light appeared quickly and vanished just as quickly. A huge super Gu formation gradually concealed itself, vanishing from the immortals' sights. After so much hard work, it is finally completed. The old Gu immortal who set up the formation slowly descended. The righteous path Gu immortals gathered together. In setting up this formation, my Wu clan used 5 immortal Gu. Thus, 30% of this dream realm should belong to my Wu clan. This makes sense. But my Luo tribe contributed just as many immortal Gu as your Wu clan. What are you talking about? If we did not work together and used our immortal essence, could we have created this super Gu formation? In my opinion, in terms of contribution, my clan's first supreme elder, Chi Chu Yu, was the main person in charge of setting up the formation. He definitely ranks as the highest contributor. Even though the super Gu formation was set up, The righteous path Gu immortals had not decided how to split up the super dream realm yet. At once, sounds of discussion became louder and louder. They were progressing towards an argument. Arguments would have no use in terms of getting a result, of course. The righteous path Gu immortals left unhappily, starting to plan for their own share of this pie. A few days later. Shangliang Mountain. Xianci greets Lady Qingqing. Shang Xianci paid her respects. Shang Qingqing looked at Shang Xianci, nodding in satisfaction. I was right about you. You have done well as the clan leader. The members of Shang clan are starting to show some unity. I was able to achieve this all thanks to Lady Qingqing's nurturing. Shang Xianci said with sincere gratitude. Shang Qingqing went into the main topic immediately. I called you to come here because I have some questions. After becoming clan leader, the first thing you did was to get rid of the arrest warrants of the black and white demons. But do you know that brother He-Tu of yours is not Fang Jing, he is Fang Yuan instead? Fang Yuan? Shang Xianci was perplexed. She did not expect that Lord Shang Qingqing had called for her to talk about brother He-Tu's day. After Shang Xianci became Shang clan leader, her vision had broadened. She learned many secrets. She knew that the beautiful lady in front of her was a high and mighty Gu immortal who transcended mortals. This Gu immortal was actually talking to her regarding a mortal Gu master. How could she not be confused? Shang Qingqing had a solemn expression as she said, Xianci, you have to listen to my following words very carefully. They are very important. Yes, I will listen and learn. This black demon that you know of as Fang Jing, his real name is Gu Yu Fang Yuan. He has a startling background. He is not an ordinary person. He appeared out of nowhere, and is extremely dangerous. He is a demonic path Gu immortal. He committed a huge crime, not only southern border, but central continent, eastern sea, northern plains, and western desert Gu immortals are all pursuing him now. Shang Qingqing said in a solemn tone. Shang Xianci opened her mouth. She was in shock. At once she felt like her ears were playing tricks on her. Since when did brother He-Tu become an immortal? And he was so dangerous that Lady Shang Qingqing felt wary of him. Don't suspect your hearing. Why would I joke about these things? You and the demon Fan Yuan had some friendship back then. Tell me everything about it now. Shang Qingqing questioned. Yes. Shang Xianci regained her senses after some time. She began to recall. I first met brother He-Tu in the merchant caravan. He was such a kind person. He saved me from that horrible predicament. Shang Xianci recalled the past. As she got deeper into it, a hint of tenderness was showing on her face. Throughout the process, Shang Qingqing listened on the side, not saying a word. After Shang Xianci finished, she mustered up her courage and tried to explain for Fan Yuan. Lady Qingqing, is there a misunderstanding? Fan Jing, brother Fan Yuan is clearly a mortal Gu master. How can he be such a great demon? He. Shang Qingqing showed a mocking smile. If he is not a great demon, who is? His craftiness and deviousness is not something you can imagine. He turned the entire northern plains Gu immortal world upside down. Central continent's heavenly court has not even managed to catch him yet. Nobody knows where he is, or what evil scheme he is planning next. Your encounter with him might not be as simple as you think. I can tell that there was a scheme involved in this. Do you know? Because of your relationship with him, my Shang clan is facing great pressure from southern borders Gu immortals. From now on, you have to keep a clear distance between you and him. There cannot be any relationship between the two of you. Be a good Shang clan leader, you may leave. Shang Xianci could only leave. You are letting her go? After Shang Xianci left, a figure appeared, standing beside Shang Qingqing. He was thin and looked very pale. It was Shang clan's Gu immortal Shang Tanmo. Shang Qingqing smiled. What else can I do? Shang Tanmo said solemnly. We cannot listen to her words alone. We need to soul search and see it for ourselves. Shang Qingqing smiled even wider now. Look at this. Saying this, she stretched out her hand from her sleeve. Her hand was no longer a human hand. It was like a twig. There were flowers growing on her nails. Shang Tanmo saw it and was dazed. I forgot that you have this immortal killer move. It is more reliable than soul searching. I already know all of Fan Yuan's interactions in Shang Clan City. He came here for a fortuitous encounter in cultivation, as expected and worthy of the user of spring-autumn cicada. This is nothing much. He did not set up any hidden schemes after all. Shang Qingqing said. Shang Tanmo nodded. Then I am assured, but how will we explain this to the outsiders? Shang Qing smiled coldly. Them? They are just using Fan Yuan as an excuse to get a bigger share of the dream realm. Now that I have this result, I can shut their mouths. Shang Tenmo's eyes shined. He looked up, his gaze pierced Shangliang Mountain as he looked at the giant dream realm. Maybe. My Shang clan's Gu immortals have been too polite for a long time. People think we are no longer adept at fighting. The situation was still changing. Over in Northern Plains, the battle at He Tribe had ended. There were just some loose ends. The righteous and demonic factions, as well as the lone immortals, had their own gains. He Tribe was history. Baizu Tribe took them over and changed the situation in the Gu immortal world. In southern border, they were fighting over the giant dream realm. The righteous path Gu immortals worked together and managed to keep the demonic path and lone immortals out of it. But within the righteous path itself, a competition for shares of the giant dream realm was about to begin. No matter where and when, people will always fight over benefits and resources. More than 10 days passed like this. Northern Plains, Northern Icy Plain. Fan Yuan placed his immortal aperture, looking at the sky, muttering. Finally, this is the third earthly calamity. Heaven and earth rumbled, there were no clouds or fog, there was a peculiar and strange scene of tranquility in the sovereign immortal aperture. Flying birds appeared from thin air. They were glowing with a slight green light. They flew extremely quickly. In Fan Yuan's vision, he saw long lines of light caused by their movement. The cry of the birds was extremely crisp, filled with endless vitality. Spring Dawn Jade Oriole. Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk. He recognized these flying birds. They might have tiny bodies, like sparrows, but they were genuine desolate beasts. These birds are very special among desolate beasts. They have a lot of rule path life down marks in their bodies, but they have very short lifespans. After the egg hatches, they can fly in the skies immediately. Everywhere they go, their down marks will rain down and change the terrain of the environment, pouring down endless life force. After a dozen or so breaths of time, their lifespan would be expended and they would die. Fan Yuan muttered in his mind. He could see that in this area of many northern plains, the thin layer of ice on the ground was already starting to have sprouts growing out of them. Soon, under the influence of the spring dawn jade orioles, grass grew taller, rapidly growing, and there were even wildflowers mixed among them. What is going on? What earthly calamity is this? Heaven's will is trying to help me develop my immortal aperture? Fan Yuan was confused. Chapter 11-12. Spring Dawn Jade Orioles. The cries of the birds were unceasing and pleasing to the ears. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, many northern plains was originally wilderness covered in frost, but now, green plants could be seen sprouting rapidly. The power of the earthly calamity was huge. In just a dozen breaths of time, a gigantic area surrounding Fan Yuan was already covered in greenery. It was a grassland. Grass, trees, and flowers grew rapidly. It was as if this was an entirely new place. Fan Yuan stood on the peak of Danghun Mountain. He had a heavy expression. He focused his mind. This was his third earthly calamity. He brought Danghun Mountain with him again. But the situation now was very strange. The earthly calamity involved spring dawn jade orioles. It was helping Fan Yuan to develop his immortal aperture. Half a month ago, when Treasure Yellow Heaven opened, Fan Yuan did not choose to go He Tribe and take a risk. Instead, he went back and developed the sovereign immortal aperture. He had developed many areas, but because many northern plains was the place where Fan Yuan would be undergoing tribulation, he did not develop it. Right now, this earthly calamity was helping Fan Yuan to do it. This was out of his expectations. This was a good thing for Fan Yuan. But heavens will can act in unexpected ways. It is not so kind. There are surely traps that it set. I need to inspect for them. Fan Yuan stood at the peak of Danghun Mountain, observing vigilantly. Many northern plains was huge. The grassland formed by the earthly calamity could not fill the whole of many northern plains. It only covered the part of the frosted land that was around Danghun Mountain. Looking at it, the greenery was growing thicker. Soon, sprouting trees grew taller, rising at an observable pace. At this rate, a huge forest was going to form. Fan Yuan felt surprised and joyful. The power of the earthly calamity was usually used for destruction, against regular people. When used to develop the immortal aperture, it had truly shocking effects. If Fan Yuan wanted to transplant this huge forest into his immortal aperture, it would cost him a lot of time and effort. The spring dawn jade oriole had a short lifespan. As they died, they turned into jade green life force, fading in the air. But at the same time, more spring dawn jade orioles formed, moving forward in their place. At once, the sky was filled with the figures of these desolate birds. They were so numerous, like a flock of sparrows, it was a grand sight. Wait! Fan Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Go! He suddenly thought of something, he called out as he pointed. Instantly, sword light flew out, moving at lightning speed. Rank 7 Immortal Gu, flying sword. Spring dawn jade orioles were fast, but they could not match the speed of this sword light. But they could move agilely, they did not travel linearly. Fan Yuan used up some effort to kill one. A wave of true meaning rushed in soon, entering Fan Yuan's mind. In an instant, Fan Yuan felt like a spring dawn jade oriole, from the start of life to flight, and until his death. In a short period of time, he experienced life and death, his mental state was transformed. Fan Yuan fully absorbed this true meaning, clarity returning to his eyes. Right now, he was a transformation path grandmaster. It was no longer as hard for him to absorb Reckless Savage's true meaning. If he was like an empty basin earlier trying to hold buckets of water, he was like a well now, taking in Reckless Savage's true meaning in huge quantity, with much greater ease than before. Fan Yuan frowned. At this moment, he realized the scheme of heaven's will. Fan Yuan's earthly calamity was very unique, because of the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method and the nature of the northern icy plain. His earthly calamity had two portions. One was controlled by heaven's will, the other was influenced by Reckless Savage's true meaning. In the previous two earthly calamities, the portion controlled by heaven's will formed first, before the part of the earthly calamity formed by Reckless Savage's true meaning appeared. But in this third earthly calamity, Reckless Savage's true meaning appeared at the start. Fan Yuan did not expect this. This was the first time he was seeing this. Fan Yuan suffered a minor loss. Between Reckless Savage's true meaning and developing the blessed land, the former was much more important than the latter. Because Reckless Savage's true meaning could directly raise his transformation path attainment level, it could only be obtained during each tribulation. The costs and risks involved were high. As for developing the blessed land, he could do it at any time. Heaven's will knows about my vigilant nature. This is a good scheme to prevent my transformation path attainment level from rising rapidly. I wasted a lot of Reckless Savage's true meaning. Fan Yuan smiled, not feeling dejected. He flew out like lightning. In the air, his body shook, as countless Strength Path phantoms appeared. Strength Path Killer Move, Myriad Self! Myriad Self charged forward, forming a huge tide of humans, rampaging towards the Spring Dawn Jade Oriole flock. Spring Dawn Jade Orioles were desolate birds. They could move freely among the Myriad Self army while chirping continuously. Myriad Self had little effect. Fan Yuan quickly used other methods. Sword Path Killer Move, Triple-Layered Sword Wave! Swish, swish, swish! Silver-white sword waves burst out like tides, containing an unstoppable sharpness, pushing forward. The speed of the Spring Dawn Jade Oriole was faster than the sword waves. Fan Yuan sent out 3 sword waves. Even though some were killed, the result was not many. He frowned, understanding. In the previous 2 earthly calamities, Heavens will already learned a lot about my foundation. Be it Myriad Self or Triple-Layered Sword Wave, it knows about their weaknesses. In this earthly calamity, the Spring Dawn Jade Orioles counter my 2 killer moves. Heaven's will is plotting against me by intentionally setting up these situations. In the previous earthly calamity, there were wind flowers with sharpness like blades. But Fan Yuan had Danghun Mountain. Using it as his base, he could defend himself to a great extent. But now, even though Fan Yuan brought Danghun Mountain, the Spring Dawn Jade Orioles were formed from Reckless Savage's true meaning. He could not sit around and defend himself. He needed to go on the offense, or he would lose his greatest benefit. Thankfully, I retrieved Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan activated this rank 7 Immortal Gu. Sword Light rampaged according to his will. Spring Dawn Jade Orioles died at Fan Yuan's hands, but more and more Spring Dawn Jade Orioles died on their own. If Fan Yuan did not kill them, he would not receive infusions of Reckless Savage's true meaning. Heavens will purposely cause this. Fan Yuan's losses were not small. This was not just a loss of Reckless Savage's true meaning, but also his green grape immortal essence. Even though Flying Sword Immortal Gu was powerful, it was rank 7, each activation needed a huge amount of green grape immortal essence. But each attack only hit 1 Spring Dawn Jade Oriole. Fan Yuan was wasting a lot of his resources for limited results. It seems that I need new methods in the next tribulation. Old moves are losing effectiveness. Fan Yuan thought of Wisdom Gu. If he had the light of wisdom, this problem was easy to solve. With his Grand Master attainment level and wisdom path methods, he could very easily deduce new immortal killer moves. But even though Fan Yuan had his immortal zombie body, he did not dare to use it. After 15 minutes of the earthly calamity, there were still spring dawn jade orioles forming. Mini northern plains was not just budding with greenery, there was a huge forest. The trees inside the forest were huge, they were dozens of meters tall, each of the tree trunks resembled pillars. At this time, Fan Yuan tried other methods like poison spit. In the previous earthly calamity, this killer move was very effective, but now it was useless against the spring dawn jade orioles. Growl, growl, growl. In the huge forest, trees raised their heads and cried out loud. Next, they uprooted from the ground, becoming huge tree men. Fan Yuan noticed the changes on the ground and snickered. So this is the portion controlled by heaven's will. Hee, I was vigilant and got rid of half the forest in advance. Now it seems that my preparation was not in vain. Countless tree men pulled out their roots from deep underground, charging towards Dang Hun Mountain. They moved slowly, but each of them were huge. Fan Yuan changed his mind and chose to defend. He landed on the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, looking at the tree men moving towards him. It was a scene of greenery. It was like the entire forest was pushing towards him. He felt suffocated. Fan Yuan stretched out his finger and tried to attack. Flying sword immortal goo charged over, turning into a bright light, piercing a great distance ahead. Many tree men were penetrated. These tree men stopped moving, but soon their injuries were healed and they continued climbing towards Dang Hun Mountain. Fan Yuan used triple-layered sword wave again. The dazzling sword waves engulfed the tree men with sharp sounds. There was nothing left of them. The effect was great, but soon, tree men behind filled up the gaps. Fan Yuan frowned. These tree men are not desolate beasts, but they are close to that level. Not only are they very durable, they can absorb life force and recover rapidly. The life force naturally came from the spring dawn jade orioles. Ever since the first earthly calamity, even though heaven's will could not control the entire earthly calamity, it could influence reckless savages' true meaning and create a combination. Last time, it was the snow moons and wind flowers, now it was the tree men and spring dawn jade orioles. They combined perfectly, gaining huge effect. Fan Yuan suddenly opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of poisonous air. The poisonous air spread around the tree men. Dozens of them started to move slowly, their green leaves turned purple. In a few breaths' time, their movement became slower and slower, until they collapsed on the ground. The entire tree's branches and leaves started rotting, turning decayed. Poison spit's effect was quite good. But Fan Yuan could not continuously use this killer move. There was a huge drawback. He needed to get rid of the poison in his body first, otherwise he would die. The tree men started to climb Dang Hun Mountain. Soon, these tree men experienced the power of Dang Hun Mountain. Their souls shook, their bodies trembled, many leaves fell. However, there were too many tree men. They advanced forward, pushing each other up the mountain. Dang Hun Mountain was indeed a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Just at the base of the mountain, 100 tree men died. Fan Yuan did not use any immortal essence. Fan Yuan looked at the scene. His frown was deepening. Even though these tree men were troublesome, they had little threat. Because they moved slowly, Fan Yuan could attack from a distance and kill these tree men slowly. Fan Yuan felt something amiss. This earthly calamity is too easy, don't tell me, because heavens will felt that it cannot kill me this time. Its focus went to depleting my foundation instead. Chapter 11:13. Giant Disaster Blazing Tree. To eliminate these tree men, he would need to expend a lot of immortal essence. The number of these tree men was greater than the first earthly calamity's snow monsters, and they had strong regenerative abilities. Fan Yuan could see many severed twigs that were stabbed into the ground growing with new budding leaves. Unless he used killer moves like triple-layered sword wave to completely decimate these tree men, to avoid any future problems. Otherwise, when these trees grow, they would expend a great amount of the earth chi inside the immortal aperture. But using triple-layered sword wave or flying sword immortal goo to kill these tree men was too wasteful. If I were a fire path goo immortal, this would not be a problem to me. Fan Yuan thought of this, when he suddenly heard a sound. Fire was starting from those tree men's corpses. The fire burnt rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it spread and covered countless tree men. The fire continued to rage on these tree men's bodies, turning these tree men into charcoal. Their leaves were completely incinerated. A great number of them died. The fire was nourished by the tree men and became larger, It was almost 20 meters tall. Raging flames advanced towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was stunned. What is going on? Evidently, this was part of the earthly calamity. But why did the earthly calamity start burning itself? What was Heaven's will trying to do? Was it trying to resolve Fan Yuan's problem? Fan Yuan quickly ruled out the possibility. What a joke, how could Heaven's will help him? Roar! There was a huge figure standing among the roaring flames. In the orange-red flames, a 60-meter-tall giant stood up. This is... Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size, he subconsciously gritted his teeth. Giant disaster blazing tree! This was an ancient desolate plant. In history, immemorial red heaven often had these giant disaster blazing trees. But this type of ancient desolate plant was rarely seen in the 5 regions, although not extinct. Giant disaster blazing trees could be created from any type of tree. When a forest fire starts, after countless lifeforms are killed, there was a chance of forming this giant disaster blazing tree. The giant disaster blazing tree's body was covered in raging flames. It burned endlessly, nothing could get close to it. More impressively, this giant disaster blazing tree would cause bad luck to whatever life forms got close to it. Heaven's will, truly insidious. Evidently, Heaven's will has noticed the protection of dog shit luck on me. It created this giant disaster blazing tree to destroy my good luck. Fan Yuan felt a huge challenge. Normally speaking, if he encountered a giant disaster blazing tree in the wild, he would wisely choose to evade it. But now, this giant disaster blazing tree directly appeared in his immortal aperture. It was draining his immortal aperture's earth chi and bringing him disaster and bad luck, negating dog shit luck's effect. If he left it alone, soon, Fan Yuan would be extremely unlucky, nothing would go right, he might even face a huge disaster. As for refining immortal goo, he could forget about it. Flames raged on, crackling sounds could be heard from the burning trees. The blazing tree had appeared in a very peculiar location, it was close to Dang Hun Mountain. Even though Fan Yuan activated his defenses, the huge flames were still causing his eyebrows and hair to dry up. This is only the periphery, but the temperature is already like this. What would the center of this blazing tree be like? Fan Yuan sighed, leaving. He left Dang Hun Mountain. He had landscape as before, he could restore Dang Hun Mountain before it was completely destroyed. The problem was how to kill this giant disaster blazing tree which reached partway up Dang Hun Mountain in height. Sword marks targeting death. Triple layered sword wave. Poison spit. Fan Yuan used many killer moves, but they were ineffective. The poison in the air was completely eradicated by the flames. Flying sword immortal goo pierced the giant disaster blazing tree and returned to Fan Yuan, but the giant disaster blazing tree only shook intensely, before turning to normal. As for triple layered sword wave, it managed to put out the flames, it got to the blazing tree and destroyed many branches and leaves. But soon, the flames spread again as the blazing tree returned to normal, its injuries vanished after a few breaths of time. Fan Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance, immortal aura burst out around him as he cried out. Strength path giant hand! Bam! A giant hand appeared out of nowhere, pushing the air and grabbing at the blazing tree with an unstoppable aura. But the blazing tree was huge too, it was almost half of Dang Hun Mountain's size. The strength path giant hand grabbed the giant disaster blazing tree and tried to lift it up. But after some time, even after trying hard, there was no effect. The giant disaster blazing tree had countless roots. They were like snakes deeply rooted in the soil, sucking in earth chi fiercely. It also had the spring dawn jade orioles flying in the sky to replenish its life force. It was stable as a mountain, unmoving. As time passed, the entire strength path giant hand started melting in the flames. Almost half of it was gone. Fan Yuan dispelled this giant hand. He had an idea after some inspiration. Rumble! A second strength path giant hand flew out, but this time, it grabbed at Dang Hun Mountain instead of the giant disaster blazing tree. Fan Yuan could not lift the giant disaster blazing tree, but strength path giant hand had the power of pulling mountain. He could lift Dang Hun Mountain. Whoosh! Wind currents blew, Dang Hun Mountain was brought into the air by Fan Yuan, before he tossed it directly towards the giant disaster blazing tree. With a loud sound, the entire ground shook intensely. The giant disaster blazing tree was suppressed under the mountain. The huge flames were no longer apparent. There was only a ring of fire left around the mountain's base. Fan Yuan floated in the air, staring at the battlefield expressionlessly. The giant disaster blazing tree could not move. It was attacked by Dang Hun Mountain's soul path Dao marks. but it had incredible vitality and tenacity. It was still struggling intensely. Blazing flames started to roast Dang Hun Mountain, liquefying some of its rocks. It was not so easy to get rid of the giant disaster blazing tree. Fan Yuan was in a heavy mood. Looking around, it was a scene of red. A sea of fire. The flames had spread to the entire forest, and even the grassland. As expected, Heaven's Will's arrangements were just to nurture the growth of the giant disaster blazing tree. How could it be so nice to him? Fan Yuan's breathing became rougher. He saw that more and more giant disaster blazing trees were forming in the sea of fire. Their roots were digging into the ground as they sucked in earth chi to strengthen themselves. The first plant was not destroyed yet, but so many others were forming. Not just that, these giant disaster blazing trees were growling. They stood up and turned into giant blazing tree men. They had only one target, Fan Yuan, who was in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Under Dang Hun Mountain, the first giant disaster blazing tree also became a treeman. It was not giving up, attempting to flip over this mountain. It had incredible strength. Each time it struggled, Dang Hun Mountain shook intensely, causing a huge and scary sound. In an instant, the situation became as bad as it possibly could. Fan Yuan could ignore the snow monsters earlier and slowly kill them, but he could not ignore these giant disaster blazing tree men. Even though they moved slowly, they had a terrible influence on the immortal aperture. Not only did they suck away earth chi and damage the sovereign immortal aperture's foundation, they would even bring Fan Yuan a lot of bad luck. What should he do? The light of the fire flickered on Fan Yuan's face. A smile slowly appeared on his face. Thankfully, I made my preparations. At the same time, Shang Xinci, who was in southern border, stared at the lamp in front of her in a daze. In the fire, it seemed to show Fan Yuan's former appearance. Brother Hey Tuesday. Shang Xinci thought to herself. Clan leader, clan leader? She heard something close to her ears. Ah. Shang Xinci regained her senses. She looked at Xiaolan, Xiao Dai, Lady Wei, Shou Quan, and her other subordinates. Sorry, my mind was wandering again. Shang Xinci quickly apologized. Miss, this is the third time you've gone into a daze. Xiaolan muttered. I was disrespectful. I am truly sorry. Shang Xinci quickly said again. Shou Quan and Lady Wei glanced at each other swiftly, before coughing. Now, let's continue the topic from before. How will we take in the Gu master groups that were controlled by Shang clan's former young clan leaders? After the meeting, everyone left the hall. Xiao Dai, how is the clan leader? Why is she constantly in a daze? Shou Quan asked. Xiao Dai showed an expression of worry. I am not sure too. It seems that after the higher-ups met with her, she became like this ever since. Higher-ups? Zhou Quan's expression changed. He already knew about the existence of Shang clan's Gu immortals. This was not something that he could settle or interfere in. Yi Fan could not hold it in anymore. Let me go talk to Lady Xinci, maybe as an outsider, I can learn something from her. Young Master Yi, you are not an outsider. Xiaolan smiled. We will trouble you, young Master Yi. Lady Wei nodded, agreeing with this. A moment later, Yi Fan arrived at Shang Xinci's study room. The doors were shut. Through the small hole in the center, Yi Fan saw that Shang Xinci was holding onto a piece of paper, looking at it carefully. She was so deep in thought, even when Yi Fan walked with heavy steps, she did not notice it. Yi Fan was about to cough and remind Shang Xinci that he was here. But suddenly, he heard Shang Xinci's soft whisper. Brother Hey Tuesday, what kind of person are you? Yi Fan's heart jumped. He instantly understood. The paper in Shang Xinci's hand was none other than the Black Demon's arrest warrant. It was his drawing. Yi Fan felt a sense of hollowness in his heart. His strong limbs were turning frail. He stood outside the door. He hesitated for a long time before gritting his teeth, turning around and leaving. From start to finish, Shang Xinci did not discover him. Yi Fan walked out of the mansion, arriving at the street. This was the inner core of Shangliang Mountain, an important place in Shang clan. It was flourishing with bustling activity. But Yi Fan had a worried expression. He had a question inside him. Hey Tu, what kind of person are you? Northern Icy Plain. Chu Du's arms were behind his back. He watched this vast icy plain. Suddenly his body shook. It's here! He received Fan Yuan's transmission and quickly used the immortal Gu in his hands. Rank 7 Calamity beckoning immortal Gu. At the next moment, the sovereign blessed land's entrance opened. First, spring dawn jade orioles were sent out of the entrance by a formless force. Next, one by one, the giant disaster blazing trees were dragged out without managing to put up resistance. They were unwilling, they were furious. The sky was rumbling with thunder, heaven's will was furious too. But it was no use. 2 hours later, the third earthly calamity ended. Fan Yuan collected his immortal aperture, appearing in the northern icy plain. Chu Du obtained quite a bit of reckless savage's true meaning. He cried out with an excited tone. Walking on a long road for countless years, today I obtained the blessing of azure clouds. Flying above rivers and lakes on these clouds, nothing can obstruct my view of this world. His voice resounded over the surroundings. The disposition of the domination immortal was fully emanated. May I ask you for your name? Chu Du greeted Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. Obstacles and difficulties fill this road. Life and death matters little against calamities and tribulations. My body flies like willows with the wind. Regardless of wind or mud, I still fly free. After pausing, he returned the greeting to Chu Du, saying plainly, I am Lu Guanyi. Chapter 11:14. Obtaining one of 2 true inheritances. Time passed quickly. Several days went by. Langya blessed land, inside a cloud city. Fan Yuan was sitting in his secret room, cultivating. Using connecting heaven goo, his divine sense communicated with a certain female goo immortals will in treasure yellow heaven. Your pale azure incense is of lower quality than goo immortal Shizi, the price should be cheaper. Fan Yuan bargained. But that female goo immortal was not like Fan Yuan, who used his divine sense to conduct the deal. She had left her will in treasure yellow heaven, to manage transactions with goods. And unfortunately, this was a resolute will. It was obstinate in nature, it would not give in. As expected, the female immortal rejected with no hesitation at all. The price is like this, buy it if you want, it is up to you. Fan Yuan was not giving up yet, he continued. Will you reconsider? I am buying in bulk. The resolute will was obstinate, it did not agree. Fan Yuan was a little annoyed. These last days, when developing the sovereign immortal aperture, he had to trade in treasure yellow heaven, to sell his own resources and buy all sorts of resources. But after the third earthly calamity, he felt that his transactions were not going smoothly. The female immortal's resolute will was one of them. But this was quite a good situation already. Fan Yuan had been encountering this recently. Goo immortals would come in and raise prices with ill intent, or he might see some shortage of certain materials. After rank 8 Goo immortal experts bulk purchase everything. Even though I have dog shit luck's protection, in the third earthly calamity, the giant disaster blazing tree destroyed a lot of my good luck. Thinking about his third earthly calamity, Fan Yuan sighed. If I did not think about it carefully and decided to work together with Chu Du before the third earthly calamity, I would have been done for. Even if I passed the tribulation, I would be heavily injured and stuck with bad luck. Currently, I am only facing some small obstacles. They are of no real concern to my cultivation. Fan Yuan quickly gathered his thoughts. His divine sense continued to negotiate with the female immortal in treasure yellow heaven. Since she did not agree to lower prices, Fan Yuan could only accept this. I will buy your pale azure incense. The female immortal's resolute will was stunned. Fan Yuan was making a huge purchase. He had to pay almost 10,000 immortal essence stones in this deal. But Fan Yuan was not shaken. With his accumulation from before, he was extremely affluent. Even though the third earthly calamity expended a lot of his green grape immortal essence, he could still afford 10,000 immortal essence stones. After buying the pale azure incense, Fan Yuan retrieved his divine sense, no longer staying in treasure yellow heaven. After inspecting it, he ensured that the pale azure incense had no problems, transporting them into his sovereign immortal aperture. His consciousness quickly entered his immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture was split into 5 regions and 9 heavens. Fan Yuan placed strength path immortal zombies in all the different areas. Soon, one strength path immortal zombie flew over under his manipulation, using goo worms to store the pale azure incense. There was no choice, his sovereign immortal aperture was too huge, he could only use these strength path immortal zombies as laborers. Every time he was in this situation, Fan Yuan thought of Hu immortal land spirit and Starform land spirit. If he had a land spirit, the job could be handled by them, he did not have to waste so much time on this. The land spirit was basically the steward of the blessed land. They were very convenient to have. But it was a pity, Fan Yuan had never heard of any land spirits appearing in an immortal aperture before the Goo immortal dies. This pale azure incense resembled jade smoke. It constantly blew around, creating a hazy area. Fan Yuan placed all of the pale azure incense into mini azure heaven, causing this huge area to become more misty. Even though the strength path immortal zombie could not smell anything, the pale azure incense was very fragrant. It was very amazing. It had the smell of ink and grass, extremely elegant and long-lasting. After placing the pale azure incense, Fan Yuan set up some goo formations. These goo formations were made with mortal goo. Their only use was to keep the pale azure incense within a certain area, preventing it from dispersing away. I accumulated so much now, it is enough to feed changed soul immortal goo 3 times. Fan Yuan was satisfied. The pale azure incense would not renew itself. When he used it, it was gone for good. If he had to produce pale azure incense himself, it would be troublesome. Pale azure incense grew in places with primeval essence as well as pale crane groups, azure pine forests, ink bamboo forests, and herb incense goo. These 4 things, including beasts, plants, and goo, were needed, and each of them had to be of a certain quantity, otherwise they could not produce pale azure incense. And this exact amount was a trade secret. Goo immortals who sold pale azure incense had a firm grasp of this secret. They prevented the secret from leaking. At this point, Fan Yuan could only temporarily store the pale azure incense. Pale azure incense was the food that changed soul immortal goo ate, but the good thing was, it was widely sold in treasure yellow heaven. Fan Yuan had accumulated a lot of it now. It could last for some time. After more inspections, Fan Yuan modified the goo formation. He took a final look before leaving, only to see that mini azure heaven had a small area of thick azure spots. It was different from before. Even though Fan Yuan placed great emphasis on developing his immortal aperture, on the whole, the sovereign immortal aperture was still very barren. The point was, the sovereign immortal aperture's space was simply too big. Fan Yuan placed so many resources inside. If it were the normal aperture of any other goo immortal, it would be filled already. Speaking of which, Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had quite a lot of Dao marks, but in influencing such a huge area of space, the Dao marks effect was very small. Fan Yuan retrieved the divine sense inside mini azure heaven. The pale azure incense was already placed. The development of Fan Yuan's immortal aperture had reached a certain stage. Before this, Fan Yuan had already bought several batches of resources. He settled the feeding requirements of sword eyebrows, wave sword, flying sword, and the other rank 7 immortal goo. Rank 8 immortal goo and rank 7 immortal goo already have their food. Now, the development of my immortal aperture should be to resolve the feeding requirements of my rank 6 immortal goo. Fan Yuan assessed. The first criteria of development for a goo immortal's immortal aperture was to be self-sufficient in feeding one's own immortal goo. Fan Yuan was a strength path immortal zombie previously. His immortal aperture was dead. He did not follow this rule. After reviving, he went steadily and surely, settling the feeding requirements of the rank 8 and 7 immortal goo to some degree. Next were the rank 6 immortal goo. There was a need to say, Fan Yuan simply had too many immortal goo. It was a shocking quantity. But there was no choice. Fan Yuan had to raise so many immortal goo, not only to resist the tribulations as well as heaven's will, but also against other goo immortals. Fan Yuan's circumstances were bad. In the past, he had Shadow Sect, which concealed him from deductions. But after the Battle of Etian Mountain, this protection was gone. Heavenly Court placed his name on the Demon Judgment Board. They were determined to kill him. Northern Plains goo immortals had deep hatred towards him, because Fan Yuan destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88 True Young Building. This was something that created more enmity than digging the graves of these Huangjin bloodline tribes. The other Eastern Sea, Southern Border, and Western Desert goo immortals were all after the luck path true inheritance. Even though Fan Yuan did not obtain the true inheritance of all living beings' luck, nobody would believe him if he said it. All in all, Fan Yuan's identity could not be exposed. A lot of goo immortals were trying to find him. Earlier, during the Battle of He Tribe goo immortals had worked with Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu to try and ambush Fan Yuan. In the end, because he was vigilant, he did not go to Iron Eagle Blessed Land and escaped. Of course, Fan Yuan did not know this currently. Thus, Fan Yuan traveled outside using a fake name, Lu Guanyi. If he said his true identity, Chu Du's attitude might have been completely different. Currently, Fan Yuan had worked together with Chu Du half a month ago. When Treasure Yellow Heaven opened, Fan Yuan received Chu Du's letter. In the letter, Chu Du stated the situation clearly. He informed Fan Yuan that Flying Sword Immortal Goo had an information path inheritance's clues. At that moment, Fan Yuan was enticed. Earlier, he was still thinking about the benefits of information path. With strong information path methods, he could set agreements with others and not be afraid of them being broken. He could also secretly remove the alliance agreement that was on him. He could easily betray or break his word without any restraints. He could even collect intel and make wiser decisions after knowing more details. Information path and wisdom path were complementary. Information path searched for information, while wisdom path used this information to deduce. They assisted each other. The information path inheritance insignia on Flying Sword Immortal Gu was incredible. Even the wisdom path Gu Immortal Tian Xia Xian was interested and wanted it from Chu Du. Chu Du had told Fan Yuan about this situation. He wanted Fan Yuan to know about the value of the true inheritance, so that he could change his mind. Fan Yuan thought about it, and decided to deal with Chu Du. He agreed to let Chu Du get Reckless Savage's true meaning, but Chu Du had to compensate him. After the Battle of He Tribe, Chu Du snatched the 13th eagle nest under Fan Yuan's guidance. Days after that, he and Fan Yuan met in Northern Plains secretly, making a transaction for both sides. Fan Yuan obtained Flying Sword Immortal Gu and the eagle nest, while lending out Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan could not give the Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture method to Chu Du even though this was an Immortal Killer move, and Immortal Gu were unique, but Chu Du could use other Immortal Gu in place of these. Different Gu worms could produce similar Immortal Killer moves after all. Chu Du was a powerful rank 7 expert after all. His reputation made him a legendary figure in the current Northern Plains. With his help, Fan Yuan successfully passed the third earthly calamity. In the first 2 times, he was gravely injured. The situation was too dangerous. But in this third earthly calamity, he only suffered some setbacks. The biggest problems were resolved by Chu Du. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu was simply too incredible. No wonder Mo Yao wanted to use this Immortal Gu to help her lover Bo Qing undergo tribulation. But eventually she failed. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu was only rank 7, but Bo Qing was undergoing the myriad tribulation that would lead him to rank 9. Fan Yuan did not want to seek the information path true inheritance with clues on Flying Sword Immortal Gu yet. The turbulent flow sea area was a problematic place. It was easy to get lost, and many Gu immortals often traveled in it. Fan Yuan placed his attention on the eagle nest. The 13th eagle nest in Iron Eagle Blessed Land was usually concealed. It only appeared when Iron Eagle Blessed Land was near the point of breaking apart. Inside this nest there were clues to He Fan's true inheritance. Fan Yuan had explored it for some time. He had some gains. Compared to the information path true inheritance, the He Fan true inheritance, which could delay the time in his immortal aperture, was far more useful and important. Fan Yuan had decided, while he still had this period of free time after undergoing tribulation, he was going to obtain He Fan's true inheritance. Chapter 11:15. Opening Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest. #Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Purple Heaven. A faint purple light was shining in the haziness. In the vast sky, there was a floating eagle nest. This eagle nest was like a 3-story building. There were no doors or windows. It was like a huge crystal. A type of translucent crystal, twice as thick as a human's forearm, interlinked with itself, forming this tight eagle nest that had the same color throughout. This crystal was extraordinary. Fan Yuan had recognized that this was heavenly crystal, a rank 8 immortal material. Heavenly crystal came from the sky. It was very light and could float in the sky. It would never fall to the ground unless there were external forces. Regardless of what was inside the eagle nest, just the outer nest itself contained 500 kilograms of heavenly crystals. Just this heavenly crystal alone had immense value. Evidently, this eagle nest was the 13th eagle nest in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Its value surpassed the sum of all the other eagle nests, firmly holding the highest position. After Fan Yuan and Chu Du collaborated, Chu Du went to Iron Eagle Blessed Land, and at the final moment of He Tribe's battle, he displayed great strength and took this eagle nest. However, before Chu Du left the battlefield, He Tribe's first Supreme Elder shouted and let all of the immortals know that the 13th eagle nest had clues to He Fan's true inheritance. This was a problem for Fan Yuan. After Chu Du knew this, he renegotiated with Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan knew he had to concede. Flying Sword Immortal Gu, the Eastern Sea Information Path True Inheritance, and this 13th eagle nest, as well as He Fan's true inheritance, they had a lot of value when put together. Even though Chu Du was solely a strength path cultivator, that did not mean he could not sell these for a good price. Thankfully, Chu Du was firmly set on Fan Yuan's tribulation method. Fan Yuan exploited this to deepen his cooperation with Chu Du. He spent a lot of effort and much discussion to barely reach an agreement. Chu Du would use calamity beckoning to get Reckless Savage's true meaning from Fan Yuan. In the future, he will take 30% of Fan Yuan's gains from these two true inheritances. Chu Du is a normal Gu immortal. He does not want to cultivate information path and time path on the side, thus, he has little interest towards the two true inheritances. Unlike me, I can cultivate all paths. Any true inheritance can be used for my own cultivation. Even so, I really admire his resolute decision. He can give up when needed to. Northern Plains Domination Immortal, he is truly formidable. His title is well deserved. Fan Yuan inspected the eagle nest as he gathered his thoughts. He and Chu Du were allies in terms of benefits. They had little relationship, they were just making use of each other. Against Chu Du, Fan Yuan felt quite wary. He knew that Chu Du was not giving up, he still wanted the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method. Chu Du had brains and brawn, he was not a stupid domination immortal. His brawn allowed him to single-handedly cause trouble to the Huangjin's superforce, Lu tribe. During the Battle of He tribe, he caused the immortals present to be unable to attack. His mind was not to be underestimated. After Lu tribe's battle, he rarely appeared, he nurtured his disciples in secret, helping them become immortals, luring out Reckless Savage's true meaning. During the negotiation with Fan Yuan, his eloquence made Fan Yuan recognize this person's shrewdness and wisdom. Domination Immortal had grand ambitions, how could he be satisfied with just calamity beckoning? And the bigger worry for Fan Yuan was, Chu Du seemed to have guessed his true identity. During the third earthly calamity, which was their first collaboration, the latter two lines of his poem were flying above rivers and lakes on these clouds. Nothing can obstruct my view of this world. Fan Yuan, Fan Yuan. Vaguely, it seemed like he was pointing out Fan Yuan's true identity. Of course, he could be overthinking it. But many things had happened. Fan Yuan would rather be overly vigilant than miss out any important details. Chu Du's appearance was very suspicious. During the first earthly calamity, he almost took Fan Yuan's life. Fan Yuan was suspicious. Chu Du was influenced by heaven's will and was a part of a plot, the human calamity against Fan Yuan. Cooperating with a person like this was simply asking favors from a tiger. Thus, during the first cooperation, after the third earthly calamity was over, Fan Yuan did not talk much to him, he quickly left. Chu Du let Fan Yuan leave without saying anything. First, calamity beckoning immortal Gu was in his hands. Second, he and Fan Yuan had an alliance agreement. The information path immortal Gu used was borrowed from other Gu immortals. Third, he could not catch Fan Yuan in terms of speed. With Chu Du's strength and skill, he had a wide network and knew many people. Fan Yuan considered one point as well. To guard against heaven's will, Fan Yuan gave Chu Du a lot of self-will Gu. At least, Fan Yuan did not need to worry that heaven's will would cause any negative influence on Chu Du. I need to be very careful when cooperating with Chu Du. If I make a mistake, it would lead to a disastrous end. Fan Yuan alerted himself mentally. He placed his attention on the strength path immortal zombie again. He controlled the strength path immortal zombie and slowly got closer to the heavenly crystal eagle nest. These last days, he had been using investigative methods and collecting clues, looking into He Cheng's memories, to aid with his deductions. If I am not wrong this time. Fan Yuan had confidence as he used his immortal Gu. The strength path immortal zombie which got close to the heavenly crystal eagle nest went through a complete transformation. It was originally emanating death energy, but in a moment, it became alive, turning into He Cheng, indiscernible from the real one. He Cheng gradually got close to the heavenly crystal eagle nest, placing his hand on the eagle nest. Fan Yuan's divine sense continued to explore, entering the heavenly crystal eagle nest. At the same time, Gu worms flew out, coiling around He Cheng as they flew in a spiral. Refinement path killer moves were used one after another, impacting on the heavenly crystal eagle nest. These refinement path killer moves were all mortal killer moves. They were modified by He Fan in the past, passing down for generations. Before He Fan died, he instructed his descendants that any new member of He tribe who became an immortal must learn these refinement path methods. After several generations of research by He tribe's Gu immortals, they gradually understood, these refinement path killer moves were the key to opening the heavenly crystal eagle nest. Many He tribe Gu immortals had used the refinement path killer moves on the heavenly crystal eagle nest in order to get He Fan's true inheritance. Of course, they all failed. because they lacked the most critical element, attitude gu. In these refinement path killer moves, there was a crucial step that needed the aura of attitude gu to activate. This step obstructed generations of He tribe gu immortals. Nobody could inherit He Fan's true inheritance. He tribe's gu immortals were not fools. After understanding this, they immediately went to search for attitude gu. After a lot of effort by generations of He tribe gu immortals, they finally found some clues. They gained a breakthrough in this. By the current generation, there was Su Xian's night elopement. She became He Qing's wife. In the end, she joined He tribe as an external supreme elder. Her surname was not He. She could not learn about deep secrets like He Fan's true inheritance. But she came with a motive. With her sister Blazing Heaven Demoness' help, she stole the information about He Fan's true inheritance that generations of He tribe immortals had accumulated. Using these results, she found some suspicious points. But when she was close to success, there was a change in the situation. He Qing killed Su Xian. Fairy Li Shan had a falling out with Blazing Heaven Demoness as a result. Su Xian left behind the crucial clues as well as a lot of familial emotion and immortal essence to her daughter, He Lulan. After becoming an immortal, He Lulan used these clues to get back the attitude gu that had been lost in the northern icy plain for many years. But after some twists and turns, this immortal gu ended up in Fan Yuan's hands, being heavily used by him. These last days, Fan Yuan had been familiarizing himself with the refinement path killer move. He even disguised himself to ensure that there were no issues. Refinement path killer moves were used, turning into flames and lightning, attacking the heavenly crystal eagle nest. Each hit caused the heavenly crystal eagle nest to shake slightly, giving off a clear sound. Gradually, the heavenly crystal eagle nest's movements became larger, and the sounds it made became louder, until it resounded in the sky. The final blow! Fan Yuan was nervous. With his skillful method, he drew a trace of attitude gu's aura and fused it into a translucent ripple as it flew towards the heavenly crystal eagle nest. The ripple fused into the heavenly crystal eagle nest, vanishing immediately. The heavenly crystal eagle nest continued to shake. Light was emitting from within it. Gradually, the entire heavenly crystal eagle nest started shining in 9 colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, white, black. 9 colors filled the world. The light was dazzling and forced He Qing to retreat to a distance. Ding ding ding. As the light faded, the sound of chimes could be heard in the sky. In front of He Qing, this heavenly crystal eagle nest that had been closed for years finally opened itself. Each of the pillars of heavenly crystal started moving and unraveling, making Fan Yuan think of a Rubik's Cube. The 9-colored heavenly crystal weaved and moved. Eventually, an entrance was formed on the surface of the heavenly crystal eagle nest. The entire process was fluid and dazzling. He subconsciously held his breath from the incredible sight. I understand. Fan Yuan's heart jumped. He understood the method that He Fan used. The heavenly crystals were originally colorless and translucent, but they no longer are now. These heavenly crystals have 9 colors. They should come from the respective immemorial 9 heavens. But He Fan fused them together, using these rank 8 immemorial immortal materials through refinement path methods. He caused their colors to fade away, so that they looked like a whole entity. Before He Fan died, he left behind some refinement path methods. Using these methods, one could reverse refine these heavenly crystals, allowing them to regain their original appearance, and open up the eagle nest from the inside. Thinking about this, Fan Yuan's assessment of the heavenly crystal's value increased again. Heavenly crystals were an immortal material that could be produced naturally in grotto heavens with deep foundations, other than in the immemorial 9 heavens. Originally, Fan Yuan thought that these heavenly crystals were formed in He Fan grotto heaven. But in fact they came from the immemorial 9 heavens. They had higher value as a result. Because there were only 2 heavens left from the immemorial 9 heavens, the other 7 were destroyed already. In the past, when He Fan searched for these heavenly crystals from the immemorial 9 heavens, he definitely spent a lot of effort. Right now, it was getting harder for Gu immortals to get these heavenly crystals. The only source was the scattered fragment worlds of the immemorial 9 heavens that were hidden in the 5 regions. He Fan true inheritance, here I come. Fan Yuan restrained his excitement as he controlled He Qing, carefully entering the eagle nest. Chapter 11:16. A dead egg. Fan Yuan controlled He Qing, slowly getting into the eagle nest. Light in 9 colors shone on He Qing's face interchangeably. His vision was covered by heavenly crystals. It was a grand and beautiful scene, like something out of a dream or illusion. The eagle nest was not big. it was like a small room. At the center of the room, there was a huge egg. Other than that, there was nothing else. Taichio glanced at it. His gaze was focused on this egg. This egg was the height of a young man. It was oval-shaped and had a glass-like shell. It was reflecting the light of the 9 colors. It was extremely beautiful. But Fan Yuan sensed acutely that this egg was covered in death energy. It was devoid of life. Sensing this, he no longer cared about it. He placed his attention on the other aspects. He searched and explored. After some hours, other than the heavenly crystals, he had no other gains. How can this be? He Fan was a time path great expert. How can the true inheritance that he left behind only have one empty heavenly crystal eagle nest? Where are his time path immortal goo? Where are his immortal killer moves? Fan Yuan thought quickly. Soon, he placed his attention on the dead egg again. Perhaps to find He Fan's true inheritance, that dead egg is the key. Fan Yuan guessed. At this stage, the memories that he had obtained from Taichio were no longer useful. Fan Yuan had surpassed the generations of He tribe Gu immortals. He was at a step that they had never reached before. To obtain He Fan's true inheritance, Fan Yuan had to rely on himself. Taichio walked around the dead egg, using his Gu worms to observe and research it. A moment later, Fan Yuan confirmed again that this was a dead egg. An absolutely dead egg. There was no disguise. This way, Fan Yuan's guess that He Fan's true inheritance was hidden inside the egg shell was thwarted. Don't tell me, He Fan's true inheritance has already been stolen by someone. The immortal Gus stored here are taken away already? I am not the first person in here. Fan Yuan could not help but think. This was not impossible. This world had too many secrets. After Fan Yuan's secret transactions with 6 Hair, he did not dare to underestimate anyone. Even though he was a transmigrator, in this world, he was not the only one. There already was one who did well enough in life to become a rank 9 venerable. Righteous path, demonic path, lone cultivators, countless elites and geniuses, heroes and conquerors, throughout history, they were shining like brilliant stars in the sky. Fan Yuan was just one of the stars. Fan Yuan's guess was not random, he had his evidence. According to the intel obtained from Taichio, He tribe's Gu immortals had realized that attitude Gu was the key. While searching for attitude Gu, they also researched their methods, replicating attitude Gu's aura, attempting to deceive the heavenly crystal eagle nest to open. In Taichio's memories, He tribe's Gu immortals did not succeed. But that did not mean that nobody had succeeded. A Gu immortal might have secretly opened the heavenly crystal eagle nest, taking He Fan's true inheritance for themselves, while nobody knew. And this might not even be a He tribe Gu immortal. This example was very common throughout history. The most famous example was thieving heaven demon venerable. This person was the ultimate thief. In his life, he stole many Gu immortals' true inheritances. Countless forces hated him greatly. Fan Yuan inspected it a few times over. There was indeed nothing else. With his current methods and knowledge, if he found nothing, there was likely no He Fan true inheritance. Fan Yuan felt very disappointed. He was banking on He Fan's true inheritance to slow the rate of time in his immortal aperture. Of course, he had Chudu's help now, he did not need it temporarily. But what about the future? If one did not have huge worries, they would worry about smaller things. Cooperating with Chudu was dangerous. He was asking for favors from a tiger. Heaven's will would also seek to instigate him. Even if Fan Yuan did not need it now, with this assurance, he could have many ways out in the future if he encountered trouble. Even if there is no He Fan true inheritance, this heavenly crystal eagle nest is an entire nest of rank 8 immortal materials. It has great value. In fact, other than the immortal Gu in Fan Yuan's immortal aperture, all of his other resources accumulated could not match half the value of the heavenly crystal eagle nest. Of course, this was excluding Danghun Mountain. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were in Langya Blessed Land, and the trade of Guts Gu was solely handled by Langya Sect now. He only took his share of the profits monthly. However, what is this dead egg? I actually could not recognize it using my own knowledge. If He Fan's true inheritance is still around, this dead egg might be the clue that He Fan purposely left behind. Even though hope was slim, Fan Yuan was intending to follow this route and investigate. He first went to Treasure Yellow Heaven, because cultivation experience and knowledge was also sold here. Among which, there were desolate beast encyclopedias, maps of southern border, books on ancient desolate plants. Fan Yuan's divine sense looked around, choosing carefully. He bought some and looked at them. Last time, he spent nearly 10,000 immortal essence stones to buy a large amount of pale azure incense. But this month's profits were not here yet, his funds were low. But after seeing these, even though Fan Yuan learned something, he did not manage to find information regarding this mysterious dead egg. Fan Yuan was not disappointed, instead he was a little happy. The more mysterious this dead egg was, the deeper its origin, and the greater hope he had regarding the clues to He Fan's true inheritance. This dead egg is very likely to be an immemorial desolate beast's egg. Fan Yuan's readings were not without result. But in this case, the knowledge from Treasure Yellow Heaven was basically useless. Because this knowledge were mostly limited to rank 6 and 7. Immemorial Desolate Beasts had rank 8 battle strength, but rank 8 Gu Immortals would not sell their knowledge in Treasure Yellow Heaven. They had no lack of such money. In any case, most Gu Immortals would not buy them, because with their level, they could not interact with Immemorial Desolate Beasts. In the current world, most Immemorial Desolate Beasts were inside White Heaven and Black Heaven. Other than that, they were in the forbidden or catastrophic areas in the 5 regions, like the Northern Plains' 10 Great Fierce Areas, or places like Earth Trench and Earth Abyss. Should I ask directly in Treasure Yellow Heaven, putting up a high price for the origins of this egg? Fan Yuan thought about it and denied this idea. It was too eye-catching. He Tribe's Gu Immortals were not all dead. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals could easily deduce some information. This was not good for Fan Yuan. If rank 8 Gu Immortals were drawn to him, they would be a problem. Fan Yuan could not afford to face these existences yet. He did not feel much dejection from Treasure Yellow Heaven's uselessness, because he knew that he had someone who could help him with this problem. That was Langya Land Spirit. Langya Land Spirit was the obsession of Long-Hair Ancestor. He had been a rank 8 Gu Immortal, a Refinement Path Supreme Grandmaster. He was famous throughout history and had great reputation. Which paths would have Gu Immortals with the widest knowledge? Wisdom Path, Information Path, and Refinement Path. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals could deduce secrets, Information Path Gu Immortals could search and find intel, while Refinement Path Gu Immortals had to refine Gu, they needed to know lots of immortal materials. As one of the greatest Refinement Path experts in history, Long-Hair Ancestor's knowledge was undeniably immense. Fan Yuan sought help from Langya Land Spirit. This was not a smooth process. Fan Yuan was troubled by Langya Land Spirit's attitude. Recently, Langya's sect was very unhappy with Fan Yuan. They felt that he was cultivating for himself and did not contribute to the sect. Now, Langya's sect was developing in Taichio. The Falling Star Hound was causing them problems. Their progress was minimal as a result. Fan Yuan, if you kill the Falling Star Hound, I will let you read such books in our inventory. If you want to exchange for it, use 100 contribution points. Langya Land Spirit said coldly with a low tone. Fan Yuan smiled. I will exchange for it. 100 contribution points was almost all that he had now. However, even so, Fan Yuan wanted to exchange for it. He did not plan to go to Taichio. Langya Land Spirit snorted. He was about to speak again, but Fan Yuan said, First Supreme Elder is truly impartial, handling matters according to sect rules. Langya sect's rise is inevitable. Langya Land Spirit was so angry his chest was puffing, his hair stood on ends as he breathed roughly. He contained his anger. I heard that you have a deep relationship with 12th Hair. I remember this child had praised you before. Recently, he challenged the Falling Star Hound. He suffered great injuries and his desolate beasts all died. He is very dejected. Are you going to visit him? Thank you for the concern, First Supreme Elder. Fan Yuan had a heavy and sorrowful face, as if the one injured was not 12th Hair but himself. After exchanging for the books, I will go to 12th Hair. Fan Yuan assured. Langya Land Spirit was helpless. He could not do anything to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan got what he wanted, going to 12th Hair's Cloud City along the way. But he did not meet with 12th Hair in person. A mortal Gu master said, My master is unwilling to meet guests, please go back. Fan Yuan was not welcomed, but he did not leave, he asked with concern. However, the attitude of this mortal Gu master was very cold. Fan Yuan could not get any results, he had to leave helplessly. If not for the land spirit's awareness of matters in the blessed land, Fan Yuan would not even put up this show. He knew clearly, how could a mortal hairy man Gu master act like this to a Gu immortal? Evidently, he was backed by a hairy man Gu immortal. And this person was none other than 12th Hair, who held a grudge against Fan Yuan. My relationship with Langya sect has reached this stage. Of course, a lot of the credit goes to 6th Hair. Langya sect has a lot of value. I need to restore and maintain a good relationship with it in the future, but that is not an urgent matter. Returning to his own cloud city, he checked the information and was not disappointed. So this egg is the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Fan Yuan's heart shook. Upper extreme heavenly eagles were immemorial desolate beasts with rank 8 battle strength. After his surprise, Fan Yuan was filled with joy. He realized his hard work was not in vain. If this was an egg of the upper extreme heavenly eagle, then He Fan's true inheritance was not taken away yet, it was waiting for him. Chapter 11:17. Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle. Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle. Fan Yuan had known about this immemorial desolate beast since long ago, but he did not know what its egg looked like. Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagles were space path immemorial desolate beasts. A mature adult upper extreme heavenly eagle could freely travel in the immemorial 9 heavens or in grotto heavens. This ability was amazing. Outside of the immemorial 9 heavens, there were extremely thick heavenly wind-chi walls. Grotto heavens were situated in the sky. If they did not open up, it was hard to detect them from the outside world. But as long as the upper extreme heavenly eagle had gone to a place before, it could follow its instincts and travel through space, returning to a former location. It was an immemorial desolate beast with rank 8 battle strength. It could fly extremely fast. He Fan could obtain an egg of the upper extreme heavenly eagle. He must have paid an extremely high price if it was not by chance. The upper extreme heavenly eagle's only weakness was its lifespan. It only had 80 years of lifespan. Ordinary mortals had about 100 years of lifespan. The great immemorial desolate beast, upper extreme heavenly eagle, had less lifespan than even a mortal. It was truly astounding. Other immemorial desolate beasts often had hundreds of thousands of years to live. The upper extreme heavenly eagle could not compare to them. However, it had the ability to prolong its life. When it died of old age, it would produce an egg. Inside this egg, there would be all of its memories as well as the accumulated space path Tao marks over its entire life. When the chick breaks out of the shell, the upper extreme heavenly eagle would live another life. It would grow up again, but with its previous life's memories and Tao mark accumulation. Without any unexpected mishaps, the upper extreme heavenly eagle would only become stronger. Of course, when it is an egg or eagle chick, the upper extreme heavenly eagle would be at its weakest. After understanding this, Fan Yuan had a bold guess. This upper extreme heavenly eagle's egg must have been left behind by He Fan. Why did he leave behind this egg? Evidently, the upper extreme heavenly eagle had gone to He Fan Grotto Heaven before. It was the key to entering it. He tribe's Gu immortals had always been searching for the grotto heaven that He Fan had left behind. But in He Cheng's memories, they had no gains. He Fan's true inheritance must be inside his own grotto heaven. This is not strange, because if he did not have food path methods, it would be best to keep all of his immortal Gu inside the grotto heaven and sustain their own feeding. That has most assurance. And He Fan Grotto Heaven has no tribulations. According to He Cheng's memories, He Fan had obtained a certain fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens before his death. If I am not wrong, he must have fused this fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens into his immortal aperture before dying. It is a pity, even though he has no tribulations, he had no lifespan Gu, his lifespan extension methods were also at their limits, he could only die. But why is the heavenly eagle egg inside the eagle nest dead? Fan Yuan was faced with a difficult question. There were 2 answers. One was that the heavenly eagle egg had naturally died. He Fan left the living egg behind, preventing it from hatching. He used the heavenly crystal eagle nest to create an arrangement. But because nobody came to inherit it after a long time, the heavenly crystal eagle nest was not opened. The egg died eventually after a long time. The second possibility was that the heavenly eagle egg had no life force left because He Fan did it. This egg was not truly dead, it needed a special method to unseal it. If it was the first possibility, Fan Yuan naturally could not obtain any benefits. He could only get a heavenly crystal eagle nest and a dead immemorial egg. They had great value in themselves, but that was all. From Fan Yuan's perspective, he would naturally prefer the second possibility. But if that was the case, what was the special method that could unseal the egg? Assuming the second case, how can I unseal this dead egg, to let it regain life force and even hatch? Fan Yuan fell into deep thought. He thought for a long time, but there were no answers. It was not strange. This egg was quite literally dead. If not for that, Fan Yuan would not have confirmed this at the start so easily. If I were He Fan, I would definitely leave behind clues to resolve this problem after setting up this dead egg, so that descendants could inherit this. Fan Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He realized he had subconsciously ignored something. It was the refinement path methods that He Fan had once modified and left behind on purpose. I used these methods to open the heavenly crystal eagle nest. If I use these methods again, will it work on the dead egg? Fan Yuan had a bold assumption. But he did not act yet. Because this was just a hypothesis, there was no proof or evidence backing it. Fan Yuan was vigilant. He started using wisdom path methods. He went deep into analyzing these refinement path methods, placing focus on deducing them. He quickly discovered something strange. What was strange? Some refinement path killer moves were very strangely modified. The original versions were better and had stronger effects than the newer versions. He Fan's modifications were simply going the reverse direction. What was he trying to do? Fan Yuan suddenly thought about some historical records regarding He Fan that were inside He Cheng's memories. He Fan was a rank 8 Gu immortal. During his later years, he liked to nurture juniors, but he often taught them. When learning, you have to think for yourself, don't just blindly follow and idolize your seniors' experiences. Only by thinking for yourself and learning them can you go further on the path of a Gu immortal. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan looked at the refinement path killer moves with new ideas. He tried to remove the failed modifications that He Fan did in those killer moves. He made a shocking discovery. So these refinement path killer moves are not failures. By combining them, they form a brand new killer move. He Fan had purposely added in unnecessary steps in these refinement path killer moves. They are failures individually. But together, these parts can combine into a whole. What made Fan Yuan more surprised was that this new killer move was a type of blood path method. The great rank 8 time path He Fan, researching blood path? This was not strange. Ever since Blood's Sea ancestor appeared, blood path's power was known to all. All the super forces restricted the growth of blood path, while researching it secretly themselves. This was something happening even in Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, not to mention Northern Plains, a region with Gu immortals that sought battle strength greatly. Fan Yuan was much more confident in blood path than refinement path. He was a blood path grandmaster. Blood path was his most used path in the past. With some research, Fan Yuan realized He Fan had purposely concealed this blood refinement killer move. It was to be used on the upper extreme heavenly eagle. But this blood refinement killer move was not complete. With Fan Yuan's knowledge and blood path attainment, he could tell that this blood path killer move was not complete, it was only a portion. Seeing this, Fan Yuan was not disappointed, instead his eyes were shining brightly. He Fan must have the complete blood refinement killer move. He used the first half to process this upper extreme heavenly eagle dead egg. He only left the other half to his descendants. But he did not pass down this blood path killer move directly to his descendants, he used a unique method to conceal it. His first motive must be to test his descendants, so that a skilled Gu immortal who could think for themselves inherits this. The second reason was that blood path was notorious. If the great He Fan's true inheritance used a blood path method, it would cause a huge commotion. He Fan did not want that to happen. Fan Yuan was scheming and shrewd. He could easily tell what He Fan was thinking in the past. After clarifying this, he was even more assured that this upper extreme heavenly eagle was not truly dead, it was just processed by He Fan through a special method. That made things easier. Fan Yuan was no longer an immortal zombie. He could easily draw blood from his own body. However, just as he was about to use blood refinement, he stopped his actions. South close. I almost failed to notice He Fan's intention. Fan Yuan's forehead was filled with sweat. Why did He Fan leave a blood path method for his descendants? Wasn't it really strange? Everyone knew that He Fan was a time path great expert. At this level, he could easily use time path methods to leave his inheritance behind and imitate methods of other paths. But he used blood path instead of his strongest time path. Why was that? There was only one possible reason. The blood path method could do something that time path could not. What else could it be? As a blood path grandmaster, Fan Yuan first thought of bloodline recognition. The inheritance that He Fan left behind was meant for He tribe descendants. The inheritance of a superforce's Gu immortal was usually kept to the clan or tribe itself. The first condition was to be blood-related. Very few Gu immortals would leave behind inheritances that could be obtained by others. Attitude Gu, the refinement path method left behind for generations. They were just the first two precautions. The blood refinement method that uses one's bloodline was the third. If the inheritor is not a He tribe descendant and does not have He tribe's bloodline, then blood refining this dead egg might cause a backlash. Or rather, the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle that hatches would be the enemy of this Gu immortal. Fan Yuan thought of this and felt even more sweat on his forehead. Especially the last part. If he truly became enemies with an immemorial desolate beast, of rank 8 battle strength, he would be in deep trouble. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was very fast. Fan Yuan could not outrun it, he had weak defenses as well, he would definitely die. It seems that I can only use a proper bloodline to refine the egg. Fan Yuan wisely stopped. Some days later, in a part of the sovereign immortal aperture, He Qing's hair was a mess, he had a very tired and weak expression. Fan Yuan manipulated the strength path immortal zombie, flying towards him. He Qing jolted like he was hit by lightning, his body shook as he shouted in fear and shock. What do you want? Earlier, Fan Yuan had soul-searched him, forget about that. Now, he was using all sorts of methods to torture He Qing, he was truly in misery, he felt that he was better off dead. He Qing was Fan Yuan's captive, at this stage, he had already given up. His Gu immortal demeanor was gone. But he could not even bite his own tongue to suicide. Fan Yuan had thought, He Qing still had some value, even though He tribe was gone, He Lulan was alive. Thus, He Qing was in a state where he could neither die nor live in peace. Don't worry, this is likely to be the last time, I am confident of it. Fan Yuan manipulated the strength path immortal zombie, smiling as he got closer. He Qing was about to cry, he struggled intensely. You say that every time, it is always the last time. No, no, no. Chapter 11-18. Future rank 8 battle strength. He Qing's expression was distorted, he screamed in great agony. Fan Yuan did not care, he continued to use his blood path killer move. With blood acid immortal Gu as the core, this blood path killer move was an immortal killer move. Because of this power, He Qing felt immense pain, blood from all over his body and even bone marrow were drained out, gathered into a lump. Next, Fan Yuan controlled the strength path immortal zombie and swallowed it whole. He Qing was drained of much of his blood and fainted, his entire body was skin and bones, he had a pale expression, like he had died. Fan Yuan smiled coldly, several mortal Gu flew out entered He Qing's ears, going into his bloodstream and traveling. These blood path mortal Gu were huge, when they traveled in He Qing's body, there were bumps over his body, as if rats were moving rapidly in him. Soon, these rats became smaller and smaller, He Qing's body started inflating, color was restored on his face. But he was exhausted mentally, as if he had just overcome a huge sickness. He slowly opened his eyes, looking at the strength path immortal zombie, he muttered, spare me, spare me. I am willing to surrender, I will be loyal to you. Fan Yuan did not reply to him. He Qing had said this many times. Fan Yuan did not care to have a subordinate like He Qing. Fan Yuan was already wary of the Featherman Gu immortal Zhou Zhong, not to mention He Qing. With the outside situation as it was, Fan Yuan could only trust himself. In fact, sometimes, he did not even trust himself. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Fan Yuan had lost his memories. After knowing the secrets of Heaven's will and his rebirth, he realized that the fortuitous encounters that he remembered in his previous life were likely arrangements set by Heaven's will. Right now, Fan Yuan's focus was on manipulating the strength path immortal zombie. After swallowing He Qing's blood, the strength path immortal zombie's body shone with a thin layer of blood-red light. Under Fan Yuan's expectant gaze, this blood-red light slowly faded, entering the strength path immortal zombie's body, turning into blood which those of He tribe's bloodline had. Success! After several inspections, Fan Yuan was excited. These last days he had been preparing to refine the egg. Disguising his bloodline was not a problem for Fan Yuan. He was a blood path grandmaster, he had a deep foundation in his previous life. But he had to take into account He Fan's blood refinement method, it was a bit troublesome. Fan Yuan had to deduce and modify it several times. After torturing He Qing many times, he finally succeeded. With this blood I still cannot use it on the egg. I need to integrate this blood path killer move into familiar face, so as to be certain. For the next 10 days, Fan Yuan focused on deductions. But he had high attainment levels, blood path and transformation path were both grandmaster. Ordinary Gu immortals could not achieve this, but he completed it in less than half a month. Looking at the time, a month had passed in total. He was only about a month away from the fourth earthly calamity. With everything ready now, Fan Yuan made good use of his time, immediately targeting the egg. As he had expected, under the effect of the blood path killer move, the lifeless egg started to produce life force. As more and more blood went in, this life force also grew stronger, and became more amiable with Fan Yuan. 8 days and nights later, the shell cracked from inside, as a small bird came out. This bird was newly hatched, but it was not small, it could stand at the height of a youngster. The small eagle looked at the strength path immortal zombie that Fan Yuan had become. It had a warm gaze, affection could be seen from within its sharp eagle eyes. It was like a child seeing their parents. Come here! Fan Yuan manipulated the immortal zombie, saying. The little eagle quickly jumped to the immortal zombie, looking at him with dark eyes that showed an innocent gaze without any wariness. The immortal zombie stretched out its arm, patting the eagle's head. There was only a layer of yellow feathers on the young eagle's head. It was very sparse. Fan Yuan could feel its scalp. It had a good feeling of warmth. While patting it, the young eagle lowered its head without any resistance. Not just that, the eagle's eyes were shut, it opened its beak and chirped cutely, as if it was trying to get Fan Yuan's attention. Fan Yuan could discern many things, he internally praised. Hey, Fan is amazing, he actually removed the memories of the upper extreme heavenly eagle from its previous life, only its space path Tao Mark foundation is left. If it had its memories, this upper extreme heavenly eagle, as an immemorial desolate beast, would be hard to control. And this blood path killer move can actually enslave an immemorial desolate beast. No, enslave is not the word, the true effect is to make the immemorial desolate beast feel close to me, it is the sense of kinship, of being a close bloodline relative. This way, it should not be hard to get it to carry me and find Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. Just when he had that idea in his mind, the eagle chirped anxiously, its body was wavering unstably. Hungry? Fan Yuan controlled the immortal zombie, pulling back his hand as he pointed at the heavenly crystal eagle nest. Go eat. The upper extreme heavenly eagle's food were heavenly crystals. After getting permission, the little eagle chirped happily. It jumped over and pecked, causing a small piece of heavenly crystal to fall out. The little eagle carried the heavenly crystal in its beak. It did not swallow it. Instead, it turned to the strength path immortal zombie. The strength path immortal zombie smiled at the little eagle, saying warmly, Go eat. The little eagle understood. It raised its head and swallowed the small piece of heavenly crystal. Next, it continued to eat. The hard heavenly crystal broke apart like tofu inside its beak. Fan Yuan watched, slightly startled. One could not look down on this bird. It was a genuine immemorial desolate beast, upper extreme heavenly eagle. This means, from now on, I control battle strength on the level of an immemorial desolate beast? No, it is too young. It cannot have such high battle strength. It seems to understand my words, that must be Hei Fan's doing. Since he can erase its memories, he can also make it learn human language. However, there is a huge flaw. I need to disguise my bloodline, so that the upper extreme heavenly eagle feels close to me. The real me would not do, I would even get attacked by it. After all, such immemorial desolate beasts are very prideful, they are naturally aggressive. Fan Yuan considered the other aspects. For the next few days, Fan Yuan controlled the strength path immortal zombie, staying with the young eagle, watching it eat. The young eagle did not eat all the time, it ate for a while before going to the strength path immortal zombie, snuggling up to it and sleeping. It was extremely trusting of the strength path immortal zombie, it did not guard against it. For the next few days, half of the heavenly crystal eagle nest was consumed. This consumption speed gave Fan Yuan a headache. In order to get an immemorial level battle strength, spending such immortal materials was needed. But the price of feeding it was truly very high. The young eagle grew quickly. It was the height of a youngster initially, but in a few days, it was as tall as Fan Yuan. It stood on the ground, raising its head. It had a strong body and thick layer of feathers. It had sharp eagle eyes and dark sharp claws. When it scratched, heavenly crystals broke like thin paper. The time was ripe. Fan Yuan was not going to wait any longer. He recalled the strength path immortal zombie, taking back all of the immortal goo and mortal goo in it, using familiar face on his own body. The current familiar face had exceeded the original version, by adding in blood acid immortal goo and other mortal goo. This way, Fan Yuan could even disguise his bloodline. Fan Yuan chose to leave Lang a blessed land, choosing a spot with nobody around, opening his immortal aperture and letting out the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The young eagle saw Fan Yuan's true body. It did not have any suspicions. Coming over to peck at Fan Yuan's palm lightly, it lowered its head, using its head to rub Fan Yuan's shoulder. It had a very warm attitude. Fan Yuan smiled, instructing the young eagle. Quickly bring me to Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. I need to inherit Hei Fan's true inheritance. The young eagle went in a daze. It remembered a certain part of its memories, chirping loudly as it spread its wings. Fan Yuan saw the chance and jumped onto the eagle's back. The eagle screeched, carrying Fan Yuan as it ascended, flying towards the southeast direction. The surrounding air currents were wildly blowing past his ears. Fan Yuan activated his goo worms, sitting on the eagle's back stably. He was very satisfied with the upper extreme heavenly eagle's speed. It was not inferior to sword escape immortal goo. Most importantly, this upper extreme heavenly eagle was an infant eagle. It was far from maturity. It had yet to fully develop. A mature upper extreme heavenly eagle was huge, multiple times the size of a whale. Fan Yuan also estimated its current battle strength had not reached rank 8 yet. Currently, it was at rank 6 level. Even though it had a lot of space path Dao marks, it did not have wild goo. A major influence on desolate beasts and plants in their battle strength was their physical bodies. This was different from humans. Humans had weak physiques, but desolate beasts had naturally powerful attack, defense, as well as recovery. Not to mention immemorial desolate beasts. This was the first time Fan Yuan was interacting with the upper extreme heavenly eagle. His earlier assessment of it having rank 8 battle strength upon hatching was wrong. Even though he was disappointed, it was sure to grow into having rank 8 battle strength in the future. The upper extreme heavenly eagle traveled quickly. Fan Yuan sat on its back. Once in a while, he fed it heavenly crystals. During other times, Fan Yuan was not slacking. He was analyzing Hei Fan as a person. From Hei Cheng's memories, there was lots of praise towards Hei Fan. This time path expert who had led Hei tribe to a glorious era in history was not simple. Fan Yuan reviewed the process of unraveling Hei Fan's true inheritance. It was as if he was fighting against Hei Fan in terms of wits. This was truly an extraordinary contest. Hei Fan left behind the refinement path killer moves, heavenly crystal eagle nest, dead upper extreme heavenly eagle egg, and the hidden blood path killer move. They revealed to Fan Yuan this time path great expert's meticulousness, his shrewd planning and proud nature. Those who could cultivate to rank 8 were not simple characters. Hei Fan was an expert at rank 8. His true inheritance was not easy to obtain. Hei tribe's goo immortals tried for so many years without success. Of course, this was also due to the loss of attitude goo. But it was undeniable that anyone else would have failed. Only a shrewd and astute individual like Fan Yuan would be able to make progress while exploiting the appropriate opportunities, eventually making his way to Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. After I get to Hei Fan Grotto Heaven, will I get to obtain the true inheritance? I have a feeling that Hei Fan's test is not over yet. But the more tests there are, the more extraordinary the true inheritance. This is not a bad thing. Chapter 11:19. Entering Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. 1.5 days later, the upper extreme heavenly eagle carried Fan Yuan and flew to the sky of an unknown location. The upper extreme heavenly eagle's speed decreased. It started to fly around the air. After a while of flying, it seemed to have confirmed the location. It pecked at a certain spot. Instantly, Fan Yuan could hear a clear sound of a bell, as space tore open and his vision changed. In an instant, the upper extreme heavenly eagle brought him into Hei Fan Grotto Heaven, disappearing from northern plains sky. The upper extreme heavenly eagle can truly cross space and enter grotto heavens. It is so amazing as an infant. When it matures, it will surely be a huge help. Fan Yuan praised in his mind as he looked around. This grotto heaven was huge and vast. It was an extraordinary sight. Below Fan Yuan, there was an ancient forest. It was green and huge. Birds and beasts lived in it. There was much life within. Musical trees. There were trees with rainbow-colored leaves and countless birds flying on them, landing on the branches as they chirped, creating a beautiful melody. Chi-death birds. One of the types of birds had plump bodies that pressed down on the branches. They were covered in chi currents and had distinct voices. T-stream. Between trees, there was a smooth flowing stream. The water was a clear, pale green. It was steaming hot, making the leaves inside resemble tea leaves. Fan Yuan took a look, finding many cultivation resources inside the forest. He looked at the sky. This grotto heaven's sky was azure in color. It seems that Hei Fan obtained a fragment of the immemorial azure heaven. After fusing it into his grotto heaven, the sky never changed color again. Fan Yuan made an initial confirmation that this was He Fan Grotto Heaven. Because in He Cheng's memories, he knew that He Fan had once grew musical trees and famously sold them in Treasure Yellow Heaven. This entire forest was made of musical trees, the scale was shockingly big. Just as Fan Yuan was looking around, the entire world suddenly started to ring with sounds of a bell. The bell rang 10 times. Next, a brass bell appeared in front of Fan Yuan. Heavenly Spirit! There's indeed a heavenly spirit! Fan Yuan's heart shook, he got nervous. He did not have He tribe's bloodline after all. Even though he deceived the upper extreme heavenly eagle, he still had to deceive the heavenly spirit to obtain the true inheritance. In the northeast part of He Fan Grotto Heaven, there was a tall mountain. The locals named it Wangu Mountain, they revered it. There was a cave in the mountain. In the cave, 3 Gu immortals were conversing. Without taking risks, how can we have great gains? To break free of this cage, we need to take on the risks of doing so. Gu immortal Feng Jun had an agitated expression. The other 2 Gu immortals looked at each other with hesitation. One of them, Gu immortal Jingtuo, looked at Feng Jun. This is a huge matter. If we are careless, we will die. How can we not act carefully? The other Gu immortal, Zhou Min, was female. She had beautiful features. Brother Feng Jun, please calm down. It is very difficult to deal with the heavenly spirit. We need to plan this wisely. We are not in a rush. Don't worry, the 3 of us are sworn siblings. We will work as one and move forward together. Feng Jun raised his head and sighed. The heavenly spirit is not scary. We have already gained its trust, using the killer move, Blood Light Spirit Suppression, that I created. I am very confident of success. Jingtuo looked at Feng Jun. Brother, I do not want to say this, but why are you in a rush? You said earlier that Blood Light Spirit Suppression was created recently. This immortal killer move has just been created, it is not perfected. Even if it is perfected, we need to practice it first. Why are you so hurried? That's right, brother. Zhou Min also said. To deal with the heavenly spirit, we are not sufficient. We might as well convince old immortal Qin to the west. He has 3 Gu immortals under him. Feng Jun snorted, saying in disdain. Qin is useless. He is about to die, yet he still acts so conservatively. We should not rely on him. Feng Jun shook his head. Zhou Min frowned. Brother, even if you look down on old immortal Qin, he has the highest cultivation level. Even if we cannot work with him to deal with the heavenly spirit, we have to get him to watch on the sidelines and not interfere. Sister makes sense. Jingtuo added. Feng Jun had a grim expression. After some hesitation he said, I am not going to lie, you both know I cultivate luck path. Recently, I have had an ominous feeling, something bad is going to happen. I have this indescribable sensation, if we do not take the chance now, we might not have a chance anymore. These words were simply Feng Jun's assumption, he had no proof at all to back him up. But the other 2 immortals had grim expressions. Zhou Min said, Brother, you once had gone up Immortal Succession Mountain and cultivated the luck path inheritance that was on it. Even though your cultivation level did not reach rank 7, as the first inheritor, your down marks are not less than that of a rank 7 luck path Gu immortal. I heard that with a certain number of luck path down marks, the Gu immortal will have a mystical promotion. On the side, Jingtuo also added, That's right, for refinement path Gu immortals, their Gu refinement abilities would rise sharply. When refining Gu, they would be able to sense minute details. For fire path Gu immortals, they would have a certain sense towards fire path immortal Gu and desolate beasts. For wisdom path Gu immortals, even without using any Gu, their own deduction abilities would be very strong. As for luck path Gu immortals, they would have some sensation towards their own luck or the luck around them. That's right. Feng Jun sighed, his expression calming down. Since Zhou Min and Jingtuo could understand him, that was good. After all, the killer move, Blood Light Spirit Suppression, that he made could not be used alone, all 3 of them needed to activate it together. Suddenly, at this time, the sound of a bell from outside became clearer. Did someone else ascend Immortal Succession Mountain, obtaining a true inheritance? Jingtuo's eyes flashed. Regardless of who it is, we have to get them over to our side. Zhou Min immediately said, Listen, there are 5 rings already. Feng Jun's attention was drawn. Impressive, this person got to this point. In the past, even you, brother, only got this far. Jingtuo praised. But soon, their expressions changed. 7 times? Zhou Min cried out. How can this be? Not only was I surpassed, even old immortal Chen Shi was surpassed? Feng Jun could not believe it. He was aware of the difficulties of going up Immortal Succession Mountain. But next the 10th bell sound rang out. It resounded in the entire world, continuing to spread. The three immortals were like statues. They stood in their places, unmoving. A moment later, Zhou Min snapped back to awareness. Shock was expressed all over her beautiful face. Did I hear wrongly? The bell rang 10 times. Feng Jun's expression was dark. According to the stone tablet on Immortal Succession Mountain, 10 rings of the bell means that the person from the main tribe who is qualified to inherit old ancestor He Fan's true inheritance is here. Don't tell me my bad feeling is due to this person. After so many years, I thought that nobody would inherit the first true inheritance on Immortal Succession Mountain. To think that. Xing Tuo shook his head, showing a complex expression. He looked at the two immortals beside him. They also had different expressions. Xing Tuo let out a breath of air, stabilizing his mind. Let's go. According to the rules, when the proper inheritor appears, the heavenly spirit will welcome them personally. We need to go ahead and pay respects to them too. Pay respects? Pay what respects? Feng Jun's body shook. He said shrilly. Regardless of who it is. Why must we go and pay respects to them? We are also He tribe descendants with He tribe's bloodline. Just because our ancestors were criminals, we have to be subservient to the main tribe forever? Zhou Min quickly consoled him. Brother, you make sense, I agree. Even though this is sudden, the result is not out of control yet. According to the rules on the stone tablet, even though the inheritor is here, the time has passed already. To inherit He Fan's true inheritance, they would need to pass a test. Whether we are going to find trouble with them or take down the heavenly spirit, we need to stay calm, stay cool. Feng Jun was reminded, his mind cleared up. Sister, you are right, we still have a chance. Go, we will go immediately. We cannot expose any flaws. I want to see how amazing this inheritor is. Do they have 3 heads or 6 arms? Humph. The brass bell floated in front of Fan Yuan. After ringing 10 times, it went silent. Fan Yuan tried to ask. Are you the heavenly spirit? I am He Qing. I opened the heavenly crystal eagle nest and hatched the upper extreme heavenly eagle. I am here to inherit ancestor He Fan's true inheritance. But the brass bell remained silent. It floated in front of Fan Yuan, unmoving. As expected. After devouring the fragment of immemorial azure heaven, even the heavenly spirit has become mindless. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed. He understood the reason. This intel was obtained from Shadow Sect as well. After absorbing a fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens, even though the grotto heaven would have no tribulations, if the Gu immortal dies and becomes a heavenly spirit, they would not have control and would be mindless. All in all, it was because of heaven's will. Heaven's will originated from the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Ordinary grotto heavens were small worlds independent of the outside world. But once they absorbed an immemorial 9 heavens fragment, they would let heaven's will in. Their personal authority would be greatly diminished due to heaven's will. Shadow Sect had deep research in this. In the past, a Shadow Sect member, one of the 7 original split souls, 7-star child, had went ahead to devour a fragment of immemorial blue heaven, attempting to research a way to deal with heaven's will. Unfortunately, heaven's will made use of it, and caused 7-star child to be stuck inside star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, unable to get out. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Because starry sky grotto heaven had shattered and broken into many pieces, landed in many areas of central continent like all of the other grotto heaven fragment worlds. Among which, on a nameless mountain, Fan Yuan was invited by Immortal Crane Sect to explore it. Coincidentally, inside this fragment world, Fan Yuan explored the dream realm and obtained crucial pointers. Eventually, on Yitian Mountain, Fan Yuan obtained the result of Shadow Sect's plan after 100,000 years. From this, one could see that by absorbing any 9 heavens fragment, the grotto heaven world would be under the supervision of heaven's will. It was not safe for Fan Yuan. The safest place for him were blessed lands or grotto heavens like Langya Blessed Land. They were privately owned, heaven's will could not look inside. Long Hair Ancestor was a very famous figure. It was not hard for him to get some immemorial 9 heavens fragments. But from start to finish, he did not let his grotto heaven absorb any fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens. Thus, this grotto heaven is far less valuable to me than He Fan's true inheritance. Once I inherit He Fan's true inheritance, I will give this grotto heaven to Chu Du. It will fulfill that agreement of splitting 30% profit with him. Fan Yuan was still planning, when a few people appeared from the sky. Their immortal auras were unconcealed, they rapidly got closer. What is going on? Hey Fan Grotto Heaven has Gu immortals? Fan Yuan was surprised. Chapter 11:20. Shocking the Immortals. From far away, for Gu immortals approached. Fan Yuan had a serious expression, he watched without blinking. This situation was out of his expectations. Why are there Gu immortals here? Fan Yuan looked at the heavenly spirit and asked. But this He Fan Grotto Heaven's heavenly spirit was too dull, it did not respond. Fan Yuan felt a gloomy sensation. After a while, the four Gu immortals got close, but there was no animosity from them. Fan Yuan prepared himself without showing any changes externally. I, criminal immortal Qingqi, greet the superior immortal from the main tribe. The leader was an old Gu immortal. He wore a tall crown, he had a green-gray robe and white hair. After seeing Fan Yuan, he paid respects with a solemn expression. Criminal immortal? Fan Yuan thought over this, but he quickly responded. I am not worthy of being called a superior immortal. My name is He Qing. I was fortunate to have inherited He Fan's true inheritance. To think that I could meet so many immortals after entering the Grotto Heaven. Fan Yuan had turned into He Qing's appearance. This was after careful consideration. After all, with Treasure Yellow Heaven's existence, even though He Fan Grotto Heaven was isolated from the outside world, they could still find out about He Tribe's information. He Qing had gone missing, and he lost He Tribe's immortal Gu house, but that did not hinder him from inheriting He Fan's true inheritance. Most importantly, Fan Yuan had all of He Qing's memories. He could disguise as him perfectly with no flaws. Qingqi raised his head, looking at Fan Yuan, he sighed in admiration. He Qing was publicly recognized as a handsome man in Northern Plains, he had a gentlemanly grace and many women had crushes on him. At this moment, even though Fan Yuan was in disguise, he even had a superior flair to He Qing. With his looks, he was extraordinary and charming, he could take one's heart easily. Of the four Gu immortals who came, 2 were female. Seeing Fan Yuan's looks, their hearts involuntarily beat faster. The other was a young man with an ordinary appearance. Qingqi bowed again. Superior immortal He Qing, you have dazzling disposition. Us criminal immortals of He Tribe have waited for so long up until you finally came. Heaven truly is not blind. I am flattered, but why do you call yourselves criminal immortals? What does that mean? I do not understand. Fan Yuan frowned, asking directly. Qingqi was about to answer, when a voice came from afar. Superior immortal, it is normal that you do not know. Our ancestors were guilty of a heavy crime in He Tribe. Back then, old ancestor He Fan's granddaughter, He Fengyu, carried attitude Gu and roamed the icy plain. She was targeted by a mysterious Gu immortal. At that time, our ancestors were her guards, but they failed to take care of her. He Fengyu went missing and even attitude Gu was lost. Old ancestor He Fan doted on his granddaughter He Fengyu, but he searched for her to no avail. Our ancestors could not make up for this failure, they could only submit to punishment, and were locked inside this He Fan Grotto Heaven by old ancestor He Fan. They were our lineage, continuing to live here over the generations. So that's it. Fan Yuan understood, he meticulously observed them. There were 3 new immortals that just came here. 2 males and 1 female. They were Feng Jun, Zhou Min, and Jing Tuo. Feng Jun and Zhou Min were rank 6, Fan Yuan took a glance at them. Jing Tuo flew in front, he was the leader of the 3 immortals. He was the one who answered Fan Yuan earlier. He had his rank 7 cultivation level unconcealed. He had an ordinary face with a hunched back. When he flew over, there was a thin line of blood behind him. He was a blood path cultivator. This made Fan Yuan surprised internally. A blood path Gu immortal appeared openly like this, but the other Gu immortals were completely unfazed. They seemed used to it. Unless this person does not cultivate blood path primarily, but only as a secondary path? Even so, it cannot be shown openly. Fan Yuan was a bit puzzled. If this was in the 5 regions, this blood path demonic immortal would have already been a target of pursuit. But at the moment, it seemed like he was doing pretty well. Not only was there no animosity, he even had 2 subordinates. These 2 were really daring, they were not afraid that this leader would attack them to increase his own battle strength. The 3 immortals flew closer and greeted Fan Yuan as well, having a respectful attitude. But Fan Yuan could tell clearly, this Feng Jun was not sincere, he held animosity towards Fan Yuan. He took several glances secretly with an unkind expression. Actually, the rest were also like this. Be it Qingqi or the other Gu immortals, They were solemn and cautious regarding Fan Yuan. While expressing kindness, they had ill intentions hidden, their attitudes were strange. After greeting Fan Yuan, the three immortals talked to Qin and the immortals behind him. They spoke plainly, but they did not gather together, they floated in the air forming two clear groups. Fan Yuan saw all of these on the surface, he was talking to them warmly, but on the inside, he was memorizing these details. How many of you are there in this Hei Fan grotto heaven? Fan Yuan thought about this and asked. Not many. Other than the 7 of us here, there are only 2 others. Qin replied. They will be here soon. Superior Immortal, when you arrived, the Heavenly Spirit came to welcome you, 10 rings of the bell resounded. They have also gone up Immortal Succession Mountain before, they know what it meant. Immortal Succession Mountain? Fan Yuan noted this name, but did not ask about it yet. As expected, 2 more Gu Immortals appeared soon after. They were both males, they paid respects to Fan Yuan. Like the other Gu Immortals, they also had strange expressions. After the Gu Immortals gathered, the Heavenly Spirit finally made a move. It suddenly shook, creating a loud sound as it drifted forward. The Heavenly Spirit wants to direct us to Immortal Succession Mountain, Superior Immortal, please follow us. Qin saw this and said. Fan Yuan nodded, he followed the brass bell Heavenly Spirit cautiously. In this situation, he was alone, but the other side had 9 Gu Immortals, 2 rank 7 and 7 rank 6. If they suddenly attacked him, it would be a chaotic brawl with an unpredictable result. However, even though the Heavenly Spirit was mindless, it could still welcome Fan Yuan. That showed that it carried Hei Fan's will, it was not completely unreliable. Earlier, Fan Yuan could already tell that these people were not united, they were in different groups. The last 2 that came even seemed to be lone cultivators. Precisely so, Fan Yuan decided to travel with them, he wanted to observe them first, and did not take action yet. The Heavenly Spirit did not fly quickly. Thus, Fan Yuan did not use the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, he let it fly alongside him. In this situation, he did not dare to keep the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle in his immortal aperture. If anything happened, even if the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle could not kill the enemy, it could attract their firepower. Along the way, Fan Yuan talked to the Gu Immortals. Initially, they were very wary of Fan Yuan, they spoke with him cautiously, there was a huge distance between them. But what had Fan Yuan experienced? In the 500 years of his previous life, he had interacted with countless people, he had shocking interpersonal skills and communication. Soon, Fan Yuan got closer to them. Gradually, there was even laughter coming from this group. Sister, look at Hei Qing, he is truly a superior immortal from the main tribe. He is so charming and attractive, no wonder it was him. Only people like this are worthy of old ancestor Hei Fan's true inheritance. In the group, a female Gu Immortal with long hair and 2 buns and bubbly nature looked at Fan Yuan as she transmitted secretly. This was one of the female immortals who came with Qin. The Gu Immortal who had been referred to as sister was more elegant and mature, she heard the words and transmitted in a cheeky tone. It seems that you, sister, are infatuated. But yes, he is truly a dragon among men. He seems to be young and have high cultivation level, he also has such charm and speaks with great experience, he has a convincing tone and makes people feel engaged when talking to him. I wonder if people like him are rare in the outside world? What kind of place is Northern Plains? Fan Yuan's ears twitched, he listened to all these words without missing any. These Gu Immortal sisters used an ancient transmission method that had gone out of favor in Northern Plains long ago. This was exactly why Fan Yuan could eavesdrop on their conversation. Even though this was a grotto heaven, and mortal Gu could be prevented from being used, Fan Yuan did not receive a restriction in this aspect, he felt some assurance. Actually, not just these 2 female Gu Immortals, the other Gu Immortals were also conversing, but they were not speaking as frequently as these 2. The other Gu Immortals were discussing Fan Yuan's background and battle strength. These matters were more important. To think that this person has rank 7 cultivation level. On our side, only old immortal Qin and brother Jingtuo match his cultivation level. Even though he is not displaying any immortal Gu aura, the eagle flying beside him is extraordinary. This eagle is strange, it seems to be a desolate beast, but its aura is not normal. We have desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts in our grotto heaven, but their aura cannot compare to this young eagle. After some discussions, someone could not control himself anymore, he asked. Superior Immortal, I see that your eagle is not ordinary, it looks very imposing, we do not know about it, may I ask what its origins are? Fan Yuan took a look, It was the Gu immortal named Feng Jun. Fan Yuan thought for a moment. He smiled. He, such good perception, you can tell that my beloved eagle is extraordinary. This is an upper extreme heavenly eagle, have you heard of it? It fully grown, it is an immemorial desolate beast. But right now, it can only be used for traveling, it cannot compare to my other ancient desolate beasts. Immemorial desolate beast. At once, the immortals gasped. Countless heated, shocked, and amazed gazes focused on the upper extreme heavenly eagle, observing it carefully. Fang Yuan spoke casually, but he threw a bomb into these immortals' minds. These Gu immortals had varying emotions, they could not conceal their shock. Next, when they conversed with Fang Yuan, their tone was unavoidably more polite and restricted. Fang Yuan did not act with a forceful stance, he smiled like before. But his smile, when they saw it now, felt completely different from before. Upper extreme heavenly eagle, an immemorial desolate beast. Who is this person? He actually has an immemorial desolate beast with him. It seems that even in the main tribe, he has a high status. Chapter 11:21. Finally seeing He Fan's true inheritance. This upper extreme heavenly eagle is an immemorial desolate beast, no wonder it gives off such an abnormal feeling. If we are going to attack him, we will need to deal with the eagle first. Did you forget what he said? Other than this eagle, he also has other ancient desolate beasts. Is he an enslavement path Gu immortal? If he is an enslavement path Gu immortal, he would be easier to deal with. This path is vulnerable to direct attacks, even if he is an immortal, we are. Also Gu immortals. That might not work. Don't be hasty, we will see on Immortal Succession Mountain. Even up until the immortals arrived at Immortal Succession Mountain, some Gu immortals were still talking about the upper extreme heavenly eagle. This was not strange. An immemorial desolate beast which had rank 8 battle strength upon maturity, this news was a shock to the immortals. Fang Yuan listened to their words, but he still showed a calm and composed expression. There were no flaws in his acting. Unwittingly, the immortals' guesses of him had already distorted from reality. Fang Yuan was happy to see this. The more wrong things they assumed, the greater his advantage. If he was really treated as an enslavement path Gu immortal, then they would get to see the power of a transformation path and strength path Gu immortal. Conversely, during the conversation, Fang Yuan continued to probe and obtained a lot of precious intelligence. These Gu immortals seem to have been isolated from the world for too long. They are not good at confrontations or dealing with people. Not just in terms of words, they are not as crafty as Gu immortals outside. I could easily probe their background. They have barely any shrewdness, and their methods are outdated. All in all, these Gu immortals are split into 2 groups. One is led by old immortal Qinqi, the 4 Gu immortals are related by bloodline. The other group are the 3 blood-sworn immortals, they are Zhoumin, Jingtuo, and Feng Jun, they actually have a blood path leader. The final 2 are loners, as expected, they do not work with the groups. Fang Yuan snickered internally. Places with people will have competition for benefits. He Fan Grotto Heaven was no exception. But evidently, the conflict here was small and low level, the Gu immortals were not skilled at competing against one another. It truly paled in comparison to Northern Plains. And most importantly, these Gu immortals had very little knowledge. Fang Yuan had already probed, these Gu immortals could not get into Treasure Yellow Heaven, or rather, they did not even know about its existence. But look at their identities. They were descendants of criminals. It made sense that old ancestor He Fan prevented them from connecting to Treasure Yellow Heaven. If they could connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven, it would be different. Not only would they have updated methods, they would be able to trade and gain knowledge. Even without trading, they would grow in experience. It would be an immense growth. Immortal Succession Mountain was a tall, lone mountain. It was not a famous mountain or river. It had 10 levels, getting smaller towards the top. There was evident signs of man-made design in it. Around the mountain were forests that had lots of resources in them. Fang Yuan was quite amazed. Even though He Fan Grotto Heaven was isolated from the world, it had no calamities and tribulations, and because it could not connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven, the resources inside were truly too rich from generations of accumulation. The immortals followed the brass spell Heavenly Spirit, landing in the single stone pavilion near the mountain peak. The stone pavilion was very simple in structure, but even though it was just a pavilion, it had a grand atmosphere. The pavilion was supported by 8 thick pillars. There was a stone tablet in the pavilion that was eye-catching. The stone tablet was huge like an elephant. It took up almost all of the space in the pavilion. There were words carved on it. The brass bell Heavenly Spirit entered the stone pavilion. Hanging on a pillar of the stone pavilion, there was a hook there. It stopped moving after getting into position. Old Immortal Chinchi said, "Superior Immortal, you have just arrived. You must have many questions. Look at this stone tablet. It will answer a lot of your questions." Fan Yuan was prepared. He looked at it patiently. A while later, he finally understood everything. It turned out that back then, He Fan's most beloved granddaughter, He Fengyu, had vanished, along with Attitude Gu. He Fan lost his precious granddaughter, but there was nothing he could do. His lifespan was almost expended. He could only place his immortal aperture down and absorb the immemorial azure heaven fragment, losing his freedom. The few He tribe Gu immortals who could not take care of her were locked in He Fan grotto heaven. Not only was their freedom taken away, their immortal apertures were even taken out and fused into He Fan grotto heaven. This way, He Fan grotto heaven became even bigger. Before He Fan absorbed the fragment of immemorial azure heaven, he had already made his arrangements, leaving behind his true inheritance and the heavenly crystal eagle nest. But he could not stop thinking about his granddaughter. He wanted his descendants to look for her. Thus, he added an additional step, that was the aura of Attitude Gu which was needed. From his perspective, even if he did not show up, with He tribe's power at that time, they could definitely find He Fengyu's location and get back Attitude Gu. But in truth, he was too optimistic. Or rather, because of kinship, he refused to accept the truth. He felt that He Fengyu was still very likely alive. Because of his miscalculation, He Fan's true inheritance went uninherited for all this time, until now, after Fan Yuan disguised himself and opened the heavenly crystal eagle nest. This had to be considered an error by old ancestor He Fan. But he was a rank 8 great expert after all. Before his death, he sensed this error as well. He thought, if nobody from the main tribe inherits his true inheritance, what would happen? If that happened, either He tribe would be wiped out or become weakened, without any worthy descendants. What He Fan thought of was, in that case, he might as well prepare another batch, and let the people in the grotto heaven inherit his true inheritance, passing it down in that way. They had He tribe's bloodline after all. Thus, after setting up the heavenly crystal eagle nest, before his death, He Fan added a new rule to his true inheritance. He set a timing. Several hundred years later, if nobody from the main tribe obtains his true inheritance, then the descendants in the grotto heaven would be allowed to roam Immortal Succession Mountain and find their own opportunities. This was stated in the tablet. Old ancestor left behind his key true inheritance on Immortal Succession Mountain. He set up a lot of smaller inheritances as well before his lifespan ran out. The other He tribe criminal immortals cried and grieved. They felt that they let him down. They died together with him. But before dying, they imitated He Fan and left behind their stone tablet inheritances on Immortal Succession Mountain. Their true inheritances were hidden inside. The He tribe members who were in Northern Plains were searching for Attitude Gu, but there was nothing they could find. Time passed. The time limit that old ancestor He Fan set had long since elapsed. Thus, in He Fan Grotto Heaven, Immortal Succession Mountain was opened up to the mortals to explore. As a result, Gu immortals started appearing in He Fan Grotto Heaven. However, even though these mortals could compete for He Fan's true inheritance, it was too difficult to explore Immortal Succession Mountain. Although many mortals obtained the true inheritances, and a portion of them became Gu immortals, there had never been anyone who got to the mountain peak and obtained the first true inheritance. According to the stone tablet, if the person who obtains the first true inheritance becomes a Gu immortal, they would be the owner of He Fan Grotto Heaven. They would have the authority to forgive the sins of these criminal immortals. They would regain freedom and return to He tribe. But before this, no matter how many generations had gone by, they could not have the He surname. They could only have other names. It would remind them of their identities as criminals. After reading the contents of the stone tablet, Fan Yuan finally understood. The confusion inside him was lifted. No wonder these Gu immortals have such complex expressions and emotions towards me. They have both kind and ill intentions at the same time. Fan Yuan thought about it from their perspective. If it were him, he would be having even more complex feelings. According to He Fan's rules, the time limit was over. So be it the He tribe main immortals or these criminal immortals, they were qualified to vie for He Fan's true inheritance. These immortals had been enthusiastically raising descendants to obtain He Fan's true inheritance, to open up the grotto heaven and regain freedom. As for these Gu immortals, they had already obtained other inheritances. They were not qualified to compete for He Fan's true inheritance. Thus, the Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven did not have much conflict normally. they lived quite peacefully. Originally, they did not think that anyone from the main tribe would come. After all, it had been so long, but nobody came. With Fan Yuan's sudden appearance, their preconceptions were broken. And because of the rules on the stone tablet, they had to go welcome him, even though they were against his arrival and mentally not prepared. From their perspective, He Fan's true inheritance belonged to them already. As long as they continued to nurture descendants, one day, someone would ascend the mountain peak and obtain He Fan's true inheritance. Thus, they did not want to see Fan Yuan's arrival, but they had no choice but to follow the rules. The heavenly spirit might be mindless, but He Fan had considered this before dying. Even though it was rather unreliable, it still firmly carried on He Fan's will after his death. And He Fan still had one method of restriction. Becoming a Gu immortal would have calamities and tribulations. Whenever they are unable to pass the tribulations, these Gu immortals would come to Immortal Succession Mountain and ask the heavenly spirit for help. The heavenly spirit would use the immortal Gu in the first tablet's true inheritance to stall their calamities and tribulations. Even though they could be safe for the moment, they would be under the heavenly spirit's control. The heavenly spirit only had to use a certain method in the true inheritance to remove the method of stalling calamities and tribulations, causing them to die. Many Gu immortals were able to pass the calamities and tribulations early on, but they did not know about Treasure Yellow Heaven. Even though He Fan Grotto Heaven had a lot of resources, there was a limit to its variety. These Gu immortals' cultivation needs could not be fulfilled. Thus, after many calamities and tribulations, when they got stronger, these Gu immortals were gradually unable to pass them. Eventually, they had no choice but to seek help from the heavenly spirit. They all fell into He Fan's trap and became controlled by the heavenly spirit. Even though He Fan had died for many years, he still had great control over He Fan Grotto Heaven as a result. Old ancestor He Fan, as expected and worthy of the champion that led He tribe to its most glorious era. Even after he died, he still had complete control of He Fan Grotto Heaven. These Gu immortals all revere him. But what this tablet states might not be too factual. I don't believe that those criminal immortals were willing to die together with old ancestor He Fan. Evidently, regardless of their wishes, He Fan still acted in this ruthless and cruel manner. He is truly praiseworthy. If they were allowed to live, He Fan Grotto Heaven might have been broken through from the inside already. Thoughts flashed past his mind rapidly. Fan Yuan's gaze retracted from the stone tablet. He slowly raised his head to look at the brass bell heavenly spirit. He asked, "Then, what should I do to obtain this true inheritance?" Once he said that, the other Gu immortals held their breaths and concentrated, looking over with concerned gazes. Chapter 11:22. Troublesome Final Test. The stone tablet in the pavilion stated, "Be it a main tribe member brought over by the heavenly spirit or a criminal immortal who ascended the mountain, they had one final, most important test before inheriting He Fan's true inheritance." But the contents of this final test were not written on the stone tablet. They had to ask the heavenly spirit. The heavenly spirit was mindless, but remembered He Fan's instructions. Thus Fan Yuan asked it. Soon, the immortals heard the brass bell heavenly spirit shake, creating a long and loud sound. When the sound vibrated off the pillars, there were changes to the tablet. At the end of the original content, new lines were appearing. The immortals gasped upon seeing it. This says that He Fan Grotto Heaven is the true inheritance itself. Whoever obtains the true inheritance becomes He Fan Grotto Heaven's owner. But to obtain He Fan's true inheritance, there's one final test. It is actually this. No wonder old ancestor He Fan set a rule that if the inheritor appears, all of us need to go and welcome him. Old ancestor is magnanimous. He planned meticulously. Even though we are criminals, he had never forgotten us. He is still concerned about us descendants. The immortals discussed. They felt admiration towards old ancestor He Fan. Some had red eyes as they almost cried. Fan Yuan looked at the new information. He was frowning. His expression had turned heavy. The contents clearly told him what the test was. As long as I pass the final test, I can obtain He Fan's true inheritance. But what is this? It wants me to obtain the votes of half of the Gu immortals inside He Fan Grotto Heaven? And I must complete it within 3 years in the Grotto Heaven's time. Fan Yuan shook his head. Old ancestor He Fan's final test was out of his expectations. Evidently, he was siding with the Gu immortals inside He Fan Grotto Heaven. As an outsider, it was very difficult for Fan Yuan to obtain their support. But Fan Yuan soon reacted. He understood He Fan's intentions. Old ancestor He Fan set the rules to encourage his inheritor to take in these Gu immortals within He Fan Grotto Heaven. After all, Gu immortals were hard to nurture. By taking them in, it would benefit He tribe greatly. Thus, this not only tested the inheritors' abilities, their interpersonal skills were also tested, whether they could be a skilled leader to unite others or not. He Fan was using his true inheritance to choose a leader for He tribe. He was not just looking for a Gu immortal expert. Old fellow, you are already dead. Why are you considering so many things? It is so troublesome. Fan Yuan thought, but on the surface, he sighed as he spoke in heartfelt fashion. Ancestor He Fan was thinking for He tribe the entire time. He put in so much effort. As a descendant, I am deeply moved. Yes, yes. The immortals heard his words and responded. Originally, these Gu immortals were feeling very worried. After all, if Fan Yuan obtained He Fan's true inheritance, they did not know what would happen to criminal immortals like themselves. But now, with old ancestor He Fan's arrangement, their welfare was assured. Fan Yuan kept his moved expression as he turned around, standing before the stone tablet, facing the immortals in the pavilion. He asked, "Then, how can I obtain all of your support?" As Fan Yuan had expected, what he obtained was silence. Times were different now. Initially, they were wary of him, but now, Fan Yuan needed to get half of the Gu immortals' recognition. In that case, the situation was reversed. It was completely different. The immortals looked at each other. Nobody spoke. Only their gaze towards Fan Yuan changed. Earlier, they were cautious and tried to express kindness while concealing their ill intent. But now, they had distant gazes. They got on their high horses and thought about it internally. Fan Yuan was not rushed. He stood on the spot, waiting for their reply. After a while of silence, the most experienced and oldest Gu immortal, Qin Shi, could not hold it in any more. He coughed. Today's matters progress too quickly. We are simply unprepared for it. Sigh, maybe I am getting old. All this thinking is making my head hurt. I cannot process it yet. Superior immortal, you must have had a long journey to reach here and are tired, right? Why don't you go take a rest first and relax? We can think about this later. This old fox. Fan Yuan snickered internally. Old immortal Qin Shi's words were well received by the Gu immortals present. They answered him with great enthusiasm. They were fragmented earlier, but now, it looked like they were united, dealing with the outsider Fan Yuan together. However, so what if I agree to your stalling? Fan Yuan had expected them to respond in that manner. His expression did not change. He nodded and said reluctantly, "Immortal Qin Shi, you have a point." Qin Shi showed a smile of victory, but soon he concealed it. "My accommodations are crude, but we have some tea for you. If you do not mind, it would be my great honor to accommodate you." Qin Shi invited warmly, but he did not give a clear reply to Fan Yuan's words. Fan Yuan smiled in a reluctant manner, nodding. "I will trouble you in that case." He called it crude, but old immortal Qin Shi was naturally just being humble. His accommodations were not crude at all. Instead, they were very elegant and grand. A number of palaces sat on top of a mountain peak. This mountain seemed to be man-made. The top was flat. Palaces were erected all over it. There were golden bricks and green tiles, with many beautifully crafted pillars. Qin Shi and his Gu immortal subordinates lived here. Not just them, a large number of Gu masters and mortals as well. "These are all my descendants, he. Please excuse them, superior immortal. At my age, I enjoy having descendants and nurturing them," Qin Shi explained. Fan Yuan nodded. "This shows that you are someone who values relationships." Qin Shi looked at Fan Yuan with deep meaning. Who would not like people who values relationships and loyalty? He. Ha! Fan Yuan laughed too. Seeing Qin Shi and Fan Yuan talking so harmoniously, the other three Gu immortals had relaxed emotions. Just like this, Fan Yuan stayed here for the time being. Strangely, since the first day, Qin Shi had not shown himself again, and did not meet with Fan Yuan again. Fan Yuan was not anxious. He waited patiently. 4 days later, in the palaces, Fan Yuan and Qinlu strolled in the long walkways. Qinlu was one of the female immortals. She had long hair in 2 buns and a bubbly nature. In terms of bloodline, she was old immortal Qin Shi's great-granddaughter. "Young Master He Qing, look at that lotus. I love its color." Qinlu pointed at the lotus pond and smiled. This walkway was quite special. It crossed over the entire lotus pond. There were lotuses inside the lotus pond of all colors. They were floating aimlessly. It was a beautiful sight. These last days, even though old immortal Qin Shi did not meet with Fan Yuan, Qinlu was keeping him company, to look at all the scenic sights in the palaces. "This yellow lotus is cute, pure and innocent. It really suits you, Le Heir," Fan Yuan smiled. Chen-Lu lowered her head. She was embarrassed. She said faintly, "Young master, what are you saying?" Le heir was just happy from seeing these flowers. "I feel very happy seeing you as well, le heir." Fan Yuan smiled as he extended his arms, holding le heir's hands. Chen-Li's body shook. She subconsciously wanted to get free, but Fan Yuan's hands were holding her tightly. Chen-Li's face was bright red, even with her Gu immortal cultivation level. Her brain was in chaos. She struggled as she murmured, young master, you." Fan Yuan took a step forward, his body almost completely touching Chen-Lu. Chen-Lu quickly moved back. Because her body was unstable, she fell backwards. Fan Yuan held her in his arms as she fell. "Be careful, don't fall." His gentle voice entered Chen-Li's ears. When Chen-Lu reacted, she was already lying in Fan Yuan's arms. Chen-Lu raised her head. She saw Fan Yuan, who was smiling with a hint of cheekiness in his gaze. Chen-Lu was extremely embarrassed. She punched Fan Yuan's chest softly. "Young master, you are too naughty, you bullied me." Saying this, she struggled out of Fan Yuan's embrace. Fan Yuan gasped. He took a step back, showing intense pain on his face. Chen-Lu quickly moved forward, asking him with deep concern, "Young master, how are you?" Fan Yuan breathed in deeply. "To speak the truth, not long ago, I engaged in a fierce battle. It is not easy to inherit Heifan true inheritance. Many Gu immortals in the tribe are not willing to see it happen." "So you are injured? Why didn't you tell me?" Chen-Lu stomped her feet. Her embarrassment was gone. She looked at Fan Yuan's chest as she asked, "Does it still hurt?" "It is a small injury, it is no issue. But with higher cultivation level, my down marks are deeper, the injuries I suffered are more severe." Fan Yuan smiled, before shifting the topic. "However, your great-grandfather refined Gu and suffered injuries. He is in a similar state as me, right? Otherwise, why would he not meet me for the last few days?" Panic flashed across Chen-Li's eyes. She stammered and tried to respond to Fan Yuan. Old immortal Qin could not refuse to meet Fan Yuan without any reason, thus, the excuse he gave was that he had suffered a backlash from Gu refinement failure, his injuries were severe and he could not meet guests. Of course, at this timing, how could he suddenly get injured from refining Gu? Both parties knew the reason, they did not speak it. On that night, the 4 Gu immortals including Qin engaged in a secret discussion. Chen-Lu reported, "Ancestor, young master Heiqing asked me about your injury today." "Oh? He finally lost his patience, huh?" Qin smiled. "Thankfully, I managed to conceal it. He was not suspicious. But as time passes, I am afraid." Chen-Lu was worried. The other 3 Gu immortals looked at each other, smiling. Chen-Lu was well protected by her family. She was unhardened and innocent. She did not know that Fan Yuan knew about it clearly. The fact that he asked about Qin injuries was a subtle reminder. The male Gu immortal Chen-Li thought for a moment before saying, "It seems that we have to talk to this Heiqing properly." Chapter 11:23. "What is this Gu's name?" Old immortal Qin shook his head. He said with an unmoved expression, "So what if we wait a few more days?" "There is no rush," Chen-Li said worriedly. "He understands the situation. If we drag this out, he might get annoyed. If he is forced away and goes to Jingtuo's side, it would be troublesome." "Little Ji, don't worry." Qin smiled, analyzing. The final test of the true inheritance requires half of the Gu immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven to support Heiqing. Right now in Heifan Grotto Heaven, disregarding Heiqing himself, there are 9 Gu immortals. We have 4 people on our side. We are nearly half of the total. This is a huge quantity. As long as he gets our support, he would already be one step from winning. As long as he gets one more person's vote, he would succeed. There is no way he did not consider this. Even if he gives up on our side and go to the other Gu immortals, he would face trouble. The situation is different now. He is an outsider. If he wants our support, he has to give up some benefits. He needs to put up something for our gain. Moreover, those 3, Xingtua and the others, are more ambitious. Chen-Li did not speak. Instead, Chen Wanyun said, "Old ancestor, actually, I have an idea. If Heiqing cannot get half of the Gu immortals' votes, wouldn't he fail? As long as Heifan true inheritance remains on Immortal Succession Mountain, one day, our descendants would ascend to the top and obtain it, right? We have been guarding Heifan's true inheritance for countless generations. Even old ancestor Heifan gave us the rights to vie for it. Are we really going to give it to an outsider? Heiqing is not an outsider, he is from the main tribe." Qianlu rebuked. "Le, don't forget, the main tribe is enjoying freedom and glory in the outside world. As for us, we have been trapped here for generations, suffering in torment." Chen Wanyan said grimly. Qianlu had a bitter expression. She stopped talking. Qin Shi shook his head. "Yun I had considered your words long ago. This would not work. Firstly, it is extremely difficult for mortals to ascend Immortal Succession Mountain. Even if we nurture them and a lucky person shows up, when would they finally inherit the true inheritance? Decades? Centuries? Nobody knows. Secondly, even though He Qing is alone, don't forget about the He tribesmen behind him. There are a huge number of He tribe Gu immortals. If he fails, that is only his personal failure. He tribe's Gu immortals are going to continue coming here. By then, can we stop them all? Are we going to stop all of the main tribe's Gu immortal? Can we? Other than the four of us, can Jingtua and the rest be trusted? These Gu immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven did not know about Treasure Yellow Heaven. After so many years and generations, they could not connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven. Thus, they had no idea what happened to He tribe. Fan Yuan lied and concealed the truth. He easily deceived these Gu immortals, running around them in circles. Qin Shi's words made the rest of the immortals' expressions change. Qianlu added, "That's right, today, young Master He Qing told me that it was a tough process to defeat those He tribe Gu immortals and obtain victory. Even until now, he is still injured." Qin Shi nodded, continuing to analyze. He Qing was able to emerge victorious. He is not ordinary at all. He has rank 7 cultivation level, and the upper extreme heavenly eagle with him. He has great prospects. If we help him now, it would be giving him timely assistance. When we return to the main tribe, we will have a firm foundation under him. Wouldn't that be great? However, we are not going to help him without any rewards. He has to pay a price. If he does not give up some benefits, he would not cherish our help. He would not feel gratitude towards us. Old Ancestor is right," Chen Liji said. "We will not go wrong listening to Ancestor." Qianlu smiled. Qin Shi sighed eerily. He looked at the 3 Gu immortals, saying with deep emotions, "I am old, my lifespan is almost up. I only want you descendants to live better in the future. When I go into the door of life and death, I will rest in peace." "Ancestor, don't say things like that, you will definitely live a long time." Qin Li's eyes turned red. Qin Liji said firmly, "Ancestor, don't forget about Lifespan Gu. To obtain our support, that He Qing has to give us something. Lifespan Gu is definitely one of our conditions." Qin Shi's eyes flashed deeply. He looked at Qianlu. "Forget about Lifespan Gu. At the very least, we need to make sure Le fulfills her wish, and gets together with her lover." Chen Li's face was flushed red with embarrassment. She stood up as she stomped her feet. "Ancestor, you are making fun of me again." "Ha!" In the secret room, laughter was echoing. At the same time, Fang Yuan stood on the garden of his accommodation, raising his head towards the night sky. This Heifan Grotto Heaven had a clear day and night. Daytime was long, while nighttime was short. This was something that only happened in Grotto Heavens. Blessed lands usually did not have day and night. Heifan Grotto Heaven's night sky had no stars, but the darkness was not pitch black. If one looked closely, it had azure color. A cool wind blew. Fan Yuan's arms were behind his back. He looked at the sky as he sorted out the information that he had obtained recently. These last days, he had been interacting with Qianlu, obtaining a lot of precious information from this gullible girl. He had clear and extensive knowledge regarding Heifan Grotto Heaven and the Gu immortals inside it. Moreover, he had developed his ideas regarding Heifan true inheritance further. It is almost time. In just 2 days, the time will be ripe. Fan Yuan thought. Cold light flashed across his eyes, shining deeply. 2 days went by in an instant. It was noon. Bright sunlight radiated in the palace, making it extremely lively. Winds blew, birds chirped. It was a beautiful sight. From outside Qin Shi's room, Fan Yuan's voice could be heard. "I came here without informing you. I hope you can forgive me." He finally lost his patience. But he already waited for quite some time. Qin Shi was not surprised. The entire group of palaces was a huge mortal Gu house. Fan Yuan's actions were all under his observation. The door opened on its own. Qin Shi sat on his bed, half lying down. He said weakly, "Esteemed guest, you are here, but I am unable to get up and attend to you." Fan Yuan quickly walked in, standing in front of the bed, saying worriedly, "It seems that you are heavily injured. You are a Rule Path Gu immortal. After considering deeply, I thought of a way to lighten your injuries." Chen Qi had no injuries. Superior Immortal, I am grateful for your concern, but my injury is not something that can be healed easily. Fan Yuan smiled. Friend, you might not know, my immortal killer move is a signature method of our tribe. Even though the core immortal goo is still in the tribe, I know the content of the killer move. I will pass this immortal killer move to you. You can change the core and it might help with your injuries. How can I accept this great gift? Qin Shi quickly rejected. Fan Yuan said warmly, I feel like we are close friends. These last few days, I have been imposing on all of you. The killer move will be my gift in return. Superior Immortal, this gift is simply too valuable. Qin Shi continued to reject it. Fan Yuan's expression changed, his tone became very worried. How can an immortal killer move express my true sincerity? Oh. Honestly speaking, this He Fen True Inheritance's final test is troubling me greatly. I hope you can give me some advice. Qin Shi heard this and his eyes shined. He understood Fan Yuan's words. He was here to exchange benefits for support. Qin Shi subconsciously sat up, saying, In my humble opinion, this matter is like refining goo. When refining goo, the fire is very important. It has to be large at times, and small at other times. We have to deal with important matters more patiently. I am ashamed. I have a lot of interest in goo refinement, so I spouted nonsense. Please ignore me. This was not nonsense, it was simply bullshit. As a rule path goo immortal, why are you so interested in refinement path? But Fan Yuan knew what he was trying to say. He smiled. The main tribe has countless books on refinement path. As long as I obtain the true inheritance, I will be able to grant everyone freedom. When you return to the main tribe, these books will all be accessible to you. And I have collected a number of refinement path methods and goo recipes as well. When I succeed, I can give them all to you. Why not? Qin Shi nodded, showing a pleased expression. But he quickly said, I love refinement path, it is truly a time-wasting hobby. But my nephew Chunli Ji is an enslavement path goo immortal. He is so envious of your upper extreme heavenly eagle. Fan Yuan's expression sank. There is only one upper extreme heavenly eagle, it cannot be given away. But there are a lot of iron crown eagles in the main tribe, they are famous in northern plains. I can assure that everyone will get one once we return. Qin Shi's joy flashed on his face. He sighed. In the past, old ancestor He Fan suppressed Jiao tribe. It was to obtain their secret of raising eagles. To think that after so many years, they had already developed to this extent. But our ancestors were criminals. When we return to the main tribe, what circumstances will we face? I am truly worried. No need to worry. I can assure that everyone will be very welcome back in He tribe. After all, your return means that the tribe becomes stronger as well. Fan Yuan paused before saying, As for the crime, it occurred so many generations ago. Once I get the true inheritance, I will spare everyone. You have all defended He Fan Grotto Heaven for so many years. Your merits outweigh your crimes, and because you also helped me obtain the true inheritance. When I return to the main tribe, I will uphold justice for everyone. Qin Shi smiled. Superior Immortal, you are a dragon among men, an absolute genius. Your words are truly reliable. After hearing this, I am somewhat assured. I thank you for your trust. We all have He tribe's bloodline, we are one family. However, as for the other immortals outside, it will depend on their performance. Fan Yuan vaguely suggested. His meaning was, first come first serve, whoever supports him first will gain greater benefits when they return to the main tribe. Qin Shi nodded. He was a sly fox, he naturally understood what Fan Yuan meant. He smiled. Superior Immortal, your words are truly enlightening, they are amazing. Especially the word family, it is so apartment. Saying so, he looked at Fan Yuan. Seeing his slight smile, he felt deeper confidence. He asked, What do you think of little Lo? Fan Yuan's smile faded. He answered, Intelligent and eloquent, innocent and lively, she is very attractive. I will not lie to you, Lo is secretly in love with you. Sigh, it is a pity. Superior Immortal, you are such a talented person, how could she match you? Sigh, as her ancestor, I am unable to fulfill her wish. I only hope that Lo, this poor child, is able to forget about Superior Immortal and find her own happiness in the future. Qin sighed. Fan Yuan no longer smiled, he frowned as he considered, before saying solemnly, I will not lie to you either, I am in love with Qin. I am willing to marry her as my wife. If he really loved her, he should be yelling happily in excitement, he would not show a solemn expression after considering it. But Qin Shi ignored it completely, as if he could not understand it. Fan Yuan snickered internally. He could understand why. This Qinshi kept saying he was thinking for his descendants' future, but was that true? He was sacrificing Chunlu to gain his own benefits. Qinshi laughed loudly. Fan Yuan's reply was very satisfactory to him, even though he said it reluctantly. He went overboard, his smile vanished, he sighed deeply. Sigh, it is a pity that my lifespan is running out. I will not be able to attend you and Le Heir's wedding. Fan Yuan instantly understood. This old fellow was asking for lifespan gu. His expression turned grim. He stopped smiling, he said dryly. That's not the case at all, in my opinion. You are truly hale and hearty. Your appetite is truly great. Old immortal Qinshi chuckled as he looked at Fan Yuan directly. He showed a determined expression that was not backing off. I am truly ashamed, actually. I am a very greedy person. Not only do I want to attend the wedding of Superior Immortal and Le Heir, I also want to see the children that you have after getting married. After all, those are my descendants as well. Fan Yuan began to prance around. His eyebrows were tightly pursed, he said directly. Lifespan gu are hard to find, they are very precious. I am unable to give them away. This treasure from heaven is truly hard to obtain. Old immortal Qinshi nodded, as if he had expected Fan Yuan's reply already. He continued. But there is no need to worry. I'll let you know, this Heifan grotto heaven also produces lifespan gu. They are all gathered and collected. The heavenly spirit might be mindless, but old ancestor Heifan had his arrangements. If I am not wrong, there are definitely lifespan gu within Heifan's true inheritance. I only need 300 years worth of lifespan gu. 300 years? Fan Yuan stared at Qinshi angrily. Qinshi was still smiling comfortably. Fan Yuan turned furious. 300 is too much. I don't even have a single one. I will only give 100. 150. Qinshi bargained. He finally put down his act. Fan Yuan walked for a few more rounds, gritting his teeth. Forget it, I will give you 150. Deal. Qinshi clapped, smiling widely and happily. He stopped caring about his face. After all, this was more than 100 years of lifespan. How could a bit of face compare to it? Qinshi looked at Fan Yuan, smiling even more deeply now. Superior Immortal, I heard from Le Heir that you have a lot of immortal gu. I wonder if you can let me have a look to broaden my horizons. Fan Yuan was stunned before flying into a rage. He gritted his teeth at Qinshi. This old fellow was too greedy. He said he wanted to take a look, but the truth was, he wanted Fan Yuan to use an immortal gu to exchange for his support. Qinshi saw Fan Yuan turning furious and his heart jumped, but soon, he thought that this was a rare chance. There would be no opportunities like this again. After they returned to the main tribe, would this occur again? Thus, he quickly said, Superior Immortal, this is my final request. As long as I get it, the four of us will definitely support you. Fan Yuan began prancing again. He took heavy steps, as if the concrete floor had an unresolvable deep enmity with him. Qinshi observed his expression, seeing that Fan Yuan's anger was fading and he was actually thinking about it. He let down his guard. He felt great joy inside him. Success. As expected, after a moment, Fan Yuan stopped his movements. He stood in front of the bed with an immortal gu in his hand. Rank 7 immortal gu. Qinshi shouted, feeling surprised and joyful. This is a sword path immortal gu. It is not compatible with me, otherwise you would never see this. Fan Yuan said angrily. What is this gu's name? Qinshi's eyes were shining. He watched as Fan Yuan handed the gu over to him. Wait, I'll exchange with this one instead. Fan Yuan suddenly changed his mind. He retracted his arm as he took out another gu from his immortal aperture. Qinshi's gaze subconsciously moved to Fan Yuan's other arm. No sooner said than done. The Sword Path Immortal Gu activated. Sword Path Killer Move, Dark Assassination. Qinshi was staring blankly. The bloody mark left on his forehead enlarged as blood started to spew out from the front and back of his head. He was dead. Chapter 1124. Dark Assassination. With Qinshi's death, all the palaces started shaking. The group of palaces were all mortal gu houses. They were under old immortal Qinshi's control. But Fan Yuan came prepared. At his will, he activated arrangements that were prepared long ago. At once, the tremors of the palaces settled down and did not continue. This was one of Fan Yuan's preparations these last days. Mortal gu houses were nothing special to gu immortals. Unless it was regarding an immortal gu house. But how could these gu immortals inside Heifan Grotto Heaven have that? Heifan was ruthless. Before he died, he killed all of the criminal He tribe Gu immortals. The inheritances left behind were naturally lacking some crucial information. There was no way they contained information about immortal Gu houses. And with just these Gu immortals inside He Fan Grotto Heaven, there was little hope of them creating an immortal Gu house. Furthermore, even though the palaces were huge and grand, the methods used were too old. Fan Yuan could easily unravel them. Old immortal Qinshi letting him stay here for such a long time was a huge mistake. These Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven have lived in peace for too long, without great struggle and competition to spur on progress. They have basically no alertness. Fan Yuan looked at old immortal Qinshi's corpse, snickering in disdain. Qinshi died with his eyes wide open. He was still in shock. Fan Yuan had attacked too quickly. He could not even react to show fear. Fan Yuan confirmed that Qinshi was dead, before keeping him inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Next, he used familiar face, turning into old immortal Qinshi's appearance, and leaving the room, walking out openly. Greetings to old ancestor! Greetings to old ancestor! Along the way, Fan Yuan met many Gu masters and mortals of all genders and age. After seeing Fan Yuan, they knelt down, expressing their most respectful greetings. Every time, Fan Yuan activated his Gu worms, using a formless force to help them stand up. He asked them some questions and encouragement. These descendants of Qinshi were extremely grateful to him. They did not know that the real Qinshi had already been killed by Fan Yuan. They were greeting the culprit. They did not suspect a thing, because this was how old immortal Qinshi usually acted. Fan Yuan had been toying with Qinlu these last days. He obtained a lot of intel, among which were Qinshi's habits. Otherwise, with just familiar face, he could only disguise his appearance. He could not alter his actions to fit those of old immortal Qinshi as well. Fan Yuan walked openly and confidently. After a while, he arrived at a palace. Ancestor, why are you here? Qinli Ji heard a disturbance, and walked out of the palace, greeting him. He looked at Fan Yuan with much puzzlement. He was not suspecting his identity, of course. Instead, he was thinking, Ancestor was clearly using the excuse of being better than currently to delay the meeting with He Qing. Why did he appear in public so openly today, going against the original plan? Little G, that He Qing came to me secretly earlier. We have already finished negotiating. Let's go in, I have a matter to discuss with you. Fan Yuan said slowly. He patted Qin Liji's back. He walked ahead with his arms behind his back. The entire group of palaces were mortal Gu houses. But these three Gu immortals' accommodations respectively belonged to them. On this point, old immortal Qinshi could not interfere. He could not control the lives of his descendants to this extent, right? Qin Liji heard Fan Yuan's words and his thoughts shifted. His suspicions were lifted. He quickly moved forward, leading the way. Ancestor, please take a seat. He bowed, directing Fan Yuan to his seat. Please have some tea. Soon, he prepared a high-quality tea and handed it over with both hands, having a respectful attitude. After handing over the tea, Qin Liji went down to sit at a lower seat. After drinking the tea, Fan Yuan saw that Qin Liji was seated far from himself. He said, "Oh, little Ji, bring your chair over, sit beside me." Qin Liji was shocked and pleased. He joyfully answered, "Yes, ancestor. I will stand beside you and listen to your guidance." How could he stand? There was a difference between sitting and standing. When standing, one's muscles were contracted, they could move rapidly. When seated, the body relaxed, even their mental state would be affected, they would let down their guard. Fan Yuan wanted to kill Qin Liji. He had to make ample preparations. Thus, Fan Yuan pretended to be unhappy. "I asked you to move your chair, why are you being so reluctant? I have already talked to He Qing, now, we need to deal with Jing Tuo's gang. I need to entrust many matters to you. Yun Er and Le Er are both women. At the crucial moment, little Ji, you have to handle more responsibilities." Qin Liji had countless thoughts in his mind. He had a feeling of joy after receiving recognition. Yes. He quickly moved his chair, sitting beside Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan saw that the doors were open. He said, "Close the doors, these words are better kept as a secret from outsiders." Qin Liji had no doubts. He followed the instructions. He Qing could not endure it anymore. He came to me. After negotiating with He Qing for a long time, he promised us many benefits. He is very sincere. Fan Yuan said slowly. Qin Liji listened attentively. He wanted to ask what price He Qing paid, but because his ancestor did not mention it, he did not dare to ask. Right now, Fan Yuan started to satisfy his curiosity. He exaggerated the amount somewhat, causing Qin Liji to listen with joy and excitement. He Qing actually offered a rank 7 immortal goo. At the end, Chen Liji gasped. He was truly overjoyed. Will I lie to you? Take a look. Fan Yuan chuckled, taking out flying sword immortal goo. Good goo, this is a good goo. Chen Liji quickly praised. Oh little Ji. Fan Yuan said slowly. Chen Liji immediately raised his head. His ancestor was talking to him. How could he be distracted? At this instance, sword light flashed. Chen Liji was startled. There seemed to be a flash of light just then. Next, he looked at Fan Yuan's hand subconsciously. The flying sword immortal goo there was gone. Why did the goo vanish? Chen Liji was perplexed, but suddenly, he felt his body going weak. There was a warm liquid flowing down his forehead. Suddenly, his world started spinning. He fell onto the ground, kneeling. One of his hands was on the floor supporting himself, while he attempted to grab Fan Yuan's robe with the other, but he did not succeed. Plop! He fell onto the ground, completely dead. Fan Yuan's warm smile vanished, his expression turned icy cold. Doing the same thing as before, Fan Yuan suppressed this palace as well, preventing it from shaking. Others could not see any problems. Next, he gathered Chen Liji's corpse and kept it in his immortal aperture. He opened the palace doors and left. There were 2 female goo immortals remaining. Chen Yun had greater threat. Fan Yuan's next target was her. Sister, I finally succeeded in my new move, concealment within. Chen Le smiled and said to Chen Yun. Is that so? Chen Yun heard this and was overjoyed. She looked at Chen Le with an expression of satisfaction. It seems that our Le heir is finally working hard. Let me guess, who is the person who motivated you to cultivate this hard? Chen Yun pretended to think. She continued. I think this person has the surname He, and there is only one other word in his full name. Before she finished, Chen Le interrupted. Sister, stop teasing me. I was very hardworking to begin with, okay. Is that so? Chen Yun smiled as she saw Chen Li's shy appearance. She thought. Le heir might be innocent and grew up under our protection, but she knows how impressive He Qing is, thus she is trying to improve herself. I was going to remind her, but it seems that I was worried for nothing. Chen Le could not deal with this glance. She took a step back, vanishing from Chen Yun's sight. Sister, I used concealment within, can you find me? Hee, do you know where I am? In an instant, Chen Yun could hear Chen Li's voice near her. Cheeky girl, after I find you, I will deal with you. Chen Yun showed an evil appearance. She was about to use her investigative killer move, when suddenly she felt some disturbance outside. She was curious. Why is Ancestor here? Le heir, stop playing, go with me to greet him. Chen Le was about to dispel her immortal killer move, but suddenly, she had an idea. She remembered the time when old immortal Chen Qi made fun of her. She pouted. Forget it, I will listen secretly by the side. Let's see if Ancestor can find me. If he cannot find me, and I appear suddenly, he would be in shock. Oh you are too mischievous, you will not be able to get married. Chen Yun shook her head, walking out of the palace to greet old immortal Chen Qi. Fan Yuan had familiar face. Chen Yun and Chen Le could not find out his true identity. But Fan Yuan did not have an outstanding investigative killer move. He could not find Chen Le, who was concealed. In fact, even if he had a killer move like that, he could not use it openly. Once he used it, his immortal aura would leak. It would invite suspicion. Only immortal methods like dark assassination could completely conceal the aura of immortal goo. Without leaking a trace, one could sneak attack and catch an enemy unprepared. Chen Yun brought Fan Yuan to his seat. She wanted to call Chen Le to come out. How could she peek at them with such disrespect? But thinking about it, old Ancestor dotes on Le heir. He gained a lot of benefits just now after negotiating with young Master He Qing. He is in a good mood. Even if Ancestor discovers Le heir in hiding, he would surely not blame her. Thinking of that, Chen Yun pretended to be unaware, passing the tea to him. Fan Yuan drank a mouthful. He did the same thing again, asking Chen Yun to sit closer to him. Chen Le watched as she held in her laughter. She felt extremely excited. Next, as she listened to Fan Yuan and Chen Yun's words, she gradually focused, and upon hearing their gains, she was very happy. But she started worrying for Fan Yuan. Young Master He Qing paid such a huge price. Will this affect him negatively? Soon after, Fan Yuan took out Flying Sword Immortal Goo. This rank 7 sword path Immortal Goo was given to me by He Qing, adding on to his previous offer. Yun heir, I want you to go to the cave where the 3 immortals live. using this as a chip to convince the 3 immortals to support Heiqing. Are you willing to do it? Chen Huanyun quickly got up. Ancestor, I will follow your instructions. Good, good, good. Fan Yuan chuckled. Chen Li's gaze was focused on flying sword immortal Gu as well. This was the first time she was seeing a rank 7 immortal Gu. She could not hold in her curiosity. She wanted to jump out and give a surprise to her ancestor. But at the next moment, a change occurred. Dark assassination activated again. How could Chen Huanyun anticipate that her beloved ancestor, someone with such closeness to her, would attack? Without any defense, this gentle female immortal followed in the footsteps of Chen Qi and Chen Liji. Chen Huanyun was killed. Fan Yuan retrieved flying sword. He sent the corpse into his immortal aperture. He got rid of the blood stains and left. Chen Lu was still concealed. She was covering her mouth with her hands. Her eyes were wide open and staring, but her pupils had shrunk to pin size. Her nostrils were expanded. She was breathing in deeply. Her delicate body was shivering. Tears were flowing down her beautiful tender cheeks silently. Unbelievable. Extreme terror. How can this be? How can this happen? What did I just see? What just happened? Is this an illusion? Definitely, this is all an illusion. How can this be? Hee ha ha ha, ancestor killed Sister Yunair? How can that be? But the truth was in front of her very eyes. Hearsay could be wrong, but seeing was believing. Cold, cruel, she could not doubt what she saw at all. Plop. She knelt on the ground, collapsing weakly. Her shoulders moved up and down, she was sobbing. On her lively face, there was fear, terror, confusion, and helplessness. Her hands were still covering her mouth. She was desperately covering it, as if this could protect her. Chapter 11:25. More killing. Why did her ancestor kill Chen Huanyun? Chen Lu could not understand, she could not imagine why. She sobbed, her body shuddered, she suddenly thought of Chen Liji. Did ancestor also go to find and kill him? This was a simple inference. No matter what, she had to find Chen Liji and tell him about this. At the crucial moment, Chen Lu did not think of Heiqing, she thought of the Gu immortals who were her most closely related family members. Chen Lu realized what she had to do. She stopped crying, standing up and activating her immortal killer move, concealing her appearance, and running towards Chen Liji's palace. But Fan Yuan did not go to Chen Liji's palace as Chen Lu was thinking. He did not discover Chen Lu, and he had already killed Chen Liji, thus, his final course of action was to go to Chen Lu. To find her and kill her. A moment later, Chen Lu arrived at Chen Liji's place. Why is there no one here? Chen Lu searched the palace, but did not find Chen Liji. Of course, she saw many mortals and Gu masters. But Chen Lu did not alert them. Even if she told them this shocking news, they might not believe her. In the empty hall, fear and helplessness emerged again in Chen Li's heart. Ancestor Chen Qi had killed Chen Huanyun. Chen Liji was missing as well. He was likely to have met with disaster. Chen Lu could not help but cry again. What should I do? Oh no! Young Master Heiqing! Chen Lu finally thought of Fan Yuan at this time. She jolted back to focus. She felt that at this moment, the most reliable person was Heiqing. She turned around, towards Heiqing's accommodation. Almost at the same time, Fan Yuan arrived at Chen Li's palace. Nobody was here? Strange, where would she go at this time? Fan Yuan's heart sank. The situation was changing beyond his expectations. Fan Yuan raised his head and looked up at the sky of Heifan Grotto heaven. It was cloudless and azure in color. Fan Yuan smiled at the sky, before going towards his own accommodation. Where could Chen Lu go? There were only a few places. Gu immortals and mortals did not have many common topics of interest. Returning to his accommodations, Fan Yuan turned into Heiqing, waiting for Chen Lu to come. At this time, a bright light was shot into the sky. It went up and spread out in all directions. It was bright and piercing to the eyes. Is this the thing Chen Lu mentioned before? That warning of bright light, to ask the immortals to work together in defense? Fan Yuan frowned instantly. These days he had been getting intel from Chen Lu. Among which, one of them was about the time when Gu immortals first appeared in Heifan Grotto heaven. They struggled against desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. The first few generations of Gu immortals joined forces to resist them. Normally, they would be in different parts of the Grotto heaven, but when one side was attacked, they would send out a signal during critical times, inviting Gu immortals from other areas to help out, and paying them afterwards. As the number of Gu immortals increased in Heifan Grotto heaven, they got stronger, and this warning of bright light has not been used for 100 years. This time, it must have been sent out by Qianlu. Hee, I underestimated this girl, she dealt with the situation well. Fan Yuan smiled. With his craftiness, he already deduced many things. He had already killed 3 people, only Qianlu was left. And the warning method could only be used by Gu immortals. It was clear that Qianlu had activated it. Why did Qianlu activate this without meeting him? Evidently, she had found out that one of the others had met with disaster. No matter where she is hiding or what method she used, since she did not come to find him, that meant she was suspicious of him. Then, the immortals were going to gather together now. How would Fan Yuan deal with them? Actually, a moment ago, Qianlu was about to find Heiqing, when she suddenly had a thought. Even if she found young Master Heiqing, what if he could not defeat her ancestor? Qianlu did not know about Heiqing's strength, but in her mind she felt that old immortal Qinqi had deep and immeasurable power. This was the result of old immortal Qinqi's authority that had been ingrained in her. I have to think of a perfect method. Qianlu thus thought of the warning of bright light. The alert of bright light soared into the sky. Qianli's mind slowly calmed down. Will ancestor come to find me after seeing this light? Thinking of this, Qianlu started feeling scared again. She gritted her teeth. She decided to go find Fan Yuan. From start to finish, she did not suspect that Fan Yuan was the culprit. When bright light soared to the sky, Gu immortals in all the other areas reacted. What happened? At this timing, old man Qinqi actually sent a warning signal and asked us to go help him? In front of their cave, Feng Jun frowned upon seeing the light in the sky. Zhou Min also had a look of suspicion. This matter is quite peculiar. Old immortal Qinqi has a total of 4 immortals. They are the strongest force among us. Inside Heifan Grotto Heaven, what kind of ancient desolate beast can make Qinqi ask us for help? You think this matter has to do with Heiqing? Jingtua pondered. Most likely. Feng Ju nodded. This warning of bright light has not been used for 100 years. It is strange that it is activated at this time. Heiqing has already stayed at old man Qinqi's place for some days. They might have come to an agreement now, and are working together. Old immortal Qinqi will definitely provide support if Heiqing is willing to give him enough benefits. It is not surprising. Jingtua thought over it. No matter whether there really is an ancient desolate beast attack, or if Qinqi is trying to scheme against us, we need to go and investigate the situation. That's right, we have practiced blood light spirit suppression and are at the crucial moment. In a few days we will be able to suppress the heavenly spirit and take the true inheritance forcefully. We need to stall for time now. But we need to be careful of what the other side is planning. We will give in to them for now. In a few days, Heifan Grotto Heaven will belong to us. Feng Jun snickered. Immediately the 3 immortals moved out, towards old immortal Qinqi's palace. At the same time, the 2 lone Gu immortals also went there. Heifan Grotto Heaven was not small, but the Gu immortals lived quite close to each other. And because the 3 immortals used immortal killer moves, disregarding the immortal essence to travel. In a moment, they were already halfway there. At this time, a flying figure appeared in front of the 3 immortals. It's Qianlu! Zhou Min was the first to recognize the person. Qianlu was bathed in blood, she had a shocked expression, she seemed to be escaping for her life. The 3 immortals looked at each other. Was there really an ancient desolate beast attack? Qianlu, slow down, we are here, what happened over there? Jingtua called out. Qianlu saw these 3 immortals and was overjoyed with surprise. Seniors! It is great to see you. That Heiqing is heinous. After failing to negotiate with our ancestor, he used a sneak attack and killed Sister Wan Yun. I was the one who sent the warning, I escaped, but Heiqing is still chasing me. Thankfully, I had my immortal killer moves concealment. I managed to survive. What? The 3 immortals heard this and were deeply shocked. Heiqing is so daring? He dared to attack old immortal Qinqi. He is so vicious and ruthless. He is likely going to attack us as well. Strange, he has to get Heifan's true inheritance. Without our support, how can he get it? A life for a life is perfectly justified. We will have to take down Heiqing. To play safe, we need to gather with the other Gu immortals. Qianlu, don't worry, we are family. We will definitely uphold justice for you. Justice? Qianlu smiled suddenly, attacking. Under the 3 immortals' shocked gazes, sword light flashed and stabbed into Jingtuo's body. Jingtuo was caught unawares, even though he had a mortal killer move defending him. Dark assassination was an immortal killer move, With rank 7 immortal goo flying sword as the core, it could not be stopped. It cut him into half on the spot. Instantly, Zheng Tuo died. "Brother!" Zhou Min shouted. Feng Jun was furious. He clapped his hands. Intense winds assaulted Fan Yuan. "Oh, brother!" Zhou Min cried out, watching the two halves of Zheng Tuo's corpse fall to the ground, his organs and blood scattered in the air. Feng Jun carried Zhou Min, dragging her as they retreated. "Chunlu, are you crazy? You dared to kill my brother Zheng Tuo. I will fight it out with you." Zhou Min growled. Her beautiful face was flushed red. "I will kill you!" "Kill me?" Chunlu stopped her movement. She scoffed as she looked at Zhou Min in disdain. "You!" Zhou Min was furious. She struggled intensely, getting free from Feng Jun's arms. "Brother, what are you doing? Let go of me. This lowly bitch killed our big brother." "She killed him. I will pull out her skull and use it as an offering for our brother." "Calm down, sister. Don't fall for his provocations. How can this be Chunlu? Don't you know Chunlu? Earlier, that was a sword path immortal killer move." "This is not Chunlu," Feng Jun shouted, looking at Chunlu. His eyes were bursting with fire, filled with hatred. "It seems that someone here has some brains." Chunlu smiled. Her appearance changed suddenly, becoming that of He Qing. "You are indeed He Qing." Feng Jun's body shook. "Scoundrel!" Zhou Min scolded. "From their expressions, it seems that they were not aware that I was the killer. Strange. Chunlu did not use any information path goo worms to tell them?" Fan Yuan was confused. He did not know that from start to finish, Chunlu did not suspect him. After creating the warning, Chunlu ran off to his accommodations. Fan Yuan returned to his room long ago, but after seeing the warning of bright light while waiting for Chunlu, he thought he was exposed. Thus, he adapted to the circumstances and went out to weaken the remaining immortals' battle strength in Heifan Grotto Heaven. Since Qingqi's side had 3 immortals dead already, the next largest group were the 3 immortals who were sworn siblings. Thus, Fan Yuan turned into Chunli's appearance, flying towards their cave. In the end, he met the 3 immortals and used dark assassination to kill the most threatening of them, the blood path goo immortal Zheng Tuo. Meanwhile, Chunlu went to Fan Yuan's room. She could not find him. She felt disappointment and immense worry. She did not know that out of sheer coincidence, she had narrowly escaped death. "I did not put any hope in this disguised assassination attempt, but the process was unexpectedly smooth. The goo immortals inside this Heifan Grotto Heaven are truly incomparable to Northern Plains goo immortals. After such a long period of peace, they have low vigilance. Anyway, I should kill these 2 first." Thoughts churned in his mind like fireworks. Fan Yuan thought of many things, but only a moment had passed in the outside world. His lips curled up, he charged towards Feng Jun and Zhou Min. To kill. Chapter 1126. Verge of Death. He actually charged over. Feng Jun's pupils shrunk. He was stunned by Fan Yuan's courage. Fan Yuan charged forward relentlessly. Even though he was alone, his stance was overwhelming. It was as if he was clad in wind and lightning. Killing intent surged. It was like a terrifying claw, slashing towards the veil of life and death. The goo immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven would often spar with each other, but when would they ever be in a life and death situation against each other? Retreat! At once, Feng Jun only had one word in his mind. In contrast, Zhou Min was spewing with anger. She said excitedly, "Good! Scoundrel, get ready to die!" She was already beyond furious. She wanted to take revenge for her brother. She wanted to tear this scoundrel, Fan Yuan, into pieces, to pull out his tendons and snap his bones. Feng Jun dragged along Zhou Min as they escaped, but Zhou Min had already activated her immortal killer move. Her eyes were wide open as they stared. Golden white light shot out of her eyes. The light was extremely sharp, as if it was made of blades and daggers. Zhou Min was a light path goo immortal. She was nurtured by a goo immortal from a past generation. She had sight light immortal goo. And she was currently activating her strongest move, far sight weapon light. It is this move. Fan Yuan saw Zhou Min's actions and came to a realization. His charging speed increased instead. In his mind, he recalled a scene from a few days ago. "Young Master He Qing, why are you sighing?" Chunlu asked. "Do you not like this scenery?" "Thanks for your concern, Miss Le. The scenery is beautiful, I am truly impressed. But I have the mission of inheriting Heifan's true inheritance. I am very worried. As I recall, Zheng Tuo and the others are not easy to talk to." Fan Yuan acted like he was troubled. Qinle frowned too. Indeed. Ancestor had said this before, those 3 Gu immortals have their own ambitions, they are different from us. Birds of a feather flock together, those 3 are ambitious people. Even if I obtain your support, I will still be short of obtaining the true inheritance. Do you think these 3 would find trouble with me on the pretext of sparring? Will they obstruct us? Fan Yuan asked. Qinle smiled. No need to worry, actually, if you know about them, those 3 immortals are not scary. For example, Gu Immortal Shoumin has a killer move called Farsight Weapon Light. It is very powerful. Once she uses it, her eyes will shoot out golden white light. It can cut down anything. But this move is quite peculiar. The farther the distance, the stronger it is. If you are very close to Zhoumin, then this move is drastically weakened. If you are right in front of her, even a mortal killer move can block Farsight Weapon Light. A warm smile appeared on Fan Yuan's face. Oh? There is such an interesting move. I am truly enlightened. Loer, what other interesting stories are there? Qinle looked at Fan Yuan, seeing his handsome face looking right at her, emitting lots of affection. It was so intense as if the summer winds were drowning her in bliss. Qinle had a flushed expression. She quickly turned around, not daring to look at Fan Yuan directly. Her face was completely red. She looked afar as she stammered. Young master, if you want to know, I will tell you. Inside Heifan Grotto Heaven, some of these Gu Immortals' inheritances came from old ancestor Heifan, like the Blood Path one for example. It was a result of Heifan's research. And some came from the criminal immortals, like Zhoumin's Light Path inheritance, and old immortal Qinqi's Rule Path inheritance. These proper Gu Immortal inheritances were all very comprehensive. The details of large numbers of mortal Gu, a few immortal Gu, and all sorts of immortal Gu recipes and mortal Gu recipes, cultivation experiences and information about the outside world. Some of these contents were sensitive, like Treasure Yellow Heaven. They were all erased by Heifan. However, some information regarding the other inheritances was retained. The He tribe Gu Immortals were quite close together. For example, outsiders might not about Farsight Weapon Light, but how could they themselves not know? Thus, this kind of information was all left inside their inheritances. As time passed, mortals went up Immortal Succession Mountain and inherited them. Gu Immortals appeared and passed away. During this process, there were all sorts of reasons, like fighting over benefits or personal conflicts. They fought against each other. The Gu Immortals' methods were passed down over generations. Everybody knew about their moves. These were no secrets. Fan Yuan's preparation was not only regarding the assassination plan, he also collected a lot of other information. Farsight Weapon Light. This was quite a troublesome immortal killer move. Under normal circumstances, when seeing an unknown attacking method, Gu Immortals would choose to retreat and observe cautiously. Nobody would charge in without knowing the situation and place themselves in trouble. According to Fan Yuan's vigilant nature, there was a high likelihood of him doing so, unless the difference in their strengths was very big. And that was exactly what Zhoumin wanted. By the time Fan Yuan realized the effect of Farsight Weapon Light, he might have already spent a lot of time, effort, immortal essence, or even gotten injured in the process. When Gu Immortals battle, information often led to having an advantage. Thus, under normal circumstances in the Gu Immortal world, they would keep their immortal Gu secret. Immortal killer moves were rarely used publicly. They would practice their moves in private. The Gu Immortal's immortal aperture was also rarely shown to others, because the environment inside revealed the secrets of the Gu Immortal's Dao marks. The resources inside were often food for immortal Gu. All these could be used to deduce what immortal Gu the Gu Immortal had. Fan Yuan withstood the Farsight Weapon Light. He charged forward with unparalleled vigor. Of course, he was not rash. His robe was previously stained with blood. These blood stains were not eye-catching, but they were formed from an immortal killer move. Blood Path Immortal Killer Move, Blood-Stained Conqueror's Robe. During the period before the opening of Treasure Yellow Heaven, Fan Yuan was unable to develop his immortal aperture, because Langya's sect was suppressing him. He had a tough time. But he did not waste his time. He deduced this immortal killer move to make up for his weakness. Fan Yuan had many weaknesses, but he considered it deeply. His greatest weakness was in defense. During the second earthly calamity, this flaw was evident. If he did not have Danghun Mountain as a base for defense, Fan Yuan would have likely died. Compared to investigative and information path methods, Fan Yuan would rather play safe and settle his weakness in defense first. Due to his wisdom path and blood path grandmaster attainment levels, As well as the immense blood path foundation built during his previous life, Fan Yuan did not have much difficulty in creating blood-stained conqueror's robe. At this moment, with blood asset immortal goo as the core, blood-stained conqueror's robe was showcasing its capability in battle. The effect was superb. Fan Yuan charged towards the far sight weapon light. His body did not waver, he had no injuries at all. His immortal essence expenditure was also reducing. Like what Qianlu had said, the closer I get, the lower far sight weapon light's power becomes, thus, even blood-stained conqueror's robe's immortal essence expenditure is falling. Fan Yuan made such a decisive and wise choice. In the blink of an eye, he was already very close to Zhou Min. They were less than 100 steps away. Die, die, die! Zhou Min cried out continuously. The sharp light in her eyes continued to shoot out brightly. She was overcome with anger, she was not a threat. Feng Jun, who was calmer, felt huge fear as his hair stood on end. Fan Yuan's advancement made him feel an immense sense of danger. The great shock made him use his most familiar defensive method subconsciously. Immortal killer move, Luck Whirlwind. Huge winds blew, Fan Yuan was pushed away by a mystical force. Qianli's words reverberated in Fan Yuan's mind. Speaking of which, Gu Immortal Feng Jun is also quite strong. He is the only person who ascended Immortal Succession Mountain and successfully became a Gu Immortal. Such immortals are more formidable than us, who were nurtured by our seniors. Furthermore, Feng Jun cultivates the famous Luck Path. Luck Path. A Gu Immortal path with few members. Luck Path was created by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Even though it was famous, actual Luck Path Gu Immortals were few in number. As the origin of Luck Path, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left behind 3 true inheritances: Self-Luck, all living beings' luck, and Heaven and Earth Luck. Self-Luck was in Langya Blessed Land. It was given to Long-Hair Ancestor as payment, among which dog shit luck ended up in Fan Yuan's hands. All living beings' luck was placed in 88 True Yang Building by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. A portion of it was given to the winner of the Imperial Court contest. Fan Yuan had once possessed Connect Luck Immortal Gu. It was part of all living beings' luck. Feng Jun's true inheritance had also originated from 88 True Yang Building. Back then, the He tribe Gu master entered 88 True Yang Building and fortunately obtained a portion of the true inheritance. He received Shi Luck Immortal Gu. Thereafter, he cultivated to Gu Immortal level and passed it down for generations. The last generation had been punished after He Feng Yu's disappearance and the loss of Attitude Gu, thus this true inheritance was left in Immortal Succession Mountain. Feng Jun obtained this true inheritance. He had Shi Luck Immortal Gu. The move he was most familiar with and had practiced the most was Luck Whirlwind. This move was very special. When the target attacks by using it, it could repel the target. When the target retreats, if it is used, it could drag the target back to the user. Once this move was used, intense winds would form, but that was only on the surface. The key was that formless force. Fan Yuan could not see this formless force. He was hit by the move again and was sent away. At once, their distance enlarged, as if his hard work had been in vain. But Fan Yuan smiled as his lips curled up. He thought to himself, Luck Whirlwind. The second time already. According to what Qianlu said, this move could not be used extensively. In one day, it could only be used 100 times. Just take it as 100. This might seem like a lot, but it was not. Activating Luck Whirlwind was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. The first issue was Immortal Essence. Feng Jun was a rank 6 Gu Immortal. He did not have a deep foundation. Using this killer move would expend Immortal Essence. How long could Feng Jun last? And immortal killer moves could not succeed with every use. Each time Feng Jun failed, he would not only suffer a backlash, he would be unable to repel Fan Yuan. He would be able to get close and kill them. Thus, it might seem like Fan Yuan could do nothing to Zhou Min and Feng Jun, but he actually had complete advantage in this situation. Feng Jun and Zhou Min were walking on the side of a steep cliff. If they were careless, they would die without intact corpses. Die, go and die! Zhou Min was still furious. She stared at Fan Yuan as her eyes shot out white light. Retreat, we must retreat! The calmer Feng Jun felt his mouth going dry. His heart was pounding as his body was covered in cold sweat. Chapter 11:27. Resolving the situation by killing. The two sides did not fight for very long, but Feng Jun already had the intention to retreat and escape. Fan Yuan first assassinated the strongest rank 7 blood path Gu Immortal Jingtuo, before charging forward and using the best tactic to gain the absolute advantage. Feng Jun was not an idiot. Even if he lacked battle experience, he knew that he was in great danger. He wanted to retreat. It was a wise choice. In Gu immortal battles, they fought not only with strength but also with wits. Sister has lost it due to her emotions. He Qing is a rank 7 Gu immortal. Even if we cooperate, we cannot defeat him. We should join up with the other Gu immortals, and with old immortal Chen Shi at the lead, encircle and kill him. Feng Jun thought of this and started to retreat. He used his immortal killer move. His body moved like a cloud, bringing him and Zhou Min away towards the left. What are you doing? Brother, let me kill him, let me kill him. Zhou Min screamed as she struggled in Feng Jun's arms. Feng Jun smiled bitterly. He increased the strength he was using on Zhou Min. He pacified her. Don't move. I am getting some distance to create a chance for your far-sight weapon light. Zhou Min heard this and shuddered. She said excitedly. Good idea. She concentrated, staring fixedly at Fan Yuan. With greater distance, far-sight weapon light became stronger. Fan Yuan's defense would be under greater pressure. Fan Yuan looked at the cloud below their feet. He smiled without concern. He did not chase them. He charged down and landed on the ground. He picked up Xingtuo's corpse, which was split into two, putting both pieces into his immortal aperture. Evil thief! Let go of our brother's corpse! Zhou Min shouted. Her lungs were exploding from anger. Fan Yuan's actions were truly vile. Not only did he kill Xingtuo, he did not even let his corpse off. How could he let it off? The Dao marks of this rank 7 blood path Gu immortal were an immense boost to Fan Yuan's foundation. Looking at it, including Xingtuo, Fan Yuan had already killed 4 Gu immortals. It was hard to annex the immortal aperture as it had strict conditions, but the gain in Dao marks was immense. Ordinary Gu immortals would only absorb the Dao marks of an enemy of the same path due to the conflict between Dao marks. Otherwise, they would get more trouble instead. However, my sovereign immortal body is different. The Dao marks do not conflict. This is amazing. I can absorb the Dao marks of any enemy I kill and increase my foundation. This seems to be the best way to increase my strength. At this moment, Fan Yuan had a new insight. This sovereign immortal body was created from sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Spectral soul wanted to revive using it. If he really succeeded in reviving, the consequences were unthinkable. Firstly, spectral soul had devoured so many souls in the door of life and death. He had countless cultivation experiences. Secondly, all of his paths were great Grand Master and above. Finally, he had the help of Shadow Sect's remnant forces. With this starting point, he could repeat what he did in his era, killing everyone and everything. He could annex the immortal apertures of Gu immortals he killed or absorb the Dao marks they had. His growth would be at an incredible speed. It would surpass one's imagination. Unlike Fan Yuan, who only had Grand Master attainment level in 4 paths, it was hard for him to annex immortal apertures. He could only absorb Dao marks in most cases. Fan Yuan placed Xingtuo's corpse in his immortal aperture. Zhou Min looked at with this anger and hatred. Feng Jun did not speak. He felt aggrieved, but also let out a sigh of relief. It seems that He Qing does not have movement methods, or maybe he uses the upper extreme heavenly eagle normally. This immemorial desolate beast has yet to grow fully. It only has rank 6 battle strength. He did not let it out because he is afraid of far-sight weapon light killing it. Feng Jun became less worried. But at the next moment, his mouth opened wide. A shocked expression appeared on his face. It turned out that Fan Yuan had activated sword escape. His body flew into the sky like a sword. His speed was so fast, Feng Jun and Zhou Min were completely stunned from shock. How can he be this fast? Zhou Min said. So this is his real speed. Feng Jun's heart was about to jump out. His movement method was simply outmatched. In a few breaths of time, Fan Yuan got close to them again. His icy killing intent almost froze Feng Jun's heart. Immortal killer move, Luck Whirlwind. At the moment of crisis, he had to use his trump card again. Like what happened earlier, Fan Yuan was sent away again. The third time, Fan Yuan noted he had been repelled 3 times, but he felt no dejection. Zhou Min finally became sober-minded. She was completely shocked by Fan Yuan's speed. Her forehead was full of sweat. Her anger dwindled, and fear took over. Quickly leave! This person is too strong. Let's gather with the rest first. Zhou Min yelled. Feng Jun heard this and felt glad at her change of mindset. With Zhou Min's help, the 2 rose in speed. They rapidly escaped for their lives. Fan Yuan chased after them. shooting out with bursts of speed at times. But every time, Feng Jun's luck whirlwind would ruin his attempt. After chasing them for some time, 2 Gu immortals appeared before them. They were the 2 Gu immortal lone cultivators. They usually lived together. One was called Jiangji, the other was Gaomi. "Hold on, we're coming!" The 2 immortals were flying too. They quickly joined up with Zhou Min and Feng Jun. Fan Yuan observed their expressions. Seeing that they were showing no shock, he knew that Feng Jun and Zhou Min had used a certain information path method to inform these 2 Gu immortals along the way. "Hey Qing, you are simply too bold. You dare to cause harm to us inside Heifan Grotto Heaven. Today, you will undoubtedly die." Feng Jun and Zhou Min stopped escaping. They went ahead to fight Fan Yuan. "Young Master Heiqing, you killed Sister Wan Yun? Did you kill Old Ancestor as well?" A shrill voice suddenly resounded. It was Chen Lo. After using the warning, Chen Lo went to find Fan Yuan, but at that time, Fan Yuan had already left to find the 3 immortals including Jingtuo. Chen Lo could not find Fan Yuan. She was completely lost and helpless. She did not know what to do. She did not dare to dispel her immortal killer move. She hid inside the palace for a while, before she received Feng Jun's letter. The letter stated that Fan Yuan disguised as Chen-Le and used an immortal killer move to kill Gu immortal Jingtuo. No matter how stupid Chen-Le was, she realized instantly what the situation was. She quickly went to Chen Qi's place, but where could she find that old ancestor of hers? Even though Feng Jun was escaping, he had already contacted the remaining immortals. Chen-Le also decided to answer his call. Thus, she appeared on the battlefield at this time. "Oh, it's you." Fan Yuan looked at Chen-Le, smiling cruelly. "You have finally gotten smarter. That's right, be it Chen Qi, Chen Wan Yun, or Chen Li Ji, even Jingtuo died in my hands. All of your rank 7 Gu immortals are dead now, the rest of you should surrender to me. After all, a wise person submits to circumstances." Chen Li's expression turned pale, her body shook intensely. Fan Yuan admitted it outright, this was a huge blow to her mental state. "Why? Why did you do that for?" Chen Li screamed in a sharp tone, tears were pouring out of her eyes. "Did we do anything wrong to you? Why must you do something so evil and cruel? Don't be affected by him, Chen-Le, let's get into formation." Zhou Min, who had regained her senses, shouted loudly. With Fan Yuan in the center, a jade light ball suddenly appeared over a huge surrounding area. This was a huge battle formation. With Feng Jun, Zhou Min, Chen-Le, and the other 2 immortals as the formation cores, they assembled an ancient battle formation. "Hey Qing, even if you are a rank 7 Gu immortal, you will die here today." "That's right, we have already practiced this battle formation many times. We killed over a dozen desolate beasts and 8 ancient desolate beasts. You cannot escape from here. I will tear all your bones and tendons, and use them as offerings for the innocent souls of our comrades." Heifan Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals shouted, their morale rose sharply. Fan Yuan smiled lightly, his calm expression did not change at all. He said slowly and calmly, "Oh, Green City battle formation? It is only a small portion of the ancient battle formation Green City rampage. Do you think I am unaware of it?" The expressions of the immortals changed, a bad feeling was emerging in them. Chen Li's expression paled even further. At this moment, she felt utter regret and hatred. She could not live with herself. Because she was the one who told Fan Yuan about this Green City battle formation. The Gu immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven had to practice a huge formation in every generation. It was the Green City battle formation. It was used to kill desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. It had incredible strength. "I have rank 7 cultivation level, while you people are just rank 6. Thus, I expected you to use this move. After getting into formation, you won't be able to run, right? When this battle formation is breached, you will all face a backlash. Even if you do not die, you will suffer heavy injuries," Fan Yuan said in a plain tone. His tone was very calm, he did not speak loudly, but the immortals could hear him clearly for some reason. The morale that was raised earlier instantly got cut in several pieces after hearing his words. Before fighting, these Gu immortals already had wavering determination. "Now I will show all of you my true strength," Fan Yuan called out. His body shook and a loud sound was heard. The aura of Gu worms burst out from within him. Immortal killer move, Myriad Self. In an instant, tens of thousands of Fan Yuan phantoms appeared in the space inside the entire battle formation. They were all strength path phantoms. And Fan Yuan's true body was hidden among them, acting as one of the phantoms. The battle commenced at this moment. From the start, they entered the climax of the battle. Feng Jun, Zhou Min, and the other Gu immortals used their respective methods. All sorts of immortal killer moves were unleashed, causing huge damage to the myriad self army. Fan Yuan's strength path phantoms did not have high defense, but no matter how many were destroyed in battle, more strength path phantoms emerged and replaced them. Fan Yuan had made ample preparation before the battle. Even if he did not continue to activate myriad self, he had already stored hundreds of thousands of myriad self phantoms inside his immortal aperture in advance. He did not lack the immortal essence. Fan Yuan had a huge storage of green grape immortal essence. Feng Jun and the rest soon realized that they were in a tough spot. Without using immortal killer moves, they could not defend against the myriad self army attacking the battle formation. But if they used immortal killer moves, even though they could kill countless phantoms, Fan Yuan would also replenish them, their immortal essence would be wasted. In this battle of attrition in immortal essence, Fan Yuan completely had the upper hand. Do not forget about the advantage of strength path, that was the minimal consumption of immortal essence. Meanwhile, the advantage of enslavement path was in battles of attrition. Myriad self-killer move combined the effects of both paths, it could display the strengths of both paths at once. Fan Yuan waited patiently among the myriad self-army, observing attentively. All sorts of information was gathered by him, he committed them to memory. After fighting for several hours, the Gu immortals of Heifan Grotto Heaven were extremely tired. Not only were they tired mentally, the immortal essence expenditure was also starting to put a toll on them. The moment they exposed weakness, Fan Yuan's true body appeared. Ha ha ha, Chen Le, I need to thank you. Without your information, how could I have killed Chen Wan Yun and the others? Fan Yuan laughed loudly. Chen Le felt like lightning had struck her, the pain in her heart could not be described with words. Using this opportunities, Fan Yuan went for the killing blow. Flying sword immortal Gu. A flash of light pierced Chen Li's defenses, killing her instantly. Always pick out the weakest enemy first. Fan Yuan struck at the crucial moment, immediately killing one immortal on the other side. Chen Le died on the spot. Green City battle formation became unstable instantly, it started shaking. The other Gu immortals quickly tried to stabilize it, succeeding after some effort. Next, it is time for the rest of you to die. Fan Yuan smiled sinisterly, he did not attack, instead, he went back into the myriad self-army. The remaining 4 Gu immortals had pale expressions, a cold chill was emerging in their hearts. They were the ones encircling Fan Yuan, but at this very moment, none of these 4 Gu immortals felt any joy or excitement. His victory was assured. From the start, Fan Yuan had used the most appropriate battle tactics, establishing his current huge advantage. He was very aware about the methods of these Gu immortals, but they, on the other hand, did not know about his methods. Originally, the other party had an advantage. For example, Chen Li's concealment method, Fan Yuan could do nothing against it. It was a pity, because Fan Yuan schemed against them. Chen Le joined the battle and formed the Green City battle formation, she gave up her greatest advantage. In the end, it was because Heifan Grotto Heaven had been in peace for too long. These Gu immortals did not lack immortal Gu or resources, but they truly paled in terms of battle experience. Even though they sparred during their interactions, the experience gained from fighting on the verge of death could not be gained from friendly battles. A long while later, Fan Yuan killed 2 more Gu immortals, before breaking apart Green City battle formation. Feng Jun and Zhou Min escaped in defeat again. The 2 immortals had completely lost their courage against Fan Yuan, they did not dare to fight, they escaped towards Immortal Succession Mountain. Along the way, Fan Yuan killed Zhou Min, as Feng Jun crashed onto the peak of Immortal Succession Mountain with his heavily injured body. Heavenly Spirit, save me! He screamed loudly. This situation was quite ironic. Earlier he was still plotting to suppress the Heavenly Spirit, but now, he had no choice but to seek help from it. It is not going to save you! Inside the stone pavilion, Fan Yuan's figure appeared in a flash. He spoke in a calm tone, he had no injuries on his body, he was still so charming and handsome. It was as if the battle earlier did not occur at all. Feng Jun saw Fan Yuan and shuddered in fear, he focused his attention on the brass bell Heavenly Spirit. The brass bell Heavenly Spirit had no reaction. Feng Jun had a look of despair. Why? He muttered. Why? At the next moment, he screamed again, seemingly questioning the Heavenly Spirit. But the brass bell Heavenly Spirit continued to be unmoved. Because you are all descendants of criminal immortals. Before old ancestor Heifan died, he thought of this point when leaving behind his true inheritance. Therefore, he set up this final test. Only by obtaining half of the votes of the Gu immortals inside Heifan Grotto Heaven could I inherit it. He. But what if you descendants of the criminal immortals bear hatred to He tribe and refuse to let our main tribe's member obtain the true inheritance? What if you cause problems for us intentionally? What will we do? Fan Yuan extended his hand, lightly touching this stone tablet. Then it can only be to kill all of you. After killing you all, I will be the only person left. Then I would also have satisfied the conditions for clearing the final test of Heifan's true inheritance. Fan Yuan spoke lightly, there was even a faint smile on his face. Feng Jun plopped onto the ground, he had an expression of despair, he was sprawled weakly. He raised his head and looked up at the sky. The azure sky which he sought to escape for so long, at the moment before his death, now seemed so endearing to him. But at the next moment, he heard Fang Yuan's words. Now I will give you a chance. As long as you submit to me, and serve me wholeheartedly from now on, I will spare your life. What did you say? Feng Jun's body shook, he showed an expression of disbelief. Fan Yuan repeated his words again, before saying, You are a smart person, you are not swayed by emotions, you are unlike Xiu Min and Chen Le. I appreciate that aspect of you. Hand over your immortal Gu and the luck path true inheritance's details, I will spare your life and give you a chance to live. Feng Jun blinked, he was moved. You are not lying to me? He raised his head and looked at Fan Yuan, anticipation was hidden deep within his gaze. Why would I lie to you? Killing you is as easy as breathing to me. But don't even think of bargaining with me now. Fan Yuan's expression changed. You only have 3 breaths of time to consider it. Will you die, or surrender everything to me and submit, before making an alliance agreement? I surrender. At the first breath of time, Feng Jun said without hesitation. These are all of the Gu worms that I have. At the second breath of time, Feng Jun handed over everything. Fan Yuan nodded, stretching out his hand and keeping them. With Feng Jun's cooperation, he suppressed all of them. Please make the alliance agreement. Feng Jun breathed in deeply, he was already mentally prepared for an extremely harsh alliance agreement. Swoosh! A bloody hole appeared in his forehead. He had an expression of shock, he stared at Fan Yuan fixedly as he gradually fell onto the ground. The third breath of time had just passed. Chapter 11:28. Heifan's 4 Treasures. Fan Yuan gathered Feng Jun's corpse. Together with the Gu immortal corpses that he had collected earlier, Fan Yuan had a total of 9. And he also had 9 corresponding Gu immortal souls. Such gains are truly rare. For Gu immortals in the outside world, even if they die, they may self-detonate. Among the Gu immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven, only Feng Jun has some brains. This person was able to give in when needed. Unfortunately, after I gained the upper hand, the situation was firmly within my grasp, he could not do anything. His eventual surrender was out of desperation, too bad for him, his enemy was me. Fan Yuan sighed as he set aside these thoughts. He had won. It was time for the rewards. He turned around, entering the stone pavilion, he raised his head and looked at the brass bell heavenly spirit on the pillar, he said. Right now, I am the only Gu immortal inside Heifan Grotto Heaven, I vote for myself to inherit Heifan's true inheritance. The brass bell heavenly spirit was silent for a moment before shaking, emitting a loud bell sound. Next, the stone pillars in the pavilion radiated with pure white light. The white light was not painful to look at, it was very gentle. As the bright light shone, the stone tablet became more transparent, it turned into a wall of light. Inside the wall of light, there were several shadowy figures. And on the surface of the wall, there were several lines of words. Fan Yuan looked, the words were, the indistinct figures in the stone tablet are the contents of the true inheritance. The inheritor just needs to retrieve them by putting their hands in. The final line was an instruction by Heifan, descendant of He tribe, inheritor of the inheritance. May you achieve great things in life, do not let down the reputation of He tribe. Fan Yuan looked at it and sighed. Old ancestor Heifan had put an immense effort in setting up this true inheritance, he thought of every aspect. But a dead person was like an extinguished candle, even a legendary figure like himself could not predict everything in the future. The incredibly strong He tribe had been wiped out, and Heifan's true inheritance was taken by an outsider like Fan Yuan. The world had changed, times were different. New forces prosper while old forces vanish, this was the changing of eras. Fan Yuan settled his mood, he started acting according to the description on the wall. He stretched out his left hand to enter the wall of light. The white light became brighter. As it shone on his left hand, Fan Yuan's left arm became transparent as well. Fan Yuan could see his skin, bones, flesh, and even his blood flowing in his vessels. A small obstruction could be felt ahead. Fan Yuan's left hand touched the wall of light. It was as if he was touching an icy wall. At the same time, he noticed, the white light shone on his blood and caused a reaction. His blood moved more quickly, the color also turned from bright red to dark red, before returning back to normal. Next, the wall in front of his left hand became soft like water. Fan Yuan's left hand easily got through the stone tablet like he was going into water. Fan Yuan, however, felt a chill in his heart. He thought, "South close. This light wall is a test towards my blood." Thankfully, I made ample preparations. I integrated blood acid immortal goo into familiar face and modified the killer move to disguise my blood as well. Otherwise, my efforts would have been in vain. This Hei Fan is so hard to deal with. Fan Yuan regained his cool. He started to assess this wall of light. From the outside, he could see that there were 4 shadows in the wall. They were uneven in placement. The largest shadow was like a ball. It was the size of a basin and was at the most central area of the wall. On the upper right corner, there was a sharp shadow. It resembled a rock. On the left side, there was also a shadow. It looked like intertwined threads. There was also one spot at the bottom. This shadow was the smallest, like a finger. Fan Yuan had worked so hard to obtain the famous Hei Fan's true inheritance, but the contents seemed to be quite minimal. Because of where he was standing, Fan Yuan's left hand went to the left of the wall of light. He grabbed towards the shadow closest to him. He held on to this thread-like shadow. The shadow had a rough feeling. Fan Yuan felt like he was touching an old tree branch. Next, Fan Yuan stretched out his hand and pulled out the mysterious shadow. Once out of the wall, the aura was exposed. Evidently, these were goo worms. These goo worms were coiled together. They had similar appearance. They were like ginseng roots, or tree roots. They were not immortal goo. They were just mortal goo. But even so, Fan Yuan's eyes shined. His breathing became rougher at once. Mortal and immortal goo were vastly different. Immortal goo were unique. Mortal goo could not compare to immortal goo, but there was a huge exception to this rule. That was lifespan goo. That's right, Fan Yuan pulled out a batch of lifespan goo. This was expected yet unexpected. Earlier, when old immortal Qinshi had asked Fan Yuan for benefits, he mentioned lifespan goo. Thus, Fan Yuan was mentally prepared for it. But to think there was so many. This is indeed a lot of lifespan goo. Fan Yuan began to refine the lifespan goo. Mortal goo could be refined using primeval essence. Even though the lifespan goo was not his, Fan Yuan had passed the test. He was the acknowledged inheritor. As the white light shone, Fan Yuan quickly refined these lifespan goo successfully. He found out. These lifespan goo grants 720 years of lifespan in total. Immense gains! Old immortal Qinshi had thought there would be at least 300 years worth of lifespan goo, but Fan Yuan could tell now that he had underestimated it. Hei Fan Grotto Heaven had over twice that amount of years worth of lifespan goo. These lifespan goo have great value. I can use them for myself. Who in this world would complain about having longer lifespan? But I still have about 80 years to live. My lifespan is sufficient. Even if I do not use these lifespan goo, I can use them for transactions. In transactions between goo immortals, immortal essence stones were just basic currency. Lifespan goo had much greater value than immortal essence stones. No goo immortal would not want lifespan goo. In many high-end transactions, immortal essence stones were unusable. Goo immortals only wanted lifespan goo. Lifespan goo was an absolute hard currency out there. After a long time of consideration, the lifespan goo were all refined, becoming Fan Yuan's property. Fan Yuan placed a handful of lifespan goo in his sovereign immortal aperture, keeping them securely. He was not planning to use these lifespan goo yet. Actually, it had been a long time since Hei Fan Grotto Heaven was created. It is not strange that so many lifespan goo were accumulated. When can my sovereign immortal aperture produce lifespan goo as well? Fan Yuan was rather fascinated by the prospect. But he knew that he was far from this goal at this point. Even though he was earning a lot of profits each month, those were his prior accumulations as an immortal zombie. His immortal aperture's development was still in the basic stage. Only when he gathers enough production and resources to sustain the feeding of all his immortal goo could those initial developments be considered complete. Fan Yuan suddenly thought of Langya Blessed Land. Compared to Langya Blessed Land, He Fan Grotto Heaven's existence is very short. Long Hair Ancestor was a person from 300,000 years ago, a legendary figure of the medieval antiquity era. He Fan Grotto Heaven has about 700 years of lifespan Gu. Then how many years does Langya Blessed Land have? Thinking about this, Fan Yuan's eyes shined. Langya Blessed Land definitely has much more lifespan Gu. No wonder Langya Land's spirit can use up some to feed wisdom Gu. Fan Yuan could understand Heavenly Court's actions at once. In the 500 years of his previous life, Heavenly Court attacked Langya Blessed Land. Even though they sacrificed Fengjiu Ge, they went ahead without balking. Lifespan Gu was likely one of the main reasons. Thinking about it, the geezers in Heavenly Court were lacking lifespan, they could only sustain their lives through sleeping. It was easy to see how much attraction Lifespan Gu had towards them. Fan Yuan's gaze returned to the center of the wall. This shadow was the largest. It is at the center. Is this a hint that this is the most precious treasure inside He Fan's true inheritance? Fan Yuan's heart jumped. He stretched out his left hand towards the wall of light. Soon, he touched that shadow. It had an icy feeling, but the shadow was not smooth on the surface. It had many protrusions and holes. It was like a handful of sesame. Fan Yuan tried to move it. Very heavy. Normal human strength could not carry it. Fan Yuan activated his strength path Mortal Gu. After gaining strength, he took it out with one hand. After seeing this lump of shadow, Fan Yuan had a surprised look on his face. This was not one entity, it was the combination of countless bodies. It was a ball of ants. Black ants, all gathered to fill the size of a basin, that were extremely heavy. Countless black ants were collected in a ball shape. They were extremely compacted and tight. These ants were not ordinary ants, they were Mortal Gu. The previous item being Mortal Gu was fine, because it was Lifespan Gu, it had greater value than Immortal Gu from many Gu immortals' perspectives. But this was also Mortal Gu. Fan Yuan felt perplexed and a bit confused. Based on his knowledge, he could not recognize what this Gu worm was. But forget that, Fan Yuan felt that since it was part of He Fan's true inheritance, even as a Mortal Gu, it could not be bad. Thus, he began to refine it. Mortal Gu could be refined using primeval essence. Fan Yuan was a Gu immortal, he had unlimited primeval essence. Layers of black ants were refined by him, becoming his property. Under Fan Yuan's manipulation, the ants split apart, revealing the center of the ball. Oh! Fan Yuan's expression changed, his gaze became sharp, because he felt the aura of Immortal Gu. Actually, at the center of this ball of ants, there was something good. An Immortal Gu. Ordinary and Mortal Gu were finally completely refined, they landed on the ground. There was only one Gu left in Fan Yuan's hands. Immortal Gu. Compared to the other black ant Mortal Gu, it was many times larger. It had the form of an ant, it had feelers, small legs, a large abdomen, it looked very chubby. Is this the queen of the ant group? Fan Yuan guessed randomly. This Immortal Gu had a strong aura, it was at a high level, it was a rank 7 Immortal Gu. As for what it was, Fan Yuan did not know. He could not recognize it. But whatever, he was going to refine it first. Chapter 1129. He Fan's for Treasure. Refining Immortal Gu could not be done with primeval essence, he needed immortal essence. At this time, Fan Yuan took a look at the brass bell Heavenly Spirit. Thinking about it, he directly used his green grape immortal essence to refine this Gu. The brass bell Heavenly Spirit had no reaction. On the surface, Fan Yuan could not tell what mentality it had. It was just a bell after all. It had no expressions. The refinement process was very smooth. The rank 7 Immortal Gu resembling an ant queen did not resist, it cooperated with him. But it was still a rank 7 Gu. Fan Yuan's green grape immortal essence was greatly expended. Now my stockpile of green grape immortal essence has dropped again. Fan Yuan reminded himself. In this trip to obtain He Fan's true inheritance, he had consumed a lot of green grape immortal essence. His expenditure was mostly in battle. After all, other than Myriad Self, Sword Escape and Flying Sword Immortal Gu were rank 7, his Sword Path killer moves used rank 7 Immortal Gu as the cores. Even though the battles were not intense, his green grape immortal essence consumption was huge. After going back, I need to stock up on immortal essence, otherwise, I can't feel safe. A moment later, Fan Yuan refined this rank 7 Immortal Gu and kept it in his immortal aperture. There were only 2 shadows left in the wall of light. The shadow at the bottom had the smallest size. Fan Yuan left it to the end. He stretched his hand in and grabbed the shadow at the top right corner. This shadow was like a rock, but when Fan Yuan touched it for the first time, it reacted. This shadow was very cold. Fan Yuan took it out. It was indeed a piece of ice. The upper portion of the ice was sealing a goo worm. Naturally, Fan Yuan's attention was drawn to it, even though it was sealed in ice without any aura leaking. But Fan Yuan's eyes shone. He could recognize this was an immortal goo, year goo. It was like a ladybug, thumb size and black in color. There were golden markings on its shell. The golden markings were bright and shining. They showed images of a fierce beast growling. The sharp and menacing teeth left a deep impression. As for what beast it was unclear. Oh, year goo! Fan Yuan sighed. This was a famous goo among Time Path immortal goo. Fan Yuan had a deep impression towards it, because it was very unique. When goo immortals expend immortal materials, they could parallel refine a year goo continuously. Normal refinement and reverse refinement were mainstream in refinement path. Parallel refinement was very rare. Goo worms that could be parallel refined were very rare. Year goo was one of them. Mortal level year goo were less than 10 years. There was 1 year goo, 2 year goo, 5 year goo, and others. When the year goo rises to rank 6, it would become an immortal goo, unique in the world. Rank 6 year goo were at least 10 years. A 10-year immortal level year goo could be parallel refined using immortal materials, to make it 20-year goo, 38-year goo, or at its highest, 99-year goo. 100-year goo was rank 7, to refine a 10-year goo to 100-year goo. It was not parallel refinement but normal refinement to increase rank instead. Refinement in this case was tens to hundreds of times as difficult as parallel refinement, with equally low success rate. 1000-year goo was rank 8, in theory, 10,000-year goo would be rank 9. But in history, there had never been a 10,000-year goo. But rank 8,000-year goo had existed before. The use of year goo was very unique. Corresponding to the usage by the goo immortal, the number of years would fall continuously. For example, a 50-year goo might become a 20-year goo after one use. There was a specification when using year goo that it should not go overboard. For example, if a 1000-year goo is used and becomes 900-year goo, it would fall from rank 8 to rank 7. To increase its rank again through refinement, it would be troublesome and risky. Strictly speaking, year goo was a consumable immortal goo. But it was not a one-time consumable goo like sovereign immortal fetus goo. It could be expended but replenished again. This was a very special case among goo worms. So He Fan had the immortal goo year in his possession. One good thing about year goo is that it has no issues in terms of food. It has the same food as spring-autumn cicada. They both consume the water of the river of time. However, how can I refine it? Fan Yuan was unsure. The year goo in front of him was sealed by almost transparent ice. Fan Yuan looked at this ice. He felt that this ice was quite special too. Its effect was similar to fossilization or amber. It sealed the year immortal goo inside ice, so that it hibernated without leaking its aura. Why did He Fan seal year goo? Wait, this is... While observing, Fan Yuan had a new discovery. He realized that there was some flowing water sealed at the bottom of the ice. This is water? Fan Yuan shook it. He could clearly see that there was water flowing. He could even hear a soft sound. Water was sealed in ice. It was really quite strange. Fan Yuan's attention had been drawn to year goo earlier. In comparison, the flowing water was not eye-catching. At this moment, when Fan Yuan inspected it again, he realized this ice was huge. Year goo only occupied a small portion. The flowing water took more than half of the space below. It gave a feeling that the ice was not sealing year goo, but the water instead. To be given such treatment, is this flowing water a rank 9 immortal material that surpasses rank 8? Fan Yuan had a bold guess. Rank 9 immortal material, it could be used to refine rank 9 immortal goo. In this world, they were rare, having immense value. A portion of rank 9 immortal material being sealed like this was understandable. Fan Yuan could not find a way to remove the ice. He could only set it aside. He held it with his right hand as his left hand entered the wall of light again. This time, he went to the final shadow. Taking it out, it was a rank 5 information path mortal goo. The details recorded inside were about He Fan's true inheritance. It had immense value. Firstly, the introduction to the goo worms. Fan Yuan took his first glance and saw the information about the ant ball. So the rank 7 immortal goo at the center of the ant ball is the time path immortal goo after. Rank 7 after immortal goo. The recorded information noted the specifications of feeding after immortal goo. The feeding of after immortal goo was quite unique. This immortal goo could eat anything. The feeding style was very unique too. It produced black and mortal goo on its own. It sent them out to feed on all sorts of immortal materials before using these nutrients on itself. Any sort of immortal material can feed after immortal goo. The point is not about the immortal materials, but in preserving these black and mortal goo. These black and mortal goo were tough and could devour immortal materials, digesting them and retaining the nutrients. But they were just mortal goo. Once too many of them were destroyed, the immortal goo after would starve. Even though the immortal goo could produce black and mortal goo, it could only produce one every month. If there were too few black and mortal goo, and after immortal goo could not be fed, it would die of hunger. After all, this immortal goo after could not feed itself. Fan Yuan felt enlightened. He continued reading about the information on the ice. The ice itself was a newly created type of rank 8 immortal material. It was created by immortal Bingren. The latter was invited by He Fan and went ahead to seal his 2 immortal goo. One immortal goo was Year Goo. It was only rank 6. Fan Yuan had recognized it already. The other immortal goo was the flowing water. This was the greatest treasure within He Fan's true inheritance. It was named Years Flow Like Water. It was rank 8. Rank 8 time path immortal goo, years flow like water. Rank 8 goo immortals were rare, rank 8 immortal goo were rarer, and had very great value. Many rank 8 goo immortals did not even have a single rank 8 immortal goo, they could not find one even after endless searching. He Fan was a legendary character, the formidable champion who led He tribe to a domineering state, but in his life, he only had one rank 8 immortal goo, years flow like water. Fan Yuan's situation was quite special. As of now, he was a rank 6 goo immortal, but he already had 3 rank 8 immortal goo. One was attitude goo, one was wisdom sword goo, and now the third was years flow like water. Ordinary goo immortals usually had a lack of immortal goo. Fan Yuan's problem instead was that he had too many, and could not use them all optimally. Looking at some of his immortal goo like wisdom sword, he had not even started to use them yet. This rank 8 immortal goo, years flow like water, had one effect. That was to produce your goo. The more immortal essence expended by the goo immortal, the more your goo produced. They could even produce immortal level your goo. Of course, the rule of immortal goo being unique still holds. Right now, this rank 6 year goo was around. Unless Fan Yuan used and expended it, he could not create an immortal level year goo from years flow like water. If your immortal goo still existed, no matter how much immortal essence Fan Yuan used, he could only get mortal year goo. Fan Yuan continued to read. Immortal goo years flow like water had 2 good points. One was that it had a low usage requirement, even rank 6 goo immortals could use it. As long as they used green grape immortal essence, they would receive your goo, even though the quantity was less than when using rank 7 or 8 immortal essence. The second point was that years flow like water was easy to feed. It also fed on the water of the river of time, just like year goo and spring autumn cicada. This solved Fan Yuan's greatest problem. The feeding of rank 8 immortal goo was a huge burden. However, years flow like water had a flaw. This was clearly listed in the information path goo worm. Once the seal of years flow like water was removed, its immortal goo aura would leak, year beasts would be lured towards it, and would attack. Year beasts, a type of special fierce beasts that were rare even in the 5 regions and 9 heavens, yet commonly seen in the river of time. In terms of battle strength, there were desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and immemorial desolate beast level year beasts. The food of year beasts was year goo. The river of time was the paradise of time path goo worms. There were a vast number of wild time path goo worms in it. Year beasts were one of them. They ate year goo as food. The higher the rank of the year goo, the more year beasts would be attracted to hunt them. In fact, immortal level year goo could also lure year beasts to attack. Even placing the immortal level year goo inside the immortal aperture would not work. Because in ordinary immortal apertures, there was a tributary of the river of time. When year beasts smelled the year goo, they would travel into the tributary from the river of time, and directly appear in the immortal aperture. Immortal level year goo had a huge attraction to the year beasts. Years flow like water, which could endlessly produce year goo, had hundreds or thousands of times as much attraction as immortal level year goo for the year beasts. Precisely because of this, when He Fan set up the true inheritance, he sealed year gu and years flow like water, not exposing a trace of their auras. At this point, Fan Yuan had completely understood what gu worms he had obtained. Next were the following important details. Or more accurately, the immortal killer moves. Chapter 1130. Usage of He Fan's gu. The introductions of countless immortal killer moves were displayed before Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan restrained his excitement, he inspected carefully. There were immortal killer moves that encompassed offense, defense, movement, healing, and other aspects. These were all time path immortal killer moves. The cores used were mostly year gu and after gu. Few of the immortal killer moves used the immortal gu years flow like water as a core. Using a rank 8 immortal gu as a core of an immortal killer move would naturally produce incredible effects. In this regard, Fan Yuan had personal experience. He had familiar face. It was a legendary method that used the rank 8 attitude gu as the core. Of course, with Fan Yuan's rank 6 cultivation level, his green grape immortal essence could not activate years flow like water. It was unlike attitude gu, which only needed mental energy to use. Attitude gu is the legendary immortal gu recorded in Rinzu. In terms of ease of use, years flow like water cannot compare to it. However, thinking about it, didn't He Fan give attitude gu away to He Feng Yu? These immortal killer moves were truly eye-opening to Fan Yuan. Many theories were involved. The coordination of gu worms was stated clearly. He only took a look, but he felt that he had already benefited greatly from the knowledge gained. There were more than 30 immortal killer moves. Some of the immortal killer moves were split between rank 6, 7, and 8 levels. In some of their descriptions, He Fan had also left behind his insight and experiences when creating and using them in the past. Bountiful year? Fan Yuan's gaze was fixed. He discovered a rather interesting immortal killer move. Bountiful year. This was the name of an immortal killer move. The core immortal gu used was immortal level year gu. There were tens of thousands of supplementary mortal gu. It was a tough process to activate the move. He Fan had left behind his experience in using it. Even for a legendary figure like him, when using this immortal killer move himself, he would need 2 or 3 days of preparation to execute it. The expenditure of immortal essence was huge, but Bountiful Year's effect was that for the next year, starting right from the moment of successful activation of the killer move, all of the resources inside the immortal aperture would be produced at a higher rate. This was an immortal killer move used to develop the immortal aperture. It was a very rare move, but it had great use and value. He Fan also praised this immortal killer move greatly. According to the description, he was not the creator of this immortal killer move. He had exchanged for it with a person called Pill Immortal. Fan Yuan took a closer look. Bountiful Year needed to use many mortal gu. If he wanted to prepare for it, he would need to buy them from Treasure Yellow Heaven. He was definitely going to use this killer move. But not only did he need a lot of immortal essence, there was a lot of expenditure in terms of year gu as well. The year gu that I have is only a little over the 100-year level. I need to parallel refine it until I can use Bountiful Year. Otherwise, if it falls to the level of immortal gu, that would be a severe loss. Fan Yuan continued to read. Among these killer moves, some had incredible power, some were extremely wondrous, but to Fan Yuan, they were not especially important. Fan Yuan had never forgotten about his true goal all along. That was to find a method to delay the calamities and tribulations in his immortal aperture. Days passed like years. His eyes flashed, he saw his target. This immortal killer move also used immortal level year gu as the core, with a huge number of supplementary day gu. Once used, it could slow down the time in the immortal aperture. Simply from the name itself, the effect was that one day in the immortal aperture would be extended to the length of a year. However, He Fan had noted with great caution, extending one day into the equivalent of a year was purely theoretical. The actual effect varied greatly based on circumstances. For example, a Strength Path gu immortal with primarily Strength Path Dao marks would receive much lower effect when using this Time Path killer move. If a Time Path gu immortal used it on themselves, like He Fan, the effect would be amplified by the gu immortal's Time Path Dao marks, the effect would be much better. And also, using the same killer move on a low-grade blessed land and a high-grade blessed land would produce different results. Months passed like years. Fan Yuan continued to read. There was another immortal killer move that was very similar to days passed like years. It could also slow the rate of time in the immortal aperture. It could turn what would be 1 month in the immortal aperture into the duration of a year. The core gu was still immortal level year gu, but the supplementary gu were month gu now. Day gu, month gu, year gu. These were all time path goo worms that were closely related. Other than days pass like years and months pass like years, there were also two other immortal killer moves. They were called years pass like months and years pass like days. The former two were used to slow the time in the immortal aperture, the latter two were used to accelerate the time in the immortal aperture. Slowing the rate of time in the immortal aperture meant that the calamities and tribulations would be further apart. For example, in Fan Yuan's case, he had to undergo tribulation every 2 months in the outside world's time. After using days pass like years, he would only need to undergo the next tribulation in decades or even a century. Seeing this, Fan Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief. He felt great joy. In the first 3 earthly calamities, he was almost forced to his wits' end. He could only brace himself as he challenged them. But now he had this immortal killer move, the situation had changed. From now on, Fan Yuan could decide when to undergo tribulation. He could either delay or hasten it. There was a huge advantage in this. But right now, I do not need to slow the time in the immortal aperture. I should undergo tribulations, increasing my down marks and raising my cultivation level. With Chu Du helping me, there's a high chance of passing. Fan Yuan thought. Once he slowed the immortal aperture's time, there were flaws. His resource would grow more slowly. Fan Yuan's cultivation level would also rise more slowly. Now I should prepare these goo worms. The immortal goo are already here, but I need a huge quantity of day goo and month goo. Even if I buy them inside Treasure Yellow Heaven, I will need to spend a long time collecting them. He Fan's true inheritance did not leave behind any day goo, month goo, and mortal year goo. Fan Yuan had to purchase these mortal goo himself. Even though this task had its difficulties, as long as Fan Yuan was determined, he could achieve it. These 4 immortal killer moves form a set. They are specially used to alter the rate of time in the immortal aperture. He Fan, who created these killer moves, had incredible talent. At the end, He Fan even noted, if the inheritor could obtain immortal level day goo or month goo, these 4 immortal killer moves would not need to consume so many mortal day goo and month goo. The effect would even rise greatly. I was already extremely fortunate to have obtained immortal level year goo. As for immortal level day goo and month goo, I can forget about it. Fan Yuan was clear of the situation. His goal in this trip had been fulfilled. Fan Yuan was satisfied with it. He continued to look. Immortal killer move, years grant strength. Soon, Fan Yuan saw a very interesting killer move. This killer move used year goo as the core. It could grant the goo immortal immense physical strength. The more year goo expended, the greater the strength obtained. This was He Fan's own creation. He used time path goo worms to achieve a strength path effect. Immortal killer move, 100 years harmony. It also used year goo as the core, with a large number of supplementary information path mortal goo, to create an alliance agreement that could last for 100 years. This was a use of time path goo worms to unleash the might of information path. I can use this with Chu Du. After all, our current alliance agreement was solely handled by him. It is not reliable. Fan Yuan rapidly had an idea. Immortal killer move, unlucky year. This was an immortal killer move that used years flow like water as the core. Fan Yuan could not use it now. He could only look on in captivation. Using time path to achieve the mystical effect of luck path. This was an offensive killer move. Once the enemy was hit, they would experience a huge fall in luck for a year. Nothing they do would go smoothly. As expected of He Fan, an expert even among rank 8 goo immortals. If he was born in the central continent 10 great ancient sects, he would definitely be invited into Heavenly Court. He would be an elite among Heavenly Court's goo immortals. To be able to use one's own path to mimic other paths and achieve their mystical effects, this was the symbol of a rank 8 expert. Ordinary rank 8 goo immortals could not reach this stage. He Fan's strength was similar to Heavenly Court's Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was a rank 8 goo immortal cultivating wisdom path. But when Bo Qing awakened, and his sword lights were sent out over Central Continent, in order to fix Heaven Overseeing Tower, he actually used wisdom path methods. And the effect was even better than ordinary refinement path methods. This was using wisdom path to achieve the effects of refinement path. Oh, endless trouble? What move is this? Towards the end, Fan Yuan saw an immortal killer move. Its core was after immortal goo. Once the goo immortal activated it, they could delay the current calamity or tribulation to the time of the next one, and face them together. Fan Yuan's heart jumped. There was He Fan's advice left inside the description of this killer move. This killer move could not be used excessively, even though the calamity or tribulation would be delayed until the next one. it would anger heaven's will, the following calamities or tribulations would increase greatly in strength. This immortal killer move was created by He Fan, but he only used it once and never again. To warn his descendants, He Fan intentionally gave a name like Endless Trouble. I can only use it in emergencies. It is not a standard method, but it is definitely something very useful. Fan Yuan was surprised and joyful to have obtained this. Anger heaven's will? He could not care less. Heaven's will was bent on killing him anyway. Fan Yuan's existence was the biggest cause of heaven's will's anger to begin with. After spending some time, Fan Yuan finally finished reading the contents of the immortal killer moves. It was very comprehensive. There were even details about the development of an immortal aperture. In fact, there were even details about the mimicking of other paths' effects. Even though He Fan's true inheritance only had these few immortal goo. But by cooperating with mortal goo and forming countless immortal killer moves, the goo immortal could deal with any situation that arises. This was the norm in the cultivation world. Even though He Fan was strong, he was not even of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Thus, he raised very few goo worms. They were all time path goo worms. He could support them. The number of goo worms was not crucial, the goo immortal who uses them was most important. He Fan was the best example. Even though he only had 3 immortal goo, his use of goo could unleash incredible effects. There was no strongest immortal goo, only strongest goo immortal. This was what the sentence was referring to. Chapter 1131. He Fan's Goo Refinement. Compared to He Fan, even though I have many immortal goo, I am unable to use all of them to this extent. Fan Yuan reflected upon himself. He Fan's true inheritance gave him a lot of insight to his problems, but he did not waver. It is great that I can raise so many immortal goo as well. Goo immortals place great focus on their calamities and tribulations. The more they cultivated, the tougher the calamities and tribulations. He Fan had few immortal goo, his burden of feeding them was low, but he had many methods to deal with all sorts of situations. He accumulated his resources, even if he sold them. By storing up immortal essence stones, he could have a huge immortal essence stone stockpile. And He Fan had a tribe, a super force with the Huangjin bloodline. He Fan liked to nurture descendants. He had a lot of immortal goo that were not too important. Before setting up the true inheritance, he had given them out to He tribe's goo immortals, or placed them into the treasury and passed them down. He Fan did not have one of the 10 extreme physiques. His immortal aperture had limited potential. The resources he could grow also had a limit. All in all, he fed just a few immortal goo and researched many killer moves for them. It was a very wise choice. But Fan Yuan was different. Different situations needed to be analyzed in depth. The first difference was his sovereign immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture had immense potential. Feeding goo was a burden, feeding immortal goo was a greater burden. But Fan Yuan could afford to do so, easily in fact. The second difference was that Fan Yuan was alone. He was alone. He only had to care for himself. He did not need to worry for a tribe, or give any attention to his descendants. This was the advantage of being a loner. The advantage of a tribe was shared resources and helping each other. But at He Fan's level, he was the one giving the tribe benefits. But He Fan had never thought of leaving the tribe. He had grown up in this tribal environment. During his growth, he had received a lot of help from the tribe, relationships, friendships, and kinship. He had all of them. He cared about the tribe, and his descendants. The environment that a person grows up in has a huge influence on them. And Fan Yuan was free and unrestrained. He had almost zero burden in this aspect. Even though he joined Langya's sect, he was just making use of them. The third difference was that Fan Yuan had huge pressure in survival. He needed a lot of immortal goo. Immortal goo were unique. With a greater number of them in all aspects, they could deal with many situations. For example, he could use Flying Sword immortal goo to attack, and Sword Escape immortal goo to retreat. Even without killer moves, Fan Yuan could use immortal goo to deal with many situations. In fact, having many immortal goo was useful and helpful to the construction of immortal killer moves. Immortal killer moves used core immortal goo and supplementary mortal goo. For example, Fan Yuan's sword marks targeting death, a sword path immortal killer move, used Flying Sword immortal goo as the core, and a small number of supplementary sword path mortal goo. If Fan Yuan did not have Flying Sword immortal goo, and only had Sword Escape immortal goo, how would he use Sword Escape in place of Flying Sword to unleash sword marks targeting death? Sword Escape replacing Flying Sword was possible. Because the two were sword path immortal goo, they were interchangeable on this basis. But the entire killer move, sword marks targeting death, would need to be heavily altered. Flying sword was used as an attacking immortal goo. It was easy to construct an offensive killer move with it. But sword escape was a movement immortal goo. If it were to replace flying sword, the mortal goo used for sword marks targeting death would need to be changed, and increased drastically in number. This way, when using sword marks targeting death, the process would be more lengthy and difficult, the failure rate would be higher, and it would have less feasibility as a whole. Looking at it overall, He Fan's development method suited most people, but it did not suit Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's goo-raising method was the most optimal for himself. But if other goo immortals mimicked him, they would be courting death. Fang Yuan continued to read. After the immortal killer moves, He Fan's true inheritance talked about mortal killer moves. There was an even greater number of these killer moves, a large portion of them were time path, but Fang Yuan basically had no need for them anymore. Immortal and mortal was vastly different. Maybe in the future, Fang Yuan could use these methods to probe other goo immortals in battle, but they had little use, because Fang Yuan already had a good number of exemplary mortal killer moves. He already had numerous blood path and strength path killer moves. These mortal killer moves might only have one use in the end, to be the foundation for deductions. After the mortal killer moves, there were some incomplete killer moves, including both immortal and mortal killer moves. The completion rate varied, some were even simply inspired ideas or guesses. These were things that He Fan had never completed even upon his death. Deducing killer moves was unavoidable and essential in a goo immortal's cultivation journey. Fang Yuan took a look, nothing really caught his eye. His time path attainment level was too low, and he could not use wisdom goo. Furthermore, Fang Yuan already had many useful methods, they were sufficient. As a result, his browsing of killer moves ended. After returning, I will need to spend a lot of time practicing these killer moves, Fang Yuan planned. The usage of killer moves could end in failure. If during an intense battle, the activation fails, the goo immortal would suffer a backlash. If it was during a critical moment in battle, that would be terrible. One killer move's success or failure could directly affect the outcome of the battle, or even determine life and death itself. Thus, one had to be extremely familiar and proficient with their killer moves. This would use some funds as well. The supplementary mortal goo that made up the killer moves needed to be purchased. When practicing, activating immortal killer moves would expend immortal essence. And practicing would definitely occur more than once. All of these required money. Thus, the development of a goo immortal's immortal aperture was extremely important in their cultivation. Finances were the foundation for military might. Fighting was dangerous, and with the threat of calamities and tribulations, unless huge benefits or conflicts were involved, goo immortals usually preferred to live in peace instead. To practice so many killer moves, I need a lot of funds. Fang Yuan frowned, he felt both joy and worry. Of course, this was simply a blissful worry. Large numbers of immortal killer moves, even more mortal killer moves and incomplete killer moves. After looking at them, Fang Yuan moved on to goo recipes. Immortal goo recipes. Among which, the first was the parallel refinement method of immortal level your goo. There were quite a few parallel refinement goo recipes. There were a total of 5, they could achieve parallel refinement and elevate your goo. At the back, He Fan even noted his experiences. He talked about the advantages and disadvantages of all 5 methods, and some tips when undergoing parallel refinement. Just the methods recorded here was incredibly insightful for Fang Yuan. Out of the 5 parallel refinement immortal goo recipes, the one He Fan used the most was the final one. This immortal goo recipe was created by He Fan in his later years. It used the least ingredients and had the highest success rate. It expended the least amount of time and mental energy as well. Overall, it used a large number of mortal level year goo and added them into the immortal level year goo, thus the effect was great. After developing this, He Fan almost abandoned the first 4 goo recipes. He used this parallel refinement method solely. But because of the comprehensive nature of He Fan's true inheritance, he recorded the 4 recipes into it regardless. Rank 8 immortal goo years flow like water can produce countless mortal year goo. These year goo can be used to parallel refine immortal level year goo. It is so convenient. Fang Yuan sighed as he continued looking. Next was the immortal goo recipe of refining after immortal goo. Fang Yuan already had this immortal goo, he only took one glance at it. Overall, the number of immortal goo recipes was quite shocking. There were nearly 100. and all of them were fully completed immortal goo recipes. Most were rank 6, some were rank 7, and there were only 2 or 3 rank 8 immortal goo recipes. In terms of path, most were time path, but there were also other paths like fire path and luck path. Compared to the immortal killer moves, these immortal goo recipes were more disorganized. There were recently created immortal goo recipes. There were also ancient recipes with extinct immortal materials. They could not be used anymore. Among all of the immortal goo recipes, He Fan placed the greatest emphasis on years flow like water. The rank 8 immortal goo years flow like water was actually the creation of He Fan. His inspiration was obtained by constantly parallel refining year goo. He Fan had described the entire process of refining years flow like water in great detail. In order to get enough immortal materials, he had expended the entire He tribe treasury, and used up a lot of favors and paid a huge price to ask 2 refinement path great experts to help. In the end, he was still in a lot of debt. To refine years flow like water, He Fan had placed all of his effort into it. During the refinement process, he had suffered failure after failure. There was several times he wanted to give up. He Fan had recorded all of these mental states down. He was not afraid of his descendants laughing at him. This showed that He Fan had truly put his heart and soul into creating this true inheritance. In the end, because of his relatively good luck, after 9 failures, he finally succeeded. In his words, all of the difficulties and risks that He Fan faced when refining the rank 8 immortal goo was expressed in detail. Even after succeeding, He Fan did not recoup his losses for many years to come. He solemnly warned his inheritor to treasure the fruits of his predecessor's hard work greatly. If they cultivate to rank 8 in the future, when refining rank 8 immortal goo, they had to be extremely careful. Fan Yuan saw this and thought of old ancestor Shui Hu. Right now, this old fellow was also refining a rank 8 immortal goo. And this immortal goo was extremely precious. It was fortune rivaling heaven goo. According to what Langya Land Spirit said, this immortal goo was created in Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's later years using the essence of luck path. Refining rank 8 was a huge gamble. Old ancestor Shui Hu had Ma Hong Yun as the main ingredient. It saved him a lot of costs. But even so, when gathering immortal materials, he had discarded his reputation. He went personally to Zombie Alliance to steal immortal zombie corpses. He even went to He tribe's treasury and looted it. The entire Snowy Mountain blessed land was in chaos because of his actions. Everyone was worried. Yao Huang was also trying to refine resurrection from the dead immortal goo. According to the rumors in Northern Plains Goo Immortal World, this immortal goo was also rank 8. Actually, everyone knew about the risks of refining a rank 8 immortal goo. But why did they still try? As a matter of fact, having a rank 8 immortal goo and not having one meant 2 completely different states. Rank 8 goo immortals had to undergo tribulations as well. They usually had low lifespan. Many times, they had no choice but to take a risk. Old ancestor Shui Hu was doing this for his tribulation, while Yao Huang was trying to prolong his life. Calamities and tribulations could not hinder He Fan, but he had limited lifespan. He eventually died. Tribulations and lifespan. Fan Yuan knew that in his quest for eternal life, he had to get through these 2 tough problems. Chapter 1132. Taking over He Fan Grotto Heaven. After the immortal goo recipes, there were mortal goo recipes. There were many mortal goo recipes. Fan Yuan felt a little shocked seeing all of them. The ones worth looking at were the mortal goo recipes of day, month, and year goo. In accordance with these mortal goo recipes, Fan Yuan could buy his mortal materials and refine his own mortal level day goo, month goo, and year goo. This way, not only can I buy these mortal goo in Treasure Yellow Heaven, I can also refine them myself. This would no doubt greatly reduce my preparation. But it is a waste for me to do the refinement myself. I should ask the hairy men in Langya Sect to do it. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan frowned uncontrollably. His relationship with Langya Sect had already turned cold. He would need to improve their relationship if he were to ask them for help. Forget about these for now. Fan Yuan continued to look at He Fan's true inheritance. After immortal goo recipes and mortal goo recipes, there were some incomplete goo recipes. They had varying completion rates. Some were 90%, stuck at a crucial step. Some were at 10 to 20%. They were at the initial stages of creation. Immortal goo before? Fan Yuan's gaze halted. Among the incomplete immortal goo recipes, the before immortal goo recipe was only 57% complete. Before immortal goo, after immortal goo, they were related immortal goo. Evidently, in He Fan's lifetime, after obtaining after immortal goo, he had greatly desired before immortal goo. Unfortunately, even until his death, he did not succeed. Next was He Fan's recorded experiences in deducing these goo recipes. He talked about the difficulties of deduction. He told his inheritor not to be afraid of difficulty, and to persevere. At the same time, he talked about the importance of inspiration. Thus, behind this, He Fan wrote about some tricks and tips. Like using Wisdom Path Inspiration Goo, and Light Path a Flash of Inspiration Goo, to help him with the deduction. Looking at this, Fang Yuan smiled. He was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. He had obtained Dong Fang Chang Fan's Wisdom Path True Inheritance. He dominated He Fan in this aspect. He Fan's experiences in this aspect were quite shallow from Fang Yuan's perspective. Everyone had their own field of expertise. Even though He Fan was skilled, he had his weak points too. Like how Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable looked to Long Hair Ancestor for help to refine immortal goo. After killer moves and goo recipes, there were He Fan's own cultivation experiences. Among this, there were maps, including the 5 regions and even White Heaven and Black Heaven. They had huge value in terms of reference. Of course, Northern Plains map was the most detailed. The other 4 regions were more simple. Fang Yuan placed the most attention on the maps of White Heaven and Black Heaven. This had broadened his horizons. Some strong rank 7 goo immortals and all rank 8 goo immortals would often explore Black Heaven and White Heaven, scavenging for resources within. As an expert among rank 8s, He Fan was no exception. After the maps, there were lots of secrets regarding the goo immortal world. Like Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88 True Young Building, there was the most information about these. But they were useless now. And He Fan's own conjectures. What attracted Fang Yuan the most was one of them. He Fan was suspicious that a Time Path Goo Immortal had inherited Red Lotus True Inheritance. From this record, Fang Yuan could sense that He Fan had a huge desire towards Red Lotus True Inheritance. This was expected. He was a Time Path Great Expert. He naturally sought out and looked up to the number 1 Time Path True Inheritance in the world. The final important point was He Fan's own ideas and experimentation on the development of an immortal aperture. Using his own situation as an example, he clearly stated how calamities and tribulations, Tao marks, and immortal aperture help each other in an intrinsic relationship, and how to modify the immortal aperture's environment, like how to alter the rate of time inside. There was also the management of the immortal aperture, and the selling of resources. The important point here was year goo. Back then, after He Fan refined rank 8 immortal goo years flow like water, he started selling mortal level year goo. It became his most lucrative business. In just a few months, he became the biggest year goo vendor in the world. He was earning huge profits. With this rank 8 immortal goo, he had an unceasing gold mine. However, He Fan had also stated the possibility of the attack of year beasts. How to deal with the year beast attacks, how to capture year beasts, how to dissect year beasts, and how to sell year beasts. There was also the relationship between year beasts and the immortal aperture and others. Fang Yuan looked on with a frown. In He Fan's immortal aperture, because of years flow like water, immemorial level year beasts had once went in. They had rank 8 battle strength. He Fan spent a lot of effort in killing them. Because he fought in his immortal aperture, the result was immense losses. Many times He Fan felt pain due to his losses. After a painful lesson, He Fan started to research on how to seal years flow like water, and conceal its aura when not using it. He found and invented many methods, that were all recorded in the True Inheritance. He had made great achievements. However, He Fan warned the inheritor to be careful on something, that was to use immortal goo years flow like water carefully when in battle. Once they fought against a strong foe and lured an immemorial year beast over to attack their immortal aperture, they would be in deep trouble. It seems that I need to be very careful when using years flow like water. If I am careless and heavens will uses this opportunity to lure immemorial year beasts to me, I would die. Fang Yuan was only rank 6, he could not fight against a rank 8 level existence. With a huge difference in strength, there would be no unexpected lucky circumstances that could save him. His consciousness returned from the mortal letter goo. Fang Yuan let out a breath. He Fan's True Inheritance is truly the work of a Time Path Great Expert. He lives up to his name, Fang Yuan praised. But the difficulty to inherit this is too high. Precisely because of the difficulty, He tribe's descendants worked hard but did not succeed. In the end, Fang Yuan took advantage of it and obtained the fruits of his labor. Don't look at how easy of a time Fang Yuan had, it had many preconditions. Like Attitude Gu and Familiar Face, he even had Chu Du's help to obtain the heavenly crystal eagle nest. However, according to the logic of the Gu immortal world, the inheritances left behind by people of He Fan's level are usually this difficult. For example, Nian Er Tribe's Nian Er Sword Saint True Inheritance. An inheritor would only appear every few hundred years. The current one was Nian Er Ping Ji. He Fan and Nian Er Sword Saint were people who left their names in history. They were prideful people. They were unwilling to have their inheritances obtained by useless people that would tarnish their reputation. They set difficult requirements to choose a worthy successor. It was normal. Next, I have to take over this He Fan grotto heaven. Fan Yuan looked at the brass bell heavenly spirit, signaling to it. At the next moment, the brass bell heavenly spirit slowly flew towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan smiled. When he inherited He Fan's true inheritance, he became the owner of He Fan grotto heaven. He could naturally command this brass bell heavenly spirit. The regretful thing was, He Fan grotto heaven had absorbed the immemorial azure heaven fragment. It made the brass bell heavenly spirit mindless and unresponsive. Fan Yuan could not manipulate it easily. It was hard to communicate. It was worse than Hu Immortal Land Spirit. Fan Yuan first looked at Immortal Succession Mountain. This mountain had many pavilions on it. Each one had an inheritance in it. Some of the inheritances were mortal level, while some were left by Gu Immortals. The Gu Immortals originally in He Fan Grotto Heaven had ascended Immortal Succession.